Good Elestrals morning to all the casters out there. I am Caleb.exe, and today we have an incredible premiere coming at you. And I am joined by my lovely avian friend over here, Eagle Duck. How you doing this morning?
I don't think I've ever been referred to as an avian friend, but besides the point, I'm doing well. Thank you for the amazing introduction. Very happy to be here. I'm super excited to see what everyone brings, what amazing matches we get to watch today, what we're in store for. But it won't just be Caleb and I today. We're joined by a third co-host, forming the trifecta, that will be joining us much later, and that will be Kay Cray. So look forward to seeing her starting in round 2.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing Kay Cray. She's an absolute menace on the mic. Glad to have her around. Glad to be able to commentate with you. I don't believe that we have been able to share a mic together yet, and so it'll be very exciting to see how today goes. We had a premiere last weekend, and so we've got a doubleheader back-to-back, 2 weekends in a row. Very interesting to see how people are going to be performing today, what decks they're bringing, especially with a hot off a ban list premiere last weekend. But our players are coming here today. They've got stuff that they're competing for, obviously, and they've got some amazing prizing that they're looking to try and walk away with. We've got, for everyone that is participating, they are getting 2 Series 1 Premier Packs. They get a Firestorm booster pack as well. And then for those competitors that are able to make it into our top 16, important thing that will carry through for all of these, people are competing for qualifying points here today. And we have a handful of people that potentially could lock in their invite to Worlds today, which is very, very exciting. But for those that are able to get to top 16, they're walking away with a top 16 stamped Champion of Hermes carry-off, Stellar carry-off. Very, very cool art. I love that card. And an additional Organized Play Series 1 Premier Pack. If you're able to make it there, you get 50 qualifying points as well. And there's a handful of people, there's 2 people, I believe, that if they make top 16, they've locked their invite to Worlds.
Continuing off that, top 8 also gets an extra Premier Pack and a top 16 Stellar carry-off Champion of Hermes, but also gets a Elestrals Pandora's Mystery Box thrown into the mix. But of course, continuing with everyone's getting qualifying points, if they reach top 16, 75 will be granted to the top 8. And I believe we also have some casters who, if they make top 8, will also get their invite.
You've got 3 people who, if they're able to make top 8, including a very good friend of mine, if they make top 8, they will qualify, which 5 people that if they make it within top 8 or top 16 qualifying today is a very exciting potential for sure.
For sure. It's crazy to think that many have a chance to qualify just off of that. And of course, as we see by the global leaderboard, we've got 5 casters that already do have their invite to Worlds. And that's just crazy to think that we're already at 5 total people for next year's Worlds.
I believe it's 6. It's 5 have locked in through winning a Premier Tournament. We have Trish, who has, I believe, qualified, but it's based off of points as opposed to locking it in through an explicit invite through winning an event.
Okay, that's super exciting as well. And hopefully we'll see more people join Trish with qualifying just based off of those qualifier points.
Yeah, very, very cool. I would love to see a lot of these people that you see on this list that haven't already qualified, or people that are fairly well-known names at this point, people that you see consistently topping, hence the fact that they are in contention for making it to Worlds. And so being able to see some of these storylines go through and actually lock in their Worlds invite is a very exciting potential here.
Oh, absolutely.
Moving on, though, to our top 4 prizing, because we do indeed have the potential for people to make it to top 4. These people walk away with 2 Organized Series 1 Premier Packs. They get that same stamped Champ carry-off for top 16. And instead of the Pandora's Mystery Box you get for top 8, you get an entire Firestorm booster box, which that's pretty exciting. The ability to pull some of those really, really cool full arts. There's some insane Stellars out of this set. And you also get 150 qualifying points, which, again, I don't believe anyone is in the range for top 4 getting them to qualification, but any of these people that just need a little bit more, they're happy to make it to top 4 and get them that one step closer to qualifying.
Oh yeah, The runner-up as well, more amazing points, more qualifier points, and more people that can get that Worlds invite off of that. They get 3 Organized Play Series 1 Premier Packs, also the top 16 Stellar Carryoff Champion of Hermes, and this time not just 1 booster box, but 2 booster box of Divine Champions Firestorm, double the odds to pull some really cool full arts, stellars, you name it. But also 200 qualifying points. These are really starting to rack up and really start to get to the point where you don't really have to win many more other tournaments or top many other tournaments. You'll quickly get there off of that many points.
Yeah, the ability to just need to hit a top 16 and qualify is ridiculous. But the thing is, if you win, you don't need to worry about hitting 250. You get a ticket. You get an automatic invite for winning a Premier, as well as 3 Premier packs. You get that top 16 stamped champion carry-off. You get a stamped full art Torch and Champion of Hestia, which that is an incredible card to walk away with. You get 2 Firestorm booster boxes, and you get an uncut Firestorm sheet, which I don't think there's a whole lot of those out there. So that's a pretty exciting thing to be able to get.
Super exciting stuff. I also want to quickly shout out that top 32 also gets 20 qualifying points. So even if you don't quite make top 16, you're still just getting a little bump to help you get to that Worlds invite.
Yeah, across 10 premieres, if you make top 32 each time, that's a Worlds invite. Like, that's not nothing to scoff at. 25 points could be, a big difference maker. And I imagine that as we get closer and closer to the actual Worlds event, there'll be people that just need a top 32 to squeeze their way in. And so getting them now means that you're getting closer and closer to actually accomplishing that versus trying to make it where, I gotta get a top 4 to make it, like right at the last premiere or something like that. So absolutely something that's worth competing for. And it's a nice thing to walk away, like, maybe you don't walk home top 16 with prizing, but walking it with top 32 and qualifying points, that's good. That is something that you can walk away happy with.
And speaking of which, top 22 getting 20 qualifier points, there's going to be a lot of people that at least break that part, because this tournament has 76 casters, quite a good roster for plenty of good matches, but also means a bunch of people will be walking away with at least something.
Yeah, and the ability to be like, realize everyone's walking with something. That's the participation pricing right there, and it's pretty good too. I mean, have you opened some Premier packs? They're real nice. They're real fun to open. There's some great stuff in there.
Absolutely. Since we did mention earlier that this is a back-to-back premiere, let's move back to the previous one and see how they did, or how that premiere went down, and the results of that, because this will give us a good basis to what to look out for this premiere as well. So here we have the top 8 caster breakdown. Shout out to our previous winner, Perky, piloting the Cryo Nyx aggro deck. Really cool to see Frost get some love, and especially that Nyxamera.
Yeah, I love the fact that this deck really is just like, I just want another 7. It's the 4th 7 that gets you. And Perky showed that it really is the 4th one that gets you, because Nyxamera putting in work, Cryovan putting in work. Just really, really cool to see Frost getting some more love, because I think we saw a lot of it early on in the format, but it's something that I think has fallen off a little bit since then. And, it opening back up with the most recent ban list, I think shows that this always had potential. It maybe was just getting gate-kept a little bit.
Yeah, and another interesting deck that popped up as well was the second place deck played by Rybot, Stat Swap Heal Control. This is a really cool deck that when I first saw it, I didn't clock right away it was Heal Control, but once someone pointed out, I was like, oh, that's really interesting, just combining the healing of Plucky and Sluggle with the Stat Swap capabilities of Lyre and Galaxy. I'm curious to see what other innovations kind of like this one we get to see this premiere.
Yeah, this is something that once the Like a Void Champion of Artemis was banned, me and some other heal control aficionados were immediately theorizing how heal could potentially make it back into the metagame. And so it was really cool to see someone actually take home second with a really cool deck.
And what I really like here is they're the only one on any deck that remotely looked like that. Of course, we got our standard breakdown of what we expect to see, such as fire artifacts, wind aggro, some thunder stuff, some tempo, or some aggro piles. But to see something that doesn't show up in the Swiss archetype breakdown pop up in Top Cut is always just super exciting, and I'm excited to see what might slip in this premiere.
Yeah, and I think something kind of exciting about, to me at least, about what we're seeing here is there's a decent amount of representation of some of the cards that I'm predicting to see in today's event. because you and I and Kay have both we got our predictions. We got things that we want to see to today's event, and there's a card on this breakdown right now that I want to see today. I want to see Spark it rip in hand. That's my cat right there. I was gonna say that's my dog, but it's distinctly not.
Yeah. Yep, and of course we've got here the top 12 Elestrals. We'll see which ones continue to see play. Astrabbit, of course, at top, followed closely by Champ Galaxy, the newcomer from Firestorm, really showed up last premiere, and I'm curious to see how that 61% inclusion rate might change over this one. Are more people going to be bringing it because it did so well, or are more people going to be starting to tech against it to try to counter that whale?
It's really interesting to note the Arcolith having 18% representation, I think, because that's not a card that you'd really expect to see, I think. Even with a decent amount of Thunder decks, it is a particularly... It's a card that fits into very specific metas where you're expecting your opponent to have multiple Elestrals up on you. And so it's really cool that 19 whole decks are playing this, because I think that is more than the Thunder decks that were played at the event. I have to go back and look at the exact numbers. But that means that people were just teching Arcolith as a solid Thunder Celestial to be playing, and that's really, really cool. And it looks like Zeus as well. We've got a lot of very cool different runes, and you can see Astrabbit and Galaxy making representation as well. But I think Zeus cracking our top 12 is a really interesting thing of note, because Zeus has not really fallen off like that. This is still a powerhouse card.
Oh yeah, and I can attest to this because I was looking through all the decks to kind of help build these graphics. The Arcolith and Zeus were just kind of splashed into a couple of decks, just a good way to drop the opponent's stats, make them easier to attack over. And once you use those Thunder Spirits, you can just drop an Arcolith and just hit for a ton of damage.
I think Altar of Stars being at 34% is also a really interesting shout, because it's not something that we see super commonly in decks. It's really something that only fits in when we're within a metagame where it makes sense to have multiple spirits on board. You've got a Nexus bank on board, plus something to Nexus to. It fits well in something like Fire Artifact, but not a whole lot of other decks really are looking to play it a lot of the time. And so the fact that there were so many decks playing Altar indicates people want to be investing spirits on board. They want to be Nexusing, potentially triggering receive effects. I think that's really cool. It's indicative of an interesting metagame if people are, bringing this card to the table.
Oh, absolutely. And what's also, I think, interesting is the fact that it's not just fire artifacts that's really leaning to that artifact package. We've always seen a lot of times the Nexus decks will lean to that artifact package, but popping up is also some solar brews with artifacts, just further throwing more spirits on board, and thus that Altar of Stars just becomes more and more of an appealing card to just kind of disrupt stuff, move those spirits around however you want.
Yeah, the new Champion of Apollo Plucky is just such an insane card. And the ability to set up a 5 that then goes into Helioth really easily. Helioth has been a very strong very strong card for quite some time, but being able to set it up a lot more easily has just made it even more consistent, because that's been kind of the hard thing about Helioth for a while. And it's really cool to see that Solar is getting some love as well, because I think it's been at the fringes of a lot of formats, and I think that now we're starting to see it come to the forefront a little bit more, and that's very exciting.
Yes, and speaking of stuff coming more to the forefront, we got some predictions from us for what we think we'll see and maybe even want to see. And I've got a little Solar card in there for myself as well, that being the Armadon. Do I expect to see it? Maybe not, but I kind of hope to see it, because I think this guy's just super fun to play, and it'd be just super exciting to see someone just say, you know what, deal with my 6 defense, and I'm going to burn you if you try to start position swapping me to better deal with it.
Yeah, and I think that it'd be something very cool to see in like a more standard Solar deck with the Lyre of Apollo. Making it a 6 that also deals damage through the swap is ridiculous. I see you've got Thunderstorm in there. I think that's a really, really solid pick, honestly.
Go ahead.
What's the sort of the rationale of why you think that might be showing up here?
That was pretty much just because, Hurricane just got limited, so face down rune removal is at an all-time low in terms of consistency. So what's the next best option? Thunderstorm. And on top of that, as we keep seeing more and more artifact decks pop up, and Thunderstorm also at least has some potential against that. So it's kind of got that dual utility of helping deal with the face down if need be, or start popping some artifacts or some other Misk stuff. Because again, as Caleb pointed out, Altar of Stars broke our top 10 cards last premiere, meaning people are playing with their spirits on board. So more targets for that Thunderstorm to also get some spirit value.
And in line with the Thunderstorm, my prediction is, my main one is Spark It, Escape from Tartarus, because as people are putting more spirits on board, you can actually Nexus Thunder now. And not only is this a solid card that is removal from the hand, it's hand interaction, but it also enables those Nexusing receive effects, getting another Ast Rabbit trigger maybe, it's a nasty card that I think we'll probably see Spark It and Thunderstorm in a lot of the same decks together.
Same here, and I was honestly very surprised early on in this format to not see more Thunder Nexus players just trying stuff out, because Spark It was very much there and I saw people testing it, and then it just kind of completely fell off until last premiere. So I'm super excited to see Spark It back. Raining some Terror, just maybe not as problematic as it was during base set up until it got limited, or banned actually.
Yeah, and Science Fury is something that I'm also really looking to see, mostly I've been playing a lot of Chronodile recently. I think that deck's super fun, and I think that Fury is something that's massively slept on. So I'm hoping that we'll see some of that, and we'll hear from Kay later on today when she joins us on cast to hear what she has for her predictions. But we want to know what you at home have for your predictions, so don't forget to use that hashtag #PlayElestrals on all different social media platforms. Let us know, what are you looking to see? What cards do you want to see? What decks do you want to see here on the cast today? Because we love hearing what you want to see. We love showing off different things that you want to see. And I know that our production team is definitely going to be picking out some really, really hot matches for us today. I've heard little whispers of what's to come. I'm not spoiling nothing, but I know that we've got some really incredible clashes for you today. And so you don't want to miss those. And if you could make your voice heard, we want to hear what you want to see. We want to give the people what they want.
Oh yeah, I'm super excited to see what all your predictions are and see which ones we can make come to fruition through these stream clashes. But get hype, we should have the first clash coming up real soon. Round 1's supposed to be starting, and yeah, as Cobb said, no spoilers just yet on what we might potentially see. But I want to say I've got some ideas, but at the same time, I just want to go in and just be surprised by whatever we get to see. That's probably the best way that I found to be able to enjoy some of these clashes.
Yeah, it is really cool to just be blown away, like, oh, that was brought to the table? We get to see X deck? What? I wasn't expecting that. There's a premiere right after Firestorm release where I think we saw like Champion of Zeus, which was not something that I expected to see as an actual deck on stream, and I was blown away. I was like, let me see Voltempest. I want to see Champ Voltempest hit the board so badly, and being able to have some of these cool decks show up and really stunt their stuff on stream is just, it's always a blast. It's always so fun.
Oh yeah, one from a premiere I commentated back during Moonrise that was super exciting was the list that likes to use Exaltus to find Celestleo and just slam it down. I was like, man, can we see the Celestleo? And unfortunately, I don't think we did. I think Gorgon's Gaze just hard stopped Exaltus every single time. Mm-hmm. But just the prospect of that happening is so exciting. And over the course of 6-7 rounds that Celestleo had to hit the board multiple times, just unfortunately did not line up with the Stream Clash.
Yeah, if that event is the one that I'm thinking of that you saw, I believe that might have been the event that Dymax got second in, playing Celestleo.
I believe so.
It definitely hit the board a couple of times because he got second with that deck.
Yup. That might have no, I don't think that was the finals. I think we watched a Swiss round where unfortunately that happened. But
yeah, I don't think it happened in finals because I'm pretty sure he was 2-0'd by Julian in finals.
Yeah, I think that was that one. Mm-hmm. Speaking of cool decks, Heal Control, yet again. That was a fun one from that finals.
Hey, I know Julian's playing today. My assumption he's playing Heal Control. I don't know for certain. There's a different deck that he's also known for at this point in our local community. But we'll have to see, because I to see Heal Control one more time, I would love to see it. I'm so sad that I was not able to commentate the last event, because be able to see Rybot in finals with Heal, that would have been my dream.
It was so refreshing too, with all the decks that are just aggro oriented, just swarming the meta, just having people say, you know what, I'm going to challenge that notion and bring a more control oriented deck and do well with it. Like, I hope that encourages more people to try out control oriented decks, because they definitely are a bit harder to pilot and a lot of times figure out. It takes a little extra time, but it feels so satisfying, at least watching it whenever someone does do that.
It's very fun to play as well, as the person who in an official premiere was the first to top with a heal control deck. They're very, very fun to pilot, and it's been a really fun little pet deck that I've been playing when I can here and there. But I believe we know our matchup for this upcoming round, and we've got Cindershade versus Swolax, and these are some big names. These are names that you know.
Oh yeah, I believe every time I'm going through the deck list to compile the deck archetypes, these two names show up except if Swolax is commentating. That's the only time I don't see Swolax's name.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see, knowing what Swolax is on now, I'm expecting that he'll probably make it a little bit deeper than he has been recently. He's been kind of bubbling. He's been on the fringes of some top cuts. I think that well, we'll get to see in this first match. We'll see how he starts his day. If he starts well, I can imagine him taking some massive momentum and making it pretty far, because this is gonna be a really cool match. I'm very excited for this one.
Oh yeah, and the fun thing about the first match is always just kind of sets the pace, but also it doesn't ruin your run either. Like, there's so much potential there just to, start off great and just take the whole event, or even if you do lose, you still got a chance to find that second wind and just come from behind, which I always think is super exciting when we start these first rounds.
Yeah, it can be a little tough to lose early just in terms of momentum, but we're gonna find out, because it sounds like our clash is just about ready to go ahead and hop into it, and I don't want to wait any longer. The instant that we can start to see these clashes, the better. I want to see this as soon as we can, and I believe that we're ready to go ahead and hop right in.
Yes, and I've been holding back my energy, wanting to save it for this first big clash, and we've got Cindershade going first, getting to set the pace, but we do see, it looks like a mulligan. Yep, a mulligan from Swolax and 2 Frost Spirits. So is he on something Frost?
My immediate assumption, we're setting up Cryoling Cryovern. That is just such a solid engine in, like, basically any deck that could tangentially play Frost. And so whether it is dedicated Frost, or it is Frost as a little sprinkling in like a Bears list, or in a 5s water list like aggro, there's a whole lot of stuff there. But it looks like Cindershade starting first with a Fire Spirit for a Cinder. That's the Reverse Stellar Cinder from the most recent Shattered Stars. And we get to see off the top.
Oh, it's an Earth Scout. We got Bears from Swolax. This is going to be super exciting. The real question, though, is Swolax on a Bears deck or the Den Turbo deck that was popularized, I think, 2 premieres ago?
Yes, a deck type that I believe Justin brought with a little Cabal and did quite well with, but it looks like this. Ooh. Okay, so we are swinging with Galaxy, which is swap stats. Cindershade is going for Argo to then, looks like, play a Lyre of Apollo with a Solar Spirit. I don't know how this will work out, because
I'm assuming it was on the Galaxy.
We were crashing. Because Cinder is a 3/2. And so if the Lyre goes onto the Galaxy, it goes back to a 2/5, which crashes with the now 2/3 Cinder. I don't know if that was worth it for Cindershade.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, your win condition isn't keeping board presence and keeping the tempo. So just to make a trade on a guy,
it's expensive too.
It is, and Galaxy's scary, don't get me wrong, but if your win condition isn't pressure on board, unless Cindershade is on the Salashade, that's the only thing I can think of why you want to get that Galaxy out of the way.
A Solar Spirit for a Lumaru. Hey, there's board pressure. That's pretty big. Swolax, I think, maybe thumbing a PTA here. And there it is. That's a poison-tipped arrow, which will keep Cindershade off of that board presence.
Yeah, Lumaru will still be able to do a damage, but considering Swole just took a great Spirit trade last turn, I don't think that feels too bad. to take 1 damage on top of using 2 spirits to get rid of that Lumaru. Freaking still above Cindershade in terms of spirits.
Yeah, I believe they're about equal here. Swolax did mulligan, so he's down, I believe, to 14 spirits. And is this an expend a draw here?
So not getting back that tempo either, but at the same time, if it is the Den Turbo deck, just being able to set up to do a big explosive turn, that might just be enough to swing the game in Swolax's favor.
And is Cindershade also expecting to draw here? Both of these players just not finding Elestrals, I guess, or at least not ones that they want to play out.
Or just trying to size each other up and just say, you know what, if you're not going to do anything, I'm going to accumulate my own resources so when you do finally do something, I can respond in a big way.
And Narpoon from Swolax is exactly what he wants to see here. This is going to search out Cryoling, going to search out the Ursicle potentially to set up like a bear combo. And it looks like Ursicle will be the Elestral of choice out of deck. And being able to now put pressure on board, Narpoon is just such a solid stat line too. I think that this is a very good point of tempo for Swolax. And Cindershade being on mill, I just don't think that they've been able to get momentum really here.
No, and Narpoon's one of the searchers that you don't mind, especially on an open board state, searching the searcher, because you're still putting out pressure. Also want to call out Swole using the latest Shattered Stars Fire Spirits. Just really awesome to see. The brand new spirits just came out recently, already seeing play in Premier tournaments.
Yeah, they are. There's some gorgeous arts there. And Cindershade expending to draw again and passing. This is not looking great, I think, especially when Swolax gets to play out the Ursicle here and search whatever piece he's missing here. If this is true bears, he gets to get a bear, but we're dead turboing. We're getting out the Ursa. Does he have High Bear Nation?
Oh yeah, because he just pop the 2 back row and start pushing for, that would be 5 spirits worth of damage. That'd be quite a lot. Just probably feeling great the fact that Cindershade isn't putting on any pressure. Even better when you just have that Ursicle to play out the Searcher, though. Probably doesn't matter too much when you're just trying to ramp out Majursa, and you can do that in this turn anyway.
He does have it, though. He plays the Ursa Den and then goes for the High Bear Nation. Surprised to see that he did not misenchant the Ursa Den. There's no reason not to, honestly. But it looks like there is the enchant for the draw. And here goes the Ursa Den going to the underworld to special cast a bear from deck.
Guessing it'll just be the Champ Majursa that will be able to pop 2 cards on Cindershade's board upon cast. And it is the gorgeous Box Topper. Love that card. And this is just going to be a huge swing in Swolax's favor. It will put them at even spirits in Spirit deck, but Swolax clearly has the tempo advantage on board. And we'll see if this just kind of locks the game in for Swolax.
And Shield Altar of Stars from Cindershade feels very, very tough. And an Ambro to boot! Wow.
Oh, man.
It's unfortunate Kay's not here, because one of her predictions was Champ Majursa, and here it is. Game 1, round 1, and it looks like it might just lock out the game almost immediately for Swolax as he puts himself up in spirits and swings for 5 into an open board. Cinder needs a lot here.
Oh, yeah. Like, what reasonably just deals with this? You need a removal for Majursa. It would have to be specifically Earthquake in the Rune Suite, because Laurels wouldn't work here. And the other 2 aren't necessarily the most difficult to attack over, but also Cindershade's playing Mill. I don't know if Mill really has the tools to really come back from a huge board swarm like this.
I do not think that it is likely that Cindershade will be able to come back from this position. It looks like they just fanned out their Underworld, and they have 13 spirits in Underworld. They're down to 7 here, drawing for turn.
See what Cindershade might do. I wonder if it might be in their best interest to just concede game 1, hide some more information, just try again in game 2. And it looks like that's exactly what's going on here.
Just an absolutely insane game 1 from Swolax. I think that is Den Turbo doing what it wants to do. He mulligans to start and just got the exact hand that he wanted to see. I think Swolax is walking away from this pumped up. He's ready to go. He's feeling great about how that game just went.
I mean, dropping a Majursa game 1, that has to feel great. Just get you like right in that mindset. Like, I'm going to just do this game 2, clean it up, move on to round 2, and we're just going to keep going from there.
Yeah, I think that Cindershade potentially has to really consider what they're going to be doing game plan wise going into game 2, because knowing that Swole is on such an aggressive tempo out aggro deck, I think that Cinder is going to have to play off the back foot massively here. There are cards in the side deck that can benefit them massively. Pandora's Box is a really big one to stop a combo. But I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if stopping the combo is enough when Swole probably has a lot more aggro pieces in the deck.
Yeah, notably, Pandora's Box does cost 2 spirits, so if you're not getting that mill on top of something like a Humbust, which we don't even know if Cindershade plays Humbust, that might be a bit tricky to really, truly stave off the tempo and aggression that Swolax's deck can apply.
If you think about it, Pandora's Box is a mill card because it mills too.
True. No one really considers that implication when you typically discuss Pandora's Box, so it's both engine and interaction.
I don't imagine that mill players are scrambling to put Pandora's Box into their main deck. But it definitely is something that I think makes sense for Cindershade to side in here. I think that most players are siding Pandora's Box at this point, particularly for the Den Turbo matchup. If they are playing the Humbust, making Humbust mill 4, that's not too bad, I guess. But I don't know if I think that playing Humbust is just a risky thing in this metagame because there aren't enough control tools to keep a 1-2 alive, especially when you know Swolax is playing what is going to typically be a very aggressive deck. Yeah,
I think more than likely a more aggressive version of Mill would be more likely here, utilizing that Salashade to just get a big body on board that's really difficult to hit over. But hopefully we'll be able to see more of Cindershade's deck here in Game 2, because we really didn't get to see that Game 1. We saw 2 Elestrals and a few of the runes, and all of them were more just standard runes that you would expect from a deck.
Yeah, I think that the one exception was the Altar of Stars, which you wouldn't see super frequently. That to me indicates they might be playing like a Fire Artifact package to be able to re-trigger Cinder. That also leads me to believe that Humbust wouldn't be in the deck. But they do have some sort of aggro pieces because we did see the Lumaru. So maybe this is sort of like the Mills Fargo type list that we've seen, piloted by a particular member of the community, Froned. I don't know if it's been on cast, but if you're familiar with Premiers, he is known for playing Mill and is a solar fire type list, which I think would match with the Lyre of Apollo that we saw out of Cindershade.
Yeah, that'd be super interesting as well. Just a ton of great overlap when you're tapping into artifacts with both fire and solar. And I think we're ready to get into Game 2. Siding's been done, and Cindershade will be on the play, starting with, looks like that Reverse Stellar Cinder?
Yeah, just immediately ripping it. Ooh. And that is massive. Hitting the Ursaden from Swolax, as well as the Stellar Lavalith, is a massive mill 3.
Oh, dang, that's a great start by Cindershade. Probably feeling great. Let's see how they can keep that tempo going here. But Narpoon from Swolax. I also wanted to call it, last time we saw Narpoon, Ursicle, Den. We also assume Cryoling's in the list. Pandora's Box has a ton of targets here, but grabbing the Cryoling this time around.
Yeah, the Cryoling definitely makes sense. Swole probably sees that Ursaden hit the Underworld and knows that we're not doing Den Turbo. It's not happening. There's no reason to go for it. So going for the Cryoling is just the right play. And swinging Narpoon into Cinder, it connects. That is not an Argo set.
We'll see what Cindershade claps back with. Have to get over a 4 attack Narpoon. Maybe we might see another Lumaru. That can easily take care of it. Just a question what the back row is. And I think we're going to see it with that Solar Spirit.
It's a Lumaru, okay. I so badly want to see them play Plucky.
Please. N1 set, tacking over the Narpoon, lets it go. And another, was it Mill 3 from Lumaru, I believe?
It's a Mill 3. Ambro, Eddie, and Helios's Chariot Ride? Ooh. What?
I guess in lieu of Hurricane, that makes sense to make sure your den can't be interrupted.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And here's Astrabbit, the perfect wall to a 5-2 stat line, a 2-5. And unless Cindershade is something, they don't. We're looking at the top 3. They're not going to the Underworld, though. One of them's going to hand. The rest get shuffled back. Swolax can just sculpt that hand.
And notably, Swolax not just going to be able to just sweep this game like in game 1, having to take a slower play here. So I think we're in for a much more slower, kind of grindy game this time around.
I think Swolax's game plan here is to try and deal with the back row that Cindershade is on, and then play out some of those bigger aggro pieces like the Cryovern, the Cryovern line. Currently, only a Water Spirit on Underworld, so that Cryoling is far from being online.
Yeah, got some more setup to do. Probably looking to just kind of pace out the game a bit to set that up. I'm trying to think if there's any other options within a deck like this to get more aggression now that the Den's out of commission. And we see another Cinder, and there's the Majersa and 2 shields. Ooh.
Yeah, so this is telling a lot to Cindershade. They're honestly massively in the driver's seat here because Swolax needing to tempo things down and try and dig for pieces to make aggressive plays, that's doing a lot here. Cindershade has just absolute freedom to mill out Swolax, playing the Cinder, probably going to re-enchant it next turn, and Swolax playing a second Astrabbit.
Really just trying to get those key pieces before they get milled. That's the other scary thing. Like, imagine if those Cryoverns just get milled. That should just be likely game there. The Swolax have other options to really apply any pressure.
Yeah, especially with the Majersa milled, because there's a world where you just hard ascend to try and put up pressure. But it's gone now. Those options are gone.
See what ends up grabbing.
Yeah, we're sculpting our hand further. At least we're not getting pressured, I guess. But Mill doesn't really want to pressure board.
No, unless Cindershade is playing the Galaxy, that could quickly, well, I would say quickly swap the board on its head, but Lumaru and Cinder don't play the best under Galaxy, and we're just seeing a re-enchant to mill yet another 3.
Versicle Eddy and a Gorgon's Gaze is the last to go.
I do want to call out to the loss of Eddy here as well, because that's the second one, and that could be a great way to still apply pressure over these Lumarus, but with 2 down, losing options fast.
Yes, so Swolax has milled 12. They've used 2 Astrabbits, so they've functionally milled 14, 15 with the Narpoon Search. And this has been 4 or 5 turns.
Yeah.
Tsunami to swap everything to defense position. I assume we're going to see a Champ Galaxy come out here. I wonder if maybe it was correct to play the Galaxy first. No, we're ascending.
Okay.
Into
Cryover?
Galaxy? Into Cryovern. Okay.
Just get a 7 out on board. Start being over those stuff.
You know, I think that this makes a lot of sense in that Argo would be very damaging here. But I think that if we were going to do something like this, and there's Gorgon's Gaze to stop the attack, I feel like holding the Tsunami to when you attack would have been the right way to do it. Because if you're worried about Argo, you can let them Argo, and then after it's resolved the empowerment, then use Tsunami, because this Cryover was coming up with water anyway. But here's Kindleo!
Ooh, we get to see the limited now cat come down. That's going to be a great answer to the Cryover. Don't need to hit over that 7 stat, just pop it unless Swole has this Gorgon's Gaze, which I think we've only seen 1 milled, so there's decent odds that one of those set cards is going to be a Gorgon's Gaze.
There's the Nexus to the Lumaru. We have Gorgon's Gaze in response. It will pop the Cryover and don't have Gorgon.
Lumaru, I think it's Ruminous that mills based off spirits, not Lumaru.
Yeah.
So might just be to decentralize the spirits away from the Kinleo, so it might be more incentivized to remove the more spirits or have to choose to remove the cat. Could be the play there.
Yeah, this turns Lumaru into functionally a Altar of Stars Nexus bank, because even if Kinleo gets removed by a 5 stat, then Altar of Stars Nexus triggers Cinder, and that's a lot of milling.
Oh yeah. So still need to take care of that rabbit, but again, if you've got mill as another win condition, I don't think you really care too much if you leave a rabbit up on board. All you really care about is maintain your own board to keep milling.
Yeah, Swolax having a rough time in his board state. Helios's Chariot Ride is really, really scary if you're Cindershade. What possibly could Swolax be doing here?
Is there enough Frost for a Cryoling? We know Swole has that in hand.
Galaxy would also be massive here because that clears this board entirely. Champ Galaxy makes the Astro out of 5 stat, clears Lumaru and Kinleo.
Just leaving the Cinder up. But Cinder by itself, I mean, it does threaten Mill, but it's a lot easier to deal with.
Yeah, 3-2 is not very scary.
To see what Swolix is really thinking here. It makes me question if Swole might have multiple plays. I think he's kind of the Frost and Underworld, see if he can go for that Cryoling.
We do know it's in hand. I think that Helios also could have just been because it sets up Cryoling, because we did not have Frost and Underworld otherwise.
I believe... Oh... Maybe not?
Ursicle? I don't know if this makes sense to me. Unless we are playing multiple Den and Majursa?
Majursa would be crazy here, just a second one. Hey, this is post-side. Swole knew that's just Hibernation. I mean, potentially because Swole knew on Mill might want to run extra copies, but did Swole prepare for the Mill matchup? That's a whole other question.
I would doubt that is something that would be prepared for here. I wonder if the Helios is maybe something that was like, oh, here's this line, and then he realized he didn't have enough Frost and Underworld for it.
Potentially, and another Tsunami, so it was 2 Tsunami, not Gorgons.
Tsunami will let this rabbit swing over the Kindleo.
It's at least something, just, I mean, but then Rabbit's more vulnerable to just be attacked over by the Lumaru anyway.
I would assume that there's some sort of back row from Swole if that's the case, but...
Looks like just set and pass.
This has been an interesting turn. I wonder if it's gone how Swolax intended it to, or maybe there was a hiccup along the road.
Yeah.
I think that Swole is not passed here because it looks like he's still considering this one card in hand. He keeps thumbing.
The Hibernation just to draw another one, but do you really want to do that, putting you at a lower deck count? Oh, yeah, you're right. Switch the Rabbit to attack.
And this clears the Kindleo, so next turn you can Cryovern.
Yeah.
Potentially?
And the Helios might just have been to say, you know what, I just need to guarantee get that Kindleo off a board.
Mm-hmm. It's only one. It's gone. Cindershade will not be able to get this back unless there's some reason playing Rise from the Ashes.
So we got here Fire for a... That is a Humbust.
Is that signed? That's crazy.
That's so cool. Oh, Swole.
We're
PTA.
PTAing. All right, so we will mill 2 here.
Yep. Remember, yep. See what it is.
Oh no! Oh, that is so bad to see. And there's Ambro to mill another 2.
Oh,
The set wasn't real in the first place.
If you're Swole, do you just concede here to hide more deck information, move on to game 3? Because as far as where we're standard lists, oh, nope, still going through it. So maybe there's some other thing Swole can do here and wants to keep playing it out.
I don't know if... I think that playing it, there's no reason to not play it out. Oh, okay, looks like Swole has scooped here, so
yeah.
I'm wrong. No. There is no reason to play it out. All of the resources are gone. Both of the aggro pieces that Swole was looking for out of deck.
Whew, completely different game 2 here.
Just high roll. Just high roll. It's just that simple.
It's pretty much inverse Blizz tricks. You just get rid of all your opponent's great stuff instead of getting all your good stuff.
That's true. That's true. When your first 2 sets of mills hit the Ursaden and Majursa, that is, you're feeling very, very good walking away from that. However, I think that Cindershade is going to be a lot harder pressed in game 3 to be able to maintain such a board state, because Swolax just never really was able to get aggro pieces out in a deck that is about getting aggro pieces out. And so once he's able to start doing aggressive plays, I think that Cindershade will have a much harder time dealing with the board, especially since the only aggressive piece we saw that entire game was the Lumaru. Swolax just didn't draw the aggressive pieces that deal with Lumaru.
And notably here, since Swolax will likely be going first in game 3, he has a chance to just set up before Cinder can start milling anything, meaning that first mill from Cinder, if they can get one on that turn 2, really needs to hit those good cards before Swole can do anything. And seeing as it looks like the ratio is probably 1 Den, 1 Majursa, 2 Cryovern, that's a tall ask with a deck still full of so many cards.
Yeah, especially early in the game, it's just statistically not likely to hit more than one of those pieces. And the reality is that if you're hitting one, you want it to be the Den or the Majursa. And hitting one of those two specifically is even less likely in 35. So I think that Cindershade is going to be hard-pressed to try and find footing in this next game. And Swolex is going to know going into this that they need to put a lot of pressure onto Cindershade and prevent them from getting too much footing. But it looks like our casters have finished siding, and we're going into game 3 here.
So exciting. Also, I just realized Swolex with that gorgeous Cryovern and Parawatt playmat. Very appropriate, considering that Swole does have a lot of Frost stuff in his deck.
And Swolax immediately going for Ursicle turn 1, knows that the 3 defense stat is probably enough to deal with most of the cards in Cinder's deck. And getting the High Bear indicates that maybe Ursiden's already in hand. So Cinder has to mill Majursa immediately or it is over.
Dang. Yeah, and honestly at this point, I think you, as a Bear player, you want to keep your Bears around to pop more cards. But I mean, there's a lot of potential heading into next turn for Swolex just to completely set the pace of this game in a way that, like in game 1, we saw just ran away with it. But I think we're going to see a Lumaru to start out with. Yep.
Lumaru is solid here. Cindershade needs like Gorgon's Gaze specifically. Is this Shield of Achilles? It is Shield of Achilles. That's big.
And knowing there shouldn't be too much pressure on Cindershade's side, probably just dropping the Majursa and saying, yeah, now you're put on a major clock. Might be able to sweep the game with it. Though I do wonder, did Cindershade just set 1 in preparation for the Majursa to not lose more resources? But we do see the Den.
And there's the Hibernation. The great thing about Shield is it put the exact 2 we needed in Underworld as setup. Draw.
That was the good thought about mulliganing as well. It puts Spirits anyway for Hibernation, not just Cryoling into Cryovern.
That's true. It does mean that you can just do it turn 2 even without back row setup. But here is the Majursa. Is the back row going to be live? Or was this just the bluff set? I saw a Ambro in Cindershade's hand.
Good question. I mean, Argo. Even Gorgon's Gaze. I mean, you could save yourself a single Spirit by Gorgon's Gazing the Majursa, but other than that, I don't know. Argo, are you happy losing that? I mean, I guess you're not trying to liar the Majursa. That just makes it scarier.
Yeah, and swinging in for 4 here. Swolex is down massively on Spirits. However, the board presence is massive, and unless Cindershade has exactly Earthquake, which I don't believe we've seen any Earth out of their Spirit deck, I
don't believe so either.
This is massively in Swolex's favor here, I think.
What are outs to Majursa in Cindershade's deck other than just milling it, which that's not even an option anymore?
That's a good question. Well, if they're playing something like Salashade can get very, very big, and we're expecting to draw. That is a death knell. Like, that is so tough to see.
Oh, I mean, have we even seen Tsunami out of Cindershade? Because the only other thing I could think of is to guarantee you can get an Elestral on board, you just need Tsunami. But even then, with the Cryovern, that's going to be a tough ask. And speaking of Cryovern, there it is.
No, tell me Cryoscorch is in the deck. Tell me Cryoscorch is in the deck and Swolax, my life is yours. We're swinging for 5 and it's connecting.
Please let this playmat foretell what is to come. Start of next turn. That'd be so exciting.
Oh my god. That would be incredible. I don't know how Cindershade can deal with this board state.
Oh, I'm speechless. I'm just holding my breath to see what happens. Like, please, Cindershade, don't...
Resting on your laurels to pop the Cryovern! No, I wanted to see Cryoscorch!
100% the correct play, but also no!
Yeah, that's messed up. And there's the Cinder in defense position. Mill 3. Narpoon, Astrabbit, Gorgon's Gaze.
Alright. part of me also kind of wish we saw the Cryo Scorch there just to get confirmation that it is indeed there. Like, I just want that confirmation now.
I'll have to DM Swolax and be like, hey, do you want to leak the goo? Are you playing Cryoling effect? We definitely have more than enough Frost and Underworld, and we're going correctly enchanted again? We gotta have Cryo Scorch in this deck. There's no way we don't.
Cindershade does have enough spirits to live another turn, so there's a chance at least.
Can we set any back row? No, we're just swinging over, swinging for 3, putting them down to 4. Look, buddy, you're within Cryo Scorch range. That's all I need to know.
Start a draw phase, get that Scorch. I don't care my spirit deck goes, your spirit deck goes too.
And there's Ambro in the back row. It wasn't real in the first place.
Okay, the first 5 is enough now. Oh
boy.
I'm curious, what does Cindershade do? All right, now we're in Cryo Scorch range. No!
No! No! Oh my god, no!
It's okay, there definitely is a second one in there, right?
Yeah, we're definitely playing another one, right? Oh, I'm so sad. Cindershade, why would you do that? I mean, if Swolax has a normal cast, this is game here. But the game ended when Cryo Scorch was milled off the top. There's Eddie. Swap. Swing for not game, but technically a game. Cindershade will go to 0 here, I believe. I'm so sad. I'm so sad.
Actually,
we're hitting with the Cryo for disrespect. Swing for 5 total. Man. And that's game.
What a roller coaster.
I'm so sad that Cryo Scorch got milled. We definitely would have seen it there too. I can't believe that he is actually playing Cryo Scorch in this deck. That's awesome.
So cool. Well, hopefully Swole will get a good Cryo Scorch win across the Swiss rounds or maybe even top cut, but
there's a Salashade in Cindershade's hand there as well. We never got to see it. Wow, I need a breather after that set.
Same here.
I got out of my chair when that Cryo Scorch got milled. Those were real screams of agony and pain.
I can attest to that. Oh man.
Hey, go Cryo Scorch! Shout out to PK. That's my goat right there.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to Swolax getting the first stream win today. 2-1, really setting the pace for this rest of the Premier for himself, but also good luck to Cindershade with the rest of the Swiss rounds. Hopefully he'll get that Salashade out or maybe get some Mill wins as well. That's super exciting to see in round 1.
Yeah, the fact that Mill actually got a game 2, and it was fairly convincing, just off the merit of hitting exactly the pieces you need to hit out of your opponent's deck. Like, that was a really, really tight and interesting game 2. And game 3, I think, just went exactly how Swolax wanted it to go. Aggro pieces, saw the Den combo turn 2, saw the Cryo Scorch line, and Cindershade just did not have back row that could interact meaningfully, just sitting on cards like Salashade in hand with no way to actually get it out. It's kind of the unfortunate thing, I think, about where the Salashade deck is positioned currently, is playing Hestia is something you really want to be doing because then you can turbo into Salashade. But that means that you're not drawing back row to protect your mill pieces, which is what you really want to be doing. So it puts you in this awkward spot where, like, there's not enough cards that you can draw and also have in hand to do your combo and also stay alive.
Yup, needs too many pieces. Still a really cool deck, though. Dang.
Yeah, no, it's super cool, and it's really cool that round 1 we recreated a Elestrals Clash game that you and I had yesterday, and I think it turned out just about the same.
Whew, yeah. Good Clash call out. Oh my gosh.
Elestrals Clash, super fun. I've been playing Salashade Hestia Mill on it, and I played versus Eagle yesterday. Did not go well for Salashade.
Oh man. Maybe one day we'll see that Shalisade really pop up and it will rain terror. I mean, that thing's got such high attack potential.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
wow, that was awesome. I am wondering though, mill, if there's a ton of fire artifact stuff, just mill their artifacts. That seems pretty devastating.
Mill the artifacts.
Just like game 2, just mill the key pieces and you
just
win.
Hit the combo pieces and you'll win. It's just that easy. They're playing like Majesty Turbo. Just hit the Majesty.
Yeah. We'll have to keep tabs on how Cindershade is doing. Do they hit those combo pieces? Do they go 6-1? Do we see them in top cut? Only time will tell.
I believe. I am a believer. Shout out to all of my mill believers. They mill win. It's really funny for Swolex to win here because he just did a whole video talking about playing mill and Clash, and yet he's the first one to take it out in Premier.
Really goes to show
I'm
you.
gonna have some words with him later.
Really goes to show you the difference between best of 1 versus best of 3. Just that game 3, I think, really showed Swolex knew the assignment and did the assignment, and that's that.
He came correct. He knew what was up, and he got there. That was a very quick game 3 as well. He knew what it was. He knew what he had to do, and he locked in.
Oh yeah, Ursa Den aggro, doing what Ursa Den aggro does best.
Yeah, getting Cryo Scorch out apparently, because he almost did it twice. We were talking about the online early access Clash client. We actually have casual events for you all at home. Maybe you're not quite ready to play in a Premier yet. You want to practice. You want to hang out with some people playing Clash. We have online Elestrals Clash events happening every week. And our next one upcoming is on the 12th. These are Tuesdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over on the Elestrals Discord. These are an absolute blast. I've played in a handful of them when they were webcam casuals, and it looks like we have moved over to Clash events, and I got to get me in one of these, honestly. I only have so much time before my Tuesday nights are occupied again, and I got to make sure I hop in one of these Clash events.
Same here. I just need to let my wife know, sorry. Tuesday nights, Elestrals time.
Yeah,
I'm going to be locked up in my office for the next hour and a half just jamming some games.
Some say Tuesday nights are for the boys. I say Tuesday nights are for Elestrals Clash, available on Steam in early access.
You haven't tried it out yet? Highly recommend. Again,
it's free.
To play. It's completely free. Not just saying it's free to download. No, you get every single playable card in the client. I think we're still missing a few cards from the current card pool, but even when those get added, you don't have to pay anything. You can just log in, create an account, and just start building whatever deck you like and playing.
Yeah, and the really cool thing about these online events is just for participating in all of the rounds that they do for these events, you get 20 caster coins. That's one step closer to getting a booster box, to getting the very cool season promos that they do, the different stamped stellar promos that they do. They're absolutely gorgeous. I have a handful now of the Golden Fleece, the Argos, because I'm a solar player. I'm a fire artifact player. I love Cybermaul, and so I'm like, I gotta get me those Golden Fleeces. I need to bling out my my solar fire artifact deck.
Oh yeah, that's it. I'm right there with you. I was like, all right, I need to start hopping in these Tuesday casuals to get me those 20 caster coins and get that added up so I can get those exclusive promos, because I don't want to miss out. They're limited time only, so if you want them, you need to get them while supplies last. Yeah,
they're sick, and just you too can get really cool cards like these. These ones are gold stamped. You can get a silver stamped one though.
Super exciting stuff for sure. And of course, Clash just makes it even easier to join those Tuesday events. Just since now you just need a computer that can run the game, and you're good to go. And it can be a great first step into trying out Elestrals completely free. And hey, maybe then you'll be able to build up to by building your own collection, eventually playing in one of these premier events.
Yeah, the casuals are super fun, and it's a really great way to just get in touch with the community, play the game, meet other people, and it's super low stakes. A lot of these events are people playing for the very first time. When it was webcams, frequently people would be like, yeah, I bought an Imperial starter deck, and that is what I'm playing today. That's all I've got.
That's super fun. It's a great way to also interact with the community, just get talking to people, and just see other ideas that people are exploring. I know when I was actually playing those Tuesday casuals, got a lot of cool ideas and saw a lot of cool stuff just by playing those casual events. That it's just a different experience from these premier events. So would highly recommend just getting all sorts of experiences with Elestrals. It really is just, at its core, Elestrals is just a fun game with a ton of fun experiences across many facets of play.
Yeah. And what is that? It sounds like we've got a little game coming up. Our producer wants to treat us after an incredible round one with a cool little game. He literally all he said is, we could play a little game. Like, okay, Jigsaw, sure, I'll play a little game. I don't know what that means. I'm a little scared, but I'm excited to see what we got going on, what he has planned for us. Because I have no idea what it is.
Me neither. We're at the whims of the producer, and we'll see what.
Like to play a game? I have no clue what's about to happen, but I'm very excited because Silver Beanie, our producer, is an incredible person, and I feel like he's got a treat set up for us. He's definitely got something cool that we're about to do.
Oh yeah, I honestly don't know how Silver does all this, because it must be a lot of stuff to keep track of. It's super impressive. Like, we just have to show up and yap for however long we're on camera. We don't have to control anything. That's all our amazing producer.
That's true. As someone who, for the Atlanta Open that happened recently, the store open, I was the solo producer and one of two commentators for the event. So I know what goes in behind the scenes for a lot of this. And Beanie was still helping through a majority of it. He wasn't doing the active management of the stream, but he was like, yeah, here's like the matchup. Here's what people are playing. I'm like, thank you, because even just managing the stream is a lot.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, just going live just on my own, it's like, oh my gosh, I have all this to keep track of. And mind you, this is just a hobby casual thing, not even an official production. So it doesn't matter if I mess up.
Yeah, so our team here is wonderful. And if you all missed the live stream of the Atlanta Store Open, highly recommend it. It was an incredible event. It went super smoothly. I think all of the weird stream issues were fixed by like round 2. So you've got like 8 rounds or something like that of just incredible Elestrals gameplay, top tier, just incredible moments, really cool reveal. Dan revealed Aphrodite for the first time at that event, which is a really exciting thing to be able to have happen live. And the finals and semifinals were just incredible as well. Highly recommend going and checking those out.
Good stuff there. Unfortunately, was busy, so couldn't watch it all the way through. But what I did watch was super exciting. And I have to laugh at you calling out that Dan revealed Aphrodite live, because, yeah, that's not all he revealed, but the rest of it was not on stream.
Oh, yeah, that is very true. It looks like our little game is ready, though. So let's see what Silver Beanie, aka Jigsaw, has in store for us.
Silver Beanie Jigsaw. Oh, man. Oh, I don't know what to expect. We're about to find out, though.
What am I looking at?
So it's just a big hoax? It's just a black screen.
Yeah, it's actually... Get pranked, bro! Get pranked! There's nothing!
Man. All right, now
that
you're
would
just
be a really good bit.
Yeah, now we're just getting into big suspense here. All right, here we go. We got confirmation. Let's see what it is.
Okay.
Ah, who's got Elestral?
I wonder what it might be. Do you know what it is? I know what it is.
I'm pretty sure I know what it is. You know, it's not like I haven't known what this Elestral is for like over a year now.
I'm hearing in my ear that it's Astrabbit.
All right, you want to...
No. Count it down?
Yeah, count it down. You want to go?
All right. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Cactibro.
We're going to show it? Yeah!
Yeah!
Oh,
Yippee!
cool little
Yippee!
Elestral.
I love that little guy. One day someone will do something with it.
Or we might get a champ version at some point. I mean, we see all these champ versions that have been coming out with Firestorm.
That would be crazy.
And now live stream champ cactus.
Wait a minute. That would be so sick, actually. That would make me so happy. Get Kectibral into Kectibrum, like champion of. Oh, who's that Elestral?
Ooh, got a bit of a new one here.
Is this the? I think this is a Shattered Stars art that came out recently. I used to have it on my desk. I could just go pull it. It's over in a box over there.
I think you're right about that one.
Yeah, this is. I'm just gonna say it's. I believe this is Harpy from the Shattered Stars Water Month recently, specifically, right?
I think you're right.
I think this is the alt art of it.
Because the main artwork isn't posed quite.
Yeah. This art's so sick. I love.
Cool.
I love the like harsh lines on this. It's very contrasty. It's such a cool looking art.
I'm so glad that the whole artist collection motif from Kickstarter was carried over into Shattered Stars. It's been one of my favorites.
I love it. I love it. And the art has only gotten better over time. Like, I'm blown away at how good art continues to be in this game. They took some of the criticism in the early Kickstarter and they said, okay, bet. All right, we'll show you. And they said, boom, here's the greatest art ever. Zim Spectaris.
And it just keeps getting better and better. So I was like, all right, I got the sleeves, one for each element, and then one for just a fun deck. I'm good. And then we got more arc. I'm like, gosh darn it, I now need to go and buy more sleeves. But all right, we got our next one here.
I think this is tournament pack, like 2 or 3 Stellar Charcoon. Because it was a tournament pack, right? Oh no, it wasn't tournament pack. This is definitely Charcoon though, right?
Yeah, it's definitely Charcoon.
I'm trying to remember exactly what this art is because it's a Stellar art, I'm pretty sure.
That's what I was saying. So I think it would be tournament pack. I just don't remember if it was 1 or 2.
I don't think it was 1. Was it a main? It wasn't main set. Is this a Stellar Charcoon from the Stellar Flamemoth that is only in Divine packs?
Ooh, that's a good call out.
I feel like that might be it. No?
Or is it just Frost? Oh no, it is the Stellar.
It's Syracuse.
Oh, it's the Syracuse. TP1.
It was a tournament pack.
Oh, okay. We were half right.
I overcooked. Right. Look, they look identical.
I'm like pulling it up right now to convince myself I'm not crazy that they look so similar. Charcoon, Syracuse. Yeah, it's just a difference in color. That's a tricky one.
That's evil, actually.
Oh, do you want to know it's a special? Wait, no, it is. No, it is Charcoon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is Charcoon. Right. It is, yeah,
Oh,
TP1.
it was TP1 Charcoon. Okay.
So we were right about what it was, just not entirely where.
I was right the first time. I should have doubted myself. I knew it. I forgot that both were printed in TP1.
True. Oh.
Easy. Not even a question. Tadflow. Boom. Lock it in. Yeah. Yeah, and it's
Tadflow.
I actually had things like, do we have an alt art of this? Like, no, I don't think we have an alt Tadflow yet. I'm pretty sure that's the case because I remember looking for this for a BlueStacks deck and being like, the only printing I'm pretty sure is the original from Frostfall, and for some reason, I have like 3 of them total.
Jeez.
I opened a lot of Frostfall. Where's my Tadflows?
Right? I probably have way too many. We got another one to. Got another one?
Everyone's a jump scare. I'm like, we got a black screen and then all of a sudden it's boom.
Who's that Elestral?
Who is it? Oh.
Ooh.
I love Cypher.
Yep.
I love him. Is this the Dionysus one? I don't think that they're because like there's I can definitely see the grapes on its horns.
So yeah, it definitely is.
I think it's because we've seen 2 different arts for it, right? We've seen the Premier
and the
like top 16 or something like that for Kissimmee.
Oh no, it is Premier.
That one though, he's like trying to look up and eat, and I think that's this one. Yeah. He is. He's trying to eat the frame break of the foliage
That's so cool.
If you all haven't seen that art, go look it up. The Kissimmee, I think it's top 16, Cyprong. The frame break looks so good.
So good.
That card is so cool.
Just got called out for looking online. I was like looking up because I'm pretty sure the original Cyprong was a create a card. That's what I was looking up.
Oh, was it?
I'm pretty sure it was.
And now it's one of the best cards in the new set light stream coming out late September. Because I love that little guy. Honestly, I didn't even notice until now the little grapes on its horns. That's such a cool little touch.
Isn't it?
The fact that the champions all have their own little things, like Sluggle's got like a little beat up. Where's the scar? It's got like it's got like little scars on its mouth. I like that there's like little touches to show like it's not just Sluggle 2. It is the champion, and they got history. And that
it's our boy.
Do you know this exact? What's the exact printing of this? Tell me.
Oh, duh. We literally just saw it last round. So it's our boy Edward from this season's Premier Packs.
Yeah.
I love this artwork.
It's
the
such
Marble
a good
Friends
art.
looks
It's such a good art.
So good. The problem is there's so many good arts of Eddie, because then you also have that stellar full art from the Clash promo packs. Like, how am I supposed to choose which one to run in my deck?
Yeah, what I love about the full art one is it really is a jump scare. You put it down and it's literally like, ha!
Yep. So good.
We're seeing that art for the first time and just going, this might be one of the greatest arts we've seen in the entire history of this game. And then they made more better arts. There's no way.
Is there a bad Eddie art? Like, even the original,
no, there's
so amazing.
Yeah, the original is cute, especially when you get the little blue errors on them. Makes them look incredible.
Yep. All right, I think we got one more, if I'm reading the director notes correctly.
We got one more. First one to get it.
And I promise I closed the tab this time.
I'm locked in. I'm so focused up right now.
Just imagine Silver in the background, just like, ooh, how can I trip them up? Like, I need to
How
find
can I
something good.
be evil?
Just a shout out when we know.
Yeah.
So I always shout out on the count of 3.
Black square. Error card that was all black. Hydrake from Kickstarter. It's the promo.
Oh yes, it was the
It's the thanks for playing Elestrals.
That's what it says. I love that one. It's so cute.
It's so good. So good.
Oh,
I love this little guy. He's just like
so
Hold
cute.
on. My boy.
Drake. Oh,
I got my
unfortunately you guys can't see it, but it's all the way up there. I've got one too. It's so good. It's hang out.
He's all the way up on a shelf. I got my two boys right here. We're hanging out.
Nice.
The whole gang's hanging out in the background.
Oh man, yeah, I've got Hydra between the Voldusk and the Sundial plushie, purposely up there because my cats will attack those things. Like
that's valid. That's
valid.
valid.
Saw the Voldusk and was side eyeing that thing. I'm like, oh no. So good. But after that game, we're going to cut to a quick break, and then we'll be back with round 2. I'll be stepping out for that round. Kay will be stepping in for her first round, so she'll be able to join Caleb for some amazing commentary and also discuss her cards that she hopes to see, one of which we did already see. Fortunately, she missed it, but hopefully she'll be able to see it in later rounds. So stick around, and we'll be right back.
Good morning, casters, and a very early good morning to Kay, who's here with me. What's up, Kay?
Hey,
it's really early for you.
I know. Listen, you guys took the early shift. Huge thank you for that, by the way. However, absolutely devastated that I missed out on Bears. I cannot believe it. The one time that I'm not here and Bears pop off and there's a cryoscope. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Go Cryoscorch. Shout out to Elestriad Season 2.
It all roads lead back to Elestriad Season 2. It's crazy.
Yeah, all roads lead back to Elestriad Season 2.
Many people are saying this.
Yeah, well, it was incredible round one. Very excited for round two. To everyone at home, don't forget, if you're enjoying the stream, even if you're not, because I told you to, you should go like it on YouTube. And don't forget, we're also streaming over on Twitch currently. So subscribe, follow, interact in every single way possible. Hashtag #PlayElestrals on all of our social media platforms. Love seeing different interactions from the community. Go Cryoscore.
Go Cryoscore. Shout out Twitch. If you're hanging out over there, drop a kappa in the chat. Let's go. Twitch.tv/Elestrals.
W.
Oh my goodness. It's so early that, like, you know, when your eyes are watering in protest of the time, it is that. It might have been just the beauty of Bears popping off that's kind of like bringing a little glimmer to my eye. But we are here. I mean, hey, who could have thunk it? And speaking of this morning, we are here. This is sort of right off the back of our last premiere, but we do have a little bit of a break coming up. We're gonna have a bit of a gap, but we have our next premiere coming up in September, which is when we will be back here, September 13th. So be sure to get in the kitchen, start cooking now, and that will be your final opportunity to play some Elestrals, to cast Ask Rabbit before the Kissimmee Open, which is going to be at the beginning of October 3rd to 5th. I am so hyped. I don't know about you, but Kissimmee cannot come soon enough.
Yeah, make sure you go ahead and scan that QR code. Go to play.elestrals, and you gotta register for these events. They're incredible. And Kissimmee, you can go and still get tickets. There are still badges. You better be at Kissimmee. I'm gonna be there. I better see you there.
Listen, all of the girlies are hanging out in Kissimmee. We're all gonna meet up at the Babbling Brook by Kissimmee. It's gonna be so fun. Exactly. And you were just talking about that Cyprong art. Oh my gosh, the incredible prizing here, the Cyprong, that Locagon. I feel like there's some real contingencies going on that have gotten these two specific Elestrals to be these prize cards here. Many people have been speaking the good word of Locagon for a long time now, and oh my gosh, she's gorgeous.
Yeah, and I've been in all of the secret rooms talking about how good Cyprong is, and now Cyprong's actually good. Have you read Cyprong? This card's crazy.
You know what? Actually, this is the first time I'm realizing that I was so absolutely floored by the face card that was going on with that bleed to the side art. Yeah. Oh, Diva. She has text. Excuse me?
Hello, her text is down here. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, excuse me. Hey. But no idea. The first time hearing of this. Cards have text in this game?
They do, surprisingly. They're not just for looking at, they are for playing. And we're currently still prepping for our round 2. I believe round 1 has just finished, so we're waiting for our casters to get set up for round 2. But that Cyprong, I cannot wait to see more of what is coming in live stream. And from all the little social media posts from the Elestrals account and from Dan, it's I feel like we're starting to enter reveal season. I know that there was something that was kind of revealed at the last premiere, but not really, I guess. We had...
Listen, I need for that to be revealed, because I'm just saying my win of that last round of Who's That Elestral depends on whether or not it was a foamy champion of Aphrodite or foamy champion of Poseidon. And if it's foamy champion of Aphrodite, I'm just saying, PK, I know you're out there watching. That win was mine, okay?
Hold this!
DM, literally, yes. Expected DM immediately when that's revealed for sure, okay?
That's awesome. That is awesome. But we had Hibufin, champion of Aeolus, revealed officially on the Twitter account yesterday, because we had it like teased as a X4 and like the first effect, and then now seeing the entire thing, especially with the Findus showing off as well. We're boofing. That's all I'm saying. We're boofing.
I can't wait
we're dusting.
for casters to get boofing. I have been waiting for this for. Since I saw Hibufin for the first time. I remember I pulled it in Elestrals Season 2 and I said, is this good? Guys, play this, please? And Josh said, no.
I'm so sorry. I know.
No.
Somewhere out there, Peeps is absolutely losing it reading Hibufin for the first time. No way!
No way! Yeah, the Earth Wind dream is real, and I cannot wait. And speaking of these reveals kind of being teased or just straight up shown on social media, I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing many more in the weeks to come leading up to live stream. And hey, you know what? Maybe one or two today. We never know. We didn't know last time, and all of a sudden we got foamy champion of
whatever
it may be.
Hey, what if it's just foamy? What if there's no title?
Imagine it's just foamy, but she was like,
foamy again.
Let me do a little something special today.
Like, it's a toothpick changes everything.
Yeah.
I know there was a poll on Twitter, I'm trying to pull it up, about like, wonder what card should be revealed tomorrow. And there's 4 names on there. I don't know anything about this. What do you mean a card revealed today? I don't know, but you should stick around because apparently that might happen. And our producer will go, oh, by the way, here's a brand new card. Here's its effect text. And then I'll get up out of my chair and I'll scream, and it'll be a big epic reaction moment.
Yeah, listen, get that clipping button ready. It's going to be
on Twitch and YouTube.
Yes. And I'm just saying, last time it was revealed during a game of Who's That Elestral. This time, who knows? Maybe the same. You just want to make sure that you don't miss any of the action here today, because if I could give you a heads up, I would. I really would. However, as you said, we have our jigsaw behind the scenes being like, wanna reveal a card? And,
would you like to play a game? The cards in front of you, one of which is a brand new Elestrals card. The other 3 will instantly kill you.
Exactly. Which, by the way, can I just say, absolutely terrifying that all of a sudden it's like, hey, by the way, guess this completely new thing, and if you don't, you're fired. By the way, that is in our contracts.
That is true.
So
yeah, I was so scared that I guessed Charcoon wrong, and that it was actually Sirik. It was like, oh well, Dan is in my walls. He's found where I live.
Yes, absolutely. But speaking of new things, my Stellar Ass Rabbit was delivered.
We're just talking about this cutie over here.
Can we talk about what's happening behind me right now? Oh my gosh, I love her. She's so cute, and I just have to say, my first reaction, I took her out of the box and I went, she's so tiny. She's little. She's a skinny queen.
Hold her.
She's petite. I love her, and I was like, the place of honor right there, perching seemingly on my mic.
You got her on the mic, and you got Bulldusk on your shoulder. It's the
little angel and devil.
I was gonna say it's the angel and devil, except it's the angel and the angel because they are both angels.
Both angels, yes. They're whispering the answers to Who's That Elestral to me, which, by the way,
it's foamy, non-titled.
Yeah. Say champion of Aphrodite. Say champion of Aphrodite.
Say it.
I really hope that we can get in some more of those games. That, of course, depends on how the next rounds go, which I cannot wait. Round 2 coming up here. And I want to take a second to talk about, speaking of rounds, my predictions. You guys got to chat about it a little bit because I'm already at the point. As ever, I am a loyal guesser of Champion Majursa. Okay, that's my girl. That's my bear. But I have also predicted Ash Rabbit, and I said, please put the Stellar. Please put the Stellar art. This is my only request. Please. And I think that not only is Ash Rabbit just one of my favorite cards ever, and this specifically is one of my chase cards in ever of all time. But I think that with the way that we saw people building Fire last week, having the small Tuga, having the one of Kinleo now, I think that Ash Rabbit fits in there really well because you know what? You can say Ash Rabbit call Kinleo, Ash Rabbit call whatever you want to do. And I'm just saying, if Ash Rabbit is good, Ash Rabbit is better because it's just Ash Rabbit for cards that were good enough to have already used. Okay?
Honestly, you're kind of cooking there. You're kind of cooking. Look, you're onto something. You're onto something. I'm just saying.
Also, I have to respect the Poseidon's Fury shout. That was one of my predictions last week. I'm with you. I think it is so underrepresented. I mean, that's a board wipe.
Yep. It's crazy. It's crazy. So the great thing is that my secret third prediction, because it would have been if I could have changed last minute, Aviolith.
We actually did see her.
And you know what?
What?
I think we're gonna see Aviolith in our next round.
No way! Oh my goodness, we do have our next round. It's gonna be
no spoilers.
We're not gonna tell you what they're on. Do you not even want to say who it is?
No, let's let them get set up. We'll leave them in suspense. Or we're gonna jangle the keys. We're gonna jangle the keys. Say, ooh.
See, I hate that it works on me every time. I'm sorry. Were we doing something up here on? Oh, right. Okay. Premiere. Anyways.
Yeah.
Getting set up for round 2. Absolutely.
Yes. That's where we are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. What happened?
I cannot wait.
Where am I? This is the Ash Rabbit call out is great because for those that are unfamiliar, I'm from the Atlanta region and we have a whole group of players that are the Atlanta Ash Rabbits, and I so badly want to go find my jersey because we got jerseys with Ash Rabbit on. It's not the stellar one, but it is the stellar pose of it like running.
Cute.
It's so sick. It's so sick. It's peak. It's simply peak. And I think we might, knowing one of our players, see the Atlanta Ash Rabbit jersey as well.
Ooh, I would love to see that.
So,
I am so jealous of your local scene. The fact that it's like the Cards HQ and all of that with the events that you've done. I know that there was one beginning of this year, and then of course the store premiere. We are here in Vegas, working actively, blood, sweat, and tears going into it, trying to get our local scene set up, which actually, anyone not playing in the Vegas area, there is going to be an event today. Be sure to join the Nevada Elestrals Discord server. We have 2 locals going on now, Mondays and Saturdays. Okay, shout out Las Vegas. All
shout
right.
out, let's go. And to anybody at home that's looking to get into Elestrals and find a local scene, there is a store locator, and there's also a Discord for every state in America, and I believe also some non-American Discord servers as well for organizing your local communities. I'm an ambassador for the Elestrals Georgia community, and I know a handful of people that do stuff in like the Illinois, Chicago area, Pennsylvania. There's a lot of different communities out there, and there's no reason to not go ahead and get connected with the people around you. And potentially, if there are certain sections of different states that just don't have a store that's gotten in yet, and getting in there and getting connected with people that are nearby but not nearby enough to go to locals regularly helps you get started at a store that hasn't picked up the game already. And getting that is important. It takes a community to help build a community, and I'm pretty sure the Elestrals Discord has links to those different state Discords, so go check out there as well, because getting connected, there's nothing better. There's nothing better.
There are few things better than that. However, we have a bit of a preview of what's coming up, and there was just a cat on screen.
A shoebox. A shoebox right there.
Shoebox. There was shoebox on stream, and you know what? Between like the 2 gingers on screen where there's an orange cat, like what is this agenda? The aginger? Ooh, wait a minute. I'm just saying, like, Caleb was the Stellar Divine this month, which I did not manage to pull. Not bitter, not bitter. We do know, thanks to someone who did the Shattered Stars reveals for next month, that Demeter is the Divine. We haven't seen that Stellar, but I know she's lurking.
She's got to be somewhere.
She's
They just modeled her after you. So we got 2 Stellar Divines right here.
Here.
That tells you that this stream is the highest quality possible. They got the greats right here.
Mm-hmm. And of course we have Eagle standing by. I can't wait. Eagle's just one of my favorite people to sit and chat with. Mm-hmm. And you know what, Caleb? So are you.
Oh, you're stop. Oh my god. Stop. You're one of my favorite people to chat with.
Oh my goodness. It's almost irrelevant that we're doing a stream today, but not totally, because we are getting ready for round 2 and this is going to be so much fun. I cannot wait.
I'm really looking forward to this. Both of our players are 1-0. They both won their first round. And what's really interesting is I've got more behind the scenes information, being that, you know, one of the people is like one of my best friends. This is the second Atlanta Ask Rabbit versus Chicago Eddies game of the day. It's the second time that we've had these 2 communities match up. And it's because
I had a nickel.
We got Julian versus Dweebish, and Julian has played versus 2 different Chicago Eddies so far.
Okay, apparently there is an Atlanta and Chicago feud going on that I didn't know about.
Yeah, one of the cool things about the local communities is that they've tried to set up. Not only have there been like these teams that people just form naturally, they're trying to set up like little like competitions just to have like fun, regular inter-community games to get to know each other. And so Chicago Eddies and Atlanta Astros, I think, is just naturally formed, being that we're 2 of the larger teams. But there are ones out there, I believe, in like Philadelphia and further on like the West Coast that have formed. And
let's go.
They've been trying to get a little league going.
Hey, you know what? We are trying out here. Okay? We're just in the desert. We're just warm. Okay. We're working on it.
And when the Las Vegas Cactibrums starts, it'll be great.
See, you say that actually in the first iteration of our Discord server, that was one of the mascots that was discussed. So
look, I'm a great shot caller. What could I say?
Yeah, the other one was Blistrix. Let's go gambling. Las Vegas, baby.
Let's go gambling. Let's go gambling.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of, we are getting ready to get into round 2. It is going to be Dweebish versus Julian today. Ooh! And they have brought some spice.
Yeah, very, very exciting. I believe Julian is going first. Looks like Dweebish is considering a mulligan here. And that is 2 Frost. Are we going to see yet another bear matchup here? Is this Frost aggro? Is this Blistrix?
Please,
I know
please.
the Eddies are known for playing Blistrix. Top Blistrix player 6 is a Chicago Eddy.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be surprised for Dweebish to be on some sort of Blistrix variant here.
I know that a caster hates to be sitting across the table from a Blistrix, but as a commentator, I love watching Blistrix matches. They are so fun. Like, are they going to hit it? Are they going to hit it? Let's go! Nothing like the serotonin boost.
Looks like Julian expecting to draw here, going first. The Dallas Flurmine hitting the Underworld. Gorgeous set 2.
It's looking very... A little chilly in here today.
They said stay frosty, and they took it a little too seriously.
Yeah. Although I see that set 2, and you shouted out, we might see Aviolette.
Oh, and there's Bravolinx, the champion, going to go ahead and search either Blizzard or Mountains of Boreas, unless Julian decides to Gorgons. We're going to PTA here. I think that makes sense.
All right. Especially under that mountains, if that's what we go in and grab. This Brummelinx has been an absolute menace in the Firestorm format.
Yep, pretty large. We're getting the Blizzard.
Oh, okay.
I kind of like that as a heads-up play, dealing with Julian's one other set. It's likely that Julian only has like max a other counter rune in hand. This is a hand they kept. Or maybe if they expended a draw, it's mostly rune.
Okay, and you know, if you're looking at that Brumlinks and saying, I know it's going down to PTA regardless, no need to invest in the stadium right now, but having that advantage of, like you said, possibly being able to get rid of that one other set rune could be huge. Although we passed without using it, so might be saving that for a push later on if we see kind of like a big combo going on.
And there's that Champion of Aeolus Sorlet hitting the board.
Ooh.
Which is usually something you want to play like reactively, not proactively, but just developing an Elestral here, I think, is perfectly fine.
I mean, without going in and grabbing that stadium against Frost, that 4 stat line is pretty good and could just be a nice wall to put up, saying either crash into this or find a way to defeat it. And especially if we have, I don't know, a set Argo or something that will allow the Sorlet to knock out whatever chooses to attack into it, we could get that effect off regardless.
And there's a second champion Rummelings hitting the board. And now, this is probably why we search Blizzards. We just can go ahead and search out. Okay, is that a second
Another
PTA?
PTA.
A second PTA has hit Rummelings.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Let's see if we're going to go in and search out the Mountains of Boreas this time. And no!
Another. Are we playing Chivalror? Is that what this is?
It's getting blizzy in here. Whatever's happening.
I have not. The new Chivalror interacts with Blizzard by letting you pop an Elestral if you cast Blizzard. So I wonder if Dweebish is playing a little spicy list here that is kind of having like an aggro, almost Krakatuga-like thing, where Krakatuga, when you cast Eruption, pops an Elestral, and so maybe they're doing something similar here, but with Chivalror.
I mean, we haven't. After what we've seen from this list so far, it doesn't look very Blizz-Trixy, so there might be another tricks up Dweebish's sleeve here, and that would be really cool to see if it was that Chivalror. And that PTA.
My third prediction has come to pass. We have Aviolith hitting the board.
Hey, we were just talking about it.
4/6, draw 2, swing for 3 damage this turn is incredible. Set 2!
Whoa!
Oh, this is a massive swing turn.
Hurricane's not real. Gloombat's not real. It's fine.
Yeah, what is Dweebish going to use? 2 Blizzards? And the 3 damage connecting to face. Wow. Wow.
Side note, I really wish Gloombat was real. I know I've been saying this for months, but someone please play it, right? Like if Hurricane's good, Gloombat's good. I'm just saying.
Yeah, for sure, right?
Sure. For sure, it's fine.
Yeah, this is how Night Venom can still win.
Hey, it's all part of the plot, okay?
Exactly. It's part of the script.
Mm-hmm. Dweebish looking at this hand saying, well, I've got 2 Blizzards, and Lord knows what else.
Hurricane would go crazy here. Julian playing into it, saying there's no way you're playing Hurricane and all these Blizzards. Looks like the Mountains of Braze can hit the board. Okay,
so we had that in hand regardless of the Brummelink searches.
Probably why we searched double Blizzard, frankly.
It's making a lot of sense. However, with that Mountains of Boreas, Aviolith, while it is great, only has 4 attack. So that is something that a lot of things that Dweebish has, presumably in this list, could deal with. And here comes the Blizzard!
So Dweebish wanting to go for something big here.
Blizzard animation. We love to see animations that we don't see. There was a while at the end of Moonrise format where I was like, okay, everyone, our new goal is no longer to win these premieres. The new goal is to just see how many animations we can find. And
another Blizzard.
Hey, you know what? You said, what are you going to do? Use both of those Blizzards? And Dweebish said, you know what? Wait a minute. Let them cook.
Monsoon of Eurus is getting hit here too.
Ooh, Monsoon. Okay.
3rd Blizzard. We go -7 on the turn to clear back row. And people said Hurricane was expensive. Narpoon?
Ooh, Narpoon. Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. Is that properly enchanted? Or is that
I
are we
think
taking
put a
advantage
frost
of
under it.
Okay, so we're taking advantage of that Mountains of Boreas, which means that Narpoon is able to hit over both of these Elestrals on the field. However, what is this set card?
It's a Shield of Achilles.
Okay, there goes. Oh, poor Narpoon. Okay.
And just like that, Julian is going to be up massively. He can put Dweebish to 2 this next turn. I know that he's playing Island of Aeolia, which can out the Mountains of Boreas in a second amulet! No way!
Okay, we're drawing 2.
I'm speechless. I got up out of my chair.
I mean,
He did this to me at locals this week.
No way. Okay.
Gorgon's Gaze?
All right, Gorgon's Gaze on the effect of the Aviolith. We're not drawing 2, but we did get a 2-drop out, which is
Yeah, so like it's still Spirit.
that has to be
identical.
Tsunami, right? If we are
The way Dweebish picked up the Spirit deck does not indicate to me that that's a Tsunami.
there's nothing else that does
going
it
to 1.
here.
Praying that your opponent can out a 5 stat, I guess, is probably what Dweebish is going for here. Or there's an Ambro in hand to pay off of Mountains or
Yeah.
something like that.
We could have the Ambro. I mean, you could always top deck it. Hey, never concede until you know what your top deck is, Clash. All right?
It's true. That
okay.
is true.
Uh,
Really got to consider which of our spirits we're expending here. Really, we're picking what we want to keep. That's the big thing. I think we just dumped all of the frost in one wind. We were holding on to a wind, which is interesting. I don't know what that would have been for.
yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it's
Curious.
if the Island of Aeolia does drop, then being able to.
And the Frost Narpoon comes back out.
Okay, hey. It does hit over everything on this board.
Yeah, and I think that Julian sees this and says, yeah, go for it, big dog. Oh,
Okay,
we're hitting over the Sorlet.
interesting. Yeah, Island of Aeolia would be devastating here. I mean, that would just be.
It's game if it's Island of Aeolia.
That would be all she wrote.
We got something here. Are we ascending Pantera? Tell me we're sending Pantera. We're sending Chrysler. Okay.
He said, listen, the 2-drop pig is getting out one way or another. That does, however, hit over the Narpoon.
Yeah, and that's game. All right.
Okay.
That was an insane game 1. I'm speechless. That was crazy.
Double Aviolith. I cannot believe that the winds are whipping up and Aviolith stocks against all odds are so up right now.
People aren't playing around Hurricane anymore because it's at 1. And so Julian saw that and went, well, what if I summoned a 2-drop that drew me 2 or 3? Like that. People saw Aviolith and they're like, it's not good. No one's playing into it because no one's playing into Hurricane. People are now actively playing into Hurricane because it's at 1.
Mm-hmm.
And so Aviolith becomes incredibly good. It is a ridiculously strong card, especially Julian now knows that Dweebish is on Mountains of Boreas. So the Island of Aeolias that aren't in main are coming into main. We're maxing on those.
Absolutely. Especially with that 4 stat line for the Aviolith. And that being so critical because with the 2 spirits underneath, as soon as you drop the Island of Aeolia, that's a threat.
That is large. That's really large. That's a big card.
Really, really cool meta call from Julian on this. And it's been fun to see how things have developed with the new ban list and seeing how our casters are saying, okay, like last week, suddenly the rise in Smaltuga coming back because of the limiting of Kinleo. Because if you can just search it, then that means, is it really limited to 1? Is it? Technically it's at 4 if you
it's the second one that gets you is the main thing, right? It's the second one that gets you.
Hey, it was the 3rd Viserys, it's the 2nd Kinleo.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's why we now have 3 Viserys again.
Yeah, that's why they are letting people do crimes again, actually.
Crime is now legal, if you think about it.
In the world of Elestrals. And for Dweebish, we didn't get to see too much of the tech there. It seems to be kind of a standard Frost list We saw those blizzards. The Shiveror shout is interesting. That would be really cool to see, but we did see those 2 blizzard activations and no Shiveror.
Yeah, we didn't have an Elestral on board in the first place, I believe. I wonder if Dweebish was kind of just trying to make a last-ditch effort push to try and push through that board. And just unfortunately, every single back row from Julian was live, and every single back row dealt with what Dweebish was doing.
Yeah.
Because even if the Mountain of Eurus had stayed up, the Mountains of Boreas would have been suppressed, thus meaning that the crash would have happened, and Dweebish still goes down massively. So every single back row there was live in that moment, and that is just very, very tough for Dweebish here. They're gonna need something big here. I think we're gonna need to see their engines be a little bit more online. Drawing 2 Brummelinks Mountains of Boreas in your first 2 or 3 turns is, I think, rough. Like, it's not really what you want to see, probably.
No.
I imagine there's other cards that they'd rather be drawing in combination as opposed to drawing the searcher and the thing you search. Never feels great to have that happen.
Although if we get into a situation where we're playing Stadium Wars, if those Islands of Aeolia get sided in, then hey, whoever gets that last stadium up does have huge advantage here. And we are getting ready to go into game 2. I imagine Dweebish is going to be going first here. And I'm really hoping that we can see a little bit more of Dweebish's list. We have some intel that there may be some hidden spice, some little fun techs in their list here. So we'll see.
Yeah, I would expect something interesting to be in here if we're playing 2 Blizzard. 2 Blizzard is far from standard, I think, in Frost at this point. Playing 1 is iffy as is. I don't think everyone is playing even 1 Blizzard. I'm of the opinion that you should be playing it, but I don't think it's been something that people are on. So I feel like it's got to be something like the new Shiveror, but an expended draw to Dweebish is probably going to end this turn.
Okay. We do have the set 1, maybe set, nope, just the 1, which, fair enough. And Julian going to be coming out here. Unfortunately, I think that a lot of Dweebish's hopes last game lied in, if I can get rid of your cards, I can hope that you just don't draw more. But with Julian being able to get so much advantage with the Aviolith and everything, I think that that's not a hope that we can bank on in this game. We already see that Sorlet coming out, the champion Sorlet.
And it just swings 1 for free. No sets is really interesting from Julian.
Okay.
You would expect something in the back row, but
I mean, Brummelinks plus Stadium gets rid of the Sorlet here. Narpoon apparently misenchanted with Frost, which is just what we're doing now. That does it. And we see a properly enchanted whale coming out. That's the Champ Galaxy. Gonna be swinging over Sorlet.
And now it's up to Dweebish to try and protect it with the singular back row. One of the things about the Aviolith that's so cool is that when people see it, they stop playing into it. And so now you side into things like Tornado. And that is absolutely killer. And there is Sorlet from the Artist Collection, I believe.
Regular, non-champion Sorlet and Water Enchanted. Man, some things are just classic. And Water Pig is one of those things.
I absolutely adore Water Pig. It is such a funny little thing that has just stuck around for so long. It's just the better utility version of Necruff, and it looks like the back row is not going to get used. This Galaxy is going down for the count.
Okay.
And there's the collection from hand!
No way! Okay, and hey, you know what? Sorlet is Sorlet. A lot of people are saying.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to be the champion Sorlet.
It's just a Sorlet destroys an Elestral. You can special cast or special ascend into Chrysor and swing for 2. And I think Julian now, driver's seat, hand on the gear shift, foot on the pedal. This is tough for Dweebish now, especially with the Galaxy already used to out a much much lower priority card than a 7/3 Water Enchanted.
Yeah, with the new Chrysor ruling, we have to ascend it with the wind, but because that Sorlet was already Water Enchanted, Now we have a tsunami immune Chrysaor.
That is what I really like about the way that effect now works. The ability to just go ahead and say, well, I got a water Swordlet, but it's already in hand. I don't need to search it. I couldn't search it with the Swordlet anyway. And Dweebish, I'm trying to see what that Elestral is. It is Cryoling. That is the Shattered Stars Cryoling. The Shattered Stars that had 2 in it. And it looks like we're counting out the Frost. Does this pop? We have 5 spirits in Underworld. I don't know if all of them were Frost, though. And there's the Mountains of Boreas. Now Cryoling will trigger.
Okay. Have to just get to that stat line. And with that Mountains, it did. So we are now... Hey, look. Gonna be activating that effect. Is this Cryovern coming from hand?
I hope not. That would be absolutely tragic if it's coming from hand.
Okay, here we go. Listen, Dweebish reached for the hand, and I said, "Oh no!"
Oh no!
There it is, the Cryovern, which with that stadium up again, these stadium wars are huge, and that is going to be able to hit over this Chrysaor. However, a poison-tipped arrow activating from Julian's side, that no longer does it.
Yeah, I think Julian saw the Cryoling come down and was like, ooh, I don't really like that. And then was like, wait a minute, I just have the out. And so this Cryovern is now a 6 stat. And unless we can magically get 2 more Frost under it, or we have like Zeus in hand or something, which I don't believe we ever saw Thunder out of Dweebish, this is probably a pass. And yep, that is reaching for the Spirit Deck to expend 2, confirm that this Cryovern is going to the Underworld. And Julian just has had everything he needs, it feels like.
Yeah, Julian has been thoroughly in control this entire game. And going back over, unfortunately, that Cryovern was kind of a Hail Mary, a bit of a, I'm putting all my hopes on this, but with the perfect answer from Julian, and Dweebish really not wanting to play around the Aviolith, I feel like that's got to be maybe Tsunami set since it wasn't activated last time.
There is a world where it was like, it could be something like a shield. It probably wouldn't be a shield. It could have been something like a Gorgon's Gaze, and it just wasn't valuable enough to try and keep that galaxy around.
Sure.
Looks like Julian is expecting to draw here, though.
Well, I mean, you might as well. You've got all the advantage in the world. Might as well beef up that hand a little bit. And we are going to be swinging for 2 damage into Dweebish, who is just going to take it, spending a Frost and a Water there. But hey, Cryovern is still live. It is still a threat. We have the 1 back row from Julian set here. If it's another PTA, I'll cry for Dweebish.
Yeah, Julian has seen a lot of PTAs across these 2 games now. And there's an Ambro trying to recuperate some of these spirits, going up to 12 here.
Well, with this current spirit deficit, I mean, this could turn around in 1 turn if that back row from Julian isn't live. However, I'm tempted to say it probably is.
Most likely. That's double water coming out of Dweebish. I feel like Galaxy might be in hand.
Galaxy would be good here, and we know that he's on it.
We've seen it before. Are we seeing it again? We are in Frostixing.
Oh!
And that is going to be an expensive Cryoling.
Yeah. However, that might be able to get us 2 things on the board here, which might get us back in the game. This is definitely a big, expensive, risky play. But here comes that Cryovern. Once again, not from hand. Okay. Phew.
Wipe the sweat from the brow. Oh. And Stellar from Tournament Pack 1 Cryovern. I love this one. It is so nice looking.
Interesting that wasn't the first one grabbed. If it were me, I'd be like, let me flex real quick. Let me grab the...
that's the mind games. That's the mind game.
We still are just rocking with this singular back row. It would be interesting to know from Julian if he simply sides out the Aviolith after game 1 and being able to be like, do it, I dare you.
And we're just swinging and it connects.
Okay, so we didn't have a normal cast for this turn.
Or maybe Dweebish just forgot. Me when I forgore.
Hey.
It happens
Real.
to the best of us.
Real and relatable. No way!
This better be a Gorgons, or this Cryovert is
Show me
donezo.
Gorgons. Show me Gorgons. Okay, there we see.
We're disenchanting.
There's the effect to explode. No!
It is a Gorgon's gaze. All right.
Caleb. That was so good.
Thank you. Oh my god.
I thought for sure it had to be Tsunami, but no, you're right. It was just holding on for that Gorgons until the right moment. And this was absolutely the right moment because that would have been devastating.
Yeah, that would have been very, very bad there. So we know this back row from Julian is, I'm going to guess it's like a Monsoon of Eurus. Here comes the Brummelinks, though.
Okay, we have another Champ Brummelinks going in and getting. Okay, it is the Blizzard. Gonna be saying, I actually don't want to let you have any back row. I think that's dangerous.
Playing this Blizzard, though, would be very costly here, putting ourselves to 3 spirits. I wonder if Dweebish bluff sets it. Oh, we're just not setting at all. We're swinging 3, though.
So no back row at this point. And Julian is just going to take these 3 spirits and damage.
And this is where second Boombat goes crazy.
I like all of the friends that Julian has on this playmat here.
Yeah, all
and
the
then
little
every now and then we're like,
pins.
oh, look at our little buddies cheering them on.
Yeah,
Okay.
usually he's playing on that Barrow Bog mat, but sometimes he pulls out this is a nice cloth mat with all those pins and Julian up a
do we know
lot of
now
spirit.
that it actually all along was the Barra boss?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
He's been there are Barra boss everywhere for those with eyes to
Yeah,
see
well, yeah,
and
and ears to
insight
listen.
into live stream apparently.
And there's the island of Aeolia.
Okay, here are those stadium wars that we discussed.
Ambrosia.
All right, Julian says I'm not out of this yet.
A Champ Sorlet would be badonkers here. That is, I think, a game if that happened.
That is, I believe, a scientific term.
It is.
Meant to imply something wild, wacky, and
silly.
really good.
Hydra!
No way!
Yes!
What? And it's the Stellar Premier Hydric, my
Oh
baby
my
boy,
God.
my little blue-tongued angel. We're crashing into things. We're
Oh
going
my
to be
God. This is a board clear and a swing for 3.
Norway. Okay. Oh
What's-
my
what?
goodness.
Oh yeah, we're just going. Or
Oh.
it's not a swing for 3. It's just a swing for 1 here.
Yep. There goes.
Oh no, sorry, it's a swing for 2. Yeah, because this does crash. My math got all messed up.
Listen,
There we go.
We saw that top 16 Stellar Hydric and all thoughts left us.
Yeah. My brain turned off. We've gone down very low in spirits here, but this is a lot this turn. This is a lot this turn.
And this Pantera is water enchanted, so not a lot of stuff can deal with this, especially with only 3 spirits left for Dweebish. Oh my goodness! I was really hoping. We do know that there's some spice somewhere in Dweebish's list. Maybe this is the time for it to happen.
This is when Dweebish would need it. He needs some spice right now. That is a second set back row. I don't think either of those are doing anything. Because Gorgons saves you a spirit. Shield cannot be activated at this point unless we have Ambrosia. PTA is too late.
Show me Ambrosia.
Defense position Spectaris, baby!
No way! Okay.
Just trying to make it another turn. Julian's got a normal cast here for sure.
This is Aviolith. I'm gonna.
And there's the Hydrake.
Nope, it's another Hydrake. Okay.
Playing Elestrals. Julian says to Dweebish. And Hydrake is gonna swing in. It is not water enchanted.
No.
Dweebish, I feel like Dweebish is doing I probably should just concede from this position. Like, if they shield this, they lose the game. If they don't interact with it, they lose the game. Tsunami gives them a turn to draw Ambro.
Yeah, but even with Ambro, I mean, what are we doing? I guess if there's
Shield? Okay. And then swing over and the fist bump is extended.
Okay.
Julian winning 2-0 with the Stellar Pantera line. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
An incredible set. And it's unfortunate we never saw the Dweebish Spice because I don't want to spoil it. Maybe Dweebish wants it to be kept secret, but
yeah, I don't know if we can say this because Dweebish
knowledge.
absolutely has a whole day ahead of him here, and that one could be a real jump scare. I'm just saying.
Yeah. That I love jump scares. I love them so much. But a really solid set there. I've got one of those like ergonomic footrests, and when the Hydrake hit the board, it flipped because of how hard I got out of my chair. It legitimately flipped upside down.
I mean, every premiere, I end up saying it at some point, but wind is crazy. It's one of those elements. It just has everything. It has so many different options. It's a little toolbox element, and this was a wind list like I've never seen. That Aviolith was really cool, and we did not see her come back. Okay, so you might have been right about Intimidate on game one, and then put in. I mean, hey, we could literally side into the Hydrake stuff. Who knows? It could be. Who knows?
Maybe you're right. No, you're right. Maybe it's sided. Who knows? Who's to say? We put the Stellar Pantera in the side, actually.
I mean, listen.
That's big brain. I wouldn't think of that, honestly.
I don't think that anyone who's doing well in this tournament would have thought of that either. But it is an idea. I'm just saying.
Well, see, that's what you bring to the table. Is you bring these divergent ideas that no one's expecting, and honestly, it works. Because look, Julian with Pantera in the side for sure just made it 2-0. And Kay continues to be just the GOAT.
Yeah,
that's true.
Listen, I think what's more likely is that Boombat was in the side there.
Now that I can definitely agree with.
Incredibly. But listen, I said it before, I'll say it again. If Hurricane is good, Gloombat is good. Okay? Come on, guys. Come on. If Boombat is good, Gloombat is good. If Gloombat Champion is good, Gloombat is good. Okay, she has been disrespected for too long, and I will not let it stand. And all right, round 2, GG's to Julian, who I played absolutely out of his mind. And hey, Dweebish, round 2, there's still plenty of time to come back from that. And based on the spice that we have in that list, I really hope that we see more from him.
Yeah, losing early in a tournament is always rough because it sets your tiebreakers up in a really awkward position. However, if you're gonna lose early, losing to Julian, a premier winner, or losing like in round 1 Cindershade to Swolox, a premier winner, multiple premier winner, I think it's hard to pick better people to lose to early in terms of making sure your tiebreakers are at least a little bit better. And at least, we've said earlier in stream, you're still competing for those qualifying points for Worlds. So you're trying to make it to top 32, trying to make it to top 16. It's worth playing out because there's still prizing, there's still points on the line. And again, losing early, it's tough. But you reset your mental, you lock in, and you cast Chivalror, whatever the spice is in that deck. Because God, I want to know.
I want to know, and I also want to know if it happened round 1. Because we know that both of our casters came into round 2 with a win under their belt. So, but these are 2 casters that we could very well see again, and We have had, I mean, between, like you said, Swolax round 1, Julian round 2, we've had powerhouse casters already coming out and establishing themselves as threats early on. And I can't wait to see. I mean, I can't wait to see more bears. If that's that's the real end of that sentence, if we're being honest. But there are many things that I can't wait to see here.
Yeah, Julian and Swolax, both people that are no names in terms of topping members of the community. However, I think Dweebish and Cindershade are both, names that you recognize. They're people that are usually on the bubble. I'm not familiar with how many tops each might have, but I know that those are names that I recognize and know that they're people that are on the fringes. These are not players to scoff at. These are matches that could have potentially been top cut matches. And so it's like they're tough matchups to have early. But you hate to see incredible players play each other early, because it just means that it's less likely you're going to see them again later when the stakes are even higher, because you're winning it. You're at that point where you're on the bubble.
The friendly fire is always prevalent. You're always, for some reason, every time that I play in any event ever, round 2, I have to play Bean Soldier every single time. It's my curse, and like it's fine. It's fine.
Whatever. I just have to play against one of the best players of all time with the most amount of rings.
No, it's chill. It's chill. It's really okay.
It's so chill. It's actually it's so chill. It's like a fleur mine. I'm actually chill like a fleur mine.
No way, he's got the
when I sit across.
No way.
This is me when I sit across from Drosh Bean Soldier round 2. Is that resolved? Are you sure? ETA, your only normal cast in hand.
Yeah, when you hurricane me, this is who you're hurricaning.
When you no. That's this. When you hurricane me, this is who you're hurricaning.
That's true. One thing that I would love to see here today, speaking of wind and all of the different things that it can do, and the really genuinely mean things that you can do to other casters, I would love to see Hermes trickery stuff, because my gosh, having that is one that I have sat across from, and it was like, I'm a single mother of 2 dogs. Like, are you doing this to me now? Dude,
I have a family to feed.
Literally, I have to go home to them later and face them. Oh my goodness. And there's so much wind tech, and I know that there was a little bit that people were talking about. Ooh, Hermes trickery is crazy. I know that was one of your first predictions in the Firestorm meta, and we've never seen it on stream, at least, really pop off, and I would love to.
Yeah, Hermes is one of those decks I think is just like missing a little bit. It's right at the fringes. It's just missing that little last bit of consistency or like healing power to push it over the edge, because high performing players have gone to events like PNM's Poison Nectar Monthly and done well. I believe Josh went like undefeated in Swiss with like a carry off Hermes deck, if I'm not mistaken. And like, admittedly, the PNMs are nowhere near the prestige of a Premier, because there's a lot less on the line. But this is definitely like a place where competitive players go. They bring decks that they're testing out, or decks that they're theorying, or decks that they're just kind of pet decking and they just want to play and have fun with. And so it clearly can do some stuff, bare minimum. It is strong. It's just, can it tough it out for an entire day of Swiss? That is where I think the wheels start to fall off. And so missing a little bit of piece of consistency, or a piece of just push, ways to get to trickery, that type of thing. Just not having access to the really good pieces of the deck, or just having one good power play in like the Spinous deck combo is not enough a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those lists that people maybe just need to keep up with in the kitchen. Maybe Livestream comes out and a few new pieces are added. I feel like there are a few different lists that we've seen over time that they start out and it's like you said, they're good, but they're just not quite consistent enough, or they don't quite have all of the pieces that they need to be able to consistently perform over however many rounds they need to have any sort of like wins under their belt. But new sets are coming out, new cards are coming out. Who
Yep.
knows? It's always fun to see people go back to old cards and say, wait a minute, this is insane now. This is actually broken because
This is kind of crazy.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. And, you know, I'm hoping that the Hermes Trickery stuff can be one of those because it is genuinely such a hurtful deck. It did hurt my feelings, but it's really cool to see when it's not happening to you.
One of I think the worst games of Elestrals I've ever played. Worst meaning just like I was never winning that game. I played versus Julian really early in Firestorm when he was trying a lot of Hermes stuff, and I'm pretty sure he did Spinosect combo with the Trickery set. And so I normal cast, he Trickeries into Spinosect, bounces my Elestral. Next turn, sets Trickery, hits me for 3. I normal cast, he Trickeries into Spinosect, bounces my Elestral. Next turn, hits me for 4. Drew the 3rd Trickery off the top. Did it again. I was like, I concede. You have hit me for like 9 or something across 3 turns. Not a single normal cast of mine has stuck. Like I concede. You got it, dude. You're better than me. Okay, you're better than me.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I can't blame you.
It's like when it happens, it's crazy. It's just it's hard. It's the same thing with like I think that Fury. Like this is a really strong card, but without consistent access to it, and also consistent access to Poseidon, because the only way we have to search is lucky. Like it's just a lot. It's hard to get the pieces working together well because you have to just hard draw them, and that's difficult in Elestrals currently. So if we ever get a searcher for Poseidon or Fury, or ways to sculpt hands better in water for this stuff, like these will be really strong. But right now it's like they just same thing with Trickery. It's the same thing. I think like Hestia's Hearth is a card a lot of people have slept on, but until there's ways to search and trigger it more meaningfully and more ways to like really do big stuff with like Hestia stuff, they don't have enough push currently. But I feel like Livestream's gotta have some pushes somewhere in it.
It's gotta. Hey, you know, both of us are rooting for our redheaded divine girly. We're ready for her to be good. Speaking of predictions that are kind of like, if I got an extra prediction, they wouldn't let me do this, but I wanted to say Demeter. I think that while, yes, that is a card that we've seen so much lately, she has really fallen off and we have not seen her played. We aren't seeing people just doing Earth and aren't playing outside of like, oh, Viscerous package is good to throw into something. But I do think that after last tournament, we saw a couple Demeters popping up, and I am rooting for my girl to make a big comeback. We already know that she is, I mean, with Livestream, hey, she's getting a purple-haired friend in the Earth Pantheon. Okay, we're getting Dionysus. There's no better combo than a purple-head friend and a redhead. All right. That's true. Many people have said this.
Many people have said this.
And hey, I'm rooting for Earth to come back to her former glory. I think that it could really happen.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing more of what Dionysus has to bring to the table, because like you said, it feels like Earth really has kind of just fallen into the background a little bit. Thunder, Zeus was always the better divine, unfortunately. Earth had the better cards overall, but if you had to pick one, Zeus was just like a better quality card, which was sad because I think that Demeter is a little bit more interesting. The Earth stuff has just always been really cool. We just haven't really gotten a lot of Earth support for a couple of sets now. Earth has just been working off of base set stuff fundamentally, plus like Mudlet, I guess, at some point.
We love you, Mudlet.
So like getting the new Cyprong, and then hopefully we'll get more stuff alongside the Dionysus stuff. There's a lot of really cool stuff yet to be seen. I think that I'm excited to hopefully start to hear more about it, because we're coming up on the end of September here.
Yeah, I hope that soon we start finding out a little bit more about Dionysus and the Dazed and all of the new effects and everything. We've seen Charged talk about all these new terms flying around that we don't really know anything yet.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to find out what these things mean.
Yeah, and we were told that there was a new sundial coming.
Yeah, and
what does he
Sundial.
do? It's like, has that been revealed yet? I don't actually know because what does he do? That's my boy.
Mhm. Hey, you know what?
Oh, we know what he does. Okay, my bad.
Oh, okay. Well,
Kay revealed him. You know what he does. It's just like I got too much going on to remember just what a sundial.
Listen, I remember the Sundial reveal. I remember when I was reading through the script and I saw, and Sundial, my boy, let's go. And hey, he's gonna do great things.
Do. Oh, Sundial's gonna be crazy. I'm so excited to play Sundial with the the Champion of Apollo Glimbat. You just Glimbat, search your stadium, and then you go, boom, Sundial's a 5, skip your draw phase. And like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Hey, I cannot wait to see the crimes that our casters are going to commit with live stream.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of them. Have you read the new pasta views?
Yes. Yes, I did. Which I'm just saying, special cast a Gloombat. That's just listen, special cast a Gloombat. You're already on the way to being able to cast down a posture move.
And then you go second Gloombat.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, but hear me out. 4-card hand, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Artemis.
Talk to me. Paint me a picture.
Champ, Spectaris, Champ of Artemis, Spectaris, Champ of Artemis, Spectaris, Pasta views. Boom.
Ooh, and you know who isn't getting enough respect and who I thought we would see a lot more from is Comalis. And that's another Elestral that, listen, if you don't have enough spirits under an Elestral to ascend it into a 3-drop, just Nexus them to it, okay?
And you know what Comalis can search? Pasta mute. It can search the new pasta views.
Okay, I think we're cooking.
We get a little devious around here.
Listen, we're really cooking. I think it's Lunar's time, and I think it's Earth's time. Theoretically, water is a part of live stream, the stream part of it.
Just hypothetically, like, we've seen some parts of it, but like, I don't know.
Yeah, Aphrodite's out there somewhere. Does she have Champion of Aphrodite Foamy, or is that Poseidon's? Time will tell.
That's a really good question. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
I would love to know. Someone knows. Because I need to know if I won, who's that Elestral? I'm not
Dad,
over it.
Just tell me, I need to know!
Listen, I don't even have to tell other people. I just need to tell PK.
I just need to tell PK that I'm better than him. That's all that matters.
That's all, okay?
That's all that matters.
I am hoping, speaking of, that we have the opportunity to play more Who's That Elestral today. Although I think that, like, to those of you watching at home, both Eagle and Caleb are insane people to have to go against in this specific kind of game. They know things that I haven't even considered thinking about, knowing. And
the moment that both Eagle and I were like, is that Shattered Star's alt art Harpy from the most recent set? I was like, yeah, we're cooked. We know too much about this game.
they know too much. I'm just a girl.
I just like to play the Westrals. I like to plushie, and I like to go, ooh, that was big play.
Have I told you about my stellar Astra?
She's small.
She's very tiny. She
fits in the palm of your hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she has a place of honor in my background, and I will continue to talk about her because...
As you should. She's so cute. I can't wait for mine to come with a veil. She's adorable.
I don't know if there's still any left or if they sold out, but listen, I'm telling you right now, if there are still ones available, you gotta go get one. My word.
And the deck box. That deck box is so nice.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that Dan had an early version of it at Dallas that he showed to me, and I was like, I want 30 right now, please. Can I please buy your entire stock? I need every single one. They're so cool looking.
What I love about Dan is that he clearly just loves this game and is always so excited to show things to the point where I know that there have to be staff who's like, no, don't reveal that. No, we had no, Dan, no. What do you mean he revealed this at the open?
Through the glass. Dan, no! Stop!
But hey, you know what? You love to have someone who just loves the game so much that he is, at this point, a menace to people who are trying to plan reveals ahead of time and try and keep things secret and plan surprise content. But you know what?
Yeah, thank goodness for our wonderful media team and our producer, Silver Beanie, who he's the one that has to deal with Dan. So we salute you, Silver Beanie. Can I get some 07s for Silver Beanie in the chat? We salute you. That's our goat right there, dealing with a wonderful person that cares very hard, but also makes specifically Silver Beanie's life a lot more difficult.
Yeah, specifically Silver Beanie, who really does so much for Elestrals behind the scenes. Every time you're like, man, Elestrals is really cool and they're doing a lot of cool stuff. Thank you, Silver. Man, these commentators really look like they know what they're doing. No, we don't. Thank you, Silver.
Thank you, Silver.
Thank you so much for making us look good and making this easy.
Between every single round, we will have an appreciation moment for Silver Beanie.
You know what? I heard a rumor that sometime after the release of Livestream that he might be allowed to leave his desk. But you know, I know that's kind of crazy, but he has been putting in the hours leading up to Livestream and with everything that's been going on, and huge respect, truly.
Yeah, that's my goat right there. That's my goat. He's planning so much different content things. He figuring out different like ways to help fill time between rounds, because obviously we can have rounds like this where Julian, 2 games, that was it. That was all he needed. And it's like, well, we still got a whole tournament that's finishing their round 2. So like, who's that Elestral? Little stream clips to play in between rounds. Super helpful for when I ran the stream for the Atlanta store open, because I was like, all right, I'm just gonna put a little video of me playing with Swolax, because Silver Beanie and I, figured that out like a month or so ago, and I was like, all right, this is the perfect time to play it, because I need a 10-minute break between rounds. Like, that's tough.
Which, speaking of, we're actually getting ready to queue up for a break now, and for those of you who who might be tired of my voice, boy, do I have bad news for you, because we are going to be taking a break and going back and looking at that first look at Livestream. I cannot wait. And when we get back, I will be joined by Eagle. Caleb, go get some much needed rest, and we will see you in just a little bit. And he's gone. How low can they go?
Very low. I could go very low. Oh, there we go.
Welcome to the first look at Elestral's trading card game, Divine Champions Livestream. Wield the power of the earth and water elements and feel your strength flourish in this newest set of Elestral's TCG, which includes all new champion cards and 2 brand new divines. Introducing Dionysus and Aphrodite. Dionysus is the god of festivities and a new divine of the Earth Pantheon, while Aphrodite is the goddess of love and a new divine for the Water Pantheon. Also joining them in the spotlight will be the goddess of snow, Chione, and the goddess of the hunt, Artemis. These 4 divines are included in all new single starter decks, featuring 3 packs and a How to Play playmat poster. Featured in those decks are Dionysus and the Guardian of the Garden, Ladygon, Aphrodite and the Keeper of the Lake, Locagon, Chione and the Rampant Glaciersa, and lastly, Artemis and the apparitional Posthumus. Which pantheon will you clash alongside to victory? In our latest expansion, you'll find some familiar Elestrals featuring all new champion titles, effects, and stats. Like this Sprouter, champion of Dionysus, Caprigal, champion of Aphrodite, Funglow Charged, and Sundial. Barabib and Barabog also return with all new effects and stats. And Barabog can now ascend into the mighty Baraboss, which is also featured in a stunning new full art. This new Earth and Water Elestral can become a stadium rune with a tremendous effect. Watch out as this Elestral muddies the fields of battle. More never-before-seen Elestrals will make their debut in Divine Champions livestream. Introducing Helmelt, Royal Lottle, and Morfrost Chimera. You'll find all these and many more in your journey through this enchanting new set. The might of the Divines is yours for the taking with Elestral's Divine Champions livestream. Available to pre-order July 31st.
And we are back. We are getting ready for round 3. Round 2 is wrapped up at this point, and I am once again joined by Eagle. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thank you for the introduction, for me coming back. Third premiere commentating together. Been the consistent across the 3 that I've done, which isn't too surprising. I don't know if there's been a premiere you've really been off, but you do such a great job.
I missed was my birthday. And hey, thank you. I really appreciate that. I love being here. I love yapping at everybody and hope to be here for a long time to come. And we have Silver saying, yeah, we just can't get rid of her, which, it warms the heart. Listen, once you get a K infestation, she's hard to get rid of. All right, that's all I'm saying. But I am so excited. I know that in Dallas, Eagle and we spoke a little bit, and I was like, when are you coming back? When are you going to come commentate again? And Eagle was like, I'd really like to. And I was like, do it. Come back and hang out with me. So thanks. I really appreciate that.
I swear both times that I'm like, all right, I'm going to ask when I can come back to commentate. I just get reached out to. Like, I was at the point last month was kind of crazy. Or not last month, there was no premieres. The month before that was crazy because I was going on vacation. And then it's like, all right, August, finally, a little quiet time. And then Silver just messaged me like, you good to go for this premiere? And I was just like, oh, I didn't realize I was slated for this. Yeah, I'm good.
It's the Elestrals hive mind. It's the single brain cell that bounces between everybody in the Elestrals space. It's why we all suddenly start playing the same cards at the same time. I imagine that there are other forces at work here.
So Elestrals is just an orange cat.
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing?
We didn't get to see the orange cat on screen for the last clash, but there was an orange cat there. I saw it in the preview when, I'm sorry to chat on Twitch and YouTube, you didn't get to see, but there were little teeny tiny paws, little orange paws sticking on the mat, and I was like, check this cat's sleeve because I think it's probably got at least a couple ass rabbit up there.
So cute. Speaking of stream, for those of you watching on YouTube, make sure you like and subscribe. And for those of you watching on Twitch, make sure you drop a follow. That way you can keep up with any future Premier tournaments. They are almost always streamed. I can't think we've missed one in a long time. And then, of course, for any other Elestrals content out there, because there are, of course, pack obies, one of their Shattered Stars new sets. And now that we've got Clash going, ton of Clash content, like streams, and I wouldn't be surprised if we got some videos in the near future as well, especially as Clash continues on getting closer and closer to full release. I'm super excited. How about you, Kay?
I cannot wait. And I think that over the next few weeks, live stream is just around the corner. We're going to be finding out more about that. And on top of that, if you are either just watching today and there are moments that you've enjoyed, or if you're playing and you got triple eruption for game, be sure to use #PlayElestrals. We want to hear about it. We want to see your experience. And there were a couple tournaments that we had some people in the kitchen making memes. And I got to say, those were giving us life. They were keeping us going. We were giggling at them. And so if you want to get in the kitchen and you want to cook up a meme specifically for it's us, it keeps us going. we would appreciate you forever. Just remember to use #PlayElestrals.
Speaking of #PlayElestrals, use that hashtag to also share your predictions for this tournament. I know us commentators had some fun predictions as well. I haven't had a chance to call out Caleb's Poseidon's Fury prediction. I've been playing a deck dedicated just testing the fact that just to see if you resolve Poseidon's Fury, how does that swing the game in your favor? And I've had a ton of fun with that, kind of paired with some Water Nexus, because I personally like that. Don't know if that's the best pairing. I just enjoy it. But also that Ash Rabbit. Oh, that gorgeous green Ash Rabbit.
I love her. I hope to see her. I said it last round. I'll say it again. If Ash Rabbit is good, then Ash Rabbit is better, because it's just Ash Rabbit for cards that were good enough to have already been used. And you can target spirits. You can target anything in the underworld. And I think, again, with the emergence of Smaltuga, again, because of the limiting of Kinleo, it's a searchable card in most fire decks. And I've seen Ash Rabbit win games. I've also seen Ash Rabbit loop 3 Ambrosia from the underworld, which was genuinely, that was a caster named Shurit, who is just one of my favorite casters for many reasons, but that is the number one reason, is because of the death loop of Ambrosia that I saw that Ash Rabbit being able to access.
Might have been one of the ones I was commentating with you on, but I think you're with PK during that game. But it
sounds right.
Yeah, it's crazy what, I mean, even now with Kinleo limited, just play down that Ash Rabbit, say Kinleo, 2 other cards your opponent really doesn't want to see, just make them sweat, saying, oh, hey, you have to now choose what you're going to have to deal with next. Have fun.
Yeah.
And I don't think the opponent has fun.
No, I haven't seen one time that someone has had the 3 cards presented to them from Ash Rabbit and said, oh, yeah, this one would be fine. No.
Seldomly. Seldomly.
So, hey, casters, I'm just saying, if you want to make a girl's dreams come true, bears, Ash Rabbit.
Bears.
However, speaking of dreams, I love your Armadon pick here.
I love Armadon so much.
Listen, I love switching position and burning for 1. I love 6 defense.
Oh, yeah. Liar. Make it 6 attack.
Terrifying.
I really hope to see it. And honestly, I'm realizing after hearing that you said that you specifically asked for the Stellar Ash Rabbit, I failed. I should have asked for the Stellar Armadon. I've got my 1 copy. Love it.
Which I have her somewhere. I love using these tournaments as excuses to just be like, look at these cool cards that I've pulled. Have you seen my Stellar Armadon? I don't know if she's in here, but regardless, I love Armadon. I think that at some point, could be cool to get like a champion Armadon and Shieldon. I like both of them so much. I think I've got her stored somewhere else because she is not in my collection of Stellars. I should probably figure that out.
I know mine's
okay.
over in my decks off yonder, out of reach. I showed them off last premiere. They can stay in the decks right now. But hey, that's the fun thing about being in the Divine Champions block. The fact that any Elestral can get a champion form just is super exciting. And what Divine will it be tied to? I mean, what are going to be new Divines in the future? I mean, so far we've got 4 across 4 different elements. We've got 4 elements that don't have a second one. I love seeing the speculation on what those could potentially be. It's really fun to see what you all cook up, what the community cooks up, or even what other fellow staff members cook up as well, because it can be fun to see what is just kind of thrown around. So much rich content to explore.
A lot of things on the horizon for sure. Like you said, there are still a couple elements that only have 1 divine. And, me personally, I would love to see a Lunar Hades. I think that would be so cool. I would really like that.
Oh man, I've seen so much with Hades. I've seen discussion across 3 different elements for that guy, and they all just kind of work. It's going to be really interesting to see if Hades does finally come to Elestrals. What element will he be slotted into, or could he potentially be slotted into multiple? I don't know. The possibilities are endless. We're not even 2 sets into this block, so we'll just have to wait and see what Dan cooks up.
And if you are watching right now and you have predictions, or if you even just have, if there is an obscure god or goddess that you can be like, I want this one, because I know that people have their favorite gods and goddesses. Let us know who you'd want to see and what element you think that they would be best suited for.
Oh yeah, I love reading all of that as well. And extension of that, if you want to throw in, what do you think that their primary champion would be? Because of course, as we've seen, Hestia's got Majursa, Poseidon's got Majesty. Oh, love that Majesty. I hung up those posters, the playmat posters, immediately because I love those too. But yeah, so many possibilities, so many fun things to speculate. I just love seeing all of it.
And with that, we are actually looking at starting our round 3. It is going to be coming up any minute now. We have Prime versus Lakes, which should be really fun. And we have a little bit of insight into what our casters are playing, and this is going to be super, super exciting.
I don't want to spoil it yet, but all I'll say is that one of these decks, I saw at least a previous iteration of it last tournament, and immediately it's like, I have to play this, and it's a really, really neat deck. So I'm excited to see a potential evolution for this strategy. Just 1 week later, what did these casters cook up to just evolve it into this ever-evolving meta landscape to try to win it all and, get those qualifier points for Worlds, or just, I don't know, win some really cool promos and product.
Mm-hmm. And obviously with this tournament, it was such a quick turnaround, with the last one being just last week. So the changes, we'll see, like, how much did we have time to realistically cook with these lists? How much have they changed? And with that, I mean, these are strategies that going into the next premiere, we have a bit of a break, the next one being September 13th. I think that we'll come back to a very different looking meta with casters that have had time to sit and deliberate and cook and figure out what's good, what works, what are cards like Caleb and I were talking about from previous sets that might be good now because of new support cards that they have. I can't wait.
Oh, me too. And if I'm not mistaken, the reason for the large gap between this premiere and the next one is to allow all the shops to have their shop challenges for Firestorm. So there's definitely going to be a ton of cooking going on within this next month. So I think the September one, store regionals, excuse me. Thank you, producer, for correcting me on that one. Store regionals are going to happen, and that's really going to get people cooking. So the next pair I expect to see potentially a lot of change in really what that Firestorm format will look like leading up into live stream.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, hey, if it's fun to play Elestrals on a webcam, nothing compares to being able to sit across from your opponent and play in person. So be sure to look up, there's a store locator on the Elestrals website. Find your local game stores. Find if you have a locals that you can go and play at. If you have a store regional coming up, I cannot recommend playing Elestrals in person more. And I personally, I can't wait to hear about how they all go.
Same here. Truly nothing beats in person. Like, Kay, I was so happy that I got to see you at Dallas so we could actually play a clash together. That was so fun. Last minute, utterly exhausted, but totally worth it. And I'm hoping that with the next Open in Kiss Me, that can get in many more clashes with so many more people. Because, I mean, if we're meeting up for Elestrals, gotta play Elestrals.
I know. Going to Dallas, my biggest regret was that I showed up with no cards. I didn't bring anything. What was I thinking? And fortunately, we have so many wonderful casters in this community who just love playing the game. A lot of times they'll show up with not just one, not just two, but many available decks. And so I was able to go, please, can somebody give me a deck? I want to play this game. I've been watching people have fun all day, and I want to do it too. And yeah, we did get a game in, which I loved that.
It was a lot of fun. And yeah, shout out to the community being so awesome to let you borrow their decks. I was the exact opposite. I probably overpacked. Too many cards prepared, didn't need all of them.
Mm-hmm. If I remember correctly, I think I was given BlueStacks. So I was not just given a deck, I was given the deck. and set loose upon people to be an absolute menace, which is, thank you everyone who allowed me to do that.
Yes, my Porcelain Harbor deck. It never stood a chance.
Ooh, and it looks like we are getting ready to get into round 3 here. And we have Prime versus Lakes. And I cannot wait. We already have a Majersa Store champion playmat. Prime is bringing the spice. And oh my goodness, Lakes Chrysaura. Want to say Chrysor, but that is in fact not what that says.
So close. It's so close.
So close. And I'm too Elestrals pilled that my brain keeps auto-correcting it.
Right. I am really excited to see what they do, though it looks like from Prime there was a mulligan, because I see 2 spirits just kind of sitting off to the side.
Okay, I see a water. I don't know. Is that a water?
I think that's Frost.
Oh, okay. I don't know how
wrong.
much insight that gives us. And Prime is going to be starting us off first. Both of our casters going into round 3, 2-0. So undefeated up until this point. And we will see who is able to continue that.
Another mulligan?
It looked like Earth Water that time. So that tells me that Prime is playing a list that you really want to have, whether it be a combo or something, that if you start out with this, then it's worth mulliganing however many times you need to.
I'm going to fully admit this is giving me flashbacks to some testing games that I've played with some decks where it's just like, man, this just isn't quite it. I need to mulligan or else I just cannot play. And that's an Expendidraw.
Woo! Okay. Well, I hope at this point that we have the cards that we need. We see a set 1 and pass over to Lakes.
Ooh, and start off.
Ooh, in attack too.
Dang, not wasting any time just saying, I'm just going to go for it and punch you. I don't care about that big defensive body. I just want to get in that damage.
What do you think? Do you think that this is telegraphing an Argo? Because most of the time that I see at the beginning of a clash, Astrabbit coming out in attack, that tells me that there is some sort of trick coming to make this like, I dare you, attack into this rabbit.
I mean, it's a great bait. I mean, you either deal 1 damage or you force a counter rune to be used. I don't think you hate any of those outcomes. Ooh, that looked like the wrong card. It looked like a tsunami there, not an Elestrals to play.
Tsunami from hand! Okay, whoopsie. I didn't see anything. I don't know about you.
That's so hard. That looks like the Firestorm Viscerus? I think that's what that is.
You are right. So we have... Okay, we have a tsunami, which, first time that we've heard tsunami this clash, definitely didn't see one in Prime's hand there. Tsunami immune Viscerus coming out here, and I feel like, it is just a tsunami being able to move that rabbit into defense, and I thought we were looking at an Argo there.
Yeah, this one's not too bad, though. I do find it interesting. That's not the Viscerus you want to start with, but that looks like a Volcaries from the Shattered Stars.
Okay. Hey, that tells me that it could have been an Argo if we're playing artifacts.
Yeah, I think that's right. So, yep, there you go. Pick up the deck to go and to find that Hephaestus, and it looks like at least Lakes is on some version of Fire Artifacts. I will call out it looks like Fail to Find, so probably already had it in hand. Yep, right there, already in hand. I just want to call out that this deck has seen a lot of innovation since the Limit of Kinleo, really finding other packages of cards to pair with it. I'm wondering if this might be the Wasp Ivy build that I know there's Wasp Ivy builds last premiere. I don't know if they showed up in any of the stream clashes, but that is such a cool build.
We did see it, yes. Okay. And it was really cool. That was such a fun strategy, and that's been part of the conversation. It's like these Fire Artifacts cards, because we got them early in Shattered Stars, our casters have had more time. Which, by the way, went and searched that Torch of Hestia there. But our casters have had more time to cook with these cards specifically, and so you've seen a lot of innovation, a lot of development over the months at this point that we've had availability.
Yeah. Look. Empowering that Hephaestus, the Volcaries with Torch to hit over that Viscerus, gain that Foretell, and it's going to be met with that tsunami that we totally didn't see earlier.
Everyone watching is shocked. If you're watching in chat, I want you to tell me how surprised you are to see that tsunami come out. And of course, Viscerus not moving into defense because it is water enchanted.
Nope, just sticking right there in attack position, that 4 attacks, that pressuring, and a Lavalith.
Lavalith coming out, going to be able to destroy that face down, unless this is a chained altar of stars coming out here. If only there was a thunder somewhere on this board, we could get a reactivation of this rabbit here.
Yeah. I'm curious what that Lavalith was targeting, because it might not have been the face down. We're about to find out once this altar finishes resolving. It looks like it might have... Okay, it was the face down, so both the face up runes do stick around, and now that Lavalith is kind of vulnerable. If a Volcaries is not dealt with now, it can run over that Lavalith and get a sweet Foretell.
And with Hephaestus still enchanted with 1, there are many more opportunities for terrifying things to happen. Rabbit being enchanted with 2 spirits here, and nothing currently on the board able to deal with it. That Volcaries does go down.
Okay.
And the torch with it, Viscerus was able to take it out.
Yeah, of course, Viscerous attack just runs over the Volcaries anyway, so now it's up to Lakes to find another answer to that Lavalith, or that 6 attack will be able to hit over Rabbit, but going for the Rabbit just to dig for some sort of answer. We'll see if Lakes finds something, because this is definitely a lot of pressure, and with no face down, you want something here.
Yeah, just 2 rabbits in front of a 6 attacking Lavalith that naturally is able to just hit over it, especially one of those rabbits having 2 spirits enchanted to it. That's a really tasty target. I wonder if we're, nope, just going to see it pass, unfortunately. But that, we do have that set rune, could be a tsunami, which would definitely keep these rabbits safe for one more turn.
Yeah. Despite having to double mulligan and expend 1, the spirits have gotten quite close, especially thanks to that Lavalith putting a lot of pressure. And the Ambrosia, that's going to feel nice to just get control of this game even more.
I mean, as we were talking about, there are certain lists where it's worth mulliganing if you get all of the pieces that you need and the momentum that Prime has had this entire time, despite 2 mulligans and an expended draw turn 1. I mean, look at where we are now. This is a commanding board presence.
Yes, and I was just thinking about it. I'm pretty sure the Wasp Ivy Fire Artifacts list that I shot out from last premiere Prime was the one that piloted it to the highest position. I think they were top 8 from last time. So that's pretty exciting. We don't know what Prime's on yet. We've just seen a bunch of good stuff cards, but Lakes maybe taking inspiration.
Speaking of good stuff cards, here comes Champ Galaxy. Going to be able to swap both of those rabbits, and let's see what this set rune is, if it's anything, or if these rabbits are just destined for the underworld.
Yeah, notably, even with the stat swap being not favorable for the Viscerous and the Lavalith, both Lavalith and Galaxy can still hit over it. But in Argo, you called it.
Whoa.
Let's see what's been grabbed.
Maybe Scythe of Demeter to boost that defense coming out. I didn't know anything else in defense position really. Oh, well, that would do it. Lyre of Apollo coming out, which means that next turn, those are whichever Astrabbit that gets attached to is going to be really scary.
Yeah, and notably here, it's kind of fun interaction with all the stat swapping. Now Astrabbit's back to a 5 defense. Nothing can hit over it because that Lavalith is no longer at 6 attacks, so that's going to stick around and now start pressuring 5 attack next turn. Though still not enough to get over the Lavalith. Still need to find something to answer that guy.
Oh! Okay, we have Heliolith coming out. Going to be, I assume we might be bouncing back that Lavalith.
I don't know if you really want to do that, because...
Well, giving another opportunity to cast a Lavalith. We will see. However, a Gorgon's Gaze makes that decision irrelevant.
Yeah. Would have been an interesting scenario here, but not going to happen. That Lavalith still going to be sticking around on board, still being a thorn in Lake's side, and doesn't even have the option to Hephaestus for an artifact to help hit over the Lavalith anyway. That would have been a great opportunity there to maybe bounce, I don't know, the Viscerous to hand and then use the Astrabbit and the Heliolith to answer the other 2 Elestrals, because Viscerous is definitely the least threatening of the bunch.
I'm surprised that Rabbit has held on to this extra enchanting spirit for as long as it has. We often see casters, as soon as they can, either using it to pay for an Ambrosia, or it could have been used for that Argo, for example. But Lake seems to be pretty satisfied to leave a 2-spirit Astrabbit on the board.
This is not a position that, if I were Lakes, I'd want to be in, because even just hitting over that Viscerous, the situation you're in now is that Lavalith threatens anything on the board. Galaxy can also just swap everything to be able to answer it, and that is a Volcaries as well?
Okay, and without any new set from Lakes, whatever Prime wants to do here is simply going to happen. And here comes that Hephaestus.
I guess both are on some sort of fire artifact list. Is Prime running back the Wasp Ivy fire artifacts, or a little different?
I wonder if we're going to see that Poison Tunic or the Cyan Nectar coming out. I think that would be a pretty good indication to tell us one way or another.
Yes, though here doesn't necessarily need to search it. Can always really load it up on that Hephaestus so it can grab a different artifact in the next turn. If running the Wasp Ivy package, can go Cyan Nectar, search Poison Tunic, and use that to potentially... Oh, but searching it now.
It is the Poison Tunic. Okay.
Ooh.
That's a card that even outside of the Cyanectar Waspivy stuff that we saw from Prime was getting a lot of use last tournament. Sort of again, we talked about the evolution of this fire artifacts list. People saying, actually, maybe it's good to enchant this to your opponents and be able to affect their Elestrals with it. And I think that might be exactly what we're doing here.
Well, when you can also force your opponent to burn 2, and because of the Volcaries, essentially cast that Tunic for free, instead of going even on Spirits, you're just going, forcing your opponent to go -2 on Spirits. That feels amazing.
Yeah, the Volcaries has really breathed life into a Hephaestus, which was a divine that people were not playing really at all, and artifacts with Argo coming out have become more and more prevalent, and this is just another evolution of it, making them even better.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lakes, with 4 spirits left, it's going to be a tall order to try to get over a Galaxy, a Lavalith, and a Volcaries. Though Champ Galaxy's good first step, I just don't know if it's going to be quite enough. Can run over the really whatever it wants or crash with the other Galaxy. Likely not doing that, but you're not really dealing with the other stuff.
We have Ambrosia coming out here, allowing us to heal up a little bit. Again, it makes me question a little bit that extra Enchanting Spirit stayed on Astrabbit for so long. I think that you could have utilized it, especially knowing that you didn't have any additional back row, and an Argo coming out.
We're liar.
Oh my goodness. Looks like this Galaxy did not matter after all. There's the Liar attaching, I'm thinking, to this Lavalith.
And looks like Lakes might have just said, yeah, let's go on to game 2, because, well, I mean, the offense to try to at least carve back into the game just a little bit got answered. And I'm pretty sure Prime had enough spirits on board, or could get enough spirits on board to just close it out and call that game 1, move on to game 2. I mean, Prime did well, got top 8 last tournament. I think got higher position. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'll have to look it up. But the Fire Artifact versus Fire Artifact, Prime got top 8 at least last time. I mean, that's a tough uphill challenge for Lakes to try to overcome.
I am very anxious to see in this next game if we see the Waspivy stuff from Prime. I think that would be really cool. It was such a fun tech and something that really worked. I mean, with the Poison Tunic and being able to search it out, I don't think the Prime last tournament even played Poison Tipped Arrow because it was just irrelevant, and they were able to get that Waspivy out regardless. And we'll see going into this next game. Lakes, of course, probably diving into that side deck. I don't know here what helps in sort of a mirror match. I mean, these lists are a little different from what we've seen, but Fire Artifacts versus Fire Artifacts, at least at the bones of it, is an interesting matchup.
Yes. We don't know if there's too much variation. We really haven't seen anything too out of the norm from either of these casters. Just a lot of the stuff we see splashed into decks to round them out anyway. I did look it up. Prime got 5th last Premier. So I was right in saying top 8. So potentially running it back. We'll just have to see. I don't know. Am I hoping to see the Waspivy stuff, or am I hoping Prime cooked up something a little different that might surprise us? Maybe a bit of both? That could be exciting.
I mean, if you made it to top 8 with something, just a few tweaks is really all you need, and say, what do I need to just make it the couple extra games, the couple extra wins that I need? And Lakes, of course, here on Fire Artifacts as well. This is just such an interesting matchup because a lot of times it's Argo into I'm getting this, I'm putting a Poison Tunic on you now. And I don't think I've ever seen a Liar attached to a Lavalith in my life. That might be a first for me, but we saw it in that game 1.
Yeah, hey, it worked. And thank you to our amazing director of the stream, Silver, for providing some player accolades. So Prime notably has 2 top cut finishes in premieres, with the most recent one being, of course, last week getting 5th with the Wasp Ivy Fire Artifacts list, but also back at, that was in May, so that was Firestorm no, that wasn't Firestorm. That was still Moonrise, if I'm not mistaken. That would have been when the Fire Artifact stuff first came out with the Shattered Stars and was legal. Got a top 7 also on Fire Artifacts. So it seems like they are really locked in with the Fire Artifacts build and really just trying to make it the best it can be. And definitely hoping to get another top, if not win this whole thing this time around. But I think we're ready for game 2, starting off with Lakes.
Okay, and Smoltuga coming out. Smoltuga search Ash Rabbit. Go for it. Do it. There's nothing to target in the underworld, but do it. Listen, a girl can dream. But I love to see Smoltuga making a return. And that is Kenleo coming out here, I believe. Is in shadow a little bit right now, but I think it's Kenleo. Can you see? Or is it Volcaries?
I think it's the Shadow Stars Volcaries, but okay. I definitely...
There's fire.
Yeah.
Somewhere on there.
The Kenleo, I could see how you got the Kenleo because there's the Shadow Stars Kenleo that has
the
a lot
one
of
where it's like
effects.
long.
Yeah. Or no, it's an organized play one, not a Shattered Stars one.
Right. Okay, it was Volcaries. Dang it. A girl can dream. But we do have that Smoltuga in the list, so Kenleo could be imminent. And Prime said, ooh, 2-5 is a great stat line. I think I'll play Astrabbit. I'm going to be looking at the top 3 of his list here, or of his deck, and picking whichever one we need. Interesting that after 2 mulligans and an expend to draw in game 1 from Prime, we see no mulligans, no expend to draw. Instead, just Rabbit.
Hey, if Prime's experience on this list was just like my short testing of their list from last week, sometimes you just have hands you have to mulligan. Other times, you just find your back row with your starter, and you're so happy to just play it out. Like Rabbit plus some back row always feels good. Volcaries plus some back row, of course.
I think Rabbit in an opening hand 90% of the time signifies that you're going to keep it. We see 1 back row set from Prime, and just passing back over to the Lakes.
Playing that Volcaries.
Yep, that is not a Kenleo, many people are saying. And we're going to be searching out that Hephaestus, not from hand this time.
That's nice.
Love to see that.
Always prefer this the search target to be in deck, and just really getting this Fire Artifacts core started always feels great to set the pace of the game. Can now go Hephaestus, search out Torch, attack over the Rabbit, try to force some back row, also get a Foretell. Just feels really good. You get to start choosing what the best option in your top 3 is to draw next turn.
Just based off of this Hephaestus coming from hand in the last game, it makes me wonder if Lakes is only on 1 Hephaestus. I don't know if Fire Artifact players are maining 1 or if they're usually 2, just in case something happens to the first one and you need a Nexus Bank or something, but very interesting.
Choosing not to search Torch to pressure that Rabbit. I mean, there's no fire in, well, I say there's no fire, but this enchant from the Hephaestus gets you a fire in Underworld. Does Prime have the Lavalith in hand again? Because that would feel awful to just play that the Hephaestus, and then just have it immediately popped potentially. But it doesn't look like it is. It is
Equilix? Oh my gosh! Okay, listen, if I see a Demeter, I don't know that there's a Demeter in there, but that is Equilix's best friend. But we have a Nexus Bank here in the Poison Tunic. Ooh, that back row is not safe.
Question is, do you just get rid of the Hephaestus and not have to worry about the artifact stuff? Because I think that's a valid play here. Just cut them off the main searcher, but there is a Gorgon's Gaze, so it does not matter.
I didn't even see that Gorgon set over there. It was hiding behind the Hephaestus. Okay, the classic Gorgons on effect for Equilix, unfortunately. But it's really great to see Equilix still out and about, even though she's limited to 1, especially with next month's Shattered Stars. I don't know if you've seen that gorgeous new Equilix art, but I cannot wait to get my hands on that.
I probably have seen it. I don't remember off the top of my head. Part of me is also happy sometimes that I don't remember the artwork fully, because then it's a surprise when I go to open my packs.
I've been dreaming about her ever since I saw.
So we got a disenchant here on Lakeside from Hephaestus to search out an artifact, and it is going to be the Torch Probably
Okay.
going to start pressuring that Equalinx, but could also potentially go for the rabbit just to get the spirits off the board. But if Prime then has another Nexus Bank, that could spell some trouble if you don't have another Gorgon's Gaze. So we'll see
Yeah.
what Lakes decides to do.
And in an artifact list, there is no shortage of potential Nexus Banks. So, and here comes Heliolith once more, going to be bouncing back that Astrabbit, which had, oh my goodness, 3 spirits under it. That was a tasty target if I've ever seen one.
That makes sense. I think you would much rather have to deal with another rabbit than Equalinx again, just get that thing off board. But I think that's an Argo?
I think that is an Argo coming out here. We are going to be going in, grabbing Necklace of Harmonia, and now this Equalinx can deal with literally anything in the world at this point.
Yeah. That Volcaries, unless Lakes has a response, is just going to go down, and then there's that Nexus threat next turn. But an Altar... Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. By moving Equalinx to defense, now Volcari still hits over it. So that necklace does not matter. And Prime just lost a ton of spirits on that exchange.
Oh, there is one more set back row here. This has been such an expensive turn for Prime. So I don't know if we're going to see that get flipped here. Oh. And?
Siphon for shield. Okay,
no
just saying.
Way.
I just want to keep my guys on board. I'm going to remove those artifacts. Whew. But still, the Heliolith can pressure it. But Prime, it's a lot, well, not a great board state to be dealing with, but it's at least a little better than also having a artifact souped up Volcari's to also face.
Yeah, I think that at that point, I mean, Prime was ahead in spirits, had them to spend, and this is a little bit more of a navigable board state than having such a wide board to deal with. However, Astrabbit just coming out in defense, going to be looking at those top 3 there. Hopefully something that helps deal with this. I mean, Lavalith for next turn would go crazy.
The other thing is that in Blake's favor, we know they have access to Volcari that got bounced back to hand, and that just lets them use their artifacts so much more efficiently than Prime at current. But I do also want to point out, if Prime is on the Wasp Ivy build, just saying for a Wasp Ivy next turn could just set the pace of the game in Prime's favor, allowing for a pretty sweet comeback.
Ooh. Yeah, I really hope that we can get some confirmation on whether or not Prime is still on that Wasp Ivy build, because that was so fun to see. However, it looks like this turn, oh my gosh, no back row. Lake's coming out with an attack position Astrabbit, which, I mean, why not? From this board state, you might as well.
Yeah, and just find an artifact off of the Hephaestus, then you can get your guy above the Astrabbit and just pressure for game. Just try to run out the spirits, and that's probably the best bet here is run Prime out of spirits, because Fire Artifact can be quite an expensive deck, especially if you don't have your Volcaries. Just running them out of spirits so they don't have enough to ultimately win, I think is the valid win condition here. And we see the Liar Search. That would be great to probably just enchant it to the opponent's Astrabbit, put it at that, its flip its attack and defense, so now it's at 2 defense, and it's just smooth sailing from there. Attack over with one of your guys.
Mm-hmm. And here comes the Liar.
So notably, it would have, yeah, you have to do Heliolith first, so you're only getting 3 spirits of damage, but there's really no way to maneuver it to get any more than 3, but that still feels great. Down to 5. Prime, this is probably their last turn, unless they have an Ambrosia to set up like a big play here to try to just get back in this game. Let's see what they got.
It's crazy how different this game has felt from game 1. And okay, it looks like we have, the Volcaries coming out.
Oh,
Gorgon's Gaze. However, Ambrosia, we're staying in this game, by golly, for at least a little bit longer. However, with the board that Lakes has developed here, is this a scoop?
Yep, I think so.
I think Prime did some quick math there and said, you know what, this Ambrosia doesn't matter. Let's take it to game 3. I'd rather have more time on the clock.
Different cards, but similar position, just the last-ditch effort to get back into the board with the remaining spirits just being met by a counter room that just shuts it down. At that point, you just have to say, yeah, this just isn't my game to win. You can play it out, but the game if you've played enough times, you can kind of see from those positions that you've effectively lost, even though you haven't actually lost. So I do think it is probably a smart move on Prime's part. Just say, all right, let's just move on to the next game, reset, and I got game 1, I can get game 3.
And with this, I mean, I think that as we saw from Lakes, that advantage of being able to just run out the Valkyries, get it going, have that established early on, shows how strong that can be. Because even though both of these casters had theoretically that available to them, Lakes, who was able to do it first, was simply able to just from the beginning have that momentum, get the threats on board, build a wide board. And I mean, even that small Tuga stuck around forever.
Yes, it really did. I mean, turn 1, the little small Tuga that could. I also want to shout out Heliolith, really put in the work that game. Just a 5/5 body that just gets to bounce something that natively in Fire artifacts, as long as you got your artifact stuff already going, you can now proactively play, really just set the tempo in Lake's favor for that entire game. And it was so hard to deal with without, some specific answers. Like, it's pretty much all 2-card combos. Not even Galaxy can really deal with it, at least not in a way that doesn't cause you to lose the Galaxy.
So this will be very interesting going into game 3 to see how this can go. I mean, based on those first 2 games, it can go to either caster here, but it looks like we are ready. We are done with siding. We are getting into game 3. Prime probably starting us off going first here, and let's see how this goes.
That expend to draw, starting off just like game 1. I mean, it worked out that game, so maybe it'll work out this game, but no starter with like Valkyries, but might be wanting to save that to just kind of start pressuring anyway. Kind of the challenge of, do you want to save the Valkyries to start pressuring right away, or just get your Hephaestus in your hands so you don't have to worry about meeting a Gorgon's Gaze? But late here, also an expend to draw. Really slow start, but 2 set. Maybe we'll see another Aviolith.
Ooh, hey, you know what? That could be good. However, it looks like we are just coming out with Viscerus, and that is base set Viscerus.
Yep, nothing to attack over to be able to swarm the board, but just dealing 1 damage. Just set the pace in your favor right from the get-go.
And Viscerus being in this list does tell me that we might still be on the Wasp Spivey stuff. I think that there is a hope. It could be cool to see at this time that Valkyries coming out from Lakes. You do have a set from Prime, and that could be an Argo. It could be any number of things to help get us into this next turn for Prime.
Notably, no Gorgon's Gaze. That would have felt great there, just to kind of cut them off from the Festus stuff. Because now Lakes again just has their best engine up and running, the engine of the deck, just to get some efficient artifact usage, try to swing the tempo in their favor. So we'll see.
However, we are now 3 set. I think Lakes is pretty confident that Prime is not on Hurricane, which I think in a list like Prime is on is probably safe to assume that it would be hard to afford that spirit-wise. But here comes Lavalith. Oh my goodness, let's see. Oh, immediate Gorgon's Gaze. Every time.
Yeah. I do find it interesting just setting the 3 back row instead of going for an artifact aggressive play to get over the Viscerus, but also just kind of baiting that Lavalith. I also find it interesting to set the Hephaestus so early because, again, without really taking advantage of playing the artifacts, you're just keeping yourself open for rune removal. But as we keep seeing, that hasn't really been an issue in a 1 of Lavalith. I mean, the fact that Prime got it twice isn't very likely. There's very insane odds, but again, Gorgon's Gaze also gives that in check. So seeing a ton of variance here and how that's an Arcolith.
Oh my goodness. Arcolith, another one of, and I know that you and Caleb were talking about this in round 1, that even in non-Thunder lists, we've been seeing this a lot. However, Gorgon's Gaze coming up, preventing those spirits from the underworld being enchanted to the Arcolith.
It really makes you wonder if the reason to not go aggressive there was hoping to keep the 2 Elestrals in check to then set up for the Arcolith next turn for just a huge push. But here, there is another back row. Prime did set another back row, so still has a chance to kind of interact with this board, but it really feels like just a clash of the Titans here, just sizing each other up, waiting to go in for the strike.
Yeah, I mean, both casters have threats here. Obviously, Lake's already with the combo going, with the Hephaestus, with the Valkyries, with all of the artifacts and everything, and more back row. It seems like maybe we're looking at a little bit more, and that Viserys, unfortunately, is going to be going down here.
Ooh,
and foretelling from that torch.
Not a bad foretell. You got some options there, Ambrosia. Just kind of make sure your spirits are up. Small 2 gets to maybe dig for a Kinleo for some more aggressive plays. Argo, not that you necessarily need more back row, but who knows? Maybe this game still has a couple more turns in that back row will be super helpful.
But Lavalith still standing here, which, I mean, a 6'4" body is nothing to not be worried about.
Yeah, need to have some sort of answer to it, though. Notably, both Valkyries and Arcalith are at 6, so it's kind of on Prime to find a way, if they want to keep their Lavalith around, to get it above that 6 attack threshold. And even then, 2 back row facing down, we'll see.
And with the Lavalith already having been activated, there aren't a whole lot of ways, although we did see that Equilynx last game, so that could help us pick apart this back row and get to Lakes. However, that requires a lot of things to go right for Prime.
Yeah, I'm also noticing, like, here we're in this kind of tense back and forth. I'm like locked in, like, all right, maybe they could do this, maybe they could do that, and like getting into the really nitty gritty. But this is also game 3, so I'm kind of just want to see a Wasp Ivy to come down and let's just pop off, kind of break that tension, just let that energy explode.
Yeah, just go for it. Just do it.
Yes. I'm like, all right, we've been kind of locked in, all tense up. Like, give us some reason to explode with energy. Hey, Galaxy, something different. I'll take it.
Champ Galaxy, listen, okay. That will come out and help with the threats that we have on board. Of course, Lavalith does not love to see that effect going through.
But notably, it other than the tsunami here, that would have traded quite nicely into everything, since Lavalith would have been able to trade into the Valkyries since it's got lower defense, and Galaxy would have been take out the other one, but that tsunami just kind of shut down that plan all along. I love seeing tsunami played not to stop the attackers, but switch your guys to defense because it's hard to beat them. But a Helios going to be yet another huge tempo swing. Bouncing back the Lavalith?
Okay, I mean, if you're at a point of the game where you have enough advantage that you're like, I just want to clear your board and start attacking you for damage, then, fair enough. Let's see if Prime, nope, just lets this Galaxy go down. We have the 2 back row set, but there's probably nothing that cleanly answers all of the threats on Lake's board here.
Yeah, and getting another foretell off of that double Smoltuka, but on the torch. Yeah, Heliolith, I think MVP right now in this matchup is the Heliolith here. And also, I'm wondering if the Lavalith bounce telegraphs a face down Gorgon's Gaze, just saying, come on, use 2 more Fire Spirits, bring out that Lavalith. I got the check here.
I mean, it does seem like it's just being dared out of Prime, and
I think that is it.
It's gotta be.
No, it's Shield.
Shield. Hey, you know what? I hear that it never resolves.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if that other back row's live, it probably didn't really matter which one gets hit, because you know that you've got an answer to Lavalith regardless, and you have so many spirits on board that likely Lakes, as long as they can keep their board established, can just close out the game next turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, a one single Lavalith, while he may be mighty, in the face of 2 Liths and, however, Torch of Hestia. Okay.
We torching the Lavalith. That's kind of funny. Lavalith's kind of like a torch in and of itself, and now it's carrying a torch. That's kind of a funny mental image.
Hey, he's held a lyre. He's held a torch in these clashes.
To be fair, the lyre was not because Prime wanted it to, but yes.
It was in that exact specific scenario, exactly what was needed. And again, I said it at the time. I don't think I've ever seen this happen, and I don't know if we will again. It was such a niche situation. But Prime really looking over our options here. And Lake's going to be answering. Oh my. Ooh. Okay, hold on.
Oh.
Okay, we see the effect of that torch.
Yep. That was a crazy exchange.
Because of the glare, I did not see the cards. Were you able to see those counter runes that were activated?
So Argo was flipped up on Lake's side, and Prime countered with a Pandora's box. Really excited to see that. And looks like at least one of the Smoltugas was milled. I think it might have been a second Smoltuga as well. That was a crazy exchange there. Just, hey, I got the counter. Psych, I actually have the counter to your counter. So popping the shield was best case scenario for Prime there.
Hey, I mean, I know that PK Sparks is somewhere popping off about that Pandora's box.
Oh, I don't think I've seen a Pandora's box resolve on stream, the 3 premieres that I have commentated. So that's a first for me. And that's an exciting exchange. Though Lake still has control of the game here, potentially. Yeah, it's the 2 Smoltuga that got milled. Just because So got a Hephaestus up can juice up one of their guys to hit over the Lavalith. Back row on Prime side, but it's a big question of what is it? Is it live? I think we're about to see this. This play right here could determine whether or not Lake has game or if it's going to be Prime's game to win.
Okay, a liar coming off, attaching, I believe, to that Lavalith.
Yep.
Oh, his hands are full.
Oh yeah, that lava was just saying, you're just like, I don't want out this lyre, I'm just burning the strings unintentionally. Like, I just want my torch.
I got these rock hands. It's really not conducive to making music. Don't make me hold it, please.
But yes, now either Volcaries or Helios can attack over the Lavalith, and that back row really needs to be live for Prime, or else Low Spirits has to figure out a way to deal with both Volcaries and Heliolith. Though Lake might be questioning, how do I want to sequence these attacks to make sure that this connects to the Lavalith?
I mean, at this point, this comes back to, like, what are these interactions? If, for example, a Scythe of Demeter comes out, if this is an Argo and we can Scythe of Demeter, I first of all, Lavalith is out of hands, so I don't know about that one. But that might at least help with some healing. Oh!
Okay.
No way! We have Ash Rabbit coming out! Yes!
There's your Ash Rabbit. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Prediction number 2 coming true, and you've got the Ash Rabbit. Oh, I'm not even paying attention to cards. Tsunami.
Okay, Arclith, Tsunami, and Ambrosia. I think. Okay, let's see. I feel like I get a little treat today for having really both of my predictions come true.
You're 2 for 0, and I'm still 0 for 2 on the predictions.
Yeah, but you were brave and bold and went Armadon, so I think you get points just for that one alone.
Unfortunately, I missed which one was grabbed. Did you, by any chance, catch
it? I was too busy popping off. Hey, I guess we'll find out soon. Ooh, yep. Okay, Gorgon's Gaze paying off of the torch. I think we're probably Gorgonzing. Well,
I think it was pulled off of both cards to stop the attack.
Okay, and we have Turtle, Altar, and Shield on that foretell from the torch coming out for Lakes. And I mean, Prime needs to have Ambrosia. We need to have something here to help get us back in this game. But this is a super scary board state. And Lakes with, hey, you know what? That Ash Rabbit, we can just keep re-enchanting every turn. I'm just saying. However, here comes that Ambrosia.
Returning looks like water, water, fire. I wonder if there's still earth in there, because I'm still holding out hope for that Wasp Ivy.
Very possibly. I think maybe we're looking at a Champ Galaxy. Oh, however.
Oh, I cannot tell. K. Oh, looks like K unfortunately dropped. So I will hold up the fort here. Looks like we got a second Ambrosia being played here to be able to just heal up a ton of spirits. Playing a water. I think K might have called the Champ Galaxy, and she did. Is going to flip the board on its head, though notably cannot still handle that Heliolith, can crash. But that is about it. So we'll see. Looks like ran over the Volcaries. Okay, makes sense. Get that torch out of here. But now the tempo is all on Lakes. And just re-enchanting that Ash Rabbit, be able to grab back whatever. That Helios still pressures the Galaxy. Like, Prime still needs something. And notably, I think has been through all the Ambrosia at this point. I might be combining a previous game. It might only be 2. But let's see. We got a Shield, Gorgons, and it was another card. Might have been the Tsunami that I missed there. Switching Ash Rabbit to attack makes sense. Let's just... 3 back row there. Might as well just pressure out the Galaxy, deal as much damage as possible, getting in for 3, and really putting Prime on the back foot. And unfortunately, I think that kills any sort of Wasp Ivy dream that I had, because I think I'm pretty sure Prime goes down to 3 spirits here, and Wasp Ivy would need minimum 4 to be able to pop off. So let's see what Prime has. The Kinleo, though, that's kind of cool to see. But does Prime have a Nexus Bank that can clear up the board, potentially with no live back row, but an altar? Looks like it's just attacking into the Ash Rabbit. Just a simple Nexus over to Helios, switch that Kinleo to defense, and that should be all that they wrote for this one. Just Ash Rabbit, attack over the Kinleo, Heliolith, even a back row. Probably a bit too expensive to work with 3 spirits. We'll see. It's a good chance that we might be able to, that Prime might get another turn just to see whatever they can do. This has been a very close game in terms of spirits, but Lakes has been in control this entire time. Okay, are you back with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And I come back to see the strongest Ash Rabbit in the world, and Kinleo here just absolutely doing his best, unfortunately, on the other side.
Yes, the little Kinleo tried its best to take out the rabbit. Unfortunately, the rabbit was too strong. Tsunami, though. Okay, so Prime does probably have the best answer for this board state and has yet another turn to try to make something work. Maybe a Heart of Sun Wasp Ivy? Please, Wasp Ivy. I just want to see it.
You just wanted to hit the board at this point.
Please. If anything. Spending to draw, though. But yes. And it's Rabbit, and I can't make out the other card put on the board. So no Wasp Ivy seen, so we don't know Prime's on Wasp Ivy, but really, really crazy few games. Lakes losing round 1, but pulling it back with rounds 2 and 3. That Helios put in so much work.
Yeah, really coming back strong. And you're right, Heliolith, it did feel like sort of a deciding factor in a lot of those games. And actually, Lakes revealing a Pandora's box over on their side as well, which is interesting.
Makes sense. A lot of searching between these 2 decks. Volcaries, the Smoltuga, Argo, Hephaestus. A lot of great targets to just flip that card face up on. So shout out to Lakes for winning it 2-1, continuing that undefeated streak, moving on into round 4.
And I mean, hey, I really hope that we can hear more from Prime. As we have said, this is a caster who has had multiple top cuts at this point, and I would love to see if there is Wasp Ivy somewhere out there in the world. I think Eagle and I both would truly love to witness it happen.
Absolutely. And hey, this is Prime's first loss. Very well could come back and win the rest of the rounds here in Swiss to still make it in top cut and still prove that, no, I am the superior Fire Artifacts player. I will not be stopped by this loss. So wishing them the best of luck in the remaining rounds.
And super well played to Lakes. Good game. What a clash. Fire Artifacts versus Fire Artifacts is always really fun to see because you never know what specific little techs you have. I mean, we just saw Pandora's box from both sides there, which is really cool and actually a really good answer to another Fire Artifact list if you're playing a mirror match, because it shuts it down.
Really felt like on Lake's side, the Heliolith as well just did so much work. It is just live because both players are playing artifacts. You don't even need to have access to your own artifacts as long as your opponent's got one hanging out. Heliolith. But also, when Galaxy is so omnipresent in the format, and we saw that in both clashes I've commentated so far, the fact that Heliolith just says, Galaxy, at best you trade with me. It's not the best position, especially when you've already gotten that bounce. Like, you've gotten that value, you're pressuring, your opponent now also in that trade takes 1 spirit of damage. It's just going to be such an annoying guy. I'm just thinking if I had my Galaxy, I'd be like, oh man, this doesn't feel great.
No. And It is cool to see the differences in these two lists. Obviously, we can only speculate, but it seems like Prime has more of an Earth build going along with Fire Nexus. We saw the Viscerus, we saw the Equilinx even, and that did take up some slots that then we saw Lakes was able to say, oh, liths are really good. What if I play Arcolith? What if I play Heliolith? I don't know that we saw it, but I have to think that there's a Lavalith in there somewhere. I mean, if you're already on fire, right? I mean, it just fits.
Just a one-off. One deck slot isn't the hardest to find. Yeah, just a Liths build. I'm both going to burn, blind, and shock you.
Ooh, yeah. And hey, you know what? No Stone Unturned is a card that exists. And you know what? These lists are limited. A lot of them, I mean, at this point, we have 3, the Moralith, the Arcolith, and the Lavalith all having been hit. And No Stone Unturned is one of those cards that makes a 1-of feel a little more potent. I'm just saying.
I don't know. After all this artifact stuff, is Helios the next on the chopping block for the lifts? They've got a trend.
I am shocked that after all of the crimes that Bo was able to commit with Heliolith from Dallas onward, and then everyone said, wait, you know what? That card's kind of crazy, actually. I'm surprised that we haven't seen it hit. Although, I mean, it seems to be one of those cards that, yes, when it comes out, it is powerful, but obviously it has very specific circumstances in which it needs to be cast. And the fact that it can be hit with the Gorgon's Gaze, it can be dealt with when it comes out. I don't know. I think it seems like a good card, but not an out of control card.
I would 100% agree with that. I think you called out really well that its potency is very much linked to not only just the deck you're playing, because it specifically requires artifacts, but also the context of the meta that you're in. And this one's a very favorable one for Heliolith. But if artifact-based builds start to take kind of a side, I can't think of the analogy I was trying to use, but take a sidestep to other decks, then Heliolith's usage might not be as prevalent because it's not as easily to get online. Unlike stuff like Lavalith and Arcolith, which are way more generic in its casting condition, just 2 attack position Elestrals, or have your opponent having more spirits on the board than you.
Yeah, these are things that come up in any game, every game even. And I mean, hey, even Aviolith coming out recently for one of the first times. I mean, that's another one of the lists that it's like, if we're no longer playing around Hurricane, then suddenly, yeah, that's a situation that you're probably going to start seeing game to game and get a lot of value out of.
Now, can we also see Verdolith and the Necrolith? Please.
I love Verdolith so much. I fought for my life to get the X of 99 Cherry Blossom. Gorgeous, stunning.
So good.
Oh, I love her so much. But, you know, people simply aren't playing it yet. But that remains to be seen. And with that, we are coming to the end of round 3, going to start gearing up for round 4. And I am going to go ahead and go on a break. And with that, you will be once more joined by Caleb. Eagle will be coming back. And we will see you all very shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, and welcome back to me. You're back. Excited to be joined by Eagle. What's up, dog? How you doing?
We're about to have a chilly match because I had to put this on because my office is getting cold. So maybe we'll see some frost action.
I'm jealous because I'm sweating up a storm in here, watching that fire versus fire game last round. That I like tuned out for a little bit to like make a sandwich, and I came back and there's like 6 liths across the board. I'm like, what's happening? What's going on?
They pretty much said, yes, we do lift, bro.
Someone call up Red Baron. We gotta show off the do you even lift, bro, man.
Yup. So good.
So incredible. Really, that was a tight match. I was really surprised to see game 1 taken by Prime after mulliganing twice, but like it just shows that mulliganing, it can get you over the line sometimes. It gets you what you need to do, and maybe lesson to all of us is to be less afraid of mulliganing.
Something I'm always have to check myself on and just say, is this hand good enough? No, I think I can go for a better one.
I can do better. Is it better than a 6? It should be better than a 6.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if you found your favorite moment from today, or keep an eye out for your favorite moment from today, make sure you share it with the hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials. We love to see it. And I mean, we're not even halfway through the day, so I'm sure there's going to be plenty of amazing moments, and we want you to share them with that hashtag.
Yeah, and over on the x.com, the Everything app account, I know that Elestral's been posting after each round a little highlight, and some of those are heaters. Shout out to Cryo Scorch. That was a crazy moment. There's been a lot. Today has been incredible day for Elestrals. I've been out of my chair multiple times. I wish that we could show you all the face cams while also showing the gameplay, because I'm over here jumping, I'm doing backflips and stuff. It's been an incredible day with a lot so far, and we still have a lot ahead of us as we're looking forward to our round 4, which I believe we're in the process of setting up, but not quite there yet.
But in the meantime, looks like we've got some card data from today's tournament, such as the top 12 cards represented in Swiss, as well as the top 12 Elestrals that are included as well. Want to make that distinction because the Elestrals typically see a little less play than the runes, but at the same time, there's a lot of really, really cool stuff in there. So we'll have the graphic just momentarily. I haven't seen what they are yet, so I'm super excited to see. Any predictions, Caleb?
I was going to ask you what your predictions are. I'm expecting to see. I feel like we're probably going to see a good bit of Fire Artifact again. I think that it had good representation at the last premiere. I think my sort of Hail Mary prediction of something that we haven't seen a lot of that might jump up in representation, I feel like we're going to see more Werepup. I think that Werepup Like a Void stuff, people entirely fell off of it with the hit to Like a Void Champion of Artemis, but I feel like it's still very viable to just play the Werepup Lunar Aggro stuff. They're just good cards, and the Lunar Aggro variants of stuff is something that I feel like we'll potentially be seeing more of, but I guess I'm wrong.
Nah, it's a good call out, because hey, just because it's not as good as it once was with the banning of Champ Like a Void, it's still as good as it was in Moonrise, and that was pretty good. It defined most of that format. But as we can see here, pretty standard spread of cards as we would expect, but Viscerus really creeping up into the representation at number 10, and also interestingly, the Firestorm Viscerus, not quite the same representation as base set Viscerus, showing that some decks are saying it's not worth running that third Viscerus. This one's just not good enough. I'm just going to stick with my 2 tried and true ones.
Yeah, the amount of times you draw the Firestorm Viscerus and you're like, oh, I really wish this was the original. I can understand cutting Viscerus from decks. I do think it's really interesting to see that Gorgon's Gaze in every single deck, Shield in all but 1, Ambro in all but 2. Like, these are just strong cards that clearly people are seeing as wholly necessary in every single deck. Trying to rack my brains, like, well, okay, what decks are not playing Ambro? I guess Blizzstrix maybe isn't playing Ambro and Shield, and like those are the 2 that are not on those, but
maybe.
Interesting stuff here that kind of indicates where the metagame is at.
Galaxy as well, holding a very high inclusion rate. I think that's slightly more than last time, but of course, slightly fewer players. So in terms of statistical significance, kind of my area, this one holds pretty standard as just a card to look out for that's going to be played in decks. Being the second most represented card, and I think what's even more interesting is that 70% is highly comparable to Astrabbit, the go-to Elestral, with the next most represented Elestral, Viscera's, only being 38%. I find that super interesting. Like, this pretty much says you have to have a game plan for Galaxy because you will see it.
Yeah, Astrabbit Galaxy, like, we talk about name a better turn 1 play than Astrabbit in defense position. Name a better turn 2 play after turn 1 Astrabbit than Galaxy, because you have 2 5s, you clear anything your opponent has, guaranteed pretty much. It's just really, really solid. And it's interesting to see that Lavalith is also up here in our top 5, sitting at number 5, because that's something that I feel like wasn't as common, but having it in 20 decks, unless that every single one of those is Fire Artifact, which I don't think is the case most likely, that means that we're seeing Lavalith splashed into more decks, or maybe more Lith-like lists that are, just mostly playing different Liths. I believe there was a top 32 from one of the Penthouse that was a Lith list, and so I could foresee more people playing the Monarchs type strategy of like Daybreak era.
Yeah, I could see that too. And as I think about more, while Heliolith is more of a specific counter option to the Fire Artifacts list, which was very popular last time, and I wouldn't be surprised very popular today. I mean, we just saw not quite a mirror match, but close enough to a mirror match for me to feel comfortable calling it that. And so that feels really great into that matchup. But Lavalith, notably, not only feels potentially really good into that matchup, but there's a lot of decks that like to ramp up into big guys. We saw the Sorlet and Chrysor in that top 12 card representation, and if you just need something to try to challenge a Chrysor, or like can be played out as a Chrysor with something else to boost its attack, that's not a bad option either.
Yeah, I think it's awkward because it's a 2-card combo to be able to deal with something like a Chrysor or a large statted Elestral, but it also is something that pops a set rune along the way, so it makes it more worthwhile that you would look to do a 2-card combo like Lavalith plus a Zeus, or God forbid Lavalith plus a Volcanic Forge or something like that. But I think that it is strong enough on its own that it's justified that you'd want to pair it with something else. And I can imagine that we're probably seeing enough fire generally where it's just a guy you can ascend to, and sometimes that's just enough.
And as Kay was pointing out, if you're already running fire, it's a one-of.
It's a one-of, yeah.
Looks to be live a lot. I mean, I wouldn't even be too surprised if there's a ton of lists that we're not seeing that also are running artifact-based. So we've seen that in Solar a lot of the times. So even just calling out fire artifacts, I don't think is the full picture. Solar artifacts, still a great answer to it as well.
Yeah, I'm curious to see whenever we get the breakdowns of deck representation to see where things have panned out, because fire is definitely strong, but I'm curious if it's centralized to Fire Artifact or people are diversifying out of that. So I know that I've been playing Fire Artifact, but it's really more as a package in a like good stuff deck than it is dedicated fire. It looks like that we are prepping our next round, and dear God, apologies to Kay because she will be very sad to miss this match, and you do not want to miss this match.
No spoilers yet. It is, oh man, I'm super excited for this one. Absolutely love it. I do also want to call out on the fire side of things, Fire Artifacts definitely big package. Also, how many of the fire decks are bears as well? Speaking of decks where gets a ton of spirits on board, though, Lavalith as well, probably even tougher into the Majursa than a Chrysor, because it's not much Zeus does if there isn't another Ursa on board.
Yeah, I mean, you do what you can. You do what you can, and sometimes Zeus is enough, and sometimes you look at your head and say, "Oh, I lose the game." Majursa. Oh, I see.
Game one.
Yes.
Game one.
Match slip. Or please open your phone and go to play.elestrals.com.
I am super excited for this next match. I think we can say who the casters are, but I kind of want to keep the decks a secret for right now.
Oh yeah, 100%. We gotta let this play out. We've got Bo versus Magnetonics, and these are both very good players here. Both players that are 2-1. I've been keeping track of pairings and placements during my little break, and there's a lot of solid players that have already lost a game because due to the just like how things have panned out, we've had a lot of top players just seeing each other early, meaning that you're having more of them start with X1 records early than they'd probably like to be.
Yes. Bo, very notable player as well, though. So just being X and 1 right now, could easily see Bo just sweep the rest of Swiss and make their way into top cut. Last 4 accolades include the July 19th. That's the I'm trying to make Atlanta, right?
Yeah, the Atlanta Store Open. Yep.
First place tempo pile list. The May 17th premiere, top 4 with full clips. That'd be pretty crazy to see Bo run that back. The April 26th premiere as well on Artifacts getting top 8. And then, of course, always have to shout out Bo for being the first open winner in Dallas on the photosynthesis deck. That could also be another big one. I mean, we just saw Heliolith last round.
Yeah, we've known them to be a big photosynthesis player since the Daybreak days. They piloted that deck to really early success, and I think that's really how they started to make a lot more of a name for themselves within the community, because that kind of came out of nowhere in a format where you didn't really see a lot of solar, but they made it work and then brought it back out for Dallas, you know, their bread and butter. I played them round 1, and I was very happy to go ahead and move on to playing side events after that. I was like, it's not my day. We'll move on to play an uncut sheet.
Yeah, really cool stuff. I mean, I've been keeping track of the decks Bo brings premiere after premiere, and they truly have one of the most diverse and ever evolving repertoire of decks that they will bring. So, frankly, I know the deck they're on, but for you all, and before I knew, I had no clue what to expect, and I don't think you all can really accurately predict either.
Yeah, I think that Bo is someone who's very comfortable to swap the different decks, especially when a format nears its end and things start. The competition tends to dwindle down near the end of a format anyway, and so this is the perfect time to start bringing out some of your pet decks. Bring out something that you really wanted to pilot to its first ever top or something like that. And Bo, they've already locked their ticket to Worlds, so they can go ahead and do whatever they want. And they're ready to go and start us off for game 1. Let's go ahead and let's see what our casters have for us in this match.
Bo started it off, really get to see what we're starting with. And, well, Astrabbit, not Astrabbit.
Of course.
It has to flex. Of course has to flex. That's an amazing card.
Draw the one of Champion Astrabbit. Just an incredible, gorgeous card. Shout out to production for finding this exact image to pull up. It's not any Astrabbit. This is the Champ Astrabbit. We have this ready on lock to show to you.
Only Bo.
Setting 2.
Now over to Magnetonics, and we'll see what they're on. What is their starting card? Will they also start their own Rabbit? Unfortunately, it's just going to be inferior to this one, but to be fair, if you're faced against Bo, your Astrabbit has no chance.
It's a plucky to start. Poseidon? Like, what are we searching? We're not searching Hephaestus.
Yeah.
There's no way that's Demeter. It could be Zeus. Hephaestus, what?
Oh.
What?
Oh, I'm really curious to see where this is going.
I'm stunned. What are they cooking? What are they possibly cooking?
We'll see. Passing it back over to Bo with a face down, just re-enchanting that Rabbit to get another top 3, just digging for cards, just saying, all right, you got a slow start. I'm fine just building up more resources.
Yeah, re-enchant Rabbit is just such a strong thing to be able to do, especially if your opponent's also playing passively. If they're not putting pressure on you, just keep accruing card advantage. It's free because it means that if you PTA, it's free. You shield, it's free. If you Gorgons, it's half off. Like,
you're just not losing by re-enchanting Rabbit, and then you can easily save him. That is a Water Spirit, interesting enough.
To draw. What are they cooking? I'm racking my brain trying to figure out what on earth is going on between these two casters here. But Magnetonic's passing and Bo with another rabbit. Did they top deck it, or was it added off of rabbit? Rabbit for rabbit gotta be one of my two favorite genders.
There's just, I mean, we got like no information from Bo. I mean, rabbit doesn't give away anything, as we saw by the usage numbers. But Magnetonic's really trying to rack to figure out why there's a water spirit and a plucky that searched to Hephaestus. I'm at a loss for words on that one.
Lucky Search Hephaestus is
Another
something you could
extension.
not ever get me to do personally. So I'm so fascinated to see what Magnetonics is cooking here. But it is over to them. I believe they set and passed.
They expended to draw another water and then set and pass.
That's awesome.
What
Werepup, I was right! I was right! Werepup!
See that full moon?
Where's the full
See?
moon?
Really digging through the deck.
That is not a full moon!
What is? Which one is that?
That is the one that I believe adds back. It shuffles to add, right?
Oh, I'm having to pull up the card images now. I'm not good enough at lunar phases to be able to pick them out by the artworks alone.
Yeah, shuffle Lunar Phase, Volumbra, or Volclipse through your hand or underworld in your deck in order to search your deck for a Volclipse. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, is Bo on Volclipse?
That would be, I mean, why else are you playing Waiting Gibbous other than that? Magnetonics, though, casting a Dratagua, healing 2 water, putting them back up to 18.
Not bad. That expense draw now just free with the Dratagua.
And passing. And there's Full Moon, Misenchanted, cast off of the Reenchanted Astrabbit. And we will go for the Werepup activation here. Making sure we're declaring it and resolving here.
Yeah, all you need to do is cast that card. Doesn't matter if it's Misenchanted or whatnot, and really efficient spirit usage off of that rabbit.
Original Moonrise Like a Void will come out here. I assume we're doing this on Bo's turn. Yes, so it is unaffected by counter runes and has piercing. And it looks like we will shuffle back that full moon to go ahead and search out Voldusk, the Dallas Voldusk, a gorgeous card.
Absolutely gorgeous. So we might have, even if there isn't Volclipse in this deck, looks like we're on seeing some lunar phase control out of Bo, something that I know they have brought before and have done, I believe, decently well, if not quite well, depending on the tournament run.
I believe they did at least a top 8, potentially a top 4 in the last Moonrise tournament with Volclipse control. So I believe that checks out. And they just flashed a lunar phase in their hand. It might have been the Waning Crescent that heals. No, that is the
is it first?
Draw card.
First quarter? Yeah,
first quarter.
Really cool stuff here. Just
and there is the Waning Crescent that will heal to. So Dusk will get to draw 2 over the course of these 2. We've drawn 3 cards total this turn.
Lunar Phase Control doing what Lunar Phase Control loves to do. That Volclip's such a powerful, just advantage engine.
Yeah, and because of Magnetonic's incredibly slow start, Bo has just been able to do whatever they want. And this turn now, this Like a Void just gets to connect over this Dratagua guaranteed.
Yeah. And Magnetonic's really hasn't done too much great value start, but is it really going to be anything better than what this Lunar Phase stuff can do?
Oh no. Okay. Good thing. They flipped it up, but they did not commit to it. Realizing that Like a Void is unaffected. And so if Ligorian's Gaze was activated and they used it on Like a Void, nothing would happen.
Yeah, I really have to remember that, considering that was the first action Bo took besides just their standard starter turn procedure last turn.
I wonder why we didn't Gorgon's the Werepup activation to Ascend.
Oh, interesting. Spending to draw. That's a good question.
And passing?
What is Magnetonic's doing?
Yeah, what are they cooking? What is he up to here?
I mean, Bo's got a full board. That's a very daunting thing to be facing down, and I can't think of anything unless maybe setting up for a Poseidon's Fury. That's the only thing I could think of that could just wipe this board.
Expend to draw means we're out of Thunder Spirits.
And then that is...
And there is the...
Waning Gibbous?
Waning Gibbous. To shuffle back another Waning Gibbous. And then Voldusk will draw us a card on a new chain.
Grabbing a second one. Just really getting that advantage engine going. Bo really setting themselves up for a very strong game. Just at this point, when Magnetonix finally does something, I think Bo's just going to be able to just quell whatever that is and just wipe out the game from there.
I think it's really worth noting that the difference in spirits that they have is like 16 to 10. However, Bo has 5 spirits on board currently and also has like 7 or 8 cards in hand, I think, because of the number of draws off of Voldusk at this point.
Yeah, the spirits count in Spirit deck time and time again has shown to not be the full picture of where a Clash is at. Ooh, Temple.
And Temple of the Moon? Oh. No way.
So that Like Avoid's big. That Voldusk is going to be so much harder. Well, if it's still in defense, it'd be hard to hit over, but maybe there's a way. There's a Lunar Phase that can swap it back to defense to protect it.
Yeah, there is indeed. I wonder what Magnetonix will do here, because Bo, I think, is signaling that even with this Gorgon's Gaze, this Leica Void isn't everything necessary to deal with this Plucky, because why else would we swap everything to attack? Unless, I guess, we have Tsunami set. That would be, I guess, the one thing that would make you comfortable to do this regardless.
Yeah, or Bo has accumulated so much advantage, might just say, I want to start pressuring you, force you to use those answers, and I know I've got the resources to be able to outpace you, even if you do start pushing back. Ooh.
There is the attack buffing Waxing Crescent. Target a Lunar Elestral, give it +1 until the next turn for each Lunar Phase in all Underworlds. As long as it hits +4, we're hitting over this Plucky, and so Voldusk now becomes a very large Elestral. Actually, +3 because of the Lunar
Temple.
The Temple.
And the Plucky's Clear can now hit for 2 with each of the Rabbits. You know, Rabbits, they got those resources. Now it can just be used to start chipping away.
And Voldusk also let us draw a card there, so Bo's hand looks like a quarter of their deck currently.
I mean, at this point, Bo could always choose to start healing up to make sure that they're good on spirits, but honestly, with how much pressure they're mounting, they probably just need the specific cards to close out the game. Might not even need the spirits. Might not last long enough for that to matter.
Yeah, but here comes Poseidon.
Oh.
And if we see 4 go onto this and a Fury hit the board, that's 4. Is it a Fury? Whoa, this could be pretty big. I don't know if it'll be enough, though.
I'm just going to call this out. Champa Bloon is now legal and could get Poseidon up to be a full board wipe. Because right now, it is not a full board wipe, but there is that chance. But, ooh, Starbit.
Starbit? Huh? What? Could you run that? DJ, could we run that back? What?
Oh, are we about to see a Supernova come out? Just next to Starbit doing Starbit things. And I'm trying to remember how big Supernova will be if it can hit over that Leica Void. I don't think so. I think it will only get 8 attack or 7 attack.
It is a 7, I believe, at base. There it is. Starbit Supernova.
Is there going to be a Atlantis?
Atlantis would do it, but also there's so many back row.
Yeah.
I don't think that this seems like a lot of investment to not do a whole lot here.
I mean, it's just saying, Bo, I think you... Oh, Trident.
Oh, that is what we need here, actually. Wow.
Bo needs a response right here, right now, or else won't be able to respond until that Trident's off the board.
Yeah, the Gorgon's Gaze could do it. Tsunami would be something to kind of save yourself, but then Leica Void goes down. Starbit does hit over the Leica Void now as a result of the Trident of Poseidon's +2 attack.
9 to 8. That's probably also what the Hephaestus was there for, to search the Trident, but looks like it was already in hand.
Yeah, that feels so strange to play Hef over just playing a second Trident, but deck thinning, I guess.
I guess maybe there's another secret tech card that they really want to grab with Hephaestus. I don't hate the premise of having an alternate Divine to search if you already have your Poseidon. Don't know if that's good enough, but the theory's at least there.
Well, it's got them to X1 into round 4. Let's see if it can get them out of this sticky situation.
Looks like Bo's still deciding if they have a response in response to the Trident. So really curious, what cards could there be to potentially help this board state and this pressure the Starbit Supernova is about to apply?
I think it would be exactly Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the attack. Looks like there is a judge call that is currently happening.
I wonder what the question is here.
Chain clarification. So likely clarifying that you can indeed Gorgons, or respond rather, before the cast of Trident of Poseidon has resolved, which you can. Yeah. Every single card in the game, every cast uses the chain, and while something is on chain, it is not on the board yet. So when you go to cast your Trident of Poseidon, it hasn't hit the board, and you can respond to the declaration of the cast with something like a Tsunami, Altar of Stars, Gorgon's Gaze. And is Bo going to respond here? Looks like now that we've clarified that Gorgon's Gaze will be used on the Starbit to prevent it from attacking this turn.
Makes sense. Gives Bo now the opportunity to get extra spirits on Like a Void to be able to hit over it. And is that a full moon? No.
No, that is, I believe, the position swap lunar phase. But we're just casting it to get a heal, probably, off of Voldusk.
Get some extra value. That makes sense. Just might as well flip up your lunar phases that are valid to play now before they get turned off by that Trident, because that Trident will resolve.
And did we miss our Voldusk trigger? Or okay, we both sort of gestured at their opponent, led me to believe that they may have said, all right, what's up? But no, it looks like they're just making sure that Magnetonics didn't have anything before they activated the Voldusk, or resolved it, maybe.
Yeah. Yep. So still that Star Super super threatening, but now Bo does have the opportunity to re-enchant the Like a Void and attempt to crash into the Supernova. Just hoping that that back row isn't anything real.
Yeah,
Ambrosia
comes down.
Over the Hephaestus.
Playing over the set Hephaestus.
So that wasn't real. That was a bluff.
Yeah, with how Magnetonics turns played out, that's not super surprising to me. Adding a solar back is interesting. I wonder what that might be for.
Lyre. We've seen artifact stuff. Not crazy to think that Lyre might be in this list.
That would make sense.
So a very close match. A lot of spirits been used, but really just to set up for these big plays, and now they're kind of at a head here, seeing who can. Oh!
So that's what's for. We got Golden Fleece down on the Supernova. That is a stacked superhero carrying a lot of different weapons right now.
Covered in fleece, got a Trident. Notably, still, Like a Void Reenchant can crash-ish. It would force the fleece to go away, but that's about it. But we see a... what is that one?
I believe that is the final quarter.
Search your deck for up to 2 lunar phases and send them to Underworld. Or we say for a Volclipse, that'd be a pretty interesting way to disrupt the board. If get all 8 lunar spirits in the Underworld, just deal with the opponent's board all in one fell swoop.
Yeah, I mean, that would be massive to be able to do here. It looks like we're sending New Moon. I think we're looking through to check the other names before we resolve what the other send is. We've hit Waning Gibbous, we've hit Full Moon. Full Moon got shuffled back, so we're going to send Full Moon here, and I believe that checks off every single name. So Volclipse is now actually live for its ability to shuffle 8.
That's exciting. Just bounce the board back to hand. And there's so many spirits on board, Bo would just be able to win.
And there's the Ascension!
Oh, no way!
That's it! Volclipse hits the board!
That is amazing.
No way. So Volclips is going to be gaining 1 attack for each of the different named lunar phases in the underworld. And then it has the effect to shuffle 8 lunar phases with different titles from underworld to deck to return opponent's field to hand, but it looks like Gorgon's Gaze will prevent that.
That is crazy.
Lunar phases are getting shuffled, though. It is a cost to do that.
Good play, because that means the Volclips now doesn't have the attack gain. Supernova now can hit over it. That was a crazy exchange. Good use of how chains work by both players across these past 2 turns.
I wonder if it was correct to play Volclips in defense here, just in case of exactly this.
True. And based on the number of spirits on board and the current spirit total, would have quite ended, but that would have left Magnetonics at 1 spirit, likely just securing the game anyway.
Notably, the Starbit has a trade stat line with Volclips under Temple because they're both 9 attack stats current.
Good call out.
So it still is valuable for Magnetonics to crash and use Golden Fleece here just to out the Volclips. But is that enough? I don't know if it necessarily is, but these rabbits that have been on board since the start of the game are going to defense position here.
Don't want to get sniped over the top with a Poseidon Nexus and
swing for game.
Yeah, because that Supernova has 4 spirits, so yeah, it would just take a Poseidon Nexus. That'd be all, and that would have been game.
I believe Bo is a little bit higher after an Ambrosia here.
Oh, good call. Yeah, spirit count might not always be 100% accurate here. We'll see what Magnetonics can do here to get out of this. Bo, like the Volclips is still very threatening, but it will take a few turns to reset up to get that bounce effect. I say that, but you just re-enchant anyway, so never mind.
Yeah. I believe Bo is at 6 here based on... They got a die next to their spirit deck, and I'm trying to snipe it. It looks like it says 6. It looks like we are confirming life totals here.
Oh, this is a tense board state. I'm really excited. Yep, 6. I'm really excited to see how this ends up resolving. I still can't believe this is still the first clash. It feels like we've been through an entire match worth of
this has
tension.
Been brutal. And here goes Ambrosia for Magnetonics. Interesting to not pay off of Starbit Supernova.
Yeah.
Feels like that is just a free activation. You have 4 spirits under it. There's no way you need 2 of them, right?
And it's not enough spirits to really snipe the game in your favor, so you probably just want to play more efficiently to make sure you've got enough gas to keep this back and forth going to hopefully win it.
Yeah, unless you somehow give it piercing or swing. You play like Bow of Apollo, swing face.
I was about to say, hear me out. Bow of Apollo.
Yeah. Okay. Crazy. Wait a minute. Hold on. That is 5. A second Poseidon. That's 6. There's no way they play a Bow of Apollo. If they do, I'm leaving the building. I will exit. It is over for me.
That would be checkmate there, because then there would be no re-enchant. But looks like just swinging over the Volclips, or crashing with the Volclips, and dealing a ton of damage. So that makes sense.
Okay. That makes sense, but... Oh, yeah, Magnetonics, sorry, there is no second main phase. You can't set after doing all of that.
Yep. Yeah, now you gotta hope that Bo doesn't have some sort of answer. I mean, Rogue Earthquake could do it.
Yeah, Ambro is also the start. I don't know if we've seen any Earth, but there goes 3 Lunar back in the Spirit deck. Notably, if somehow they have an additional one of those shuffles, I believe they can put Volclips back in the deck, but Werepup gets the New Moon, discard, expend 3, swing for game?
That would do it. I mean, Lunar Phase got built in Earthquake.
This is it, I think. I'm pretty sure that Bo has game on board currently.
2 spirits. Yeah, that is such a...
So it's 1...
Oh.
And Supernova does just only have 1 cost.
True. That was a great trade. Man, having built-in removal in a deck that can search it, really showing how strong it is against a Towers deck, kind of like Starbit Supernova. Just get rid of it.
And discarding the Full Moon does mean they get to use the not frequently used Foretell effect to see off the top 3 more Lunar Phases. Who could have predicted this in a Lunar Phase deck?
Bo's got all the sustain they will ever need. Really cool seeing Supernova's effect, though, get all those spirits onto the Poseidon. So Magnetonix still got stuff to play with. I mean, Poseidon's Fury would go kind of crazy here, but still need a way to then close out the game.
Well, see, the thing is, I believe Magnetonix is at 3. We have 4 Elestrals on board, so we swing for 3 damage and then 4 close out of game. So I believe, unless Magnetonix is at 4, this is just game on board as currently stands. Looks like that fans to 3, and Bo realizes, oh, you're at 3. I can swing game, and Magnetonix going to scoop here. That was a crazy game. I'm so sad that Kay could not be here to see Volclip's attempt to resolve on cast.
I'm now just curious, what was that card that Magnetonix was wanting to set? Because if that was a Tsunami, that game could have ended very differently, just because of all those spirits on that Poseidon. Oh.
Yeah, if there was like a Fury in hand plus a Tsunami, that is an entire board wipe, then swing for at least 2 damage, because if you're able to keep Poseidon up, you normal cast Nexus, swing 2, and I think Bo was at 2.
Yeah.
So that could have definitely ended differently depending on if that back row was something a little bit more meaningful. If it was something like Shield of Achilles, it's not going to be mattering. But if it's exactly Tsunami, that was potentially a game-losing misplay to not set that back row.
Oh, man. As I said earlier, that felt like way more than one clash worth of time.
Yeah. It's like, everyone, let's do some breathing exercises together, all right? We'll do some box breathing. Close your eyes. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Hold.
Okay.
All right, we're good. All right. We're ready. We're ready for game 2. We've reset our minds. Our players are siding here. What do you think that you bring in versus either of these decks? Because these are both such wacky decks, I feel like, to try and use a standard side deck for.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, in one respect, do you just, as the Starbit Supernova player, just try to get to it a bit quicker, apply a bit more pressure early on, or do you need to really try to stop that advantage engine of Lunar Phase?
I think by getting 2 Starbit Supernova sooner, you will be stopping the advantage engine. Because if you can take out the Voldusk early, you're fine. But it looks like Magnetonix is ready to go in and try to take out that Voldusk early. They're ready. They're going first, I believe, here. And our players are looking at their hands, making sure these are keepers.
See if it ends up being. It looks like Bo is
not for Bo. So Magnetonix likely keeping here. Bo deciding that this is not good enough. And frankly, Voldusk is mini Ambro as is, so it doesn't matter that we have to expend 2 here early. You just cast 2 Lunar Phase with a Voldusk out, and boom, you're back up to max life total. It's like you didn't even mulligan.
Or even just Voldusk plus the healing Lunar Phase. Hey, even better. Now I get to draw a card instead. Draw 2 cards.
True.
Oh yeah,
that
just
is
draw
true. Or you can refund the cast of that as well if you want to make it true Ambrosia.
There we go. Ton of options here. Definitely in a slower deck like this that wants to accumulate resources. Mulligan, not bad, but we see a Plucky out of Magnetonix. Will we see the Poseidon search this time, or are we seeing Hephaestus again?
Yeah, Hephaestus search off Plucky is something that, okay. Thank goodness. You could not torture me into doing Plucky search Hephaestus. So seeing Poseidon here makes me feel a little bit more at ease. But Bo starting once again. They're so good at seeing that rabbit off the top. Look at the top 3. Hand sculpting so good here. That rabbit did not leave the board the entirety of the last game.
Nope.
The only Elestral that Bo had leave board by Magnetonix will was Volclip's getting hit over for like 4 damage.
That is crazy to think about.
And the crazy thing is, I think if Bo had read the Gorgon's Gaze correctly, Volclip's in defense, that board stays as is. and they're able to then clap back and swing over the Supernova.
Yeah. Yeah.
Set 2 in a pass.
I will say, the Hephaestus is making more and more sense to me if the whole goal is Starbit, Supernova plus Trident. It just lets you have that flexibility. Expensive, but it does make sense.
Sure, that's fair. I do see the utility of it. It was sort of like I think the phrase that I've heard is something like Voltron, where you're shooting up your Megazord, and in this case, you're just putting Trident, you're putting the Golden Fleece. I wouldn't be surprised if Magnetonics was playing something like a Bow of Apollo in here to just snipe games out of nowhere. But this Poseidon will come down with 4 spirits on it. And no way! Veritaqua, champion of Poseidon, getting Nexus to using Poseidon's effect.
There is a chance that Magnetons just says, all right, I'm not going for the big Starbit play. I'm just going to go for some smaller, more aggressive combo plays, just get control of this game early and just beat the opponent down. And you see it right there going into that Javelantis. This
is an absolutely incredible thing to see. I was not expecting this, but there's Hephaestus. I assume we're doing 2 fire. Okay. So I guess we do really want to power up one Elestral to do big damage. I imagine we're going to go for the Trident here.
Yep.
Yeah. Honestly, this seems like you couldn't craft a better hand for Magnetonics, because this is just incredible here.
Plucky plus any of the either Divine just gets you the setup you need. Now you just need your big guy to build up.
And now this Javelantis does get to hit over the Astrabbit with Piercing for 2 damage.
And you have to feel good about getting this set up before Bo has a chance to get Voldusk out on board, because now Bo, even if there are lunar phases there, without the Voldusk, are you really wanting to flip them up now?
Yeah, this is a tough spot, but also, as we saw in the last game, Bo is just playing New Moon in main deck. And now that a threat has hit the board, going New Moon, pitch Full Moon, or something like that, could be all that is necessary to just say, Magnetonics, you invested a lot of spirits into this board. You're losing it all out of nowhere, but it looks like an expended draw is all that's going to happen.
Makes sense. Even throwing something in defense isn't enough, since that Javelantis does have Piercing, so Bo's Spirit deck is not safe. Why not just dig for the answer if you're going to be taking damage anyway?
And there's New Moon!
Ooh, or just had it. There's always that chance. But
just had it.
Maybe needed to dig for another lunar phase and grabbed it. Ooh.
That's cool.
If I'm Bo, I'm feeling great right now because I just cook a huge spirit exchange there. Sure, Magnetons did deal some damage, but with that threat gone, a bunch of resources committed to it, you can just let the game run longer and just keep drawing cards if you got Voldusk and eventually just find a win condition anyway.
Yeah, this really is the control game plan. You do not mind just letting your opponent hit you for a bunch because you get to out it with the cost of 3 spirits. We're flipping up. Looks like to be an Ambrosia here. That set was a bluff. Has Magnetonics had a live back row other than exactly that one Gorgon's Gaze that we saw on Volclips?
I don't know, because we've seen Hephaestus bluff. Other than the one that I think was intended to be set, I don't think so. Got the Plucky on board. We'll see what Magnetonics wants to do. Just a search. I mean, deck thinning. Sure, that makes sense. Trying to think.
Maybe a second Trident?
Maybe.
Got our backup Trident for Starbit normal cast here.
We know they also run Fleece potentially. And nope, backup Trident.
Yeah. All right. Backup Trident. You know what? I take back what I said about Hephaestus. I like that it's a part of this, because if you really are Zording up something, it makes sense to there's the Starbit. And so now we can once again just do it all over again. We'll Nexus to Starbit effect. Bo's got to have Gorgons here, or this is going to be an expensive turn that is uninteractable.
Yeah, and notably, Bo still does not have a Voldusk on board, so Magneton's just free to try to put on as much pressure as possible and just say, all right, potentially find another New Moon yet again.
Yeah, I wonder if Bo does have another New Moon in hand, if it's worth letting the Supernova go up Gorgonsing the usage of Trident and then New Mooning.
Yeah, it'd be a lot more Spirit Change. You're putting yourself more at risk for some damage, but you just get an extra 2 out of it and guarantee the resources are gone, but decides, nope, I don't want to deal with that. We're just going to Gorgons.
Yeah, if Magnetonics has no back row to set here, then this is, you know, it looks like a pass. I think I just saw Bo draw off the top. So this Starbit very much at risk.
Yeah, notably, Starbit is pretty big right now. It is sitting at 7 attack. But as we can see with Bo's deck, plenty of ways to kind of maneuver around that and just not have to worry about the attack stat. Probably one of the lesser concerns right now for Bo, just getting cards, advantage, and ways to control the board. That's all that really this deck needs to do.
Mm-hmm. I do wonder, it seems like Bo does not have a way to immediately remove Starbit. So I wonder if it was correct to Gorgons here instead of waiting for the Trident cast. Because Voldusk doesn't do it on its own. We have the draw.
I'm guessing just wanted to get the Voldusk live and make sure those lunar phases can be still used to just draw into answers.
There's Ambro.
Building up more spirits. Notably, Magnetonics assuming the spirit counts are correct here, at a lead in spirits, so Bo scraping back some spirits. And Bo's definitely not out. If we've seen anything, not out of it, and
there
that's
it
the
is.
new.
All right. So I do think then I'm gonna assume that Bo did not already have this lined up and it just came off the top. But if they had this, it would have made sense to probably let Magnetonics commit an additional 3 spirits to board for the Trident plus the actually no, that wouldn't have worked out here because they wouldn't have been able to cast the first quarter. So yeah. I think ultimately maybe Bo's cooking, and maybe I'm incorrect here. Yeah. If it relied entirely on getting the double draw off of first quarter, then it makes sense that they needed to prevent Magnetonics from being incentivized to cast out that Trident.
Yeah, my best guess is just really wanted that New Moon in the back row to be live with the Voldusk. Couldn't afford to lose it, needed that draw.
Yeah.
And hey, really panned out. Was able to remove that anyway. And here, though, it's another threat removed, which is Bo still not necessarily out of it, because if Magnetonics has another Starbit, can go for another Towers play, and at that point, 2 of your removal options have been removed. But that at this point as well, there's a chance that Magnetonics will just have to try to dig for it, and Bo can use that time to just do what Lunar Phase does best and recoup resources.
It's really cool to see a deck like this, because I don't think that a true control deck like this is something that we see all that frequently. I think that heal control is the closest we have, but it isn't really a control deck. We haven't had a real quote-unquote control deck since the days of heal stall. And so to have a deck like this, where you really do just set on these 5 defenders, you generate advantage, you heal the little bits that you need here and there. It's really cool to see something like this. And from such a top level player like Bo, piloting it so well and thinking through how to have the highest percentage plays to resolve a new moon in the exact scenario where that's what they needed. Like this is something that I will look back and watch again like tomorrow or something. Because now I'm like, hey, I want to play control in Elestrals. That's why I like heal control so much. But Magnetonics says, no more control. Here's a whale.
Deal with it.
Deal with it.
I 100% agree. I love seeing a more true to form control deck, and it shows that can exist in Elestrals. It makes me so hopeful as more control tools gets printed that everyone's not so aggro-pilled that it gets completely ignored. Like, it's like, oh, cool, we can now really play control and not just Lunar Phase.
Shield is good. The issue is that Plucky still hits over, right? Plucky's a 4 stat.
Yeah, actually. Let's see if Megatons recognizes that, because the Galaxy doesn't need to be on board for the stat swap to still apply.
I'm gonna call they got the position change in the back row. Yep, switch the Voldusk. They get to heal 1 off of this probably, and then this Plucky will go down.
That is so satisfying to watch. Just perfectly crafted. You try to answer me, and you're the one who gets your board dismantled.
And it looks like we just drew. And then drew for turn. And there's heal. Heal 3. Heal 3. Do it. Voldusk effect, heal a 3rd. Come on, Voldusk effect, heal a 3rd.
Oh, decides to draw by the looks of it.
Okay.
But another one.
This is crazy. Are we just digging?
This is just modern Jataya, Ambrosia.
Look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. And there's the Werepup. That's big. This is now putting Magnetonics in a very scary position because Bo can get their own very large Elestral now.
And I'm trying to think. We know that Magnetonics has the Galaxy. How to navigate that in this scenario?
Yeah, and there's the
heal again.
Heal.
The waning crescent.
This will put them to 4, I believe, if they use it. So they're on 2 right now. They're gonna swing 2. It's got to be a full moon back there, right? And so if Galaxy is played, it doesn't deal with Voldusk in attack position. If they swing Werepup with Galaxy, you go Battle Step Full Moon, Ascend into Like a Void, and then you clear next turn. It's expensive, though, is the thing.
Should do Battle Step because Bo. Oh, 3 spirits. I was about to say.
Yeah,
but the 3
it would put them at
spirits,
0. It would put them at 0. So I don't think it's probably not worth it.
With 3 spirits, though, you might have a bit more wiggle room. But Ambrosia from Magnetonic saying, you got more spirits to deal with, my friend. Ooh, though, if you set up a full moon for multiple spirits, that can quickly disappear. But with such low spirit count, I don't know about that.
And actually, the thing about the full moon is Voldusk would get to heal off of that as well, actually.
True, and we see
Sluggle, champ, Sluggle in defense position. Nexus of Poseidon, there's no way. Do not tell me Majesty is coming. Do not. I don't want to hear it.
Oh my gosh.
From hand.
That's not that. Oh no, that's. We're about to see.
That is original Globby, and then Globby effect to get original Majesty. What?
What? Just a big beater, I guess?
What?
This Majesty is at 10 attack right now. So, Like Void won't be enough to deal with it, but...
So, like, if you're Bo, you need a shield set, I guess? Or a position swap to not die this turn?
Yeah, I guess I'm saying like, oh, this match is super vulnerable, but we've seen a lot of cards already from Bo to address the big threats, and now you're just saying deal with another one. This is... We'll see if Bo has anything.
Oh my god, we're using the lunar phase that gains attack?
Well, was this card slept on? Because we're seeing it really come up in this match.
Does it buff high enough? So if we swing... We don't know exactly which Elestral is being swung on here. If it's a swing on Voldusk, it would have to be 10 lunar phases in Underworld, I think?
Yes. But if it's Werepup, it could be less.
Yeah, if it's Werepup, it's 8, which is a lot more feasible, I think. We've definitely activated... I feel like this puts Bo in, like, maybe you should have used the Waning Crescent. And the Majesty goes down!
It must have been the Werepup. Oh my gosh. That is insane. Alright. Waxing Crescent.
Okay,
Crazy.
I think we drew off of Voldusk as well for the effect.
Dang, Bo's really wanting to find cards. Spirit's not a concern. Cards, oh, I need
No, not at all. We have, I'm pretty sure, the last Waning Crescent in hand. It looks like we will pass here.
Oh my gosh.
There are 9 lunar phases in Underworld. That is crazy.
Insane.
And there's the last. Wow.
And draws again. Bo really saying, nah. I just want to draw. Spirit's not a concern.
Yeah. Why would you need more spirits? Surely they have like an Ambro or something like that they've top decked at this point, right?
They have to.
Are we no, we're just lunar enchanting Werepup.
Okay. So the Spirit deck,
And we swing
Never mind.
3?
that's half. What does Magnetonics have? I mean, we know that Magnetonics has the Galaxy, so it can attempt to answer the Werepup at least. But
The thing
that
is,
enough?
if you... No, yeah, Bo is at... Is Bo at 1 or 2 now?
Believe 1.
They're at 1 after the re-enchant, so they can't do like a battle phase trick move.
But at the same time, here, just flip up a Lunar Phase, heal 1, and you sustain until...
Oh no, they can do a trick move. Oh!
Siphon.
Oh! Oh! Okay, so Bo has to full moon here, or it's over, right?
Yeah, we knew that Trident was there. I just forgot about it. Or that works too. Wait.
Oh
what?
yeah, because there's
There's no Poseidon.
there's no Poseidon. Duh. Okay.
Oh, there's so much to keep track of in that game.
And wow, and that's game. What just happened? I feel like these are things that only Bo can do. Like sometimes I look at decks and I'm like, oh, that's so fun. I should play that. And then I try it. I'm like, oh, I'm not Bo. That's on me. Like there's a lot of stuff where like Bean Soldier is the same thing. Bean Soldier will in like our testing group show up with a deck and be like, it's crazy. Trust. Everyone plays like none of us can do what you do. Like you just have a way with the game of Elestrals that no one else can match. I think that Bo is doing that with a deck that no one can do what Bo is doing.
No, dang. What I'm really curious is if we were sitting there in that match, would that have felt as close as it seemed, or would it just have felt like Bo was in control the entire time?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, honestly, if you ask Bo, like, how did you feel about that game? I'd imagine that they'd say, yeah, I felt like I was pretty in control most of the game, even despite hovering on death for so long.
Yes.
Talking about like, oh yeah, they're gonna, full moon ascend, whatever. Like, no, they just had better answers every time, and they like thought through exactly what was necessary. Just, what an incredible game. I really hope that this makes it to top 8 because I want to see more Volt clips. I know Kay wants to see more Volt clips.
Yes. Oh man, just perfectly navigated. Maybe it's just one of those decks where you're not playing right if you're not towing that line of defeat the entire way through. So shout out to Bo. Now 3-1 heading into round 5. And of course, best of luck to Magnetonics with the rest of the run. They were now they're X and 2, so they might still be able to bubble into top cut. And that was a super interesting deck. So that'd be another interesting one to see yet again.
Yeah, I like the artifact power-up strategy. I think that, unfortunately, a part of what happens sometimes in premieres is it's about this point in the day where sometimes the wheels starts to fall off. Decks that are competent, but sometimes just need good matchups or need to see the cards in the right order, like that type of thing. I think that like their game 1, the fact that they expended a draw for like 2 or 3 turns in a row into a control deck was just something that meant they weren't going to have a great time, even though they got to a gigantic supernova. It just meant that Bo was in the driver's seat for most of the game. And so I imagine that they probably have had much easier go at it for most of the day. And this is just kind of the point where it's like, all right, you've had a decent first handful of rounds. This is where you're finally going to have a not so good round, where you're going to have one where it's just like, yeah, I had to expend a draw a bunch. I had to mulligan. I had to, play unoptimally. I had to make awkward decisions. I had to say, you better have it to my opponent, and they had it. So, that just happens with long tournament runs.
Yeah, and we're also not even discussing the fact that it was literally against Bo. Like, there's
it's also
not even acknowledging that factor.
And this is a deck that Bo has topped with before in the past. Like, this is something that they are somewhat known for.
And considering how well they're known for it, they've definitely played a ton, meaning that even against decks that might not have encountered such as this just towers, artifacts deck, probably knows still generally, all right, you're going tall, here are my outs, here's how I need to play to maximize my odds about being able to out them and eventually win the game. So very, very well played.
Yeah, it was good on Bo to make sure that they understood how the casting of Trident of Poseidon worked, because that is something that's very important. that has come up. I've had that come up, and frequently people are unaware that that's how that ends up working. And it's why a lot of people, when they first play Elestrals Clash, the online client, which you should check out on Steam for free, but when people play it, frequently someone will cast an Elestral and they'll try and Gorgons it or something like, what? Why is it not on the field? Why can't I choose this? Because it hasn't actually resolved yet. It is in the process of being cast. It isn't on board yet. You have to wait until the second chain where it is actually on board, and now you can Gorgon's Gaze the effect. You can TA it or something like that. And that mimics how the game works in paper as well. We just usually skip through that first little bit because it doesn't matter a lot of the time that, there's technically a casting period for something.
Yep, but in a deck like Lunar Phases, where a ton of stuff you can just flip up at any time, very important ruling. Just very, very important. Really, Shield, Argo, nah. But Gorgon's Gaze and the Lunar Phases, absolutely.
Yeah, and we saw the double chain in that game 2 where it mattered. Like that mattered a lot to be able to make sure that you're getting as much value out of your cards. You're continuing to draw through your deck a bunch with Voldusk. Man, Voldusk is just such a cool little Elestral. It's cool to see people playing with it because it doesn't feel like something that people have been experimenting with a lot since Moonrise. I know that I haven't taken a proper look at it since I helped put together a Lunar Phase Tornagian deck that one of my good friend Ren from Orlando took to, I believe, top 16 or top 32 at Dallas. They were just on the bubble at I think it was a 4-3 record or something like that with Lunar Phase Tornagian, and it's a cool deck. Haven't looked at it since. It did well, and I was like, cool, a deck that I helped construct did well. All right, I'm done with this. Move on to the next one.
Yep. I mean, when you can just call Lunar Phase Tornagian sounds actually crazy.
It's awesome. Going Winjin, call Lunar Phase turn 1 and hitting no matter what because you have 20 copies. Like, oh, it's so good. It's just it's unfortunate because you can't, Tornagian for 3 Lunar Phases, but you can go Tornagian for New Moon Resting Earthquake, and now you're guaranteed 3 removals. You can go Tornagian for Ambro, Voldusk, Waning Crescent, and you're guaranteed a heal option. Like,
yeah,
it's cinema. It is simply cinema.
So fun. Reflecting back on this match, I'm wondering, is there a realm where to keep control of the control deck, you preemptively cast Trident to make sure that those face-down Lunar Phases can't be flipped up to not dig deeper, so Bo couldn't dig deeper into their deck?
So you put Trident on their Elestral?
That would be an even interesting way. I was just thinking, just put it on one of your Elestrals and just say, yeah, you're not digging through your deck. Yeah, I don't have my big guy. It's not the ideal setup, but I know what you're trying to do, so I'm just going to stop that and then just had the match see anyway and just set up that way.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that I think 2 of the 3 times that Trident was attempted to be cast, the other Elestral, if there was one on board, was a Plucky the first time, and the second time there was just one Elestral on board. It was like just the Supernova, I believe. And so there wasn't another Elestral that was an option, I think, other than putting on your opponent's Elestral.
Yeah, no good options, but it is an interesting, if that matchup ever comes up again, which if it does, that's insane, but who knows? We don't know the future, but just fun little counterplays like that. Like, could you play Trident in more of a control and a counterplay fashion and not just proactive?
Yeah, I think that it definitely is a card that reads more proactively, but you could definitely use it as a sort of lockdown strategy a la the Leonite lock from days of old. Everyone that knows what I'm talking about just felt their back ache. Like, oh, my knee hurts. There must be a rainstorm coming in. Leo lock is something that I think actually is more viable with results of Hestia being around. I know it's something that Bean Soldier was playing around with at some point. But you definitely can just use it as a like floodgate. Be like, you're not gonna do anything. You don't get to play the game.
Nope, not at all. And if Wirtz is watching this, I swear I'm going to hear about him brewing that now, because I remember he was like, I don't know if he was the original Leo Lock player, but he was at least one of the original Leo Lock players.
Yeah,
really awesome stuff.
Yeah, I flashing back to like 2 years ago, like, oh yes, I remember now.
Oh, don't
The
tell me it's been
Leo.
2 years. That's crazy. I mean,
Yeah, Kickstarter was 2 years ago now. That
oh,
was August of 2023, I believe.
that
Was
means
when
it's 3 years since almost 3 years since prototype. Whew.
Yeah, Elestrals Day was just like a week ago, right? So
Yeah,
it's
a lot of
it's
cool
been
stuff.
3 years since the first one, right? That's wow. Time
That-
continues to progress, and I'm only reminded of the fact that I'm getting older.
Yep, same here. And we're not even that old. Like, that's the crazy part.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, we can go have our existential crises later. You have a break
Lunch.
to go on. It's exactly, this is your time. Go have an existential crisis. Kay will be joining me here in just a second. We're gonna go and throw it to a quick break while our round 4 closes out. We'll see you in just a minute. And we are back. It is Kay and Caleb commentating clashes. And I can see a little bit of disappointment in your eyes. What's wrong?
Well, as you see, Voldusk actually hit the board last game. And after Bears round 1 that I missed out, for this to happen again, listen, I understand. I am taking it personally. My feelings are hurt. I'm happy for you that you got to commentate it. I guess the second best place to be for Volclips versus Starbit is in bed cuddling my dogs. If I couldn't be,
you could be on the mic. Yeah.
So like I'm not too mad, but also a little upset. However, oh my gosh, what a game.
Yeah, it was an incredible game. Definitely a moment of I'm so happy for you. It should have happened to me though. Yeah. Why couldn't it have been me?
Yeah, it should have happened to me. It's okay. I'm glad I was there to witness it. What a moment. What a moment even, because we cannot keep letting Bo get away with this.
It was a moment, that's for sure. It was a moment, it was a moment. It was a lot of different things, and it was certainly very, very exciting to see. And I just know that you were probably you're watching your phone or something, hanging out, and you're like, what?
Yeah, no Superstar. I had you on the big screen.
oh my god!
I've got the Elestrals stream up on the TV, and I was just like, oh. Pointing. No way! Literally, that was me. The bulldog. No, it was incredible and well played to both casters. It was so fun to watch. I mean, I was with my little yogurt bowl, just like
hyperventilating as.
And it's only round, what was that, 4?
That was 4. We're going into 5.
Oh my goodness gracious! We're barely even halfway through Swiss.
Yeah, we've hit the over halfway point. Got 3 rounds left of Swiss, and then we're on to Top Cut, which is 3 more rounds. So if you think about it, we're not even halfway through the day. We got 6 more rounds. We've gone through 4.
And I really hope that we hear from both of those casters again, because I want to be on the mic for it. Oh
yeah, I would very much love to see Bo in top 8, and I believe you're commentating top 8, so hopefully we're able to get that back in. I mean, Bo has topped with a deck like this. I don't know if it's the exact list, but they've topped with a Volclips list before, so let's hope that they do it again.
Listen, if anyone can do it. Unfortunately, I feel kind of responsible for giving this burden to Bo, because there was one point on a stream that I was like, Bo, listen, no one believed in Heliolith Cyprong. No one believes in Voldusk. This can be your next project. Please, if anyone can do it, it's you. And just took the mantle and has been, I think, probably haunted by it ever since, to be honest.
I don't know if you heard towards the end, but hey, I played Voldusk. I helped it get top 32 at Dallas. Like,
oh shoot!
Yeah, Winjin Voldusk. Believe me.
The Winjin lunar phase stuff is cool, and I did hear you talking about that. It's like, wait, where did that go? Because it went crazy once. And then it seems like it's just,
I think there's too many cool toys to play with in Elestrals.
Yeah.
And I think that it was a solid deck. It was just missing a little bit. And it might have been that it just missed committing more to lunar phases. Who knows? But
I mean, there seems to be a lunar phase for every situation. I mean, some of those interactions that we saw last game, it's like, oh, wait, no, there is an out to this. Oh, wait, no, there is an answer. Oh, wait, no, you're right, Bill. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Pop off.
Oh, my goodness.
Pop off, puppy queen.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we've talked about one deck at length here. I believe that we have a little bit of information about our top 12. Not top 12, top 6, half that. I can do math. Top 6 decks for the event. I don't know if are ready to, we got that graphic up. But I know that there's a lot of very interesting stuff that I'd like to see from our top 6 here. And
Look at
ooh-wee!
that.
Ooh-wee!
Ooh. Oh, we are just
There it is.
bears as heck here. Not only Majorsta Turbo, but people are, I think that people have been playing Clash and they're like, wait, bears are crazy.
Bears are
And
kinda
we have,
cool.
we have a don't poke variation. And hey, you know what? We were talking about Hermes earlier. There
My
he
goat? They've got 6 people that are actually playing it. Hey, that's wonderful. I'm surprised that there's as many Hermes players as Fire Artifact players. I wonder what the conversion to Top Cut will be between those 12 players total.
I can't wait. I think that this is going to be, no matter what, an interesting top cut. Wind Aggro being the #1 deck that has been brought is interesting. And I mean, Fire Artifacts, Wind Aggro, these are the 2 lists that we've seen the entire Firestorm format kind of go back and forth with, I believe, Chrysor being the first, quote, winner of the Firestorm format in a PNM. And from then, they've both just been duking it out and seeing who can make what work and which one will come out on top. And who knows, maybe it's bears.
Surprise, actually, it's Don't Poke the Bears. We're playing real Earthseer gang showing up and punching you in the face.
Listen, I'm just waiting for the day that someone finally casts an Urskote. Okay, that's my baby,
happened to me at
that's my
locals.
angel.
That's happened to
Okay.
me at locals. Yeah. That has happened to me. My good friend Davis, who actually at the Atlanta event in January got top 4, I believe, his first ever like major event that he took seriously for Elestrals. He showed up and he played exactly which like well that deck that event he played Frost. Then he was like, I'm gonna play bears now. And so I'd go to locals at Cards HQ and be like, yeah, Urskote. I'm like, what? How do I deal with this? Okay,
Literally.
I lose.
What do
I
you
don't
do?
know.
Some people are just built different. I mean, some people can just show up and be like, you know, I think I'm actually gonna win.
Yeah, actually, sorry. Yeah, he played before he swapped to playing bears like that pre Firestorm. He played Caprofume, and dude was on a whole nother level. Like, what am I supposed to do about that? I don't know.
Whoa.
Like that's outside of my hands. I don't know.
I never want to see a Caprofume on Who's That Elestral because I will not know what it is.
So, yeah, well,
No.
hey, Beanie, you know what to queue up.
Oh no. Please
Beanie
don't
knows
make us
exactly what your
ridiculous.
weakness is. Quick, go search up what is Caprofume.
Let me see all of the different arts for Caprofume that have ever existed. Thank you.
Hey, surely you know what Foamy looks like, right?
Oh yeah. Big
So
fan.
you know what Smoky looks like.
Yeah, and I've seen them gazing at each other through the water in their tournament pack arts. Oh, some of my favorite art that Elestrals has done ever. It's so precious. I remember the moment that I realized, I was like, wait, they tell a story.
Yeah, and I believe that actually that was a community requested thing, is that they did the Foamy art and then Smoky was made as a result because they're like, oh, you should do the opposite side.
Genius. Absolutely.
Yeah, it was very, very smart for them to do that. But hey, look, if you need to know what Caprofume looks like, just think of Smoky but really big. That's all it is. Big Smoky.
On top of Smoky, all covered with fumes. Yeah, I'm getting it.
I was gonna go with like that's what they used to call Snoop Dogg, but yeah, we could definitely.
I think that what's beautiful here is that our minds work in mysterious ways.
This is true. Very mysterious. I still have yet to figure out what's going on in mine because most of the time it sounds like a white noise machine. I think.
Yeah. Okay. Mine, I find, is usually a song, or if we're watching a game of Elestrals, what?
You're just actively playing a game of Who's That Elestral as every single card is cast. You're like, I don't know. What is that? All right, Kay. What Elestral is this?
And
What Elestral is this?
Well, that's not fair because I can't see that at all.
Come on, you got it. I believe in you.
Enlarging your screen. Oh, it's Toxiri.
There you go. Let's go.
you were just the tiniest little box, and therefore that card was that big.
I think I could tell what it is at that distance.
Okay, sorry, we're not all built like you. But speaking of,
at this distance, I can do this.
True, you can cheat. Oh yes.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. And on that note, speaking of heat, oh my gosh, these next two casters going to this clash. We have Astronite and Brewlock, and oh my god.
Yeah, we got another Chicago Eddie on cast. That's crazy.
We may have been discussing not this exact card earlier, but we were discussing a different iteration of one of these things. And stream, for those of you who are watching, oh my god, I'm so excited for all of us to go on this particular journey.
I think the great thing is if you know Brewlock, you can assume what he's playing because Brewlock does Brewlock things. And it's like, I'm pretty sure when I played, I got my top 4 on heal control. He and I played in top 8, and he was playing something like this. So I'm very excited to see what comes out of this, what both of these casters have brewed up. It looks like we are ready for our game 1. Let's go and hop into Astronite versus Brewlock.
Ooh, okay. Oh my goodness. I'm so excited. And you are right. With Brewlock, you could probably guess.
Yeah, if your reaction to a Spectaris hitting the board here is shock, you don't know Brewlock.
We are in element, certainly, and oh my goodness.
And there's excited. A rabbit.
Yeah, this could be anything.
Oh no, you like Ash Rabbit. That's a different one.
Hey, I am a rabbit lover. I love rabbits of all kinds, and I can't wait for us to get other element rabbits to wreak havoc upon everyone else. I
hope not.
I just want a really dangerous, like, attacking bunny. I think that would be fun, sort of.
I don't know. I think that you've succumbed to bunny mind control because I don't think we need more rabbits. There's enough already with the Ash and the Ast.
Listen, Frost Bunny mind control. It's right there.
No, I don't want it. No, you can't make me.
Please. Ooh.
Trishula would like to know your location. And Astronite has added a card from their deck to their hand off the top 3 and set 1 here.
Okay, that was the hand. I was like, we're just setting them in that row.
No way! That is Cryptoris! What?
No way!
I think, is Brewlock explaining how this card works? This is... What? So Cryptoris gains +2 for each time you foretell in a turn. You can expend Lunar to foretell 3, and you add any number of 2+ costed Elestrals that are Lunar off the top. So it looks like we're going to miss. I think that was Champ Spectaris, a Gorgons, and I blacked out the third card. I think it might have been an Ambro. But it looked like we just stacked that Spectaris to the top. And we're going to swing the Spectaris at the Astrabbit.
Okay. Cryptoris is... Whoa!
And there's the Argo.
Okay. And it was an Ambrosia full art. That was the third card there. Going and getting a Liar. Okay. I don't think ever in my life I have seen a Cryptoris cast, and as someone who to the end of my days, the Taurus cards will be some of my favorites. Okay, I defend them, but we don't often see them. But what a day to be alive. However, a shield coming out on Astronite's side. Oh no.
I think that Brewlock has made a very dangerous play here because this rabbit's a 5 attacker now. He just gave his opponent a 5 stat into his 4 statted Cryptoris. This Cryptoris is in danger right now.
Yeah, about to return to the crypt is what we're saying here. And I would be paying off of this Liar expediently, attempting to get rid of it here. However,
PCA would be crazy right now, but we're not doing that.
Yep, we do have that one set still, so there's that. But we'll see. I mean, Tsunami would at least get this rabbit back into defense where you theoretically want it to be with this lyre attached.
Yeah, the proactive Argo feels so scary because if you now have to shield a rabbit or something, you've just gone -3 for nothing. And we're Argo part 2!
No,
What?
And we're paying off of that to get
What? Are we putting Torch of Hestia onto Cryptoris? Makes it a
Argo
6
to
Oh,
Argo.
huh?
Oh, the golden fleece. Okay.
You know what? I think if you asked me to tell you what cards were in Brulok's deck here, I would not have been able to predict any of these because I'm so actively confused.
Yeah, not
At
one single
Every card
thing.
activation right here.
Yeah. Okay, we've got Cryptaris with a golden fleece, and
Dripped out.
and that's just where we're at.
And that is
way!
half Mel.
Yeah, we have Cathmel coming out. Okay, cutie little girl.
And we're gonna expend for Cryptoris, Foretell 3, Comalis. Is that another
Ooh.
Cryptoris and another Comalis? I don't think any of those feel particularly good here. Stellar Fawnlet, I see.
Okay, so that might be hinting at things to come here.
And now this is where Cathmel swings Rabbit and Astrodynite does their own Argo to play a Lyre.
Classic. However, I mean, even with that, if you're getting to heal off of this Cathmel, it's a pretty sum zero. However, okay, another shield coming out from Astronite here. Which, I mean, that Cathmel can just come back out whenever it wants, so...
Yeah, I don't disagree with it, though, because how is Brulok outing either of these rabbits without then going for Cryptoris proactively?
Mm-hmm. I mean...
Looks like we are ascending both rabbits
We are going...
into Majursa?
What?
What are you doing? What are you talking about right now? What?
Okay, we are funneling spirits into it.
Ursaden?
There goes Ursaden. Properly enchanted, that one.
Okay, Hibernation?
Are we getting a second? No. Yes?
Imagine.
No?
I will get up out of my chair and scream.
I get so many little treats today.
What?
Oh my god! Bears! Oh my
Are you
goodness.
serious?
And there goes both the Golden Fleece and the Cryptaris. Oh!
The words have left my brain. We're swinging for 6. Brulok is at 3 supposedly here.
What just happened?
My brain has ceased functioning. What do you mean we're playing 2 Majursa and we have Ambro. That puts us to 5.
Sure. Bring out Fawnlet. Do it.
But like, what is Fawnlet?
Cute. Fawnlet.
Oh, true. Okay, Spectaris. That is true. It is cute. No, you're right.
Fawnlet cute stellar. Okay. Oh, and Necklace of Harmonia. Bear. We're going for the properly enchanted. In
case they're playing a third Majursa.
Yeah. Hey. Crazier things have happened, like a second Majursa coming out in the same turn after siphoning to ascend.
We expended our last 2 spirits to the necklace. This to me looks like maybe we have a judge call going on because both of our players have put their hands on the table.
Yeah, I mean...
The teacher has entered the room.
Yeah, excuse me.
Excuse me, teacher. So
My opponent seems to have 2 Majursa on this board.
when a galaxy is cast and my opponent PTAs it, what happens?
What happens? What is the order?
Is it a 3-2 or a 5-0?
Chat, quiz, quick, go.
Yeah. Chat,
Do you
what
remember
happened?
that one time when we were casting together and two Madursas hit the board in the same turn?
Wait, did that happen? Pretty sure that happened?
We either collectively, all of us here gathered today, blacked out and dreamed it. Which, I mean, that does sound like something I would dream of.
Yeah,
to
no,
be
that's
fair.
fair. That's fair. Yeah, I do
fair.
commonly dream about two large bears, so that checks out.
Yeah, hitting the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, mommy,
hitting the
sorry,
board.
mommy, sorry, mommies,
Matursa?
mommy bears all over.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. So
Oh.
how
Well-
are you feeling? Are we in the feeling stage with
yeah,
what we just
recenter, no.
witnessed? Yeah,
This
are we
is-
feeling
this is-
solution oriented yet?
This is what I did with after the Vol clips at the board last round with Eagle. I was like, all right, let's do our box breathing. Close our eyes. Inhale, hold, exhale, hold.
Oh.
All right, we're good. You can open your eyes now. We did a little bit of our breathing exercises,
Mhm.
and now, we'll let our judges figure out what exactly might have occurred in this prior game state that needs to be rectified. Our wonderful judges are here to help. Make sure if you are ever playing in any Premier event, any Elestrals event, that
Mhm.
if you have a question, ask a judge. There's never any reason to not just go ahead, ask for help, because if you're not clear, you have a right to have something explained to you as to how things work, such as being able to use Gorgon's Gaze in response to the cast of a Trine of Poseidon. That is an important thing to be able to know, and that can be game determinative.
Mhm.
So make sure you ask your judge. If you have a question, you're ever concerned about anything, they're there to make sure that the game is played correctly and properly. So never feel bad about calling a judge. It is always the right thing to do.
And shout out to the judges.
Shout out to the judges.
Because they keep this whole thing running for sure. It's always the people behind the scenes who are
Mhm.
making everything look easy, making things look smooth, keeping things running, and answering questions that I haven't even thought to think of getting to this board state. So I'm so glad there are people who do know these things.
I'm really curious to see exactly what the intrusion has occurred here. What has brought a judge into the room to resolve whatever game state has occurred, because
Yes.
it looked fairly straightforward to me. Maybe it was something with the necklace, making sure that the correct number of spirits were being managed. I don't know exactly, but this has been a roller coaster of a game already, and we're like 12 minutes into it, I think.
To say the least. So last we left our heroes, we had one Majersa left on the board. It was the misenchanted one, the one that siphoned from the bunnies. We also had the Specteris with the necklace, and Brulok was down to the final two spirits, which then got expended because of the effect of necklace. So we're probably just figuring out where we go. When we come back, we will see what's going on, where Bears goes from there, because even if the necklace gets destroyed because of being unable to pay out, or if we're able to pay off of Ambrosia or whatever happens going forward, we have already used two Majersa, and one must assume that there is not a third. One must.
Yeah, I think one must. The other thing is that with having the Majersa on board, you just swap it to defense position. Astronite just puts that thing in defense.
Mhm.
Majersa has a large defense stat, if you catch my meaning. 13. It's pretty large.
13 is
And
big.
that is not enough for a necklace on the Specteris
Yeah.
to hit over. Like that's not enough. That only gets to a 10 attack stat.
And I think that there are very few things that can deal with the 13 defense stat. I think that we need to see some kind of removal And that's really it, because you're not hitting over that.
Yeah, and the spirit discrepancy between these two players right now as well is quite large. I just don't know if Brewlock has the capacity to make it back into this game due to being on 0 spirits. And like an Eddie wins the game
And a dream.
for our Bears player here, Astro Knight. Like Galaxy Champ just says, all right, swing for game.
And we will see that imminently. I'm very excited to get back into it. I need to see more from this Bears list. I need to see, because as we were talking about earlier, not one single card that came out on Brewlock's side of the board did either of us expect.
Yeah,
Oh my
the
God.
Cryptoris. So like my thing is knowing Brewlock, there's a he's probably playing Posthumous. And so the assumption is that there's probably more than just Posthumous in the deck for using Cryptoris. Forget what I'm saying though. I got news from production. So there's some details about the board state that they needed to clarify. There's some sort of confusion. Our players got a time extension, and we'll be getting back into this clash as soon as we can here, as our players now. Like I said, you always call a judge. You always want to make sure you know what's going on, and they're there to make sure that the board state is clarified, and making sure that everything is going the way that it should be.
And I'm sure that we are both going to get some answers here pretty soon about these decks, about these boards. And also, I think something that has not gotten anywhere near enough attention here is the little tiny Vapyro over on Astronite's side of the board. That it looks handmade, and it is adorable.
It does look adorable. It looks like our players are resuming play here. Brewlock swings over the Majursa with the Specterus that has the Necklace of Harmony on it, passes, Astronite draws for a turn, and a light breeze does it here. Yeah. Does Astronite have the wind in his bag of winds to take this game to game 2?
Do not say bag of winds right now. I swear if one of the cards that comes out next is bag of winds, I swear my mind.
If this is some sort of Cryo-Wing, what?
Oh, wait. Okay.
Why?
Cryoburn happening right now.
I'm wondering what's going on here. So we're going to Cryovern. Unless we have a necklace of our own, this feels like a waste of 2 spirits, because Brewlock just like swings over it and then passes. I mean, you still win the game, but like just from a spirit management perspective, I don't know. I'm being pedantic about a board state that is Astronite's game to lose here.
Yeah. And okay, so we do see Majursa moving into defense, that big 13 booty there. And we are still doing some other things, it seems. No, we are just going to pass back over to Brewlock. And
there's the concession.
Yeah, this is a scoop, which, fair enough. If you're looking at a Majursa and a Cryoburn on the board, it feels like scoop o'clock.
You know, something that I'm hearing all the time from lots of people that play Elestrals, great players, they're always saying this. It's the second Majursa that gets you.
It's the second. I have heard that around, for sure. Around the Pantheon, people have been saying that it's the second Majursa, and I think that she needs to go the way of the third Viserys.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what you mean, but I agree. It was very profound what you just said. I want to cycle back. You said scoop o'clock, and like those words have been seared into my brain now. I'm now just like imagining like it's scoop o'clock somewhere, like t-shirts, and it has like someone picking up their deck. It's always scoop o'clock somewhere. Like the next time I lose a game and it's like unwinnable, I look at them just well, it's always scoop o'clock somewhere. Just pick up my cards and walk out the card store.
Absolutely, yeah. If I whip this foretell, I'm gonna scoop o'clock. It's it's like a Margaritaville like chain Yeah.
card store. It's scoop o'clock somewhere. You know that is.
Listen, can we get the merch team on this stream right now to have a little conversation? I think we're cooking.
Yeah, there's something big here. Did we just make the shirt of the summer?
I think we did. And I think it's fine that we're yapping about this, considering we had ample time to sit and talk about, oh my God, what happened in that game. That being said, Astronaut did take it for game 1. Brewlock cooking up some dubious lunar food over on their side of the board. I cannot wait to see moving in to game 2 what happens there and if a third bear will hit the board.
If a third one hits the board,
it's scoop o'clock.
It's scoop o'clock. Like there's nothing else to say. I'm going home, and by that I mean I'm going to bed. I'm
the one right behind you for sure.
You know, people say, "Oh, Caleb, why do you have your setup right in front of your bed?" It's so I can go to bed right after some crazy stuff like that just happens. Like I need a nap after that. That was crazy.
Yeah. Okay, it seems like we are ready to get into game 2 here. Astronaut versus Brewlock. Oh my God.
Yeah, please just start it. Please. I need to see what happens next. It's like
this has been a day of all days with clashes of all time happening. And it's wild because it's only been a week since the
last one. Yeah.
In last tournament was so like good stuff pile oriented. Don't get me wrong. My girl Nixamara, she took the whole thing. I love that for her. But the majority of players were like, what if I just play all the good cards? And now we're saying, what if there are 2 bears?
What if so when a mama bear and a mama bear hit the board at the same time and one of them is misenchanted? You scoop a clock.
There are 2 bears inside you. Both of them want to scoop right now.
That's awesome. It looks like Astronaut has mulligan here. Brewlock, I think, looks like they're expecting to draw as their first action, going first. And setting a card, maybe a second one.
Ooh,
a third? No, we're just going to pass.
I mean, I think it's safe to assume that Astronaut at this point is not on Hurricane. I don't think you can even begin to do that. And here comes Narpoon.
I love this Narpoon art. It is a very cute one. A little smiley Narpoon. You asked and you shall receive. That's an Urskote.
What? Urskote? What?
That is Urskote, Champion of Keon. Yeah.
That's my
All right.
baby.
So Kay is the biggest up. Eagle and I cannot. It's over for us. Nothing we've predicted matters. Kay has won it all. You remember the first Firestorm where I made like 7 additional predictions and each one ended up being correct? You've done that today. You've just been in passing. You were like, I'd love to see Urskote cast. Anyway, Narpoon search Urskote. What?
Turn
what are you talking about?
Astronaut, can you hear me? Astronaut, come in. Are you listening to me right now?
So it looks like Fawnlit hits the board, searching that gorgeous full art Artemis. I wonder. So here's my big shot call. Brewlock plays Artemis, loads it up. No, what are we? Why is the Fawnlit in attack position? Are we flipping up a bluff set liar? We're suppressing the Narpoon. We're special casting Spectaris from hand. Okay, we got Champion of Artist Spectaris came out of hand. If your opponent controls this Breath or Celestial, you can special cast it from hand. Pull the rod!
No way!
Are you kidding me?
What?
So we're sending the Fawnlit.
Urskote, quick, come out! Look what they're doing.
Look at what they're up to. This is devilish. But here comes the Shield of Achilles, and now Spectaris can only crash.
Okay, this is what?
Jeez Louise is all I have to say about that.
Okay.
I don't know if I've ever gotten out of my chair as much as I have today.
This has been wild. People are cooking, and we know that Urskote is there. Okay, we have Corioling coming out. All right.
I think
Checking
it is
the
live.
Underworld. Yep.
Organ's gaze on this. So it is a That is a big Elestral when we go back to Brulok's turn, but Brulok has Artemis to suppress it.
That's true. Hey, Artemis doing so much work right now, exactly.
Absolutely. And Comalis, the stellar promo.
Ooh, we were just talking about Comalis earlier, too.
That's true.
What's
Comalis
happening?
versus Noxamuse. Here it is. We got 5 big wounds. We're going to Nexus.
We're Nexusing, going in. Let's see. We're searching. Is it Spectral? Is that the name of it? Or is it?
Yes, it is Spectral.
Okay. Some of the archetypes sometimes get me, but all right. Instead, we grabbed Cryptara.
So that is the champion of Artemis Spectaris, the one that got last turn. And so now we suppress down the Cryoling, special cast out Spectaris, and Spectaris swing. And there's Tsunami, and that is the biggest punish possible here, I think.
Yeah, after all that investment into
I'm lying, though. Altar of Stars.
What? Moving back into attack, and the Cryoling goes down anyways? Oh.
This has got to be like... Brulok could not have crafted a better series of cards, I feel like, for himself here. This has been ridiculous.
Yeah, let them
Astronite,
brew.
though. Into the Ursko.
Okay, targeting that face down rune. You are locked down, card. Cute.
Yeah, you ain't going nowhere. You are not getting flipped face up.
That's my baby. Look at that. She's got tears in her eyes. Oh my goodness.
She
It's
went to
okay.
Kyo and said, I got scared.
Yeah, that card can't hurt you. Don't worry.
So Astronite needs like resting here, or I think Astronite might be turbo cooked.
I think
just gets out like the big moose is coming.
Yeah, I think we're
Ursko's be like, my whole life is ahead of me. No, you don't. The moose is coming.
And we don't. Do you have anything to set to protect the baby? Will you protect the baby?
Oh,
coming out.
Okay.
All right.
Misenchanted, as it should be, and there's.
All
right, we're in this one.
Bear. And because you can't activate that face down rune, Mama Bear is in the clear.
That's crazy.
Oh,
do you see Astronite flick the top card off their deck to draw? That was slick. That was absolutely disgusting.
Oh,
and here comes the big mama.
There she is. Just one. Don't worry, Brulok. It's only one for now.
It's about to be a lot more. Brulok only 2 cards in hand. I think Urskot is actually so cute as like a more den focused strategy. You know, say like, this is my one for the high bear, and now it's guaranteed through a back row.
That was, I genuinely, as I was,
that honestly, I think that's really heads up. We get to swing for 3 here, putting Brulok down to 3, and this face down rune doesn't matter because it can't be activated anyway as a result of Ursko.
Yeah,
I really like this. Expend to draw. Is Brulok cooked? He scoops! No! Oh my god! Oh, and the hand was killer too. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Lightning quick. Quick.
I kid you not, yesterday, as I was like trying to fall asleep, because like I gotta wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow, it did. I was like, what about Ursko to protect the Majursa from a possible Gorgon's Gaze? What if Ursko good? And apparently the hive mind was hive minding, because that is exactly what we just saw. My baby bear. Oh,
you know what?
Goodness.
Hey, I was talking smack as if that Ursko was gonna get taken down, but the mama bear showed up, and
she said, "Not my baby."
That was crazy. That was absolutely insane. I'm floored. That was game 2, right? That went so fast. That's GG's to Astronite. Wow. That was so with the fact that the judge call took about 5 minutes. That was like a 15-minute game, I think. Maybe 20. That was quick.
Yeah, they always say, it's the first bear that gets you.
It is the first bear that gets you.
Oh my goodness.
They do always say that.
It was, and with that one specifically, I remember in my mind being like, Astronaut is so cooked, let Brewlock brew. But I mean, if you've got the combo to get Mama out, you've got the combo.
Yeah, if you got combo, you got combo, and wow, that was gross, honestly. Like,
yeah, listen, we're sitting here with all the time in the world left. I think what we need to do is talk about the cards that we saw in that game and sort of the sequence of events, because we started off over on Brewlock's side, right, with Spectaris, and we were like, I mean, if you know Brewlock, we're being very cheeky about it. It's like, if you know Brewlock. And then all of a sudden Cryptaris came out, and all of a sudden it had Golden Fleece, and all of a sudden in the next game we had Artemis. Artemis was suppressing things. We had Fawnlet coming out. We had Comalis. We had the champion Spectaris. We had Pulveror. Wait, we had Pulveror.
Yes, we had Pulveror. That was probably the most shocking thing about game 2. That was horrifying. Like the Fawnlet came out in attack position. Like, this doesn't make sense at all. And then it turned into a giant cat.
Yeah.
And that was very scary.
It was very scary. And the art too is so like it's lurking, which it absolutely was. And then but you know, Mama Bear.
She
Mess
protects
with
her cubs. No,
don't poke the bear.
do not poke the bear. I'm always saying that.
Yeah, you are always saying exactly that.
I'm always saying exactly that. Do not poke the bear.
I think that what we need to do is decide on whatever little treat that I get for my predictions today, because
Do you have an Earth Scout plushie yet?
yes, I've been fighting for my life trying to decide whether or not to go for a second one to see if I can get the Stellar Bear. But I'm just like, okay, well, but then I would have, if I don't get it, then I have a second one. But what's the problem? Because then I just have 2 bears.
That's
so
true.
like that's not the worst thing in the world. Also, I don't know if I mentioned it yet today, even one time, but I did just get the Stellar Astrabbit plushie, who's right there again. I don't know.
How
maybe
big is
first
it?
time. Little.
Little
Yeah.
baby?
Used to sit in your hands. First time I'm mentioning that today.
Yeah, that has not been brought up before whatsoever.
No. So, you know, hey, maybe this is my sign to go stellar hunting for another bear plushie.
This has made me realize that I do not somehow have a Earth Scout, so I need to go get an Earth Scout plush. I got all
Ooh.
these and no Earth Scout.
We have so many friends, no Earth Scout. But also like, actually, you know what? Good point. Where is the Earth Scout plushie? If there's ever been a little guy designed to be a huggable plushie, oh my god.
That's the one. That's the one.
It's the one.
This literally, that is the one. That is the one. So adorable. So cute.
It came out, was protecting the mama, said, don't worry, mom, that back row can't hurt you.
That back row don't got nothing on you.
Don't worry, you go eat them, I got you.
Yeah, don't worry. Speaking of plushes, and you brought up the Vipyro little board.
Oh my
thing
gosh, yes.
that Astra had. Honestly, I think that the Vipyro plush really cooked. I think
was
they
cute.
absolutely they annihilated this round of the spirit plushies. The upgraded from the Kickstarter ones for some of the spirit plushes is just incredible. Like the Zaptor is adorable. The Vipyro is so cute. I do think I prefer my Kickstarter Leviathan mostly because it's so tiny. It is
Yeah.
like this is
I'll bring
look
them
how
out.
tiny.
Look!
It's so tiny. It's so itty bitty. It is
need
baby.
little Leviathan. I was just recently talking about this. I was like, we need more teeny tiny plushies. So, imagine my joy and delight. Again, first time I'm mentioning it today when tiny Stellar Astrabbit arrived. What a gorgeous girl. Oh my goodness. At first when I saw it, I was like, oh, is it the I thought it was like, is that the felt one from
Oh yeah, from like is
from these.
Is that from the thing? Is that
but
that
the
the
eyes
Pyro
are
from
different.
Pyro?
I was like, okay, no, it's different. But apparently all of our casters are just getting crafty and making little guys, and that makes me want to have, like with my locals, a craft night to make little spirits or Elestrals.
I don't know if you, this is something that I as a child did. My family and another family did Dungeons and Dragons together, and so the first night before we played together, we got a bunch of the little like clay, like colored clay that you cooked into little figures, and we made little figurines for our Dungeons and Dragons characters. Imagine the locals craft night. You show up with the putty, you craft your little Elestrals, and then someone takes it home and bakes them. And then the next time you show up to Elestrals, you got your little like deck mate.
Wait, okay, listen, forget Elestral Store regionals. We need Elestral Store craft nights. This is so cute.
Kissimmee. I know what we're doing at Kissimmee. I know what we're doing at Kissimmee.
Catch me in the hotel room making an album.
Me in the lobby, making myself a Leviathan, going to Hobby Lobby, going to Michael's right beforehand, getting my little putty.
Oh my gosh. I think, listen, we've got our plans. Okay.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing. Look, I'm driving down. I'll be coming with a giant like box of putty for people to make Elestrals.
I'll be like, excuse me, Caleb, round one is starting. It has started. We're a little busy.
I have something a little more important to do. Have you seen my little Voldusk I'm making? Yes, it does just look like a stick figure made out of clay, but
it is just a purple blob. I have no artistic skill whatsoever.
Wait, no, hold on. Even simpler than making like a model, you just make Voldusk's head as like a flat little like coin type thing.
Okay.
You could just put it at the top of your mat or something like that. Put it on. You know?
Hey, speaking of new coins that are coming out for live stream,
yes.
to keep track of all of our new effects and everything, I pre-ordered mine. I got them because I know for a fact that if they're like, folks, you're gonna need these.
Yeah.
You're gonna need these.
My favorite, I think, by far is the blocked zone one. It's just Kraken going blocked.
No, when are we gonna get the toxic Elestrals Clash emotes in real life? Because there are some of those that I've seen and I'm like, there's no way that they're gonna let us use this against each other. This is about to be the rudest game of all time. It was
so funny. I played versus Silver Beanie yesterday. He cooked the hell out of me, by the way. But I was playing Mill, and my first cast is Cinder, and I hit Ursaden and like two other really good cards. Immediately, I get the emote react of no.
No. Apparently, some of these emotes are already on Twitch. So for those of you who are watching right now on Twitch, if you're subbed, drop an emote right now.
Scott TV, I'm going right now.
Yeah, actually, we're gonna stop commentating for 2 seconds and sit here in silence. If that's okay. This is really important. Mm-hmm.
We need to get them on the YouTube too, because I think YouTube allows you to do custom emotes.
Wait.
Yeah, they've got the foamy. See you. Why is there not a foamy plush? That is a little guy in your hand plush. If I've ever thought of one.
That is a little guy.
Foamy,
hey,
like...
foamy champion of ? Wait a minute. I'm just saying. Imagine it comes with a little trident. I die. Actually.
That would actually be kind of sick. Foamy with the little trident, just like.
Cute.
Jigsaw.
Wait. Jigsaw is in our ears saying, "Do you want to play a little game?"
Yeah,
yes.
Of course I want to play a little game, Jigsaw. Oh my god.
Please. Yes, please. Let me look up what cat perfume looks like. Hydrate.
Just in case.
Cat perfume.
Gotta make sure.
Okay. Don't worry about it. I'm ready.
Let me pull up collect.elestrals.com and
that's cheating.
I would never cheat. I've never cheated before in my life.
You don't need to cheat. I am so scared to play against you and Eagle, to be honest. Listen.
Look, it's proof that I've spent too much of my life on this, right? Like to have this much knowledge about so many cards, like it's been a life well spent. I've enjoyed it.
It really has. And you know what? I found what did it for me is that I've been in the trenches with my collection of Elestrals cards, trying to sort all of them. And it's like so many of them have just been absorbed into my brain because you can only see the art a certain number of times before it's like, okay, so this exists within. It's a part of me forever.
Yeah, I will never forget that art of Have a Cub or whatever.
yeah, exactly. That being said, can't wait to get cooked.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see who that Elestral is. Who could it be?
Who's
If
that
it's Sluggle,
Elestral? Who
I'll
could
pop
it be? Yeah, absolutely. We both have our little Sluggles out right now.
I need to get a Tarat list. I'm lacking.
I love
only
my
have-
Tarat list.
I only have 3 of the spirits, I think, currently. I believe we're both ready here. The instant
Okay.
that Beanie decides to start torturing us. All right, Jigsaw, what do you have?
All right, lock in.
I'm locked in.
Yeah.
Oh, Snark. Yeah. Basic art. Yeah. That's so cute.
Yippee. Okay.
Look at him.
I love
Look
you,
at it.
Snark. That's another one that we need as a plushie. Desperately.
The issue is that Elestrals just has too many.
There are
They need
too
to do like a
many.
set of every Elestral, but it's like a little mini guy, you know? I don't care if it takes a lot to manufacture them. We need.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
Let's center myself. Who's
Yeah.
next?
Yeah.
Who is that Elestral? No one ever asks how is that Elestral, you know?
How is
That's-
it? Yeah.
How is
That's
how
so
is Snark?
true. Next time, can we play How's That Elestral?
Likeable?
Like a Void Chant. Oh, I think you're right.
That's
It is like a Volt. Yeah.
That might be the alt art. There's 2 different alt arts, I think.
Yep.
Is that?
It's not the regular art. I don't know what
I don't-
one that is.
Is that an art that we've seen before?
Are those little things usually part of
feel
its
like
design?
That's not. I feel like it doesn't have like a little crown
Is this
thing.
like Champ of? Wait a minute. No, are we making? I think we're gaslighting ourselves.
Hold
Are-
on,
What's
hold
going
on.
on?
Chat. What's going on?
Yeah,
What's
someone
going on?
can we consult the hive
Am I
mind
cut-
here? Is this something new, or do we just not know what Likeable looks like? Oh, many people are saying it's the regular art. Okay,
Okay.
we're gaslighting ourselves. Okay, maybe.
No, that's not. Is that? Oh, it's a different angle. It's a toothpick changes everything. That's what it is.
Okay,
It was
okay.
Shattered Stars art. I was right. It's that it's
It's the Shattered
facing
Stars.
the other direction. That was the entire thing that messed with my brain.
Ooh, yeah, don't ever do that again.
It's literally just mirrored. It's like that must be a different card.
This is a
It's
completely
gotta
different
be.
person. Yeah, I've never seen him before. Absolutely. Okay.
Cedar Sword?
Yeah, it's Cedar Sword. Dang it.
Is the I think this is the
Is this Stellar, right? No. It's the Shattered Stars one.
Shattered Stars one.
Yeah.
Yeah. From the Frost
He's a
month.
cute little one. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love this one. It's so adorable.
I like his mittens.
I
He
didn't
looks like he
realize
has
that.
little-
Yeah, those are little
snow mittens.
I love dinosaurs. Cedar Sword's such a nice design.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're pulling from Shattered Stars. Capricorn.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's kind of been, I think, a constant.
I'm not as familiar with some of the Shattered Stars ones because those are ones I haven't sorted. My one advantage I have is not working for me with the Bandaloon.
Bandaloon, yeah. Yeah. I think this is one of the alt. Is this one of the alt arts?
I think this is regular Bandaloon. I don't know.
I think you're right. I think it is. I think.
Oh no!
Oh,
Wait.
it's the Stellar one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because I know that the Shattered Stars one is like the wanted poster. It's the really cute
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah.
the tournament pack one. Is the
Oh, right.
The one of
It was almost
close enough. You know.
Okay. I'm locked in.
Frame
What are
one.
we, 2-2?
Here we go.
Uh,
Okay, wait, hold on.
Oh, wait. That's a blob.
I don't think are there any defining features about this?
Is it like smoky? I don't.
It might be
Is it? I'm gonna say.
like foamy at like one of those weird angles where it's like looking at
Yeah, it's not clovey. That's too many bumps.
you. Yeah. This I'm surprised at how little detail is on this.
I know,
'cause I've no like it's
I'm
got to be one of
trying-
the E's, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably like foamy or something. I feel like there's a foamy where it's like swimming at the camera or something.
No. It's Nixamera Fallen Form.
Oh, it is. You're right.
I
Oh,
was like, wait a minute.
you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're totally right. Yeah, the full art. Okay.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. We're in the realm of sheep already.
Yeah. That one was not coming to me. That.
No. Listen, when you're in it, sometimes.
Yeah. Look at it like I don't know, an oblong shape. It's
Yeah.
multiple circles conjoined.
Astrabbit has seen from above.
One of these has got to be like, it looks like it's clearly like Smoltuga, and then it's just a really awkwardly positioned Astrabbit.
I can't wait for when we start getting arts that Silver can do that to us with.
That'll be evil. That's Barabib.
Yeah, the
That's-
baby.
That's the baby Barabib.
That's the
Yeah,
baby.
look at it.
No. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Oh, that's so cute.
I
Now
love
there's a
Barabib.
great tiny Elestral as a blush. Sit
Yeah,
down.
there are too many little guys.
There are. They got too many. They got to stop.
Yeah, can't
Your
believe.
Elestral too cute.
Yeah, she said one day I dream of becoming a stadium rune.
One day, I
Every
really
little
want to.
Barabib dreams
wanna-
of this.
One day, I want to transition to the stadium room slot.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
All right.
Has anyone been keeping score? I haven't.
I think you definitely got Nixamera over me. I feel like most of them have been like pretty tight otherwise.
Okay, we've got apparently 2 more. We're doing 2 more.
2 more.
Mhm.
What who will it be? Who is that Elestral? Who are they really?
Mhm.
What are their beliefs? Where do they lie on the political compass?
Yeah. Again, I think really the pressing question is how's that Elestral? I think
yeah.
Barabib, excellent. Having a great time.
You gotta be that pose, hanging out.
Mhm.
No?
Little. What? I feel like this is obvious. Is it Tad Bulb? No, that's not.
like Tadpuff.
Yeah. For some reason, Bulb existed in my brain.
Yeah, Tadpole.
Watch it actually be a new Elestral called Tadbulb. Everyone's gonna have to apologize to me. Everyone say sorry right now.
It looks like a weird Charcoon, honestly. Like this might just be a really wacky Siracoon or Charcoon angle.
They did get you with that before.
Yeah.
No, okay, we aren't allowed to read the chat.
I don't have it open, so I'm good.
Mine's all the way over there. So if you see me speak over there, just know I cheated.
What is it? Reads to me like a Thunder Elestral with the tail.
Yeah, the little tail, but also like
Oh, is it like Hypnosum?
Oh, is it?
Or like ectoplasm? Because like the tail kind of looks like.
Yeah, upside down. Not looking at this. I have no idea.
I have no clue. It looks like a ghost.
Tapping
It looks
out.
like a little ghostly blob.
Tapping out.
I cannot see. A lot of these are just
Silver.
like, it's not who. It's just like, what shape is that? Circle.
Yeah.
Like it's a circle. I don't know.
Throw a guess. Oh, okay. Well,
I said Tadpuff earlier.
I said tadbulb. So
Yeah. Tad.
if we want to give
Tadpole.
that to me, if we want to let me have that,
I think that you should be allowed that. You know,
thank you.
as like a little treat.
One day I want to become a stadium rune.
I want to be a stadium. Ooh, she want to be a stadium rune so
Oh,
bad.
she want to be a stadium rune so bad.
I can't even think of Elestrals that have like a little tail that looks like that. I got no clue what this one is.
I give up. I don't know.
It's a
Round.
circle. I don't know. Like
Wound. Circle with a hat.
it's a little. It looks like it's got little lips on the side, like it's giving a big smooch. Like
No!
you're evil. You are evil. You are evil. Are you kidding me?
I ran a scene from above.
You predicted this, Kay. That's crazy. That's what art is this?
No way.
Is this
Where's
like
she-
what is
where's
this
she
art
from?
even
Is this-
from?
Oh, is this from one of the Nixamera arts?
That's evil. That is so evil.
Is it? Oh, it's the official
The official stellar is from above. Are you kidding me? Oh, I see. It's just at like a whack angle. Okay.
Yeah. mhm.
Yeah.
Listen. The last time I looked at something I thought was a trunk, I was looking at Snowlet's booty. That's why I was like, "Don't look at it, girl. Don't look at it."
I'm gonna blame that one on the feathering on the top. Made it
Mhm.
not look like a solid object.
In our defense.
Yeah, that's
Did Pat get it?
Beanie's fault for using the selection tool and using a feather.
Literally, we have evil maniacal laughing coming from Silver in our chat right now. By the way,
Evil.
Okay.
Evil. He wants
We
to
got
see
one
us
more.
suffer. He is Jigsaw, actually. It's true.
Yes.
I
Not.
feel like I can like rotate my head now in case it's like this is Ardbuds, I'm pretty sure, right? This is like Stellar
Mhm.
Ardbud.
Oh, with the three of them.
Yeah, doesn't Stellar Ardbud look something like this?
The Ard buddies.
yeah.
Is
Not
it
Stellar Ardbud.
is it Nabi? Is it Nimbug? Is it
It just gets every like little
just guess everything?
insect.
Uh
It looks like a paw, like rotated, you know? This is specifically Sparket's paw after the EFT because one of the nails is clipped. Next question.
Ah.
This
Okay,
is
wait,
evil.
is it the group of Catarant from the Dixamera art? They're sleeping over on the side. Wait, is it Catarant again? No. Oh, okay. Dang it.
It's got to be like Snowlit maybe or Hydrakes. Is this like
Oh.
Hydrakes in the background of the Stellar?
It kind of looks like it
Hydrate?
could be cryoling if it was asleep.
Yeah, it looks like a bunch. It's like three Elestrals cuddled up. I'm trying to think of ones that would cuddle. Like you got like maybe Hydrakes. Already said Ardbud,
I'm like,
Arabib.
what? Could this be something new?
I very well could
new
be, I guess.
sundial? No. Is it? I have no idea.
What's got ears like that?
Or is it like? Are those tails? Is it? If you give in, let me know. You'll all kick yourself. Mwah ha 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 ha. Just so you know what we're all dealing with right now, coming from Silver. I have no idea.
I don't think I'll kick myself. I think I'll say, "You're evil." I have no idea. I've got no clue.
L plus ratio plus we don't know who that Elestral is.
I don't know. Like Jigsaw, I'd rather you just cut my arm off. Actually,
no.
I'll
Final
take the easy way
way
out. Amputation is preferable.
I give in.
Yeah, I have no clue what this is. It'd be like bears or something. Oh, yeah. I was never getting that.
Oh my gosh, Volumbra.
Is this like a stellar art or something like that?
This is one of the lunar phases. One of the reverse stellar lunar phases.
I think it's actually evil to get one out of a different art because like I don't think that's fair. Come on. How am I supposed to?
No way. Which one even is this? Is this like the waning crescent? Is this the healing one? Maybe.
Oh. Is it?
The waning ones are when they're sleeping, right?
No, final quarter is the one where they're sleeping.
Okay.
I don't even know what art this is from.
I think.
Yeah, I'm looking through all the lunar phases and like.
Yeah, you gotta tell us. That's crazy.
I have no idea.
Did anyone in chat get it? I don't
Surely
think
not.
anyone.
There's
I
no
think
way.
this is the first time I think that Silver has gotten everybody. No way.
I see. All right, Silver. Next time, I'm showing up with a deck for you to do, and it's going to be a bunch of circles. Who's that Elestral? And it's just the moon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
every lunar phase. Which phase of the moon
crescent.
is this? And it's just a circle.
Yeah. Good job.
Waning crescent, by the way.
Waning crescent. Oh my goodness. All right. On that, they got us.
Yeah, they did.
Who were
They did.
those Elestrals?
I had no clue.
I
No
didn't know.
idea. Yeah.
I think it's safe to say that none of us knew who those Elestrals were. But when we come back, hopefully we'll know a few more Elestrals because we're going to be getting into the next round. Thank you so much. And I'll be back with Eagle. Go take a break, Caleb. Go lay down.
Okay, I go take a nap. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Oh. I think Kay, unfortunately, right as we hopping into it. Okay. So we are back for round 6 momentarily. I am here by myself because unfortunately, Reyes, but we're doing this transition. Kay unfortunately lost connection. So while we wait for Kay to get back online and round 6 to be started up, just want to remind you all on the YouTube side, make sure you're liking the stream, subscribing to the channel so you can be informed when we do go live with more future Premier events or just random streams and just more content that is uploaded to the channel on a weekly basis. And if you're watching over on Twitch, make sure you leave the channel a follow because same deal, whenever the Elestrals channel goes live, it'll be going live on Twitch as well as YouTube. Also wanted to remind you all of the upcoming Premier tournaments. The next one will be for a little while. We want to give time for the shops to host their shop tournament events. And actually, I think Caleb will be hopping in momentarily to help pick up some of the slack. So I'm not just here yapping my head off for the next few minutes. Caleb, welcome back. A little earlier than expected.
Still muted. Okay. Am I back? All right.
There we go.
A little bit of tech issues. Kay's been blue screening all day, apparently. So,
rough.
Hey, glad to be back with you so soon after until she can figure out whatever's going on.
Sure, she'll be back soon.
Love a little bit of tech issues. It happens,
It really does.
I've definitely had some mid-premiere moments from I have to go deal with an emergency or something. I gotta get off for just a little bit, and we do what we can with it, and it's all good. Thankfully, I'm still here. I didn't immediately go take a nap on this wonderful bed with all of my friends. So
yeah, thankfully that was a fun one. You might have heard me a bit sooner because we're just doing the transition. Kay was supposed to lead in, and then she just dipped them, just like. Oh, well, I'm not ready for this.
Uh-oh.
I mean, gotta get ready for it. But getting back into what I was going to say, discuss the upcoming premieres as well. So the next one won't be until, I think it was September 13th. Let me pull up that date again. Yep, September 13th. Giving some time for the shops to host their final major tournaments of this Firestorm season. And that'll leave for plenty of time for people to innovate on what decks currently exist in the Firestorm format. So about a month's time before the next premiere, again, September 13th. More information to come with signups if it's not already live.
Yeah, the signups are already live. You can go to playelestrals.com to go ahead and pull that up. And it's exciting because that will be I believe the last premiere of Firestorm, because 2 weeks later the pre-releases happen for Livestream. And then we have Kissimmee at the start of October 5th, I believe. And that'll be a lot of fun. I'm very much looking forward to that. Are you going to be there, Eagle?
Yes, I will be. Got that confirmed.
I'll see you there.
I'm so excited. I've never been down to Florida, so it'll be a fun flight. Yeah, I really am not well traveled, so it'll be a fun flight down. And it'll be nice to see everyone again. Haven't seen most of y'all since Dallas, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, and apparently, Kay and I were saying this in the last round, but it sounds like we're going to be doing a little craft night where we're going to bring a bunch of colored putty to make little Elestrals with or something. I'm
all for it.
I'm going to commit to that. As long as I remember my ADHD doesn't kick in too hard, I will absolutely run out to my local Michael's and go pick up a bunch of bake putty to. I don't know how we're baking them, but we can certainly make them. People can take them home and bake them. And I think that'll be a really cute little thing to do as a little activity. Go microwave it. Surely that'll be fine. That won't damage anything.
Right. That's
not responsible if your hotel microwave explodes.
Jeez. That genuinely sounds like so much fun. But if you want to see us at the Kissimmee Open, badges are still on sale. We got limited player badges and plenty of spectator badges still available, so just head over to shopelestrals.com to pick yours up.
Yeah, very excited for that. I believe that we're getting close to being ready for our 5th round here, which is very exciting. These are some good casters. One of them, I believe, if I remember correctly, is a part of a little group that had some Dallas Open toppers. So it'll be exciting to see what he is on and what both of these players have brought to the table.
Yes, almost ready, but I think we can reveal who the casters are now. We have Hyphy versus Ruli. Both of them are 4-1 right now. So we're watching another X-1 match here. So they're not out of it yet. But whoever wins this clash has a lot better odds of making top cut, while the other one will have to really hope their tiebreakers are likely really good to get into top cut. So it's going to be a tense match, and I am super, super excited.
Yeah, it looks like Hyphy will be starting us off here into this game, and starting off with the defense position Ass Rabbit, which is just a classic, right? Yeah, what more can you want?
When you got two players, one of them's bound to open it more than likely. And I mean, if you see that, I don't know, whenever I see a rabbit in my opening hand, unless I have like a card that lets me pinpoint search such an important card, I'm just throwing down that rabbit.
Yep. Yeah, it's hard to say no to a rabbit in the opener. Rabbit plus a back row is incredible. The ability to just re-enchant on the next turn, sculpt your hand, get what you want. But the rabbit set 1 pass. See what Ruli has for us here.
Maybe we'll get an idea of what Ruli's on, because so far we don't know what Hyphy is on. That is a
Galaxy turn 1.
Yep, that's like your best response going second to an Ass Rabbit. Let's see if there's a back row live here.
The really only thing that handles this is Gorgon's Gaze. Everything else is just not going to feel quite as good into this. Looks like no response, set 2, and swinging down that rabbit.
Rabbit gone. Let's hope Hyphy has something to respond to that Galaxy, but that Galaxy really did what it needed to. Just answer the rabbit, and now the tempo's in your favor.
Yeah, that was a big play at Jolton coming out. That will tell us a lot about what we got going on here. I'm imagining that we're searching Mount Olympus. Be surprised if not.
I mean, a lot of the other teams have better searches, but that does look... Yep, that is the full art Shattered Stars Mount Olympus. Such a gorgeous card. Love to see it. And yeah, I guess we're going to see some Thunder Stadium stuff. I'm really curious to see what this deck is trying to bring, because I don't think we've seen Thunder show up, but not quite with a big stadium focus like this.
Yeah, I think that Stadium is something that I've played a good bit in Thunder, because you do just get out of 5. It functions kind of similarly to Brummalinks, and Thunder's always struggled with high stat Elestrals anyway. And so we have Monsoon of Eurus from Ruli coming out. This is a 1 water, 1 wind counter rune, which says you can enchant up to 2 water or wind spirits to your board, and then you suppress everything on board that is not water or wind enchanted. And so this will be a way to re-trigger Galaxy and cause this Jolton to crash.
I love this card. It's just the enchant with the Galaxy feels so nice. And the suppression doesn't always matter. Like in this case, it doesn't matter. It's the enchant you care about. But having 2 possible ways to have an impact on the board makes that card feel, I think, a lot better than I initially thought it would.
This has been a card that is incredible in wind strategies. And so we haven't seen a whole lot in water, but I think that it kind of indicates to us that Ruli is probably on some sort of wind strategy, and Hyphy is really thinking about what they want to do here. I think if this is a set Gorgon's Gaze, you just have to rip it, right?
Potentially. Yeah, just to make sure that you're still... Oh, no, just lets it go by the looks of it. Now what I'm curious about, though, is we've seen the Jolton into Mount Olympus. What other stuff from this Thunder package will we see? Will it be like a Thunder Nexus list?
Yeah, I would imagine that if we're playing the Olympus, it's some sort of Thunder Nexus style deck, right? There's gotta be.
Spine Nymph, Champion of Hermes. We're on some Hermes stuff from Ruli. I've been waiting to see something like this because I see the deck list, but I haven't actually seen this deck in action yet.
Yeah, this is something that Kay and I were talking about. I really have wanted to see Hermes stuff for a while now. It's really strong. It's just kind of lacking a little bit, I think, in the power department and consistency department. And so, seems like a really good start for Ruli, and clearly at 4-1, this has gone quite well for them so far. They're swinging 3 damage this turn, which is really big. And searching out the Hermes is also just absolutely massive. I wonder if Ruli wants to go for the Hermes here. Looks like they will. If they do Spinasect combo, it's an enchant 4. We might just be enchanting 2, though.
I wonder if this is also telegraphing. Nope. I was about to say, is that trickery face down, but just immediately disenchanting. So clearly not trying to set up for a trickery play, just trying to set up for another play here.
What could we be sending? Carry on. Okay, so we're just pushing damage, I guess.
Okay, damage right now in open board state. 3 guys going to be guaranteed to get at least 2 damage, unless in 2. Well, even with Tsunami, that's still a guaranteed 2. So that's a nice trade.
Yeah, if it's Tsunami, it's even better because it's 3 really, and they're paying 1 for it. So
very, very true. So we'll see what ends up happening here. We got the special cast. And I wonder if that's going to set up into maybe some Ascension plays next turn.
Yeah, that would be really big, and I think might telegraph what the overall strategy is if they want to maybe be ascending. 1 set, Hyphy expending 4 here. This is a very big turn for Ruli, establishing a lot on board, equal spirit, but up a lot in terms of the board advantage.
And notably, Hyphy expended Water and Earth, so holding on to those Thunder Spirits, not wanting to give them up and opting instead for expending probably some spirits that they have less if we're correct, it's mostly Thunder. And we see a Toxdown come out here, burn for 1, and can challenge pretty much anything on this board, barring any back row.
Yeah, I think that this is a really solid play from Hyphy. It's a 5. You also get to go for Zeus here. You Zeus down the Galaxy, which you fear for Eurus reasons, I guess, and you swing. It's going to connect. I think that this is a pretty solid play here.
Yep, and if any of those face on our altar can start protecting that Toxdown and burning and just mounting that advantage to swing the game in Hyphy's favor. So I'm really curious to see what ends up happening over this next turn or 2.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm imagining an Ascension here from Ruli, but it looks like we're actually just going for an Astrabbit. And, that should start to accrue some advantage. I don't blame him.
Dig for some stuff. I'm wondering if there was a world where you full enchant the Hermes, that way you still threaten a Spinasect to play, but could very well just have another Hermes in hand, or the deck is just has Hermes as an option, but isn't fully focused in on it.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely a world where Hermes is just a option. I don't know if it would make sense to commit as much as we've seen so far out of the deck if it's not the main focus. But I definitely could see a world where that is why we didn't enchant it for more. But I do wonder if maybe it was not correct to play it out this way, because I imagine they probably wanted to be able to generate more advantage here versus setting everything to defense position and passing.
Not even an Ascension play, which is something I mentioned potentially going to this turn to be able to swing it, but nope, just playing defensively, and we get to see now, it looks like a Titanostrike.
Champion of Zeus, going to search out the Thunderstorm. That's pretty big.
There's a chance that Ruli opted not to fully enchant the Hermes, expecting Thunderstorm to come down, and just wanted to make sure they didn't lose more spirits, but at the same time, is a way to bait it to keep your back row intact. So really interested to see how the dynamics of this game ultimately work out, especially these are 2 decks I have, at least Thunder I've not seen in a while, and Hermes I've not seen played yet. So at least I'm super excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, I think that both of these have just not seen a whole lot of play overall. Thunder is something that I think has been fairly strong, but people honestly think that people have been a little burnt out on it because it's been so relevant for so long, and it does kind of just lack some of the solid aggressive pieces that the rest of these decks tend to have here. Hyphy's board is solid because they have Stadium up to make these both 5s. It's also because Ruli hasn't put up a lot of pressure. Like a Tsunami aggressively clears this board. Like that would be devastating here.
I just want to call it the Thunderstorm Pop Beset Hermes. So Ruli, unless he is on a third one, has lost both of them. So not doing any more Hermes plays likely. And then just down to the lone Rabbit, which notably is being buffed by the opponent's Dame, so it's out of 6. But at the same time, it just gets you advantage. And with both Hermes gone, how much aggression will Ruli be able to put on?
I love when my Rabbit becomes a 6 because of my opponent's cards. I think it's so funny.
It adds definitely an interesting dynamic, because now even then, Hyphy, even if re-enchanting the Toxeon, that's still just a 6. You need to find yet another way to buff it up. But with Zeus, you can not have to worry about playing that game. But a re-enchant on Rabbit, quickly this Rabbit's getting to a point where even disenchant from Zeus won't help it over it.
Yeah, that would put... So this Rabbit's up to a 7 here. And a disenchant Zeus does get you over it with one of these Elestrals. But if somehow it survives one more turn, it's now outside of that range, and that could be a little spooky. Hyphy, the Thunder not known for being able to deal with 5 defenders very easily already.
Zeus is pretty much your way to deal with that. Yeah, and what you said earlier about people still probably being a little tired of Thunder, could definitely see that. It's like, do I want to pick up the new version of Thunder Nexus with Champ Sparkit, or do I want to start looking at some of the new, different stuff? I can definitely see why I'd be underrepresented for that reason.
Yeah, I think that new toy syndrome is a really big thing that ends up not getting talked about a lot when we talk about the metagame for Elestrals, because people would always rather play with the new toys than play the objectively best thing possible in the room, especially when, you're playing for things like Worlds points on the line, but also, at a certain point, like, yeah, I think I want to just play something that I'm going to have a little more fun with, especially if I've already locked in a Worlds invite.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think the Kissimmee Open will be a better, even though unfortunately in the sense of we won't ever get to see this format, Firestorm, at its theoretical most competitive, since the Open will be taking place in live stream format. But there's always that option for when we have Opens or Worlds later in a format.
Yeah, I definitely think that we will find that Kissimmee is going to be a very competitive event. I think that Dallas was highly competitive. People really went into that wanting to do very well, taking things that they were very serious about. But it looks like Ruli has finished their turn. They went for an Ambrosia off of the Astro, but that's re-enchanted. And Hyphy going to go for Zeus down on the Rabbit. Water enchant the Toxeon to make sure that this is more likely to connect. Hyphy down a lot of spirits here to Ruli's, putting Ruli honestly in a solid position, I think, as long as this back row is live.
Yeah, I think the big question is, with losing both Hermes, still assuming that's the main focus of the deck, what can Ruli actually put up as offensive pressure? I think that's my big question here. Not saying that out, and that shield definitely helps. So there's a chance that Ruli can always just win this off of just good stuff, just outlast the opponent based off of being off of high spirits.
Just interact with your opponent. It's just that simple.
The Zeus is gone. Your Galaxy, your opponent's going to need to find. Well, okay, Titan Strike, that's not the best comparison. If the Titan Strike wasn't there, Galaxy with Stadium Galaxy, your opponent then on Thunder needs to find a way to get up to 5. But even then, just crashing, you're still putting good tempo out for yourself with the high spirit count. Ooh, and another Rabbit. That's annoying.
Additional Rabbit is very good here. Very, very strong.
We'll see what Ruli can end up finding. Maybe there's a funny Ascension to eventually set up with Rabbit to just attack over for game. That would be a funny play.
I could definitely see it happening. Ruli, it looks like maybe there's some sort of discussion happening here, making sure that everyone's aware of the board state. Always important to have open communication between you and your opponent. Everyone's aware of board state, what's going on.
Yep. Very important to communicate, and I heard this mentioned in the last round when there was a judge call about board state. Just don't be afraid to call judge if you need to get stuff clarified and whatnot. You're well within your right to, and the most important thing is that communication. And we did get confirmation there is a judge call going on right now. So again, just if you have a question, ask. Best thing you can do.
Yeah, the worst scenario is the worst case scenario is you just like the judge come over, they said, here's the answer. All right, bye. It's like, yeah, that's the point of calling a judge, is to get an answer, and they leave.
Yep.
No one's gonna get upset because you called a judge. Sometimes you can feel bad for calling a judge because it feels like you're stopping the game. It feels like you're sharking your opponent. But ultimately, it's up to both players to make sure the game is played correctly. And judges are there just to make sure that both players know what's up and things are being played correctly.
Yep, and I think we've got an amazing judge staff who is always super responsive, able to hop in these real quick to get stuff answered. And of course, for these judge calls, a lot of times time extension can be granted to make sure that, judge calls don't impede the completion of a single clash.
Yeah, the judge calls are not meant to prevent a clash from finishing on time, and so frequently they do just offer, or not offer, they put in a time extension to make sure that your games are allowed to finish all the way through, and so your game is not impacted by the fact that a judge had to come and speak with you, or you even waited for a judge for some amount of time, because there are instances where if a judge takes a little while to get over, they will issue an extension, not just because of the time for the call, but because of how long you had to wait for a call, especially if they were busy. Because sometimes, the judge staff is here, but sometimes there's more calls than there are judge staff members, so it takes a little bit for them to get to everybody.
Yep. I'm really trying to rack my brain on what Thunder has access to that could really help Hyphy secure this game. The stadium, I'm thinking an Arcolith line, just a hard ascend Arcolith could be a great way to get a big guy on board and just say, yeah, have fun dealing with this. Draw your one of Earthquake, I dare you.
I think the concern about doing like an Arcolith play is if you get shielded, you've lost the game probably on the spot. And that is a really risky thing to do.
Yeah, probably would want to go wide first, and then if you need to start pushing, then you can start ascending Arcolith, because if you've gone wide and you get shielded, you have more chance to be able to reset up into another Ascension play the following turn.
Yeah, exactly. I think that if Hyphy is able to set up a second Elestral on board alongside this Titana Strike, that's where they can start to go for like an Arcolith play set up for a lot more pressure.
Yeah, I'm also trying to think on Ruli's side, with both Hermes gone, what does the Hermes deck have access to that can really help get back into the game? My first thought is there was the Carry-Off Swarm variant, which could still be playable right now, because all you need to do is have Carry-Off in hand and a Carry-On board get destroyed, and then just throw them out. But even then, Carry-Off's only a 5, and with the Stadium up, Hyphy's guys are all going to be hitting that 5 stat, and that's not the best because you're just trading with them.
Yeah, I think that ultimately Ruli is just up so much spirit advantage that I think that he's not at much of a disadvantage, if any at all. And so just getting Hyphy to commit to board and then interacting with it could mean a lot for Ruli.
True. At that point, just get rid of their 5s. Ruli's Hyphy's low on spirits. You can even have like a little carry off that doesn't really do, or carry on that doesn't do much and just needs to poke for damage, and you're good to go.
Exactly. At a certain point, Hyphy will just play themselves down to 0 naturally or do nothing. And so you can just comfortably like set up like, okay, here's a, I don't know, you play the Astravet, they don't out it, you enchant it with an Earth, they don't out it, you ascend to Spinosect, and boom, all of a sudden you've opened up the game, you swing for 3 damage.
That's another good line, yeah. Well, we could also easily see a Quackle from Hyphy and just see the spirit count go straight back up. That could be another option.
This is also true. It looks like we have resolved. The Judge Call, the Astrabbit is being cast here. We're using the effect. I think Hyphy is letting it resolve, so we're going to go ahead and look at the top 3 cards of our deck.
Yeah, definitely probably trying to find a little something to mold the hand to. That's not properly enchanted. That's just wind enchanted.
Is that a mistake? We
Wonder if
grabbed the
that's-
wrong spirit from Spirit Deck?
I'm wondering if Ruli even had Thunder in Spirit Deck when playing out the Rabbit. That might have been what the Judge Call was, putting down Rabbit, then realizing, oh, I don't have Thunder.
Oh, the thing is if an Elestral, to my knowledge at least, if you cast something and you haven't revealed cost yet, you're not locked into that play. The same as if you revealed cost but haven't revealed a card, because something isn't being actually played until both cost and card are on the table. And so...
Yeah, so it probably wasn't that. Here's what that's about then. I mean, hey, Wind Enchant Astrabbit with a back row, protect it, then set up an Ascension to land a Spinosect.
I mean, I think that is probably just the move here. That might be what Ruli is setting up for.
Yeah, but all it'll take is re-enchant on... Well, actually, no, that feels really good, especially if the face down's like a shield or something, because you have to force the re-enchant to hit over the Rabbit, and which plays right into it. And even then, do you even need the Spinosect there? You can just go wide and hit for 2.
Yeah.
See what Hyphy ends up doing, and it does decide
Nice
that is
Quackle.
Quackle.
Hey, that was a great shout out. That was a very, very good thought there. And there's the 3 dumped right on top of the Quackle.
Yep, back up to 6 spirits here. Even
Here
out,
comes
still
the
behind, but
Zeus,
Zeus?
right?
Oh, that hit over the
If
Rabbit?
the Quackle's in attack position, I'm imagining a Zeus is coming down.
Yo, oh, what could be?
Yeah, if we're putting
that's a
2
Zeus.
under it, there's the Zeus.
Oh, that's Zeus. So now that needs to be a tsunami to be able to protect that Rabbit.
Yeah, otherwise,
Well,
either of
not
these
necessarily.
Elestrals deal with it.
No, yeah, it would. Oh man, Stadium math always trips you up because I'm like, wait a minute, down to 2, Quackle doesn't hit over it, but wait, Stadium bumps up to 3, so it does hit over it.
Well, this Rabbit is wind enchanted, so
Yup, and just lets it go.
Yep.
All right.
down
Well.
1. And this is where we Arcolith hit over Quackle, win the game. Boom, there it is.
There we go. Get all those Thunder back. No problem whatsoever. That's why it's Wind Enchanted. Just save the Thunder for the Arcliff.
Exactly. So you get it.
So we'll see what really ends up doing. I think that Titano strike is probably the most annoying thing. That is...
Is that Peliquarius?
Find a galaxy. That's my guess. That's the only Constellation Wind card I can think of that's 1 cost.
It's really hard to tell. But
Yep.
yeah, we have confirmation is a Peliquarius.
So find the galaxy, but galaxy, that Titano strike is awkward into galaxy unless you're just really trying to play, I want to get your guys off the board and I can just keep supplying guys and you'll eventually run out of spirits. Like that's maybe Ruli's best play right now is just to adopt that sort of mentality and try to see it to a win here.
Yeah, well, the thing is so Ruli is at 9 here. They crash with Quackle. Hyphy then plays an Celestial going to 3, swings 2, putting Ruli to 7. Ruli plays Galaxy, crashes with Titana Strike, putting themselves to 6. I don't know if those trades are worth it down through. This feels really awkward, I think. And this is also assuming that Hyphy's back row is all not real. Which, honestly, if it is real, Hyphy might be better off. It looks like there's the Toxiswarm coming out. Or not Toxiswarm, Toxeon.
That's what you like to see. Just get that spirit count closer and closer and use the fact that you've got a Zeus and 2 guys on board to say, I've got control of this game and your spirits are just going to eventually run out despite being greater than mine.
There's Ambro.
Ooh, okay. Hyphy really sticking in here, just coming back with that spirit count, just saying, nope, my low spirits, not an issue. You having lost both your Hermes, that is an issue.
Yeah, Ruli is in a really tough spot here. And it's just, I think it's really been this Titana Strike was the turning point. where really is not playing a deck with a lot of large Elestrals, I think. And so a 5/5, that just does a lot.
And I really keep thinking back to how can this deck really put on any aggression without the Hermes, at least not quickly.
Yeah, bluff set might have been a really big misplay there.
That's unfortunate. That's why I remember back when, during Kickstarter days, when bluffing was just like, I don't like that because I want to keep my cards. I don't want them to get sniped. But going for the Galaxy here can contest the Toxion at least, despite losing to the Titano Strike.
Yeah, probably do trade with the Toxion here, but it puts you in such a bad spot.
You really need that back row to be live, and even then. And that's
Tsunami is really, really good option here.
Yeah. Just fade this battle phase pretty much, since Toxion is at 5 defense, at least until the end of the last turn. Now it's back to regular stat total plus the Olympus buff. And here it's really Hyphy's game to just deal with that Galaxy and try to push for even more spirit damage.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the best case scenario for Ruli here is that back row is a Eurus. If it's a Eurus, we're doing a lot, but a Spark It Escape from Tartarus hits the board.
Ooh, Spark It. Yeah.
And Ruli will scoop. That makes sense.
Ooh, just not reveal any more information, not let it draw out. So Hyphy takes that one on this Thunder Beats deck. Really cool to see Spark It. A little late in the game before we can see it do anything. But I'm hoping to see a bit more from Ruli next round. Hopefully actually have the Hermes in play to do more than just send Carry On and poke for one.
Yeah, that really is just like the as we were saying, Hermes just kind of lacks a little bit of that consistency, lacks a little bit of that pressure. And I think that Thunder lacks a little bit of pressure, but it doesn't lack it as much as Hermes does.
No, in that situation, Thunder was like, I got my Olympus, I got all the pressure I need. You're not playing any 5s that are super relevant against me.
Yeah, the ability to just have 5s constantly, especially a 5/5, like that is meaningful. Like that was, I think, the biggest issue for Ruli there, not being able to deal with a 5/5. It's tough.
Yeah, I hadn't seen a 5/5 Titano Strike before. That's pretty much just in practice what better like Misenchanted Arrowmare back when people were doing that, just because it's a 5/6. It's like it's one less defense, but you also get a rune pop.
This is true. This is true. I'm waiting for the Stadium Horses deck that people talked about, playing all the 4/5.
Yes.
But I believe that we're trying to get Kay back in, trying to get her set up. So I believe we got a little bit of testing that we're going to be doing here, just to see if we can get her back on the mic, get her back in action. We'll see if we're able to get this figured out. So
we'll be right back.
And hello, are you able to hear me?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. I thought we were going to cut.
Oh,
no.
hello.
Oh, it sounds like
Doing testing.
we're doing it live.
Okay.
She's here.
On-air testing.
We're doing it live, folks. So Zeus has hit my area. He's taken out the entire Las Vegas metro area, unfortunately.
That's great.
But hello. You're making the dream work. Shout out to both my co-commentators here for being incredible and stepping up. So thank you for that.
Of course,
No problem. Unfortunate that Zeus saw you winning so much today that he decided that something had to break down.
Yeah, she can't keep getting away with this. No way. She called the Earth Scout. That was the final straw. Get her out of here.
That was it. Boom.
Yeah. But you know what? In spite of that, nevertheless, we persevere.
This is true. This is true. We carry on in Keon's honorable name, and
Mhm.
All right, Caleb, I think you can finally go take that much-deserved break. And Kay and I will take it from here and cut back to the clash, because I think siding is just about finished. So thank you for hopping on, filling in, and we'll see you for the final round of Swiss.
my.
My thank you, Caleb. And for now, I'm just going to be a voice in your ear joining you here, Eagle. You are now the face of the stream, so really carrying it there.
No pressure. I mean, that's tough because I mean you have such a great background that I could only dream of setting up at someday. Maybe someday.
Hey, maybe someday. And you know what? Because I had to miss that entire first thing, going into this game too, this is going to be a lot of brand new information for me. So yes, I'm excited.
Same here. And whew, off my background, we can focus on this game here. But starting off with a Spinem from Ruli, love to see it. Just get your engine started right away. Find that Hermes. And you can either start dumping stuff to set up or even just hold it for the next turn to have some fun plays, which might not be the worst idea, especially knowing that Hyphy has that Thunderstorm and can just snipe it.
Ooh, okay, yeah. I mean, that is definitely something to be aware of. I'm really hoping... Did we see any Hermes trickery going down in that last game?
Unfortunately, no. The first Hermes play was only played with 2, because there was a second Hermes that then promptly got struck down by a Thunderstorm before it could be
Okay, so this is a pretty terrible matchup, really, for this exact strategy, is what we're saying. Ruli, despite that, going to be persevering here and starting us off.
Yep, and we do not see the Hermes cast. Makes sense. Doesn't want to preemptively lose it before it can get some value, because there's quite a few things that can be done, but they only really work once the opponent has something on board. Ooh, and the Sparkit. That's a neat card to see.
Sparkit. Oh man, I have trauma from Sparkit Zeus opening hand, and we're gonna go hand ripping. Let's see what we hit here.
Yeah, let's see. Had to choose. Look at up to 2 random cards and discard. So we see the tournament play Viscerus as one option to snipe, and the second option. That works, is going to be the Zeus.
No, the Zeus! I mean, those are both tasty. I think I'd have to go for that Zeus, though, because that represents so much danger. What do you think?
Zeus is the card that will keep on giving, so it makes sense, while Viscerus is a lot more highly interactable, so I think that was the correct play to snipe that Zeus out of hand, so now you just have to deal with the Viscerus. But honestly, you're feeling good regardless, because you just got to say, I get to deal with the less annoying of the 2 options. But the turn is passed back to Ruli, because Sparkit only 3 attack now, escaped from Tartarus. Unfortunately, Tartarus stole an attack stat from it, but to be fair, without the stadium, that wouldn't have mattered, since Spinem is a little bit of a beefy boy with that 4 defense, but now Ruli can go for a potential Spinosect play to get a massive tempo swing.
Ooh, okay. And you know, when I said Sparkit Zeus, that wasn't quite what I meant, but you know what? Close enough. You squid. It's almost like we're back in base set.
Yes. So you see the Disenchant on the Hermes here. We'll see what Ruli finally mills. Last time was the Carry-On, and it is the Carry-On again. So will we see a Carry-On Swarm play, or maybe an Ascension play? That'd also be neat.
Ooh, okay.
So,
all right.
What possible Ascensions, if it is that, could be run. There's always good old Falacane. There's a lot of cool stuff in the Wind Toolbox. We'll just have to see what Ruli ends up doing.
Ooh, Falacane, my beloved. That's one of my favorite Elestrals of all time.
Nope, just going wide yet again with that Viscerus. I mean, hey, only 1 back row can really start pressuring that Spark hit out of the game, though I believe the Viscerus needs to connect. The Carry-On, I'm trying to remember what its attack stat is. It might be 3. I don't remember off the top of my head, but attempting with the Viscerus. Ooh. And we see a Tsunami here, just switching everything to defense, turn off that battle phase, and it's back to Hyphy to do some damage.
Okay. I mean, that is one way to play around all of this stuff that's going on here, building quite a wide board, but Sparkit in a dream is what we've got going on here.
The little Sparkit that could, and a Jolton played out yet again, that gorgeous Stellar, being able to search out the Mount Olympus, and now Hyphy establishing a 5 in Jolton, a 4 in Sparkit, and Sparkit can start Nexusing, potentially, if there's another Nexus bank, to get these to even bigger stats. And we know from the first clash that this just setting up a 5 was so difficult for Ruli to deal with.
I mean, it's one of those stat lines. I believe that I came in on the end and I heard Titanostrike was a 5/5. And as we know from dealing with Heliolith over the past few tournaments, that is, in fact, such a problematic stat line.
Race to the top. Haven't seen that one in a while. A powerful one of here, being able to pop one of Ruli's guys as long as it's got the least defense. The Viscer's probably the obvious target here. Just get that away. Yep.
Yeah, it has been, I mean, again, like you said, it's seemingly many moons since we've seen a race to the top. But once a staple.
Yeah. Maybe might come back if Thunder sees more play. So here, both these guys can pressure us more, but Ruli returns with his own Tsunami, switching all those to defense and getting back to their turn with the Hermes intact. So will we see a Spinosect play? I really want to see a Spinosect play personally.
I would love to see that. I want to see some trickery. I want to see things go down here. We can continue to dream.
But Astrap play just kind of dig through the deck, waiting to see if there is a response, and does opt to Gorgon's Gaze, saying, nope, I don't want you to dig through your deck. And Rabbit is notably at a 3 attack, so would be able to challenge the Spark Hit. So now Ruli going to have to find another, well, the Carry-On challenges the Spark Hit, but also leaves up the Jolton. So we'll see what Ruli ends up doing.
Okay. We do still have, I mean, this would be a very scary time for a Titanostrike to come out. Speaking of, would be incredibly intimidating here.
Yeah. I think you really want to use that Hermes now before it gets destroyed. Switching the Carry-On to attack. Really thinking about what does he want to do. And just attacks over the Spark Hit. Okay. So saving, I really wonder what Ruli's saving that Hermes for. Again, I'm not the most well-versed in Hermes gameplay to really know what you want to be sending off of it and when, but here we see another Spark Hit.
Listen, all I know is that I have been a victim of Hermes gameplay, and I have also been a victim of Spark It gameplay. So this is all looking pretty familiar here.
Revealing a Spinosect and an Astrap. That's an interesting choice. Do you cut your opponent off the bounce or more cards? And it looks like going for the bounce. That does make sense. Doesn't make sense because Ruli also has no back row. So being able to clear... Probably want to get rid of that Spinosect so it could leave up Carry-On or Spineth and get rid of the Rabbit. Okay. Kind of cleaning up the board. I don't know if that was necessarily best, but I can understand wanting to get rid of that Rabbit.
Especially if we're looking at starting to build our own wide board here. That Mount Olympus, I mean, you don't want to let your opponent get advantage from your own stadium. That's never great. However, going back over to Ruli, we have an Ascension coming in?
Yep, and I just realized why it is that Ruli didn't go for Hermes play to set up a Spinosect, and it's because Hermes didn't have enough spirits, because Spinosect specifically Nexuses. But that was met with a Gorgon's Gaze, so no Ascension for the Spineth, just kind of stuck on board yet again, and notably that enchant took the normal action, so Ruli's kind of faced again with, how do I answer this board? I've got an Astrabbit in hand that I can't play, an Unknown drawn off the top of the deck, and a dump from Hermes, but what can I really do?
There's nothing quite like a Gorgon's Gaze at exactly the wrong time to stop everything that you're trying to do, and that Titanostrike coming out.
That's
a thunderstorm, yeah, is not what Ruli needed here.
This looks like it might be a sweep by Hyphy, just being able to just not let Ruli get access to his options, just build up the board and attack over it. And this is interesting because, as Caleb called out in the first game, Thunder doesn't necessarily have the biggest guys. However, in this matchup, until you start going for carry-on or carry-off plays or ascending to Spinosect, your guys are tiny. I mean, Thunder can just have a field day like it is now. So I'm curious if there is a way Ruli can get back into this game.
Yeah, if you're not bouncing things back to hand, I've seen iterations of this deck also with with the carry on carry off where they're taking control of the Elestrals, and then it's like, oh, your big Elestrals are actually now your problem. Then I've seen it go definitely well for Hermes in that strategy.
Here, just playing at the Astrabic, clearly just trying to dig for cards some way to address this board. But, and not looking good. This might just be a sweep. Fortunately, we might not be able to see the power that Hermes can provide. Just too tough of a matchup here. Let's see what really potentially adds on top of this rabbit.
It really goes to show that even with Spark It, with its new effect, a hand rip at the wrong time can really be devastating. And it is still such a powerful card, even with the Escape from Tartarus form.
Yeah, though, Hyphy does need to find a way to hit over this rabbit. Rabbit's sitting at 6 defense. The opponent's Mount Olympus is helping that be more awkward. But might be able to, if Hyphy can find a Zeus, that won't be an issue anymore. But does need to find a Zeus first.
I mean, at this point, I'm sure it's got to be in there somewhere. We're playing enough champions of Zeus. Zeus, where are you?
Unfortunately, the deck hurt by not having a Search at Current, but let's see. I mean, you could also opt for this option. Just ignore the rabbit, play a Toxion, tell the opponent, unless you answer this Toxion, I'm going to start burning you. And the really neat thing here is, with Spark It on board, if Hyphy is willing to give up one of these Elestrals, could always burn for 2 here and start getting the Toxion up to potentially attack over the rabbit in another turn.
Very true. I mean, Toxion, like you said, it puts you on a timer, because that represents at least 1 spirit every turn. You can set up a wall that can't be hit over, but if you're getting burned, the wall isn't really working, unfortunately.
Nope. Toxion does great about just saying, I don't really care about your wall. I'm just going to keep hitting you. So let's see what Ruli can do. Again, back over. Really haven't seen too many explosive turns from Ruli, but maybe might have something up their sleeve that will... Spectrus is interesting.
Gonna be able to come out here and immediately get hit by a PTA! Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that Spectrus no longer doing anything, too small to hit over any of Hyphy's Elestrals.
Yeah,
So just sets one and likely just passes back to Hyphy. Might be all she wrote, unfortunately.
Yep, and here comes that expend to pay for the PTA to pop that Spectaris. Astrabbit's still going strong here with that big defense stat, but as we were talking about, Toxion is on the board. We're still taking damage each turn.
Yeah, and at some point might start nexusing with Spark It, like right there.
As you manifest it.
Burn for 1. Now clears up an Elestral slot to be able to cast something, so don't I mean, you could ascend as well. That's a valid response. But yeah, or it could just re-enchant the Toxion. Re-enchant the Toxion would allow it to hit over Rabbit. And potentially runs into back row, but also, what is that relevant back row? We know we've seen... I think we've seen Monsoon out of Ruli.
Oh, you get rid of one, and another comes back. You get another Spark It, and because there's only 1 card in hand, I believe that was the Spinosect that just goes down.
That could have been another Hermes into some sort of combo, but alas, that will not be happening, and... Again, this might be all she wrote. Again, a Nexus, Spark It over to Toxion, burn for 1, potentially run over that rabbit now, because that Toxion is a 7.
Oh my goodness, there we go. The other bird. Hyphy just not letting Ruli catch their breath at all here. And
goes down.
There goes the rabbit. Now we're swinging for 3 points of damage. Ruli, unless they have exactly Ambrosia, but even then, I don't know how much we're going to be able to do to contend this.
Especially now with 2 spirits, and yeah, draws looks like a Hermes Trickery for turn. Or that might just be Hermes. Yeah. So on the triple Hermes, but that is it. Congratulations to Hyphy. Continuing to go X-1 now, officially 5-1 heading into the last round. Just got 1 more to get through, and if Hyphy can maintain that X-1 record, should be guaranteed for Top Cut, if I'm not mistaken. But also good luck to Ruli. If their tiebreakers are good enough, they might also make it into Top Cut.
This is such an exciting part of the day every time because casters are really playing for their Top Cut lives. They are fighting as hard as they can, and unfortunately, we just did not see Ruli be able to get much momentum there. And hopefully would love to see more from them into Top Cut. Like you said, those tiebreakers, if you lose to the right people, which especially if we're going to Top Cut now, this is a time that it's not the end of the world to take a loss.
Yes. Yep. Still, the run's still not dead. Hopefully, if for future Hermes gameplay, we'll be able to see a bit more action than that, and that, well, I'm assuming Ruli's definitely seen a lot more action with that Hermes than what happened in this game to get to 4-1. So best of luck to them. And I really do hope we could get another great Hermes match up on camera. Maybe not this premiere, but a future premiere as well before we move on to the live stream season. But I'm also super happy we had seen how strong that stadium combination is with the Thunder Leshers such as Toxdown and especially Titanostrike Champion Zeus. That was super awesome to see.
And oh my gosh, I can't believe we saw in real time Sparkit turn against Zeus.
Sparkit's back.
Sparkit ripped Zeus from hand. Unbelievable.
The betrayal.
I know. That was your buddy. Come on.
Escape from Tartarus just to strike him down. Real shame.
Hey, you know what? He did his time down there. He came back a hardened cat, you know?
Still doing a lot of damage. I think that was a triple spark hit, by the way. I think it, unless one of the spark hits got shielded and I'm not misremembering, I think there was 3 spark hits played that game, which is kind of crazy to think. Just hand rip 3 cards.
A little bit insane, yes.
Just a tiny bit. To be fair, not as insane as OG Spark Hit. That card was hand ripping for doing way more damage on the regular. But
hey, you know, that one was a whole different beast.
That's why it got banned, and now it had to come back. Only be able to look at 2 cards and with 1 less attack. And also not repeatable.
Yeah, still being able to Nexus, though, showing that that ability is useful, being able to Nexus to the Toxion, for example, to not only reenact that burn effect, but also being able to pump up under Mount Olympus and putting a timer on things like the Astrabbit wall.
I also think it's really cool. Most Nexus cards, you don't want to do what Hyphy did with Spark Hit, and that's Nexus off the Spark Hit, because most Nexus effects, to get the second part of the Nexus, it needs to remain enchanted. But since Spark Hit is just a standalone Nexus, it was good to go. No issues had.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, I love to see it in this format, Firestorm, Thunder still being alive and well.
Yep, it was one of the focuses, so it's awesome to see. But we're going to go on a quick break before we head into the final round of Swiss. Okay, I know your time here was short due to some technical issues, but we look forward to having you back once we get into Top Cut, and Caleb will be rejoining me. He's been an absolute legend, hopping right back in despite not getting hit at their full break, and we'll be back once after a short break, and you'll get to enjoy Caleb and I just getting real hype about this final round of Swiss.
The Thunder of Zeus took down last round for Hyphy and also K's Power, but we are here. It is me, Caleb, joined by my good friend Eagle. How you doing?
I'm doing well. That was right. Yeah, apparently that thunderous match took K as collateral.
Well, I'm glad that she's at least partially back. She's getting everything set back up so that she'll be able to join me after this next round. However, we still have one more round of Swiss to go. And oh boy, I've been keeping up in my little break between rounds. I've been keeping up with our standings currently in Swiss. And we have one undefeated and we only have like 8 X1s. This is looking to be a very scrappy fight to who can make their way into top 8.
I'm excited to see. I've not actually been paying attention to the standings. I've been spending my time looking through those deck lists, and that's also very interesting, but for a completely separate reason.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing, it looks like within our top 4, we have 2 Bear players, potentially, from what I'm hearing through the grapevine. Swolax, who was our round 1 feature, has found himself at 4th at 5-1, and he was playing Bears. He was playing Den Turbo, from what I remember, and that's very exciting to see. Our undefeated player is Bean Soldier, and from what I've heard through the grapevine, might be on something a little bit similar. And so it sounds like we're gonna have some Majursas in our top cut, just about guaranteed.
That's exciting. You said Bean's undefeated, and my response is, I mean, that's just Bean. Bean just does this. Yeah, I got a text from Julian, who was on feature earlier, saying like, one day I'll beat him, but like he just always has it. Like he just always has exactly what he needs. He's good at the game. I think that the matchup is a little tough for what Julian's on, the win and terror stuff. But Julian not far off of guaranteeing a top cut slot and guaranteeing his way to Worlds. We've got Hyphy as well, who was just here, sitting at 2nd place currently, 5-1. That, that's crazy. Hyphy is not a name that I've heard a whole lot of, and so to be able to make it in the top cut with Thunder, a deck that I don't think a lot of people are prepping for, is very, very, very cool. There's a bunch of other names that we're seeing kind of in the current like top 10-ish range that are all in contention currently for making it to our top 8 cut. And the match that we have coming up for you sounds like it's going to be an absolute blast. Ooh, yeah, I'm excited. We'll be watching Cloudy Xenon versus Adam. Oh, I'm terrible at pronunciation.
It's like Tuohi?
Tuohi? I know that they go on Discord by Eevee.
Okay.
But yes, we can just call them Cloudy and Adam for this matchup. But again, not sharing what they're on. We know what they're on, but we're going to keep that a secret as this match unfolds. And notably, Adam is 5-1. Both of them are actually 5-1 right now. So both of them looking to secure a top slot in, well, top slot. That's a bit redundant how I was going to say it. A top 8 position, moving on to compete for who will ultimately win all this. So high stakes in this final round.
Yeah, absolutely. The big thing to consider here is that we have 8 people currently at X1, so we'll only have 4 X2s guaranteed, or we'll only have 4 X1s guaranteed. If Josh wins his undefeated and continues undefeated, then we'll have 4. We could have 5 X1s if he loses, or 6 actually if he loses. So that means that the X2s are going to be really competing to try and make sure that their tiebreakers are good. It looks like there's like 3 people right now that are in best contention for losing or winning to make it to X2. Shurit currently at 4-2, 75% win rate. If he is able, opponent win rate. If he's able to win this next round, he's probably locked as our highest X2, just about guaranteed. And then if like Hyphy, Julian are they lose their next round and go 5-2, they also are likely to squeeze in as an X2 into Top Cut. But it's a little tough, it's a little tight to know for sure. So really, all these players do not want to lose this next round. They want to win because that is going to give them the best opportunity possible to actually make it into top 8 here.
especially with a lot of these names also being in contention for Worlds, or at least a few of them that I've seen. So the pressure's on. This is
some of them already locked
crazy.
Worlds, like Bean Soldier locked for Worlds, Trishula locked for Worlds.
So they're just flexing right now.
Yeah, something that I was texting with Julian a little bit. He said that one of the first things he said to Bean Soldier when they got in their last round was like, "Dude, you already got an invite. Like, let me let me make it. Come on, let me breathe."
They're pretty much just saying, "Hey, all you guys, we're going to make you really work to get that Worlds invite."
Yeah, it's not only that, but also the top 5 Worlds points on the leaderboard. It does get a travel stipend voucher. I don't know exactly what it is, but our top 5 for the qualifying points do get compensated for their travel to Worlds. So Josh is still competing for something meaningful here. He's not just showing up to dunk on people for no reason. He wants to make sure that he can not only lock in his ticket, but not pay for it either.
Completely understandable. And there has to be some incentive to keep playing. And I'm happy to see that a lot of these players keep on returning, because it keeps these premieres super exciting. And honestly, I mean, at least I personally want to keep seeing these people come back and keep challenging and keep trying to get everyone to keep improving and make these premieres pretty much more and more exciting.
Yeah, seeing constant names that are, repeated builds legacies, builds interests. People have favorite players that they like to see play. They favorite players that they're rooting for. I know that, I'm biased. I got 2 of my boys in competing for Top Cut, Bean Soldier and Swolax, and Julian's one of my best friends who's currently in contention. So I'm always rooting for my guys. But there are names that you just see around in the community that it's hard to not be like, yeah, I want to see Ari win this next round and squeeze Top Cut. I want to see Shurit, who is another friend of mine, squeeze and make Top Cut. Trish, I want to see squeeze and make Top Cut. Cloudy Xenon, we played in Clash just yesterday. We played 2 games. He washed me both times. I want to see him make Top Cut. Like, these are all names that you just see being around the community. And so it's hard not to root for these people, but it's like, there's too many people to root for. I want them all to win. Who do I pick?
Hey, it just means as spectators, we're the real winners here.
That's true. We're getting some incredible games.
So it looks like we're almost ready to start this clash. I think we're just waiting for the round to start here. And we haven't gotten confirmation who will be going first yet. But regardless, man, I'm really excited to see how this matchup ends up turning out.
Yeah, I think that we've got a very exciting match here. Both of the decks that these players are on, these decks are really cool. I think that it's going to be a good matchup. It's not going to be a one-sided matchup. I don't think. It's not one where there's some decks that just hard lose to other decks, and I don't think that'll be the case here. So I think that we're in for some very, very quality Elestrals here.
Oh, I'm excited. I love a good back and forth game, especially for the final round of Swiss. Let's start off the closing of Swiss into Top Cut right with just a really good and exciting clash.
Yeah, we've had some crazy ones so far. I feel like this has been one of the best events possible that in my memory that I've commentated, in terms of just banger selections of games, just incredible players playing cool decks, doing crazy things. It's just been an absolute blast so far, and I'm looking forward to this to continue into the next 4 rounds, including this one.
Yes, that Majesty, Starbit Supernova versus Lunar Phase Control. That's going to be, so far, that is my highlight. That will be my hashtag on social media. Yeah, it's this is a free one for Silver Beanie. Normally Elestrals will put up onto the YouTube the Top Cut matches as individual videos to go back and watch. This is a tournament where you could do a smash cut of almost every round and just have incredible moments, incredible games, highlighting the entire tournament. And it would be an incredible video to watch because there's just so much incredible stuff happening the entire time. It is mind-blowing how good this tournament has been as a viewer experience. I keep getting messages in Discords I'm in talking about, like, that was a crazy game. And then the next round, that was a crazy game. And then the next round, that was a crazy game. It's like, yeah, I get it. It's all crazy because this tournament's been incredible. we're really getting to see a lot of cool new ideas, but also refined lists with such a quick turnaround from the last premiere, as well as the new ban list being in effect. So I think we just caught this at such a good time.
Yeah, I really think that the back half of the format, post-ban list, is really a solid time to just see refined lists, and also people kind of start to grow exhausted of what they've been playing for the first half, so they swap it to something totally wild, and that's where you have this just pit of incredible ideas that finally get tapped into. It's like, well, this would have been good if you're playing it before. We just weren't playing it yet, and that's where it gets really exciting.
Oh yeah, just I love this late format scene because of that. It just so many cool stuff, and it can really inform what we get to see heading into the next format. But starting off this clash here, we have Cloudy starting off first, and we'll see if any of them needs a mulligan.
Yeah, go ahead and hop on into this, and our casters are looking at their opening hands, gonna determine if these are good enough or if they're not quite what we're looking for. And Cloudy Xenon, I think, is reaching to mulligan here. No, we're just expending to draw? No, we are mulliganing. All right. Thunder and a wind. Wonder if that is telling as to what we could be playing. Solar and a wind.
Oh, that's even more
That's even more telling of what it could be. That's Breeze of Zephyros right there.
There we go.
No way.
Is it Breeze of Zephyros in a wind-based deck or a solar-based deck, though?
I think that would be a solar-based deck, probably. In wind, you would just play Monsoon of Eurus.
True. I don't know. Maybe just that's the fun part. They're making us think that it's solar, but it's actually wind running both Breeze and Monsoon.
That would be really cool. This is why we need to have the counter rune suite semi-limited. Because then we can start to see Breeze and Zephyros make it into decks.
I'm just saying Monsoon puts the spirits on the board for Breeze to Nexus.
That is true. You could do it, and then on Chain Resolution, you go ahead and do Breeze. Or you can do Breeze, Chain Eurus. Wait a minute. Astrabbit! No way. No way. Wait, is this Elestrals? Hold on. Astrabbit turn 1?
We never see that turn 1. This is crazy.
No, I've never seen that happen before.
Top 3, just sculpting that hand yet again. Find some good pieces. No better turn 1 play. And we'll see. Question is, does Adam have the Galaxy, the standard turn 2 play into an Astrabbit, at least the one you want to see?
I'll be honest, even if my opponent starts Rabbit and I have Galaxy in hand, I'd rather start Rabbit myself, which Adam will be playing. But the PTA, this is textbook from Cloudy. This is what you want to see. This is Elestrals right here. Astrabbit, set 1, Astrabbit, PTA, boom. That's it. That is everything that you want to have happen if you're Cloudy here. And that makes you happy that you mulliganed here, most likely.
Oh, yeah. Man, I have not actually... I've seen that PTA art, but I haven't seen it in a while, so that's really cool to see. And I wonder if that's just kind of indicative of new casters getting into the game and picking up some of the new artworks. Yeah,
the cartoonish style PTA from Tournament Pack 3 is very, very cool. And I agree. I don't think I've seen a whole lot of people playing with it, but it looks like Reenchant Rabbit is the move from Cloudy Xenon here.
Okay, sculpt that hand even more. Find another counter rune. If it's an Omni counter rune,
Gorgonzing? Okay.
Oh.
If you're Cloudy, you're saying, yeah, go for it. Absolutely. Gorgon's the rabbit. That's fine by me.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that play. In the late game, when every card matters, Gorgonzing a rabbit feels great. But here, I don't know. Eddie, though, that's a nice card to just start pressuring that rabbit. Though a back row, we'll see if it is anything.
I wonder if Adam just was worried about getting hit with the rabbit anyway and decided to burn the resource. I could understand that because it would have taken 2 anyway. But I feel like if you're Cloudy, you'd honestly rather sit on it potentially. But there's Sorlet. Water Sorlet? We getting Water Pig out? We are.
Just a whack over and hey, then go into... Will we see a Chrysor?
That would be disgusting.
About to
sent
find
from
out.
hand?
Oh, I see him picking up there. Oh, I see that.
Okay, no, I think we're just checking Spirit Deck.
And there he passed.
Rabbit number 2 from Adam.
Cloudy got my hopes up just standing that day like, oh, not so much so I didn't even notice Adam had started their turn. But yeah, not re-enchant, cast out Rabbit, and now, well, I would say Cloudy needs to find an answer to Rabbit, but it could always just properly enchant the Sorlet and start pressuring it. That's always an option.
That's true. It makes Shield feel a little worse to walk into, but also if there's something like Champ Galaxy doesn't do it really. It'd be more spirit efficient than re-enchant expend on Sorlet.
True. It's just nice to at least have the option if you don't have, well,
second Sorlet. This is the best outcome, actually.
Yeah.
This is objectively the best way to do it, because now Shield doesn't beat this. It'd be Gorgons exactly has to do it. Otherwise, we're walking over and walking in. Tsunami, actually, of your own would do it as well.
True. Well, we're about to see, is that what is face down on Adam's field? And also, if it isn't, will we finally see a Chrysor?
Ambro set. It would be very fun if we finally saw a Chrysor. It looks like a Solar Spirit going on that Ambro. 2 Wind and a Thunder.
I'm wondering what in this deck is Solar. Tornadian, potentially?
I wonder if it's just like Plucky with Liar.
True.
There's defensive Tsunami.
Called it. Being able to keep up that Rabbit for another turn.
Adam needs back row, though.
Yeah.
Need back row.
I don't know if you feel great. Is that a Volcaries?
That is Champ Volcaries from Shattered Stars. That is giving away exactly what we've got. But Gorgon's Gaze from Cloudy Xenon is exactly what we want right now. That is so good in this very moment.
I feel like that you prefer the Gorgon's Gaze, some of these powerful searchers like Volcaries as opposed to the Rabbit. Like this just feels great.
I think that Adam did it because economically it makes sense, right? You're taking 2 anyway if the Astro Rabbit swings and you're not preventing it from attacking. But it is something that's very awkward as a result of using resources you don't need to. But the Rabbit will swing over this defenseless Sorlet and start clearing up this board.
Yep. The Adam's really trying to fight back for this board, but notably now, depending on what that back row is, Sorlet now has a chance to hit over either Volcaries or the Astrabbit, which can be quite powerful, especially getting that Volcaries off the board before the Festus and artifacts start hitting.
Mm-hmm. I think that this indicates to me that Adam has a second Tsunami most likely, and that's why we're feeling more comfortable to swing. It looks like the Calf Mel is big with the. No, that's got a solar under it. It's the little peek out of the lunar on the side had me confused for a second, but that is the solar. Those Shattered Stars, the stained glass spirits can sometimes be really hard to tell as a commentator. That's my worst nightmare right there, is trying to interpret what one of these might be.
Well, when you got every other 2 other spirits on it for sure, but clearing up the board there, that's a great swing by Cloudy. And now with the Capmel on board, even once Adam goes to answer it, can start healing back some spirits and really kind of keep up on spirit advantage.
This has been a very big turn from Cloudy. This does make me wonder if this is some sort of like Tornadian Chrysor list, because honestly, Tornadian Pigs has been something that is really solid and has been for a while. So Eddie hits the board for Adam. Because being able to go Winjin, call Sorlet, and you have 6 copies in deck is very solid.
Yeah, I think it's only been really eclipsed by just pairing it with Pantera. That's what I've seen pop up most frequently, at least with last Premiere, but that still sounds like a very solid other option.
Yeah, I've played into it a good bit at locals before, and it is a solid deck. I'm surprised, honestly, now that I think about it. I haven't seen it a lot at Premieres. It is a very strong deck.
Well, if that is what Cloudy's on, maybe proving why people should be axing that Pantera and throwing those Tornadians.
Yeah, well, Pantera is strong in its own right, so I do think it's hard to pick between the two. It's just 2 versions of sort of a similar type of deck. I think Cloudy is expecting to draw here, though.
And to find some answer, but goes just, switch the Capmel to defense and now needs to find another way to out this Capmel.
We've gone through 2 Eddies on Adam's side. I'd imagine that is both of them. I don't think we're on 3, but
Ooh,
Necra. That is absolutely getting PTA'd.
PTA.
That is the easiest PTA of your entire life.
Well, you got that nice body there. Makes a lot of sense. That attack stat also, attack drop from the PTA also put in work.
You, never mind that. Looks like Adam is passing, saying, please pay out your PTA. You left it on board to remind yourself, so please resolve it.
I do wonder, Adam has the Hephaestus in hand off the will carry search. What are they holding it for?
It was Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh, it was.
They do not have Heft in hand.
You're correct. I forgot about that. Poor Volcarius wasn't able to do what it wanted to do.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get his little friend out to sit on the rock together. I love that art so much.
So good.
I was right! It's Plug
Called
A!
it. Got-
And there's Gorgon's
Ooh.
Gaze.
That's another good Gorgon's Gaze target. Just starts healing, disrupting stuff, and since it's a champion Apollo, also gets that sweet buff from Lyre.
Yeah, that is a solid Gorgon's target. I wonder if Cloudy has a Lyre in hand already and can just... No, we're just passing. That was a very quick pass, but that's a Kinleo that hits the board now. No bank.
Does Adam have a bank or just throwing out the Kinleo to just kind of start pressuring? Because I believe, I'm not sure, Plucky's what, a 1-3 by default?
It is a 1-3, yeah.
So both guys kind of contest it. Oh, and there's a Nexus
There
bank.
is the bank.
Set up that Poison Nectar. Probably doesn't matter what it's enchanting because it's going to be solely used to Nexus the spirits, pop a guy, and then just start pressuring Cloudy to close out the game because Cloudy is down to 6 spirits, though we'll be getting a heal from Calfmel.
Well, it does matter in that if you do double fire and you go to Kinleo Nexus, that's problematic. If they have something like Monster of Eurus before you go for the effect to Nexus. But it looks like we're just going to Nexus 1. We're just going to go down 1 spirit. And then pop the Calfmel, and then Calfmel will heal back 3 here. So a pretty heavy spirit investment turn from Adam. They will get some damage out of it.
Yeah, now just says you need to deal with the Kinley or get the Fire Spirit off board and hope I don't have another way to get a Fire Spirit on board, or else this Kinley is going to keep terrorizing Cloudy's board. Getting for 2 damage as well.
I'd probably just put those 2 solars, 2 of the solars that you healed right back in the underworld.
We'll see. And we'll see what Cloudy has to do on their next turn. How do you answer a Kinleo and or an Eddie? Though I don't think Cloudy's deck's probably hurting for answers.
No, I think that Cloudy is probably still in a fairly fine position here, even though board state wise don't have a lot going on. You deal with this Kinleo, and what does Adam have but a not very strong attacker that is over invested with spirits?
Yeah, Eddie really after that first turn, just sitting there. Board deck ain't bad, but it's not putting too much pressure. But the Galaxy coming down, that will definitely pressure the Kinleo. Though we'll see if this back row is live from Adam.
Well, it isn't Gorgon's Gaze, otherwise we would have flipped that here.
And Adam has already been through 2 Gorgon's Gaze, so that's unlikely. If it's Tsunami, that feels bad. If it's Shield, you have an extra turn to be able to push some more damage, and that probably secures it from there. Lyre.
There's a Lyre. I wonder if maybe we didn't declare Galaxy effect and we're just gonna go for Lyre swing.
My other thought is Lyre on Galaxy still allows it to hit over the Kinleo here, but keeps it a 5 on Adam's turn.
Sure. That does make sense. It lets you hit over both of them, actually. They're both 1 defenses.
Yeah. And that's what we end up seeing here. So Adam now needs to... Oh, is this an Ascension play?
Lavalith? Yeah,
Lavalith.
Makes sense.
Can pop the back row. Going for the Lyre.
I think we may have jumped too quickly to getting rid of the the Liar.
I'm assuming the necklace was popped and then attacked over to get rid of the Liar. That's the only thing here that makes sense.
We just kind of shortcut it a little bit. I think Adam now is in a very commanding position.
That
Lavalith does a lot here, especially with a nothing back row. Drawing 2 different artifacts for Cloudy probably feels very bad here.
What I'm surprised that I haven't seen in the games I've commentated is an Earthquake yet, because that could get Cloudy back in and just Earthquake that Lavalith, though there are only 3 spirits, still going to be an uphill battle. And it looks like we got a scoop here.
A scoop o'clock somewhere, and somewhere is here right now.
So Adam takes game 1, just 1 game closer to being able to guarantee a top 8 finish. And now we'll have these casters side deck, and we'll get back to game 2 once they're done there to see if we'll have a game 3 or if it's going to be a clean sweep for Adam. But a lot of interesting stuff going on in that game.
Yeah, that was very, very clean, I think, from both players. But I think that Adam played it very, very well. And it seems like Cloudy maybe just didn't draw super well. There's a lot of answers that Adam had out the gate. Cloudy did mulligan, and while they were on fairly even spirits for a good amount of time, they just never really were able to stick Elestrals that were putting up meaningful amounts of pressure. And they were kind of relying on back row entirely to deal with the things that Adam was playing. But it was just PTAs, and just PTAs usually aren't enough to contest a board effectively.
Yeah. And it looks like that Gorgon's Gaze on the Astrabbit early on was a really good play because it just kind of kept Cloudy off of the cards that they likely needed to be able to secure the board a bit more effectively, or really at all.
Yeah, honestly, the thing I'm seeing from this is Eddie's stocks are up. Eddie put in a lot of work that game, and I think that people have mostly cut Eddie from a lot of lists. I do think it showed up in our top 12 potentially, but it is something that people probably should be playing more of, because honestly, just playing the standard Astrabbit, Galaxy, and then like 2 Eddie is just a solid foundation for basically any deck at this point.
And it's just what good stuff cards you want to splash into round off your deck list, and seeing both Eddie, Galaxy feeling like a solid core to just answer a turn 1 rabbit, or really just answer a bunch of stuff. Even the fire artifact stuff can just flipping them to defense, because the artifacts don't typically buff both attack and defense. And I haven't really been seeing too much Scythe.
Yeah, Scythe is something I think a lot of people have been off of. It's something that I've actually been more on recently because it's felt very, very good. But a lot of people have been cutting it, especially because I think Liar serves a similar function a lot of the time while being more spirit efficient. But I think it's leading people to cut Earthquake, and so we're seeing less of that as well. Like if you're playing an artifact deck and you're not playing Earth for Scythe, you probably don't need to play the Earth for Earthquake either, as you just open up your slots for other things. But I don't know, I think that might be too much cutting, most likely. I think that's, you're taking out too many good things, ultimately.
Yeah, I'm curious come next month's premiere if we'll see that Scythe kind of start slotting back in, especially with so much Galaxy. That 3 defense, I think a lot of times would be the difference between Galaxy clearing your artifact souped up guy and Galaxy just not being an effective answer.
Yeah, the amount of like 3 or 4 stat Elestrals is very high, but it looks like we are ready to go and hop into game 2, and Cloudy will be starting us off. Let's go ahead and get into it.
All right, we'll see. Does Cloudy need to mulligan again, or just gets a good straw? And looks like good straw, you can't beat a rabbit. You really can't.
Well, you can with an Eddie or a Galaxy, but I understand.
We need to wait for turn 2 for that to come into play.
You can't beat an Astrabbit on turn 1 because it is the best thing you can be playing here.
Yes, and we'll see if we get some back row lined up as well. Looks like set 1, pass over to Adam. We'll see what Adam's got. Returning rabbit? No, an Eddie this time around.
Sorry, spoken to existence. That's on me, Cloudy. My bad. My bad. Here comes the Eddie, though.
Good play to counter it, and I'm actually trying to pull up the card usage again to see where Eddie's at. You sparked my interest, and yeah, it is definitely down. Only, if I'm looking at the right thing, only 14 decks are on it this time around. That's not a lot of the total pool, but
yeah, ever since Galaxy Champion of Poseidon came out, people have been less on it. But Wow, this looks a lot like the last game because here's Water Sorlet yet again. Now, does Adam have a second Eddy to once again deal with the Water Sorlet?
Just shield. Not even risking the Chrysor. I'll see a Chrysor hit the board one of these games.
Yeah, you missed, I guess, the game where Julian had Chrysor get out. But, okay, do we have Gorgon's Gaze? This does just look like a condensed version of the last game. And there's Gorgon's Gaze. This is just a condensed version of the last game.
All right, now we just need to see that Kinleo with an artifact again. And we're really seeing last game.
Yeah.
So
Set one, swing one.
Poke Freddy. I wonder... Here's an interesting question, because we've been seeing, based off games, some people just still kind of trickle out their back row, set one here, set one there. Some people are just saying, if you have the Hurricane, I don't care, I'm setting it all. So the real question is Cloudy just kind of doing the latter or the former?
I'm gonna assume that the resting on your laurels is big here. That is a really, really good thing to be able to resolve in this board state. Make sure that this champion of Hephaestus Volcaries is taken out, and now we can just play out the Sorlet, honestly. Water Pig
Have
does
a shield.
whatever a Water Pig does.
Have a shield. Burn your Gorgon's Gaze. I don't care. It's getting you to use your back row.
Yeah, it's got to be a PTA here, or we're hitting over. And if it's a second shield, you're so happy about that. You're so happy about this. You say, I don't care, man. That second shield.
That Sorlet's gone +2 in terms of spirits on the opponent, and +1 in card advantage on the opponent. That Sorlet's got value and could potentially come down to just eat up some even more value. Like, this Sorlet's just eating cards like apples.
There's Nekruff. Sorlet is definitely the MVE here, just putting in absolute work. Does Adam have a set? Adam does have a set. Is it the third shield? That's the ultimate question I have. Swinging two.
Just take the two. That makes sense. No real back row here feels that great into this. You're still taking minimum two spirits. Not really getting any advantage, so makes sense to me, especially if Cloudy has that Chrysler that I keep bringing up, because if that back row can't stop the Sorlet over the Eddy, Chrysler over the Nekruff, you're feeling good.
Yeah, that would feel very, very nice. It would be cool to see Cloudy go for a Sorlet Chrysler play here. Is Water Pig coming back? You betcha it is.
Pig.
Oh,
it's a
Wind
Wind Pig.
And this is where we finally have Tsunami, right?
We'll see. Maybe Cloudy isn't on the Chrysor and is just trying to deal with the Nekruff and tell the Eddy cry unless you can get rid of Pig.
Adam considering it's going to resolve. Do we
Chrysor?
have the Ascension?
Nope.
No, we're
Adam
just counting
drew
our
for turn.
spirits.
And Adam drew for turn. I guess Cloudy just isn't on Chrysor, but Pig's still putting work, though quite expensive. Though Galaxy, that's going to put some pressure on that Pig.
Gorgons? Looks like Galaxy will resolve here, and it's going to swing in and take out the Sorlet.
Cloudy being put on the back foot here, quite low on spirits and hasn't quite gotten control of board. Even though that Sorlet traded for some great value, it's really worked out mostly in Adam's favor.
This is where like a Calf Mel swing over the Galaxy would feel really good.
Just get back those spirits, yeah. So Cloudy's definitely not out of it yet. Just need to see some way to swing some aspect of the game back in their favor to stay in it a bit longer.
Plucky would also be pretty okay here. Like if it gets PTA'd, you don't mind too much because you go pretty up on spirits. Another Sorlet. Okay. Adam does kind of a hand gesture like, are you serious? The fourth one I've seen this game. Well, it's like, well, you did bounce it twice, so.
And it looks like a water enchanted pig yet again. Argo. That makes sense. We've seen the artifact stuff. It was a matter of time before we saw Argo.
Double Earth? Is this a Scythe Blade? Did we swing at the Eddy? Oh, I would be absolutely so happy if this is... Okay, it's a Necklace of Harmonia. I was hoping so bad.
if we see Fire Spirits on it, we might be in store for a Kinleo play next turn. Though, well, that doesn't make sense. There's no Kinleo targets.
It could make sense in that you could Nexus up onto like
True.
Galaxy, or I probably Eddie, and you swing for 5 damage in one turn.
It's Cloudy's on 7. That would put him down to 2.
And there's the Kinleo.
Yep. Let's see. Will this get met with Gorgon's Gaze?
Using the effect, you gotta Gorgon's this, I think. Put it on the Eddie.
Shield.
Yup, there it goes to Eddie. Not gonna use the second effect. Ambro off of it.
Okay.
Sure. I can see that. I like it.
Still hidden in for over half of Cloudy's remaining spirits.
Yeah, this might be a quick game 2 here. If Cloudy does not have some meaningful interaction, I don't know what does it though. Like Tsunami doesn't save you.
Yeah, Tsunami doesn't feel worth that.
Adam finally doesn't have back row.
Yeah.
They've had a set every single turn this entire time.
Just take it one at a time. So there might be something back there, but is it ultimately worth casting? Doesn't look like it. Adam's done a great job about setting up a really awkward board into back row where nothing really feels all that great.
Mm-hmm. The big thing is that basically anything Cloudy can play here, Reenchant Galaxy does so much into.
Yeah.
You have to deal with Kinleo.
Yeah, that's a given. Just doesn't feel great when then Galaxy just says, I'm still here, going to be annoying and answer likely whatever you got.
Yeah.
And I mean, Arclith potentially? That
Third
could do
Sorlet?
something.
I mean, honestly, Sorlet for new Sorlet, Champion Sorlet for Chrysor would do a lot here.
True.
We really haven't seen what Cloudy's deck is, to be frank. We've seen Plucky, Sorlet, Calfmel. I think that is an Ass Rabbit. And none of those, I feel like, scream deck identity to me.
No, you just have a bit of potential like heal control pieces in there, but also pair with the more aggressive pieces. So
Yeah, there's the third Sorlet. See, the thing is I don't even know if you could say it's heal control, because like heal control wouldn't play Sorlet.
No.
You just play Viscerus if you're gonna play a random 5.
Yeah, it's just heal control is why I associate more so with the Calfmel plus Plucky combination. But I could see it also easily splashing in more of a good stuff pile as well.
Yeah, plenty of solar decks play Plucky and Calfmel though. Like Calfmel is just a given in most solar decks. Plucky now I think it's not a given, but it is likely in a lot of solar decks because it is just a good 5.
That also gives you a bit of healing as well, yeah. Maybe I'm thinking too much back to the heal control list last premiere and wanting that to be the case. But I mean, those cards just showing the versatility of them, that you can play them in heal control or you can play them more aggressive, like what it looks like Cloudy's doing.
I think the big thing is heal control is largely a play style as well.
Yeah.
And with how Cloudy's games have played out, it's like maybe it is heal control and he's just drawn really poorly, but I don't know, this has seemed very awkward so far. And I mean, seeing all 3 Sorlet I don't think is ideal in any way.
No. Sorlet's an expensive pig. Yeah, I'm wondering, we must be missing some part of that. Regardless, this just looks awkward in that we have no clue what Cloudy's really trying to do.
We swing over Eddie? Okay.
Interesting.
So if Adam has any Elestral, okay, we're just gonna re-enchant the Galaxy. So if there is interaction for the Galaxy, we have Shield here. Okay.
No.
Take a damage. Take a second. We go down to 1.
Is that a bluff? Oh, 2 because
We're
the
at
Galaxy. Yeah.
We're at 2 here because we did Ambrosia, I believe.
Yeah.
Nemesail. Okay. What?
That's some sort of healing going on.
That is so strange. It's right 3 now.
Man, if Adam
Swing
takes...
Galaxy Argo.
Ooh.
Oh no.
I was
Adam is just so up on spirits. And yeah, they concede 3 Galaxy in hand.
So they just
all 3
drew.
Sorlets. Yeah, that's just a rough go at it, honestly. That's tough. That's real tough. You hate to see that happen on a win and in.
Oh, are they just
like,
showing it? Oh, it looks like some sort of like artifact.
That's
Sword
rough.
Artifact deck. The
Dang,
Nevisill's
that's tough.
interesting though.
It reads honestly a lot to me like the Rybot list. It's maybe just like Sorlet got slotted in somewhere as like an aggressive tool, but I think it just ultimately didn't work out super well for Cloudy here. Like it just seems like just really rough draws both games, honestly.
You run those 3 ofs not because you necessarily want to see 3 of them, it's because you just want to be able to see one of them ASAP. And
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, there's a reason that even Sorlet is played at like 2 in Sorlet decks, is because you really don't want to see it that free. Kind of expensive for a 5/1.
yeah, it's
Like,
impactful.
Eddie would be
but
better.
It's expensive.
Yeah. Ugh, that's tough. You hate to see it end that way.
But congratulations to Adam there, securing pretty much guaranteed to be in top cut.
Yes.
Don't over my words there. And good luck to Cloudy, relying on those tiebreakers to try to make it into that top cut as well. We'll see once this round concludes.
Yeah, I think it's looking a little tough here. There's a handful of X1s yet to finish, and Cloudy currently sitting at 8th. So unless every single tiebreaker, no, because we will have at least one more 6-1, which will push Cloudy out of contention, I believe.
I believe, yeah, we got a 5-1.
2 more 6-1s, I think. No, we'll only have one because someone got a pair down. So
Yeah. I don't think, unfortunately, I think this is it for Cloudy. Really close run. Seems like a really cool deck, just a bit of an unfortunate final game. Hopefully next premiere we might see them show up yet again.
I do think that the deck's very cool. The Nemesis is interesting. I feel like I haven't seen a whole lot of that. Playing Sorlets, I'm really curious to see what that list ends up looking like, because there's definitely something that we're missing just from the result of them drawing very, very rough the entire game 2. Honestly, didn't look super great game 1 either. There's got to be some pieces that we just didn't end up seeing that kind of bring the picture together to how this deck is supposed to function. It just didn't quite do that. Sometimes that happens. You know, deck gets shy on feature.
Yeah, feature shyness is real, and especially when we're getting this late into a tournament run. It can be exhausting. Like, shout out to all these players that have made it this far and done so well, including Cloudy. 5-2 is still such an impressive feat for 7 rounds.
Yeah, and they're still within the top 16. That is unlike, I don't think it's possible to change. They are going to end up in top 16. They're walking away with the Stellar Champion of Hermes Carry-Off. They're walking away with a couple of Premier Packs, I believe. And they're walking away with qualifying points, which is pretty meaningful.
Oh yeah, 35 qualifying points is not nothing. That's a really solid start towards making your way to get a Worlds invite. You get enough top 16s, you'll be getting to Worlds.
Yeah, it's big to be able to start racking those up over time and getting closer and closer to getting there.
Yeah.
Just a handful of those. It's like, what, you get like 7 or 8 top 16s, and that gets you qualification for World. So if Cloudy has gotten a couple of those, he's going to get a couple more and they're in.
And there's going to be plenty more premieres before Worlds does finally arrive.
Yeah, we don't even know when it is yet, but I cannot imagine it being earlier than Q1 2026. So there will be many, many more events, and there's obviously more than just online premieres. There are the Opens, both Store Opens and the Elestrals Opens. There's Regionals, which I believe we're entering regional season coming up very shortly. And there are the set championships, which earn you just a little bit. There's not a whole ton, but you get a little bit of points for participating in those and getting in your top 4.
Yeah, if we stick with the usual like 2 premieres per month, we should have about 8 more premieres for the year as well, which is more than enough as long as you top 16 to get your Worlds invite. So
yeah,
definitely keep showing up to these premieres if you haven't yet. Definitely consider signing up for the next one. Again, that one will be in early September, September 13th. Yep, that is that Saturday. And signups are now live, so you can always go do that and just try your hand at this remaining Firestorm format. And since we're wrapping up Game Prepare for Livestream, perfect time to also bring whatever fun stuff you've been wanting to bring, or maybe just stick if you're really trying to win with some tried and true decks that you've got plenty of data to try to figure out what those are looking like.
Yeah, nothing wrong with taking a top deck from one of these events and just running it as your own as well. Nothing wrong with a little bit of net decking. It's hard to come up with an original deck, and the reality is that most of the people here did not come up with these decks originally.
They're crafted over multiple weeks, seeing what other people are discussing with others. Like, it really is a collaborative effort. I mean, that's really what the meta is to begin with.
Yeah. Looks like we're ready to go ahead and throw it over to a little break, and then we'll come back. It'll be me and Kay, and we'll prep for our top bet.
Greetings, casters. I'm PK Spark. It's time to take a closer look at a burning new strategy that has been unleashed, thanks to the release of our newest set, Divine Champions Firestorm. This expansion introduces champion variants of our favorite Elestrals. Today, we're igniting this Spotlight series with Valkyries, Champion of Hephaestus. This card provides its casters the opportunity to reutilize fire spirits in their underworld to cast their artifact runes, so long as Hephaestus is enchanted on the field. Thankfully, having Hephaestus on the field isn't too tricky, as it can be searched for thanks to the cast effect of this Valkyries, instantly providing you the tools to get your strategy online. All you need now is an artifact. If you don't have one in hand, you can utilize the effect of your Hephaestus to search for one in your deck, or cast the invoke rune Reforge to return an artifact from your underworld to your hand, along with spirits equal to its enchantment cost to your spirit deck. Torch of Hestia has become a fan favorite to pair with this Valkyries. Not only does it provide your empowered Elestral +2 attack, but when declaring an attack, you can also foretell 3 cards, providing you a little insight as to what your upcoming draws may include. This can all help set up a powerful Nexus combo the following turn with Kinleo. Once per turn, Kinleo can Nexus up to 2 fire spirits on your field, and when you do, you can then target and destroy an opponent's Elestral, such as the mighty Pantera. Fire artifact and Nexus strategies are heating up the metagame with no sign of cooling down. Will we see it this weekend? Stay tuned to the stream and let's find out.
Welcome to the Welcome to the first look at Elestrals trading card game Divine Champions Livestream. Wield the power of the earth and water elements and feel your strength flourish in this newest set of Elestrals TCG, which includes all new champion cards and 2 brand new divines. Introducing Dionysus and Aphrodite. Dionysus is the god of festivities and a new divine of the Earth Pantheon, while Aphrodite is the goddess of love and a new divine for the Water Pantheon. Also joining them in the spotlight will be the goddess of snow, Chione, and the goddess of the hunt, Artemis. These 4 divines are included in all new single starter decks, featuring 3 packs and a How to Play playmat poster. Featured in those decks are Dionysus and the Guardian of the Garden, Ladygon, Aphrodite and the Keeper of the Lake, Locagon, Chione and the Rampant Glaciersa, and lastly, Artemis and the Apparitional Posthumus. Which pantheon will you clash alongside to victory? In our latest expansion, you'll find some familiar Elestrals featuring all new champion titles, effects, and stats, like this Sprouter, champion of Dionysus, Caprigal, champion of Aphrodite, Funglow Charged, and Sundial. Barabib and Barabog also return with all new effects and stats. And Barabog can now ascend into the mighty Barabas, which is also featured in a stunning new full art. This new Earth and Water Elestral can become a stadium rune with a tremendous effect. Watch out as this Elestral muddies the fields of battle. More never-before-seen Elestrals will make their debut in Divine Champions Livestream. Introducing Hellmelt, Royal Lottle, and Morfrost Chimera. You'll find all these and many more in your journey through this enchanting new set. The might of the Divines is yours for the taking with Elestrals Divine Champions Livestream. Available to pre-order July 31st.
Here we are after 7 long rounds of Swiss. It is me, Caleb, and Kay to bring to you our top cut of today's premiere. How you doing, Kay?
I'm so good. I am so good for many reasons. And one of them is that we are here at Top Cut and it's going to be so much fun. And another one of those reasons is because of what we are looking at in our Top Cut and who we are looking at, because, oh my gosh, this is about to be stacked.
Yeah, this is an incredible tournament. A lot of people we've already seen on feature. We've got Julian versus Ari as our top slot versus our bottom slot. If you are not familiar, the way that Elestral seeding works for Top Cut bracket is first plays 8th, second plays 7th, third plays 6th, fifth plays 4th. So we've got Julian versus Ari, who squeezed in at our last X2, making it to Top Cut. We also have Swolax versus Adam, who we saw earlier today here on feature. I think actually just was the last person on feature squeezing in, winning in. And then on the other side of the bracket, we have Trishula versus Hyphy, who's another person we saw on feature earlier. And rounding out our Top Cut bracket, we have Bean Soldier versus Shurit. There's a lot of very recognizable names up here.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy. I mean, even our 8th seed Ari got 3rd in Dallas. Like, even the bottom of this bracket is redonkulous. Like, this is about to be crazy. I cannot wait.
Yeah, this is an incredible Top Cut to see. Very excited. I think we're gonna have we're in for a treat. We're in for a treat. I think we've already picked out what our features could be as well, and
we do.
Honestly, every single one of these would be incredible, because every single one of these is like, we've seen these players on cast already, and it was an incredible match. Or they're top players, like Julian versus Ari. These are both players that, were top performing players at Dallas. Ari at 3rd place, Julian making, I think, like 13th or something like that. We got Swolax, who was 2nd at Dallas. We've got Trishula, who was 2nd at the Atlanta Open just a couple of weeks ago. And then Bean Soldier versus not Shurit or Trevor is insane, because Bean Soldier has won a premiere and Trevor has topped so many at this point. It's like every single premiere where Trishula is in the bubble or topping, Trevor is also there. Like, there's so many Caster's Corner videos where it's like, oh yeah, here's Trevor, by the way. Like, he also topped with this deck, or he also was here. He took, it was right at the start of Firestorm format, he took a Rhinosect deck that he and I worked on and made it to, I think, top 8, losing to Archaic Rage, who ended up being our 2nd placed finisher for that event, losing to Bean Soldier. Trevor is just such a consistent player, someone who has a lot of background in a lot of different card games, just a lot of pedigree. So I cannot hype up enough how insane this Top Cut is. Like, these are all incredible players, and it's a shame that we can't stream all of them to you. There's not enough time in the day, because wow, these are all so good.
I mean, we know that at least one Bears is in top 8. We did see in the first match of the day, Swolax is on Bears, and that's my champion. We listen. I have to be rooting for Bears. I need a Bear final. I need a Bear champion. I have been picking this Majursa from the beginning of Firestorm format. Please let this pay off for me, okay? I have not given up on her.
Hey, you know what? And you will be rewarded for thine fealty. Because I'm pretty sure that we're just about guaranteed, based off how this bracket looks and based off of my insider knowledge, we're just about guaranteed to have a Bears player in top 4. And so that's a little crazy. That's a little crazy.
I think that all the Bears were sleeping. They were hibernating, and now they are awake. And it's time for them to win a premiere. I'm just saying. But also, on Shurit, speaking of my other prediction, Shurit is a caster who did my favorite thing that I've ever seen anyone do, which was Ash Rabbit Loop 3 Ambrosia for a game. and just be like, do something about it, I guess. Like, sure, try. And it was the best thing I've ever seen. And I remember that being the moment where I was like, oh, no, Ash Rabbit's crazy. Why is no one playing this?
Wait, oh my God, wait.
So, I'm a big Shurret fan. I'm a fan of so many people in this top cut, if not all of them, honestly. This is incredible. And we are so lucky to be able to commentate these matches and see how this ends up.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see this top cut pan out, because I agree. I'm a big fan of basically everyone in here. And if you at home are not a fan of people here in this top cut, you're about to be, because you're about to see some incredible Elestrals gameplay in front of you. Any one of these players winning, I think, would not surprise me, just based off of either, like, if it's someone that I'm not familiar with, their performance today on stream has shown, like, yes, they deserve to be here in top cut. And if it's someone that we haven't seen, it's like, yeah, they're a top player. Yeah, Julian Whaley's gonna be in top cut. Yeah, Swolax is gonna be top cut. Yeah, Trishula's gonna be a top cut. Yeah, Beachell's gonna be a top cut. Yeah, Trevor John's gonna be a top cut. Like, yeah, not surprising at all.
Yeah, I cannot wait. We've seen so many incredible games today. I am a little disappointed Volclip's not in finals or not in top cut. But you know what? That's okay. That's okay. She'll have her moment. Bo played out of their mind on stream earlier. I was also rooting for maybe seeing the Waspivy list. That was really, really cool. But I mean, what a day of clashes.
Yeah, I was really hoping earlier to see Waspivy hit, because I know that it didn't end up hitting, but we had someone on that was playing Waspivy Fire Artifact, and that's been my little pet deck that I've been playing. I brought it to locals last week, and it's such a fun deck. It's so solid, and I was sad that we didn't end up seeing Waspivy hit the board, because every time it hits the board, it's like, oh, how the heck do I deal with an 8/1 that burns me for 3 when I destroy it in battle? Like, that's awkward.
You kind of don't. Also, I mean, the fact that we've seen games where 2 Mama Bears have hit the board, the fact that we've seen Cryptaris played today.
Pulveror,
I'm just like, what? Just looking back upon the story of the day has been wild. I am very curious to see the deck breakdown for Top Cut. I think that that'll be really interesting. We've seen Aviolith shining today. Who's to say? Yeah, 2 of them. Who's to say how that's gonna go? Ooh.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this pans out. I was keeping up in the Discord channel of reporting to see how these rounds were turning out, and when I saw Julian won his final game, locked himself for Worlds, and I believe he might be one of the only people from our initial list. Let me go and pull it back up. But we had a list of people that were likely to lock themselves for Worlds.
Oh yeah, I know that there were a couple people who needed top 16. There was someone, or like 1 or 2 people who needed top 2.
Yeah, so Ari needs top 2, and then
so still in contention.
There's no one else.
Okay, well, we have at least one more world qualifier then in Julian, and depending on how this game with Ari goes, it is going to be Julian versus Ari. So we will see who moves on from there.
Yeah, and I believe there's some people that didn't quite make it into top 8 or top 16 that still have progressed their way towards making a Worlds. Weathercaster need a top 8 to qualify, but they made it into top 32, so they are going to be close, but it's not quite there. Same thing with Shadowstorm needed top 2 to qualify. They ended up in top 32, so they are also not far off of getting an invite as well. There's a handful of people that even if they didn't make it into our top pet, didn't make it into our top 16 even, they are inching their way closer. They only need less than, 100 points to make it, and that's just an additional 20 on their ticket to get them there. So 1 or 2 more good events and they can qualify.
As we continue to get further and further into these events and have more opens and everything as well, we're going to start seeing people qualify off of what we've talked about. Just make top 32 consistently. Just play your games out. And as long as you get the baseline of qualifying points, you will eventually, you can do it. Like it can happen. You will qualify. And hey, we'll see you in Worlds.
Yeah, very exciting. I'll be there no matter what. You know, throw up the meme. That's me. I'll be there no matter what. Like
you and me both. Listen, you will have to pry me away from honestly any live Elestrals event. Dallas really solidified for me. It was like, oh, so I have to never miss one of these ever.
They are just the best events that you've ever been to. It was awesome to be able to have an event at the Atlanta area because we got to host a bunch of different people. And there's a point where the day after we had a gang of like 12 people in my home just hanging out. I was like, wow, this is awesome. People playing Elestrals, people just hanging out, chatting, having dinner together. The post-event dinner, the post-event hot pot.
Oh, I did see the hot. Listen,
the cinema.
I had hot pot FOMO seeing that. I was just like,
I don't blame you. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Should have been me.
I got a good friend of mine, Ash, from the Orlando scene. We had a giant group, so we ended up splitting into multiple tables. He ran over to me, like serenading me because some song was playing, and fully slipped and like just ate dirt, and then continued to serenade. It was like,
incredible.
This is the sweetest moment of all time. Like marry me?
I mean, yeah, get you someone who genuinely.
Exactly.
Although,
this is.
You know, probably a moment that I'm sure that they were like, I'm sure no one will remember this happening, and definitely won't talk about it live on a stream.
Surely this will never be talked about on a stream ever.
Yeah, in front of everyone waiting for Top Cut. No way.
Oh my god.
And then, you know, hey, and kissing me, I'll be like, oh, Ash. Oh, are you
Aren't you the? You know what? Ash, I think would be sad to be known for that, not because it's like this funny moment, but because they'd rather be known for the insane deck list titles they put on the Elestrals Play Network. If you've ever seen a crazy name on the Elestrals Play Network, it's probably them.
It's probably Ash. Okay. Honestly, one of my favorite things is seeing what people title these lists, because a lot of bangers in there. I don't know if you all have gone on the Play Network, but would recommend. Yeah,
there's one in particular, okay, I'll have to send you personally because it's very funny and I do not think I can repeat it.
Yeah, please do send it.
Yeah. You'll appreciate it. There's a shout out to him there, so.
Ooh, okay. And also, for those of you watching at home, it looks like we are going to be gearing up for our first round of Top Cut here in no time. They're going to be getting started.
Oh yeah.
I know that I'm excited. Caleb, how are you feeling?
I'm on cloud 9. I'm elated. I'm excited. I'm trying to think of other synonyms, and I immediately ran out. It was not hard to run out of synonyms. I'm very excited. I think that this Top Cut, like, you know, obviously it's our job to come on here and hype up, oh, this is going to be an incredible Top Cut. But even if I was sitting at home watching, I would be like, I'm locked on my couch.
Oh, yeah.
Until Top Cut is done. I'm not leaving this spot until Top Cut is finished, because this is going to be an incredible Top Cut. You do not want to miss a second of Top Cut. Sit down, maybe get like a little snack before you do, maybe get get your blanket, get snuggled up, and do not move an inch. You know, we only sold you the edge of the seat because that's all you're gonna need for Top Cut. It's gonna be insane out here. You can't see, I just started sitting on the edge of my seat and I'm about to fall out now.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Good God, we're about to have some incredible games going on. I think that anyone who enjoys some good Clash gameplay is gonna be frothing at the mouth to watch what we're about to see, because this is about to be a treat.
Yeah, this specifically for me also.
Specifically for me. This Top Cut is for me. This one's for the girl.
You. I cannot wait. And also, listen, with the amount of times today that you have risen, I know, chat, you haven't been able to see, but I have my little like Caleb monitor down here. The amount of times they have just fully up out of the seat, pacing around, and we're just getting started. We're just getting started. Getting started for Top Cut.
It's been a crazy day, and Elestrals is all that is powering me because so much energy has gone into freaking out about every single round, and I'm terrified for what's about to come because we got even more. We got even more somehow. And our next match, this could be finals. This could be finals. Every single round of Top Cut, I think, could be finals. And that's what makes this so crazy. And that is why you don't want to miss a single second.
And with that, if you are here watching with us, be sure to, in the chat, tweet it out with #PlayElestrals. Let us know who you're rooting for, who you think is going to win, what deck you think is going to win. Bears. And don't let anyone influence you, Bears. Don't let anyone tell you how to feel about Bears winning. Sorry. Oh, gosh, it keeps happening. That's Caleb, you got to take it. I can't stop saying Bears.
Yeah, I know who I'm rooting for.
Bears.
My husband. Anyway. I'm married to the game, and so I'm rooting for Elestrals. You know, I'm just excited to see a whole lot of Elestrals played out today. I'm really blown away at how good this entire premiere has been. Like, usually you walk away, you know, I don't know, can't speak for UK, but I'll speak for myself. I walk away from premieres hyped up about Elestrals, like, wow, that was a great day. It's long, it's tiring to commentate, but I'm having a great time. I'm enjoying it. There's some rounds where you're like, yeah, you know, sometimes you just have a match that it's just Elestrals, you know, it's not anything flashy. It's really grindy. It's very long. It maybe is a little tiring to watch because you're thinking so much about like, oh, what are you going to do? What are they going to play? None of that has happened today. This has just been flash. This has been explosive. This has been, we had a game or two that has been grindy. It has just been just absolute pedal to the metal, gas all the way. And we're about to have that continue because we got some more Bears on the line.
More Bears! Yes!
Beanie, is this going to be on screen for the viewers too?
Is this a special treat? Just okay. Listen, they said just. Oh,
you can't see it at home, but in our preview, we just saw scrolling text that says "Bears will win."
We cannot confirm or deny anything that we saw allegedly on the screen today, which we're going to be getting into because we're about to start Game 1 of Top Cut, Bean Soldier versus Shuret. Okay.
This is an incredible match. I feel bad that they have to play each other because they have to knock one of each other out. And we're going to see who, because we're going to go ahead and get into our Game 1 right away. No need to wait any longer. We are here in the Top Cut.
Allegedly, Bears will win, allegedly.
Allegedly, Shuret will be mulliganing here, though.
Yeah, that is not alleged. We are seeing that happen with our very eyes, our berry eyes, even, if someone must be so bold. And we do see 2 frost being expended here. And hey, you know what? A game like this, against a caster like this, you don't want to mess around with a substandard opening hand.
Yeah, and you know, I won't spoil it for anyone at home, but we're about to see something that both of these players know each other are playing. They are fully aware of each other's decks at this point. And we're going to start off with Bean Soilger casting out this Narpoon to go ahead and search out an Ursicle, maybe? A Cryoling? There's the Ursicle, the reverse stellar Ursicle.
Also, like, speaking of, Bean Soldier cannot keep getting away with pulling these reverse stellar bears.
Do you know that's true? That's true. He can't get away with just having the most max rarity deck. It is rude to me personally. Ignore the fact that I also have a max rarity bears deck.
No way! Okay.
Yeah, I pulled one of those Ursicles too. You know, I'm just built different. What can I say? I'm just constructed alternatively.
I mean, with them knowing each other's lists, that means they know whether or not they're on Hurricane. They know what they need to play around or not. And Ursicle just coming out on Shuret's side of the field here. And let's see, are we gonna get a counter rune activation from Bean Soldier? There's a consideration there.
The attack position is scary. Like that is
yeah.
powerful. There's the Den.
The Ursa Den! I mean, we're not wasting any time.
Yeah, we got Den versus Den here.
Mhm.
Bean Soldier maybe a little too slow to the party, honestly.
I mean, hey, you know what? If you don't get it out turn 1, what then? You know?
Yeah. What Den? I felt violence course through my veins in the very moment you said that. Oh,
Sorry.
oh, all right. So Shuret gonna go ahead and play out this Den. It looks like we're gonna move on.
Find out what then.
What Den? This Den.
And misenchanted with water here.
With water as it should be. And then here comes Hibernation to enchant 2 and draw a card.
All right. Here we go. We're getting Mama Bear. One of those has to be a Gorgon's Gaze. I imagine the one that was sort of like, ooh, maybe. But this would be a great time for it. However,
the Majursa that Bean has a mat of hitting the board.
Oh yeah, here we go. The back row is already being glanced at. Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe.
We bouncing,
2
destroying
big booms.
2.
I think he's asking spirits. I believe there's 4 in Underworld, 4 on board, so it should be 12. Oh no, we have 1 additional, so it's 5 in Underworld. We're at 11 here.
Okay. And
PTA.
a PTA. Okay. Well, there goes
Gorgon's Gaze.
Double. We're not getting the effect of Majursa, and she's gonna be leaving the field at the end of this turn. That's gonna be expensive. However, if this is the only Majursa in Shuret's list, this could be a very valuable way to go.
Your second Hibernation. I'm a really big fan of second Hibernation here, honestly. We're going to go ahead and pay off of the Ursa because we know it's dying anyway. And heal 2. Draw a card.
Okay.
I like this. Set 1, set 2.
Well, gotta be prepared for. I mean, we know that Bean Soldier went and searched out his own Ursicle going into next turn, so.
Yeah, this is looking a little spooky for Shuret, unless his back row is also PTA Gorgon.
That would be really fun. Mirror, mirror on the wall.
Here's a Cryoling.
Cryoling. All right. I mean, hey, Gorgon's good here too, but that is going to. We're counting spirits first. Let's check a second.
Sure.
Whoa.
We have 4, so it is not. It is going to ascend? Okay.
We are going to ascend into the Cryovern, who is water enchanted.
That should bring us down to 12 then. We have 5 Frost and Underworld on board. Get the Ascension trigger, and we're going to swing 3 here.
And there is still back row to be set, apparently, despite all of that being activated last time. But here comes the Shield of Achilles.
This is down to 9 on Shuret's end.
This
now,
has been
doing his own math of Frost and Underworld.
I mean, with those 2 hibernations.
I believe he just needs 1 more Frost, and then anything else, and that will set up a Cryoling in hand.
Again, it's feeling very mirrory in here, but we cannot forget that Bean Soldier does still have that Ursicle in hand, and that means that any turn, a Mama Bear could be imminent.
And there is the Cryoling hitting the board. Are we gonna Gorgons it? We're gonna confirm. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exactly 5 as Shuret set up. It will trigger here. Will Bean Soldier respond?
It looks like we're responding with something.
Okay.
Maybe a PT.
Yeah,
we can't keep PTAing things.
Yeah, well, PTA would be very expensive here. It's 1 for the cost, 2 to pay out is 3, and then they're taking 1 damage from Cryovern. before on the turn to deal with the Cryover and losing their entire board. But also, I think you just gotta do it, right?
Yeah, there it is. The PTA flipping over. Yeah, I mean, this is expensive, but also eliminating every single threat that Shurd has been able to put out so far while having Big Mama Bear of your own still in the back.
It looks like we're maybe rewinding to make sure that everything is kosher here.
Mm-hmm.
With the PTA, I believe the judge has hopped in just to make sure that everything's good. Yep. PTA was used on Cryovern here. I love watching players talk with judges because you could tell they are, because their hands do very certain motions. Like they both were kind of like both pushing their hands in and out a little bit. It's like that's talking to a judge motion. I've done that before.
Okay, and the Narpoon is going to go down, take that 1 damage, and then we're going to have to pay out for the Cryovern as well on the PTA, which will then pop that, and we are looking at an empty board.
Yeah, and Shurd has 3 cards in hand. I think Bean Soldier has... Oh, no, Shurd has... Oh, that was a Spirit deck. I was like, that is so many more cards.
That's actually every card that he could possibly have in hand. Okay. And here comes Astrabbit.
Rabbit is big. PTA from Shurd? No, that's going to resolve.
No, Bean Soldier has all the PTAs.
Well, no, he only has 1 left in deck.
He's used them all.
It is worth noting that Bean Soldier does just have Bear Combo sitting in hand, potentially waiting.
Mm-hmm.
And that could be a really big push that Shurd has to consider. Could just be coming his way.
We are starting to run low on spirits, though.
There's an Eddie.
Okay, Eddie coming out. I mean, we've seen... It's kind of classic, the Eddie on Astrabbit violence. I missed it a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen such Eddie on Astrabbit action, but both these players, very similar spirit deck counts, and I think cards in hand. And I think Bean Soldier is likely checking the spirit deck, maybe shielding this, reconsidering letting this going through, and then a Bear Combo.
I mean, we're starting to run a little low for that. But being able to...
Shield of Achilles.
Okay. We're shielding
4.
the Eddie, valuing this rabbit enough to keep it around, apparently. And
there's
here comes
Cryoling.
We're going for Cryovern again. I wonder if we're going to check the spirits once more. Are we pretty certain that they're all there at this point? Oh, never mind. Doesn't matter.
Organs, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Going to be preventing that effect from going off. But still swinging with the rabbit for damage.
That is 3 spirits, I believe, for Bean Soldier. Looked like he fanned out 3, maybe 4. These players are very even here. Astrabbit going to come back down.
We need an answer for this Cryoling before we go into Bean Soldier's next turn. Otherwise, Cryovern is happening.
It seems like it's PTA plus Ambro is the best out we have currently. And we're adding 1 here.
Okay.
This is the Bean Soldier Classic. He just has had everything he's needed. There's the Ambro.
All right.
Do we have set PTA?
PTA?
Maybe Shurd has everything he needs.
I mean, you love to see a game where everyone's just getting the cards that they need, the pieces that they need to do their combos. And, I mean, we were warned that this was probably going to be a quick match. But, oh my gosh, has it gone by fast? I feel like I blinked and now we're both almost on 0 spirits.
Yeah, and this Cryoling will now mandatory trigger to ascend, putting Bean Soldier to not very many. Counting out the spirits in Underworld, I think that we're pretty confident that there's more than enough frost at this point.
We believe you.
Yeah.
However, with
2?
No back row, though, for sure which is...
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much left to be done at this point.
This has been a rough game for sure. Not only with the mulligan, needing to use 2 Hibernation, using an Ambro too. Reenchant Rabbit is just...
Oh.
That is horrible to see here.
Yeah.
Like, how are we outing Cryovern at this point? Eddie doesn't deal with it. I guess it's like Galaxy. 4-2. We're gonna be 2-2 after this Ask Rabbit connects base.
I mean, could still find another Ambro, which, speaking of, Bean Soldier using that 1 extra on the rabbit to pay for Ambro. That does give Shurit a little bit more time, a few more spirits to mess with, but still not looking great.
This is looking tough here. Ambro is just like the sugar on top. That is really rough.
I hear it's a good card. Okay, there goes the swing from the Cryovern, taking down the Astrabbit, and Bean Soldier's Astrabbit swinging for 1, putting Shurit down to 3 only. However, something...
That's Galaxy. That does it.
Okay, that water enchanted Cryovern. Is this Champ Galaxy or is this regular Galaxy?
This is Champ Galaxy. This
Okay,
is the store promo, and their shield, and I think Shirt will scoop at this point.
Oh, yeah, that'll do
Yep.
it.
The late game Shield of Achilles does just do it.
Well, that's game 1, Bean Soldier, and again, a quick game. We saw Majursa come out on Shurit's turn 1. And then from there, Bean Soldier just had answers to everything. So it just goes to show that it's not necessarily who's able to get there faster, but who's able to sort of control the game state.
Yeah, having 2 PTAs, having 2 shields, I'm pretty sure, at least 1 Gorgon's, maybe 2. Like, Bean Soldier just saw all the back row necessary, and it worked perfectly for him.
Yeah, and being able to say, yeah, this is about to be expensive 2 turns in a row, but it is worth it to get rid of these threats on the board. Knowing, again, these casters have been practicing, they know each other's lists, they're familiar with what the other is playing. And so there could be an element of, okay, I know you only have 1 Majursa or something along those lines. And being able to hedge those bets and make those decisions based on the information that they have.
Yeah, I wonder how Shurit might change the game plan, change the play style going into this game 2 to try and take this to a game 3. I wonder if there's an aspect of like, he just had it and there's not much that I could do about it that Shurit might have. And how much is it, all right, we can try and play around things a little bit better maybe. We can side in some anti-bears stuff like Pandora's Box potentially. There's a lot of options here, I think, for sure. And the issue is that Bean Soldier will be doing the exact same things back because I'm imagining that they're probably on near identical lists, if not literally identical.
Yeah, I mean, Pandora's Box. We even have seen Spoiled Fruit come out and be really effective against bears. And I mean, there are things to tech into. Unfortunately, when you are playing into the perfect back row answers, there's only so much that you can do. There's not much that you can do to play around those things, especially with PTA, which can just activate on cast. It's not like Shield where you have to attack into it. So we should see moving forward some interesting side decking decisions. And I'm interested to see how similar the changes that these 2 casters make are.
Yeah, are they making the same siding decisions or not? I think that's a really good point, and we'll just have to see as we are getting into our game 2, and I imagine we'll see Shurit go ahead and start us off here, given his choice to make. And there's the rabbit to start.
Okay, so we're not quite starting off turn 1 bear combo, and going to be playing it a little bit slow, setting up that wall, getting some card advantage, hopefully getting some counter runes, and we see a little bit more back and forth this time.
Yeah, this is definitely starting off feeling better, I think, than the last game. Didn't have the mulligan, didn't have to... Especially, I wonder if Shurit felt like they had to do bear combo immediately to try and take control of the board since they started off down. But
I mean,
Rabbit
yeah,
set 2.
once you see Bean Soldier go in and grab the Ursicle, it's like, okay, I guess we're doing this.
Now's the time, I guess.
Ooh, okay. So a Gorgon's Gaze coming out against the Galaxy.
Yeah, and now we just like play a Narpoon or something, and boom, we've dealt with the Galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
Or a second rabbit.
Another rabbit coming out. It looks like either there is a plan for this rabbit or we're just going to crash, which, I mean, okay. That doesn't feel terrible.
I don't hate just crashing rabbit, honestly. That seems reasonable. No PTA out of Bean Soldier.
Guess we're saving those for
Yeah.
other possible threats. We do see
Or
the
they could have
rabbit
been sided
effect.
out.
Mm-hmm. Although I don't know, with as much work as they put in that game one, I don't think I'd be wanting to give up on PTA. Okay, actually, both rabbits are moving to attack. And yeah, we are just going to crash the rabbit.
I like it, honestly. I think that this makes sense. The Galaxy will just threaten this no matter what. It forces some interaction here. We like tsunamiing to protect a Galaxy? That feels weird. Shielding doesn't work at this point because there's clearly Shirt is willing to crash, and yeah, there goes the tsunami.
Okay, yeah, so oh no, now Shirt has 2 5 defense rabbits walled up and protecting them. Oh no. Yeah, that was a pretty, I would say a gambit that paid off. I wouldn't mind baiting out a tsunami. Oh, the re-enchant. Okay, on to the Galaxy.
Shield goes crazy here. Then you just swing with 3 Elestrals next turn, and
nope, looks like the rabbit is just going to go down here. Now we have Galaxy with 2 enchanting spirits on it, which you're right, that did look like a tasty shield right there. However, Cryoling coming out on Shurt's side of the field.
Okay. And it is...
Yeah, let's go count.
It's a 3? That is a tiny Cryoling for normal standards, but is more than enough as is.
Mm-hmm. We are perfectly capable of dealing with this Galaxy. And you don't really see Cryoling used this way, where it comes out before it's reached the threshold for Cryovern, but it is still very much valuable as just an attacker.
Mm-hmm. And this is where I wonder if Shurt has some back row to make this Cryoling even bigger. If that set was something like a shield, maybe, which it probably would have been used on the Galaxy earlier, or maybe it made sense to hold it. But like a shield could turn this Cryoling into a 5 out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Gorgon's Gaze turns it to a 5. PTA would have turned it to a 5. I cannot get a read on what that back row might be, though, because
no,
I wonder if it is a live back row, but just decided to not use it versus that Galaxy.
Yeah, we could know that there are other threats looming in the deck and that we need to prioritize saving things.
Ascending?
Ooh, from hand?
What?
Is this Cryovern?
Cryovern? Second rabbit? Or third rabbit, yeah. So we're only playing what looks like 2 or 3 Thunder Spirits.
Okay.
And so we want to be able to trigger it. So we just ascend rabbit into rabbit to make sure that we can trigger it again. And that is a lot of rabbit triggers we've had happen here.
It is. And this means that next turn, if we wanted, we could have the most misenchanted Majursa of all time coming out, if Shurt so chose, and Majursa's in hand.
We did have that double thunder, 1 water Majursa earlier today.
Which was festive. I liked it.
And we Cryoling swing and then pass. I think that's funny. I like that.
Okay,
Re-enchant rabbit. Let's go.
Okay, the juxtaposition between this game and game 1, where it was like explosive, everything happening, fair out, turn 2. But now it's like, we're going to re-enchant rabbit. You're re-enchanting rabbit? I'll re-enchant rabbit. Okay.
Yeah, not a lot of reason to put up a whole lot of pressure if your opponent isn't making you. So I can see why. It would be really funny if we just ascend Majursa this next turn, because it does mean that we can just bear combo and play it from hand later.
Although in a 3
Helios's! Oh my god!
Helios' Chariot Ride. This was something that we saw just off of a mill, I think, in game 1 of the day. And here we see it actually played. Oh,
and there's the Ursicle.
there's bear. Okay, yeah, we're bear comboing, and there's nothing that Bean Soldier can do about it, as Helios' Chariot Ride means that you cannot answer any of this. Oh,
Yeah, for those at home that are not aware, Helios' Chariot Ride reads, you can activate this counter rune in the draw phase. Your opponent cannot activate runes for the rest of the turn. This is massive. It means that, sure, it will resolve bear combo here, and there's nothing that Bean Soldier can do about it.
Yeah, he made sure of it.
Yeah, that was clever. That was funny. That was funny. I just had to do my silly little noise, but here comes Hi Bear Nation.
Ooh! Yeah, I mean, we knew this was about to happen. And here comes Big Mama. She's imminent. There we
There's
go.
the Double Frost, draw a card, use the effect, and that will get out Majursa, pop 2, and then Cryoling will also trigger here. Playing it from hand. We could have made the most misenchanted of all time.
We knew it was there. I felt it. I just had a feeling.
We'll have Cryoling and Majursa trigger. Bean Soldier thumbing the back row as if it matters. Okay, we are just gonna pop 1 and the Astrabbit. So we're swinging for 8 damage this turn, I think.
Gracious. Yeah. Oh, and there we go.
No way! No way! Are we threatening Cryo Scorch right now? Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh, it's properly enchanted! Oh, we can't. Can we? Can we?
We can next turn, potentially.
I mean, with all this damage, are we within Cryo Scorch range after this?
Oh, if Bean Soldier plays a single card, we will be, yes. Because this is 6 damage here. And Bean Soldier has 4 spirits, 5.
Oh my! This
6?
board is insane.
This is ridiculous.
There's
1,
no
2,
back
3,
row though,
4,
which
5,
is
6.
a little. However, if we're simply gonna Cryo Scorch,
Yeah, go Cryo Scorch.
go Cryo Scorch. All right, we're counting out all that damage. Okay, so we saw some frost. We're seeing some fire go. There's the water, more frost. Okay. Ooh, that was a huge turn. Hey, Helios' Chariot Ride? Kind of a crazy card, actually.
Yeah, I've been saying this. It is ridiculous. And I think the only thing that Bean Soldier can do here is bear combo of his own, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That would do it. You could bear, pop, Majursa.
Okay,
Cryoling normal cast. Use the effect. Ascend.
There's a world where even with this, you could still, if you have Cryo Scorch, you could still ascend it and simply siphon the correct spirits and still get that effect.
That is true. You very much could take out your own Majursa just to guarantee that it goes through. You could ascend it with a water, so it also is tsunami proof.
Oh my goodness.
There's Ambrosia.
Okay. Ambrosia, here we go. That gets us out of Cryo Scorch range. I think Josh probably knows that there's a certain threshold that we're trying to stay above in spirits.
Well, so the thing is even if you play around the burn from Cryo Scorch, the board deems that you can swing for a lot, but a second Ambro is putting us up big time here. And this is that Josh difference. He has it.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you just have 2 Ambrosia. And we got 2 Frost and a Water back here. So, I mean, Champ Galaxy possibly. Another.
Is that 2?
Whoa! That is 4 back row. Okay. That would make me a little nervous.
So we're swinging over the Ursicle, right? We're hitting over Rabbit.
Rabbit.
Here.
Okay.
Will Shuret use Cryo Scorch effect here? There's no way you do.
But it'd be so cool.
It would be cool, but I do. We are pitching our entire hand. It's got to be Gorgons here or nothing.
Let's go. Okay. Oh,
Pandora's box.
Pandora's
Wow.
box coming out. Oh, I hope there was nothing good in that hand.
There's the Cryo Scorch. It was the next card off the top.
no.
And an Ambro.
Oh, devastating. Okay. However, we do still have Mama Bear. We have Cryovern. And hey, little Ursicle is still hanging out here. But
There's
Gorgon's
Gorgon's Gaze.
Interesting.
Swing Cryovern to
That
crash.
goes
Okay.
through. Okay.
And swing one.
The little baby bear that could. The only damage done by teeny tiny little Ursicle.
Yeah, the one attack still does damage.
Mm-hmm. And Bean Soldier on only 3 spirits left, having already used 2 Ambrosias. I mean, hibernation, if we manage to get a bear of our own out, could help.
There's Galaxy. You can see Josh kind of did like a hand motion, like, what am I supposed to do here, man? And I think that that might be a little bit of a acknowledgement that like, this might be it. Looks like he's at 2 spirits now, 3 back row. Anything from Shuret here. Does it expend a draw? And then we just mature. Oh, Ambro!
No,
Just
the
to make it salt in the wound.
Ooh, I mean,
Is that
hey,
the
against Bean
third?
Soldier, you gotta activate it.
Yeah, no, you gotta get any edge you can, and psychic damage is a real way to get an edge.
Mm-hmm.
Set a back row too. All right, Majorca swings in, and Ursicle will get in for 1 damage here.
I'm so proud of my little baby bear here. She is just the fiercest little cub
And that's
in the
the
world.
scoop.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Ooh, we are going into a game 3. I love to see it. I love in Top Cut these sort of back and forth games. Absolutely insane board established by Shuret. That was, oh my god.
That was freaking crazy. That was crazy. What is happening?
That was what bear dreams are made of. I'm having a great time. The fact that we know that there is Cryo Scorch, we saw Helios's Chariot Ride activated, it put in work and established something that Bean Soldier simply could not soldier through for the rest of the game.
You're just on point with these puns. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Well, so sure, it did see the Pandora's box come out of Bean Soldier.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine the Cryo Scorch is not in main deck for sure.
It's gotta be sighted in.
It's gotta be sided. So maybe that goes out potentially. Maybe it stays in. Who knows? But
I think it's gotta stay in for Aura, if anything.
That is true. We gotta Aura farm the Cryo Scorch.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. I think that this will probably go down as one of the most insane premieres that has ever been casted. Like, I feel like I can't even keep up with what's happening currently because it's just insane play after insane play. We saw Helios's Chariot Ride, which is just Hurricane Part 2, except it came out first.
Mm-hmm. Hey, it's a good card. It lets you do what you need to do. It's not limited to 1. It only costs 2. And especially if you're getting a card that can then deal with back row like Majorca, it does feel like Hurricane.
Yeah, it definitely does. It looks like our casters are sided up, they are shuffled up, and I think we are ready to go and hop into our game 3. So why wait another moment? Let's see if we'll see who's gonna take it home.
Let's see. These 2 games have been so different, with that first one being so explosive right out of the gate, the second one being kind of slow. Looks like what we're starting with here with another Rabbit, and going to be getting that effect off. Last time, of course, we saw not only Rabbit after Rabbit, but then re-enchant Rabbit after re-enchant Rabbit, then finally getting into the action at the end. And Shuret being able to take that first game and say, okay, so this didn't work. Let's reassess, and then really coming back strong. you know that Bean Soldier is another caster fully capable of doing that. So this should be a ridiculous game.
Yeah, I think that these casters are definitely going to come out swinging with their best here in Game 3. And Narpoon to start from Shuret
Narpoon
could be really big. Shuret has gotten the bear combo off every single game so far.
And we haven't seen bear at all from Bean Soldier outside of search for Ursicle. So here comes the Gorgon's Gaze going to be stopping the effect of Narpoon.
The Gaze will do a lot here to stave off. Bean Soldier clearly does not want this resolving again. He's seen what happened the last 2 times. He said, not again. No.
I mean, the fact that Bean Soldier activated in that first game not only the poison tipped arrow, but the Gorgon's Gaze in the same turn. And speaking of bears, here comes the Ursicle on Bean Soldier's side in defense this time.
Yeah, so it's unlikely that Bean Soldier has the combo immediately here. We're getting the Den out. Just looking to draw into or get a second Ursicle for the High Bear here.
Okay, and looking at that back row, that always makes me nervous when I'm playing someone and they keep looking at it because I'm like, yes, I know it's real. Oh, we're actually...
Oh, okay.
We're denning.
We have it, okay.
We are hibernating.
We're hibernating.
And we have the spirits in the underworld. There they go, enchanting. And the effect of Ursidin going to be going off. But get that draw first. Don't ever forget, folks.
That draw is important. That draw does so much.
And here we go, going in for, I assume, Mommy Bear.
Yeah, there is the Mama Bear. Coming down.
I feel like if you're going to play on that mat, I mean, come on. You gotta have the alt-art Majursa, right? I mean,
yeah, no, I agree.
Point. However,
Tsunami? Oh, that is so heads up. That is so heads up.
But now we are looking at a 13 defense stat Majursa.
This rabbit, I think, is going in for 1 here.
Hey, you might as well.
Yeah, why not? Setting 1, swinging for 1. So now, does Shuret have bear combo? Because if there's a way to resolve that, and Bean Soldier does not have interaction, this is it's cooked. It's cooked, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Bear Turbo wants to do. Turbo is no exaggeration. It goes 0 to bear and 30 seconds
that's
flat.
The first start.
Bear, Turbo. Okay. Stop looking at those set cards, Josh. I see you flipping them.
He loves pulling them up, even though they don't do anything.
Oh.
Ursicle for Ursicle.
All right.
Okay, that's
what does
interesting.
This tell us? Do you think that means that we have no pieces of the combo, or do you think that means we have all of the pieces of the combo?
I think that it means we're just trying to wall here, and we know that this Majursa swing isn't going to connect anyway. So maybe we're trying to say next turn I go Ursicle, resolve to get the piece, and now I pop 3 instead of just 2. True. Ascension into Cryovern, though.
Oh, here we go. And
with
properly enchanted.
Frost.
Properly
second
enchanted
Tsunami.
Cryovern.
Second Tsunami could do so much here.
It would be crazy. And we're looking at that. It looks like we're swinging.
We're swinging with the Cryovern.
Okay, come on, Tsunami. No, there goes the bear. And this is going to be a lot of...
There's the shield on Majursa.
Shield of Achilles coming out.
That's big.
Right.
That's really big.
Mama Bear being taken out. This Astrabbit going in for another bit of damage here as well. It really adds
5
up.
on the turn.
However, we'd have that second Ursicle in hand. So depending on what we have right now, could be looking at bear combo for sure. Okay, we're counting spirits, so maybe we're going Cryoling. Oh, no, there's bear.
Okay, we're doing bear combo.
And it's an attack, so I think you're right about that one.
We're doing bear combo. We're going to go get Den most likely. We probably have high bear in hand. And so unless it is P-Box back there, I guess Gorgon's Gaze as well stops, but it's not enough, really.
Hey, spoiled
There's the
fruit.
water.
We could see a spoiled fruit.
Spoiled fruit is too late at this point. Oh, no, if this doesn't use here, I guess we could see spoiled fruit. My assumption is that it is just already resolved, frankly.
Yeah.
I see Ursaden in I black out, honestly.
Right, you blink and there's a
Yeah,
mama bear.
Yeah, there's a Ursaden with 4 spirits under it. Oh no, it's disenchanting.
Oh no.
Does Bean Soldier have a response? Doesn't look like it.
No.
Gorgon's PTA? Is it going to happen again?
Not again.
Majorsa from deck this time.
Okay. Hey, that's at least an improvement. There we go. There she is. And it's the art that, come on, Josh. I'm just saying, you have the map.
Yeah. I think it has to be like a back row and Cryovern, probably. No, we're just doing both Elestrals.
Yeah. Okay.
You
Does
know,
not want to give the re-enchant on the rabbit?
I think I understand, because you get to swing 4 damage here, and if you get shielded or tsunami'd, you don't really care that much.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're just trying to push damage through here. This is basically just an aggro push. So if they use back row, it's the same as if you did damage face anyway. And so there's the shield on Majorsa.
Okay.
So, and you don't really care about that because Bean Soldier is going -5 this turn instead of -4.
And yes, you've lost the Mama Bear, but also I don't think we've seen the Cryoling combo from Shuret this turn, so that very much could still be live.
I believe Shirt's at would look like 5 there from how he counted those out. I did not see Bean Soldier pulled his spirits off the screen. Cryoling would do a lot for Bean here.
Yeah, with no back row.
Ambrosia.
Okay. Yeah, Ambrosia. That's the first
course.
one this game.
Yeah, gotta keep a counter for both of them.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, no back row from Shuret means that if Bean Soldier is able to, like you said, get that Cryoling combo out, that would be huge and unstoppable.
Go for
Okay.
another Ursicle.
Are we? No. Yes? More bears? Or are
I
we
think we're probably just getting high bear
hibernating?
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're probably just trying to heal up here.
Healing.
Makes sense. It puts us to 6 spirits. We get a draw as well. And on board, sure, it cannot contest this Ursicle. He would need something like Cryoling, Cryovern, and Bean probably knows that this set is live and does exactly what he needs.
Right.
Essentially a second Shield of Achilles.
There's the heal from the hibernation, and we'll see that draw 1 go off. There we go. And there goes hibernation. And just going to pass back over to Shuret.
All that to go up 1 spirit.
I mean, hey. We could
Cryoling?
do...
Yeah,
Oh!
Cryoling.
Come on. I just want to see Cryo Scorch one time.
We've seen it. I want to see it hit the board.
Yeah, true. Not in a mill. Sorry, I should have specified.
Yes. I cannot believe that we can say that twice today Cryoscorch has been milled out of the deck.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Cryoling doesn't have enough to ascend.
Interesting.
Which is crazy.
How?
Tsunami. I frankly do not know.
I couldn't tell you. All right, the tsunami coming out. Unfortunate. However, unless Bean Soldier is able to develop something bigger than this Ursicle next turn, I mean, surely, right? Like, we've got to be getting close to the Cryoling effect being activated. With only 4 spirits left?
Yeah, it's,
Where are they?
He's really thumbing through this underworld here. I'm curious as to what he might be looking for. It looks like Cryoling just to make sure that it will trigger.
Okay.
And I believe that it will.
And there's still no back row from Shuret, so...
Oh, no, it won't trigger. Both of these players do not have enough Frost and Underworld to trigger their Cryolings.
Is it that we...
3, 4, 5. All right, so if a Cryoling hits the board, sure, it will resolve it. There it
we
is.
go.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I was just like trying to count, like where are all of these frost spirits?
They're in Spirit Deck apparently. Water
Okay.
enchanted.
We're not
Okay.
going Cryo Scorch. We are tsunami proofing this Cryovern, and we're going Attack Bear.
The Ursicle in attack position, I don't know if it makes sense because we
We
can't
do
hit over
have-
the Ursicle
yeah.
anyway, right?
The attack position. I mean, hey, this could be the craziest Argo set of all time.
Hit over Kryling for 1
Yeah.
damage.
And
And we're Ursicle swinging just because it's funny!
Yo,
Yeah!
yay! I love doing stuff just because it's funny. All right.
Ascend Cryovern would be
It-
so punishing here.
it would be-
I don't think it's going to happen, though, because there are 2 in Underworld already.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're looking at something for some reason.
Maybe it was confirming how many Cryoverns are in Underworld. We're ascending
Oh, into... No,
with a Frost.
surely not.
Cryoling.
Cryoling, okay.
And it will
Ascend into...
ascend with a Water.
There's no way you're running 3, right? I mean,
Does
clearly
this
we're...
actually... Is Shuret actually going to get punished for this here?
What?
Is Shuret going to take 2 damage from this and get punished?
I think that's exactly what we're looking at. There's no back
Oh
row
my
set
God.
for Shuret, and...
Oh no!
This might
Swing.
be... Oh, what?
Oh,
yeah.
no!
There we go. Oh,
That's so rough.
Yeah,
Oh.
sometimes it's not... Scoop?
Yeah, it's a scoop.
Okay.
Wow, that feels so bad if you're Shuret, I think.
Oh,
That feels
just
so bad.
Hey, Diva.
There she is.
Mhm.
You really got to feel bad for Shuret there because, like, I think if he doesn't swap the Ursicle to attack there, he might have it at that point.
I mean, I think
Ooh.
that it was close either way, but I mean,
Yeah.
hey, sometimes I guess it is not worth doing the thing because it's funny.
Yeah, sometimes it does not work out if you do the funny. That does mean, though, your wish has been granted. Bears makes it onto top 4 here.
Bears in top 4! Okay, moving on into semifinals. Good game to Bean Soldier. Those were absolutely insane clashes. Back and forth for all of them. All of them were different. I really wanted to see Cryo Scorch, but we did see Helios's Chariot Ride, which rocked. That was a great time.
Yeah, that was crazy to see, and geez. I want to know what Trevor had in hand there at the end, because it's possible that the best thing Bean Soldier can do there is crash Cryovern with Cryovern, or he ascends, hits over Ursicle, and then Trevor then gets to return Crash and then set up a board for himself. And from what it looked like, Josh didn't have a whole lot of meaningful cards in hand at that position, so who's to say? But man, that is tough to lose that way. But congrats, regardless, to Trevor for making it into top 8 with a very cool deck and a very cool group of guys, it seems, that all decided to grind this one out together, because I believe that Swolax also brought this deck, from what it seemed, also playing the Cryo Scorch on the side.
I'm going to say it. Helios's Bury It Ride. I think that's the deck name.
Can we throw to a break, or is that?
I think we've got. I hear the sound of drones outside of my house.
Yeah, and I'm hearing we can go to break, so let's go to break. I'm gonna go take a break because I'm tired of these unbearable puns. We'll see you in the next round. Oh my god.
Welcome to the first.
And we are back getting ready to get into semifinals. The Eagle has landed. I'm once more joined by Eagle. How are you feeling? Did you watch that last match?
I was listening to it. I was not actively watching it.
Okay.
Taking my
I'm
eyes.
not calling you out. Sorry.
Nah. Working on something else, but I was listening. It sounded like a crazy match, which gets me super excited to see what's in store for us for this semifinal match. It's crazy. We're in the semifinals already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we already know in semifinals, Helios's Barrier Ride. Already one of the decks. Listen, please, can we call it that? Someone, please.
I can only call it that if that is followed up by a Majursa. Otherwise,
Okay.
I can't feel confident in saying that. It doesn't feel right.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Caleb literally ended the stream and went to break because of it last time. So if that's what it takes for you, then I can get on board. But I cannot wait. I don't know exactly who we're going to be watching going into this next round, but I know it's going to be wild. And oh my goodness, I'm beyond thrilled to have Bears in semifinals. I still feel like this could be her tournament, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy that we've heard murmurings of like, oh yeah, this Ursa Den combo, absolutely crazy, and just board win you games. There's nothing you can do about it. And finally, we're seeing that in this tournament. It's super exciting, really, in my opinion, to see Majursa really show up, since she is one of the literal posters. I have it up on my wall of the set.
Mm-hmm. And hey, many of us have been loving Bears since base set. Bears have had fans, and they are finally shining. I mean, we've had many people try and take Bears to the top. I think finals is as close to winning as Bears has come, which is pretty close, but you know, not quite the victory that they deserve.
It's come so far since I tried to make a Bear Swarm deck with Ignector all the way back pre the launch, just doing like it was either during prototype or Kickstarter, with the idea being Ignector swarms the board, Bears can swarm the board. Let's see how that does. Didn't do well. But
wait a minute. Okay,
finally.
Ignector swarms the board. Next turn, Siphon ascend into Majursa. Wait a minute.
No, I wasn't going that crazy. The idea was that everything just puts another body on board, and I can just overwhelm the opponent that way. Problem, none of them hit hard enough for that to matter.
A bunch
But
of
now they
little
do.
guys. Yeah, now the Bears pack a bit of a punch. And we also know that we are looking at some Wind Turbo, some Pantera stuff happening in finals. I don't know which decks exactly have moved on, but okay, so we do have our semifinal match. We are going to be seeing Adam versus Julian. Both casters we've already seen today, and both casters have played out of their minds. So
Yes. Just a recap, because I did watch the Adam match. Looked like they're on a fire artifact list, which was really neat to see. And I believe you had to have been one of the ones commentating Julian's match, because I wasn't there.
yes, I do remember seeing Julian's cat with her little paws on the play mat before we got into it. So
cute. My heart melts.
It's hard to forget such adorableness. And on that, we are getting ready to go into our semifinal match here. Adam versus Julian. Let's go.
Oh, gorgeous fan out of the cards. And Julian will be starting things off. And let's see if either one of them needs a mulligan, or if we just got a clean start. And it looks like we got a clean start with a Astrabbit? Yeah, that's definitely an Astrabbit.
And looking a little bit chunky there, but that's okay.
Yeah, I'm guessing that is the full art one from the Clash. For a second I was like, is that a Constellation rare? But no. Oh wait, it's Peliquarius. That's why I was like, it looks like a Constellation
yeah, it is a
rare.
Constellation rare. Peliquarius. Okay, so we went and we searched out a water Elestral.
I'm pretty sure it was Galaxy Champ. Typically, a lot of the lists are running Peliquarius as an extra way to get to Galaxy. Speaking of which, we do see a Galaxy on Adam's side, swapping its attack to 5 so it can hit over that Peliquarius.
Okay, I mean, foisted by the card that you went and searched. You hate to see it. However, this back row going to be flipping, and it is a poison-tipped arrow. No way! Whale arrow question mark before our very eyes.
But does that stop the whale from being able to attack over to the Peliquarius? Good question. You must know the answer to that to be able to get that to get to this point of competitive play.
Yes, I the whale is going to attack over, but we get to expend at the end of the turn and still get rid of the whale. So
perfect. And Peliquarius did its job. Didn't really need to stick around. Got you that whale. Get rid of that galaxy. You're feeling pretty all right.
Yeah, if I had a nickel for every time I saw a 5-0 galaxy, I'd have a lot of nickels, actually.
That gorgeous stellar galaxy champion Poseidon comes out and just pokes Adam for one, and then Julian just passes the turn back over to Adam, and we see a Necruff come out to pressure that galaxy.
Ooh, water puppy coming out. Okay, we still have one back row set for Julian. Adam looking at 2. However, Julian says, that's okay. And whale goes down.
Go. Water pup, water pig. We got all the wrong element water set. Oh, and a follow-up galaxy just to continue to put on the pressure.
Okay. I mean, we got the one that the Peliquarius went and sought out, but apparently already had one in hand as well. And Necruff goes down.
Simple back and forth so far, though Adam is in lead because of that PTA Julian dropped. But notably, that PTA has put Julian ahead on this exchange back and forth, and now Adam needs to find another out to this galaxy here.
Okay, so interesting that we haven't seen Adam activate any of this back row so far. It does make me wonder what that is.
Looks
however,
like we had to spend to draw into a pass over to Julian, then into a Hydrake.
Yep, that gorgeous Premier Frame Stellar Hydrake. We are doing Pantera things.
Well, Wind Aggro, Pantera, yeah, makes 100% sense. And of course, Julian's got that gorgeous Stellar Hydrake. I pulled one of those, and it looks so good in person. If you ever get a chance to see one in person, highly recommend taking a peek. But a Lavalith.
Ooh, okay, Lavalith coming out. And again, we have seen so many Lavalith today. Liths in general have been really the stars of the day throughout the course of these matches.
Yeah, challenging that back row and can hit over notably both Hydrake and the Galaxy. Crazy, there's 2 Stellars right out there on that board. How do I just clock that? What was that, a Gorgon's Gaze? Yeah, Gorgon's, oh no.
It was a Tsunami. So we're moving both Hydrake and that Lavalith into defense there. And yeah, the Gorgon's Gaze, looks like that was hit.
Look, yep. Passing back over to Julian to deal with that Lavalith. I mean, actually not even a Ria channel the Galaxy works here. So Julian had to find a way to get over that 4 defense right there. Interesting choice to Tsunami over Gorgon's Gaze there, because the Gorgon's Gaze, just flipping that up, would have set up the Galaxy Reenchant to hit over, or potential Hydrake Crash to start ramping up.
Yeah, Hydrake would have been in a great position to be able to start doing that. I mean, maybe Julian is wary of these 3 back row that Adam is holding on to, but who's to say?
Maybe. Julian notably expending to draw, just trying to find some sort of answer to get over this big golem. And switching Hydrake to attack, and...
Looks like Island of Aeolia went down there too, which allows Hydrake now to hit over this Lavalith. However, again, these 3 back row, the mystery back row from Adam, which they seem to actually be seeing some consideration. And there goes a Tsunami.
Man, I completely missed that island, so I'm glad you caught it. Yep, pressure that Lavalith, but Tsunami putting a stop to that. And it's back over to Adam to now try to answer a Galaxy and a Hydrake, though that Hydrake is going to be annoying because Pantera plays. Like, you really want to suppress it or find a rune removal option to get rid of that guy.
Yeah, you do not want to give Hydrake the opportunity to do, honestly, anything. But here comes the champ Valkyries, however, hitting it with a poison-tipped arrow, paying off of the whale.
Interesting, because don't want that whale anymore. Kind of makes sense if you're going for Pantera plays. You don't really expect your whale to be doing stat flipping stuff, so it's just a more efficient play. This could also be setting up for a Kinleo play to take care of the Hydrake. I'll append what I said earlier, just need an effect-based removal, not specifically runes, so...
Very true, and the effect of getting Hephaestus, that does go off. So Hephaestus is coming out here. I don't know if we're going to see the activation right now.
Potentially, but also, unless Adam is... I don't see why you would want to attack over this Hydrake, so there's a good chance just passing, trying to dig for an answer to Hydrake. Like, this is the thing, Hydrake can be super aggressive, but at the same time, it can also be awkward for the opponent wanting to attack, because they don't want to get you into your bigger stuff, but we do see the Hephaestus played here.
Okay, and it looks like, okay, no, we're enchanting 2. It looked like it was only going to be 1, so maybe we're keeping it around for possibly Kinleo, like you mentioned, and not trying to give Julian the opportunity to destroy this Hydrake.
Yeah. I mean, there's a chance here where if Adam has a shield in that back row, just attack over the Hydrake with the Volcaries and power the Lavalith with the torch to be able to attack over that. But instead, we see a Poison Tunic just trying to burn, get Julian even lower on spirits.
Okay. I'm going to be punishing keeping that Hydrake sitting around here.
Makes sense. Hydrake into Pantera is very expensive, so you can line it up so that you perfectly answer it. That can really just seal the game for you.
However, it looks like we are going to swing. And it looks like Julian was looking at a back row there. However, Hydrake just going to go down here. And with the Hydrake, the Poison Tunic.
Yep, so Julian now has a burn 2, but also clearly grabbing 2 to cast out the Twindra.
No Julian said, we are still Twindering. Make no mistake about it.
That Lavalith, well, actually, that Lavalith doesn't hit over currently because of the island.
Ooh, that would simply be a crash, which is not really a crash you want to take when that means Pantera.
Well, not even a crash, because Twindra's 2 spirits is up to 7 attacks, so it actually beats the Lavalith here.
Oh, is it properly enchanted? Oh, duh.
I believe so. It looks...
Because they're different wind spirits, my brain said different.
Yeah, it looks like one of the new wind spirits from Firestorm, as well as one of the premier pack ones. That's the DOS one, but I'm pretty sure it's the premier pack. Really cool stuff. I'm so excited for the next premier pack of spirits to add to my collection. On a side tangent. So let's see what Adam ends up doing here. I don't think they've passed the turn over to Julian. Oh, and it looks like that was the pass here.
Okay, and there goes the Volcaries.
Yep, that... I think I missed an action there that was taken.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but it looks like we've gone back over to Julian at this point.
Yeah, we'll see what Julian does with that Twindra on the board here, ready to put out some pressure. And instead, it looks like another Peliquarius in the board just to get a search.
Yeah, that Constellation Rare Peliquarius. Now that we see it, it's like, yep, I've seen you before. I recognize this. Ooh. However, a Poison-Tipped Arrow coming out from Adam onto that Peliquarius. But the effect is still going to go off, and see what we go in and grab here. Possibly another Galaxy. I don't know what else this would really be in the list for.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Made a slight miscall just due to all the stat modifiers applying. It looks like the Lavalith hit over the Volcaries last turn because the PTA was applying to the Volcaries. So that's how. So there's no chance that Adam was dealing with the Lavalith. Thank you, Caleb, despite being off camera making those callouts for what we missed.
Okay.
Okay, here, Julian gets to go grab maybe another Galaxy. But we'll lose that Peliquarius at the end of the turn here. But looks like just really fishing for that search. That was all that was needed, though. Failing to find? I might have just missed looking over at the messages. The add to hand. Did you catch any cards being added?
No, but that's okay. We'll find out when a water Elestral gets cast.
Oh, game paused. That's
Okay.
why.
Yeah.
So we likely didn't miss anything. It's just game paused.
All right. So we are going to take a second here, probably just to make sure that we have full clarity on the game state and that everything is above board and correct. So shout outs to the judges once more, always doing the work that clearly you and me were just like,
Yeah. Hey, fatigue is real over the course of a long tournament, and especially when you've got both stadium up, PTAs flying, a lot of stat firefighters to try to keep track of. It can definitely be a lot at times. So just a good check just to make sure everything is good to go. And then we'll cut back to it once they confirm that. And we'll just continue on with the top four. But so far, I think there's been a really interesting back and forth. A lot of dynamics at play here to kind of keep us on the edge of our seat.
It's been interesting to see. I think that things really struggle trying to play into Hydrake specifically. And it a lot of times will put casters on the back foot because they have to adjust their play style. And if they don't know exactly what to do to deal with it, a lot of times it can lead to misplays. It can lead to interesting things that you wouldn't necessarily normally do or want to do, putting yourself into positions that don't really feel great. But Adam has been doing their absolute best trying to keep all of these threats neutralized and taken care of.
Yes. And matchups like these always remind me of, it would be so interesting if there was an artifact that suppresses the empowered Elestral, because then Fire Effects would have had the perfect counter to Hydrake that could pinpoint search. But alas, we don't have that artifact yet. It would be interesting if there was an artifact that did suppress the empowered Elestral. It could be really cool. Some really neat interactions there.
Okay, so it seems like we are all good and we are ready to get back into the action here. Just needed some clarification on spirit counts just to make sure that we know exactly where we are, especially at the semifinals level. We want to be totally sure, but let's get back into that. I think that where we last left our heroes, Julian had not yet gone into the deck to go find whatever this Peliquarius search target was, but it has been PTA'd. Oh, well, I think actually we have done that.
Yeah, it might have been a fail to find.
Okay. It has been destroyed at this point.
Yep. And we got confirmation. Nothing was going on other than wanting to just confirm spirit counts to make sure everything was good to go. And so everything should be accurate now on the screen. Adam at 7 spirits, so Julian's 5. But Lavalith and Twindra facing each other off. Twindra really threatening here, considering even if Adam can attack over it, does he really want to?
Yeah, obviously with an artifacts list, there are tools at Adam's disposal to be able to, but like you said, you don't necessarily want to just give Julian the Pin-Terror for free.
And we see a Reforge come down
to
grab back the Poison Tunic.
Oh, we can't keep doing this. Okay, Poison Tunic coming out, going to be interesting here. That possibly just trying to burn Julian below the ability to cast the Pin-Terror.
I'll take double Tunic though. Though I need to think about how chains resolve, because I need to read those cards again. I don't know which. No, because then you'd auto lose. Interesting. Yeah, double Tunic here could be super interesting if it's working the way I think it does, but at the same time, I think right now with one Tunic, attack over the Twindra, Julian uses it either needs to use all the spirits, just get out Pin-Terror, but at the same time, then it's Julian's turn to just attack with the Pin-Terror, so Adam would need a response, like a shield ready to go to answer it and secure the game. But Julian could also just choose not to go Pin-Terror if that's the case.
True. It does seem like, I mean, Adam is doing everything that he can to prevent this Pin-Terror from happening, and I mean, as the biggest attack statted Elestral in the game, I don't blame you.
Yeah, just have to see how this goes on. So you have the Poison Tunic. Maybe just hold the Poison Tunic to keep the Twindra at bay for another turn or two. That's always a possibility. But
a Gorgon's Gaze coming out. I guess there was gonna be an attack.
Makes sense. Just try to force it, especially if that back row is shield, but it's that Julian just said no, so I'm curious. I mean, the option is, Inverse Whale. You know, there is a funny realm where you ascend the Twindra into the galaxy to get rid of the Tunic, but I can understand not wanting to do that.
I mean, yeah, this Twindra clearly is, at this point, especially under Island of Aeolia, enough of a threat on its own.
And now it just puts Adam in the place of, you can shield my Twindra, but then you lose the Poison Tunic and the Spirits, so you're going way more minus on Spirits than me. So Julian's still safe there, now has control of the board, and even if that Twindra goes down and puts him at 0, still got the Galaxy, so we'll see what Adam can actually do here. Like, the Twindra's still a big threat regardless of, even though now Julian just can't go Pantera.
I mean, hey, we are playing a fire deck. Eruption? No. Necruff. That's kind of close.
Yeah.
A burn effect is a burn effect.
And yeah, that looks like that's it. That makes sense. Crash the Twindra, and pretty much that puts Julian at 0 spirits with a Galaxy that can't really beat the Necruff. So looks like Adam takes game 1 in the semifinal match. Ooh.
Yeah, that up until the little Necruff that could. I mean, jokingly, I said Eruption, but it's like, wait a minute. Yeah, no, burn effect actually is great here. And in fact, yeah, game 1 goes to Adam, despite Julian really being in control for the majority of that game.
Adam played that very well, navigated it to make sure that Julian would not have the spirits to really utilize that Pantera. It's such a interesting way to utilize the heavy spirit requirement of that line as a way to maneuver yourself to victory.
Yeah, and Poison Tunic being able to say, okay, so this is actually huge, because even if I'm not able to every single turn attack, get rid of this threat, I can at least still put Julian on a timer and make sure that he stays off of the big threat that I can't deal with.
And it also essentially says to Julian, you need to be up 2 spirits to be able to go for that, any upgrade from Hydrate to Twindra or Twindra to Pantera, because you are going to have to pay those 2 spirits regardless, and that's always going to hurt. So really interesting dynamics at play. I've never seen this matchup, so seeing this now has me very excited, because these are some really cool dynamics at play.
It is funny that, because I don't think I've seen this matchup either, but these are 2 of the most common represented deck archetypes that we've seen in Firestorm, that being Wind with Pantera and this Fire Artifacts list. But seeing them interact like this, it does feel new, it does feel different. And Adam, like you said, navigated that really well. But up until the end there, it could have gone either way. And going into this next game, we could see Julian take it for sure.
I know Julian's definitely pining for that first place, as well as Adam. But of course, Julian already has that guaranteed invite to Worlds. But Adam definitely wanting to get that first place to get that guaranteed invite. So a lot on the line for this game, which makes it really awesome. It adds another layer of intensity for me while watching this. Just like, what's the reward is for both these players if they can keep climbing up closer and closer to that first place.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a lot of people citing in Pandora's Box specifically for these Fire Artifact matchups. So there are some things that Julian could go and get from the side deck to possibly specifically tech for Fire Artifacts, because it's such a prevalent deck. You know that there have to be answers to it in the side deck.
Absolutely. And I'm also just thinking, this matchup is like the embodiment of Firestorm as a set. Fire versus wind, the 2 most prevalent elements.
Firestorm. Come on.
Yeah. Which is awesome to see, and also seeing the representation this tournament really leaning towards these 2 elements is also awesome to see, because while they've definitely been around, there's been a good slew of elements, and this is the first one that really feels very fire and wind centric.
And with that, we are getting into our game 2 here of Adam versus Julian, our semifinals match. And I believe Julian's going to be starting us off here first with a rabbit coming out.
Good old rabbit, just curate that hand. We've been seeing that all day, and also not too surprising. It's the most common Elestral in the game.
Yep, and there are reasons for it. Going to be able to set up a solid wall, being able to get advantage here, setting 2 for Julian. And I don't know if we're passing just yet, going in there shuffling. But yeah, looks like we have passed over to Adam, who plays a rabbit of his own.
Rabbit v rabbit, ready to just, I guess, race against each other across the screen.
I mean, I feel like whale has to be imminent. We've already seen whale. It's just one of those classic, okay, you play rabbit? All right, I play whale.
Yep. Or just another rabbit. I have a proposal to make.
Ooh.
if we're ever at time and need a tiebreaker and 2 rabbits are on board, we just make them race.
Ooh, I feel like Stellar Ass Rabbit's got to run a little faster, right?
Yeah. At least it'll look cooler while running.
That's true. Hey, maybe we could look at the 2 animations and see which one of the animations goes faster, and that will answer the question once and for all.
That would be chaos having 2 rapid animations on screen at
Yeah,
once.
go, 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 go.
All right, we see a set from Adam, and it looks like a potential pass back to Julian, though it looks like the cards are on the tails. Yeah, I think it is a pass back to Julian.
Yep,
Yeah.
and that is what we are seeing here. Julian going to be going again. I mean, are we going to see Whale? Oh, nope. Looks like there was a second card
And
set for
then
Adam.
pass.
We had a couple little hand gestures there, but making sure we get everything done before we pass here. And Julian, well, we can't see it. Oh, Aviolith! Okay, that's what that was. The cheeky little, hey, hey, hey. We have Aviolith coming out, and ooh, boy, we're going to be drawing.
I love it. Just a sweet little draw, too. Really taking advantage of the fact that Hurricane is now live, though a PTA coming down. That makes sense. Just get that out of there. It's a 4/6 body. It's pretty big.
Yeah, it was enough of a menace in the games that we saw it before that I have to respect just saying, ooh, get it out. It can't hit over the rabbit at this point, and getting it out of here, obviously getting the draw advantage for Julian. Both casters benefit from this turn, but I think Adam ultimately made the right call here, getting rid of this threat.
Especially if Adam had no better option, especially with the Ast Rabbit on board, though. Notably, that's pretty big swing and advantage towards Julian, drawing 2 cards, Adam having to sink more spirits than Julian put into it, as well as another card. But at the same time, does set up Adam way better tempo-wise to utilize this Volcaries to start setting up those artifact plays.
Yep, here we go. Going to be going in, getting Hephaestus uncontested, and yeah, just getting started here when there's no Hydrake to answer. Aviolith has been neutralized, and Julian's got to start things moving before Adam starts building this wide board here.
And I could definitely see if with the Volcaries in hand, just wanting to get rid of that Aviolith and take control of the board. And also the PTA does set up very well for potentially other artifacts, being able to pull spirits from the underworld, since Volcaries does, since Hephaestus will be on board, does allow you to cast the artifacts with spirits from your underworld, or at least specifically fire from your underworld.
Yep, and also allowing, if we see a Kenleo, we talked about that a little bit in the last game, even though it never ended up coming up. We did go and grab the Torch of Hestia with the effect of Hephaestus. And again, like you mentioned, we can use those fire spirits from the underworld. Go ahead and enchant that. Feels nice and free.
Probably the best value part of fire artifacts is now, as long as Volcaria is on board, their artifacts are just free. Not truly healing, but does mean that you're not having to sink even more spirits into what is already a pretty expensive deck. So just me over, but met with a Shield of Achilles.
That
pretty
shield was
straightforward.
flipped aggressively. Goodness gracious, going to be sending that Volcaries back to hand, the torch and all those spirits into the underworld, which, I mean, I agree, it was a good shield. My goodness, the gusto.
Yeah, and that top deck loaded with powerful Elestrals, notably 2 Eddie to start contesting that Astrabbit still.
Ooh, Edward.
Yeah. Here's the other interesting thing we're going to find out if Adam recasts Volcaries. Is there a second Hephaestus in the deck?
That is interesting. I don't know what people are running nowadays, but we see Whale coming out. I'm thinking probably, do we want to activate that effect? We're tapping it.
Well, if you're going to crash something anyway, regardless, it doesn't change the math here because everything here is a 2/5, so...
Yeah, very true.
Just crash something.
Okay, looking at the cards in the underworld, it's just Torch and PTA. So I don't know if we're more willing to give up this Galaxy to let the Galaxy crash, or if we don't necessarily value the Astrabbit as much. I think it just depends on which possible re-enchant of effect you value more.
Do you want to keep digging, or do you want to keep pressuring the board? It looks like giving up the rabbit here. There's also a chance there's another rabbit in hand, which is why that's the one that Julian's most okay giving up. Then, of course, Galaxy poking for one. Board is in Julian's control right now, but it is still anyone's game.
We do have one back row set from Julian. Adam going to be taking that 1 damage from the Galaxy here, but neither of our casters have really been able to get too much momentum. Obviously, we started to see some fire artifact things, immediately answered with a shield. We haven't seen any of the Hydrake to Pantera stuff, but here comes Nekruff, properly enchanted. I mean, it put in the work last game. I gotta say, Fire Puppy is making a name for itself.
Adam's just saying, I'm not respecting that tsunami. I'm just going to hit in here and force you to take some damage to start swinging the game back into my favor.
It would be really funny if this was Tsunami. However, it is not.
It is the Monsoon here. Love seeing this card. And just re-enchant that Galaxy. Smooth play there. Risking a little bit of Gorgon's Gaze coming out, but we had already seen... Well, we hadn't seen one from Adam yet. But I guess the Galaxy was going to go down likely anyway. If a Gorgon's Gaze cast, so you might as well just siphon the Spirit off it. And actually would save Julian a Spirit in that scenario, because now the Nekruff wouldn't actually destroy the Galaxy. The Nekruff would be direct attacking, so it'd only be 1 damage anyway. So really
fun to... I mean, I think I see now, of course, why we saved that rabbit, right? Because, well, with Monsoon, I'm able to re-enchant water to this Galaxy, get an effect here. It kind of feels like reverse battle step regular Galaxy, but this time it's like the Galaxy fights back, and it's actually I who is able to step swats here.
Yup, and is that a Hydrake? Can't tell what that is. No, it can't be a Hydrake. It's got a title.
Maybe a Sorlet?
That makes sense for Wind Aggro.
Champion Sorlet?
That's what I'm guessing it is. Yeah, that would make sense. Open board, but pressure's still pressure. Dealt 2 damage to Adam, and the game is now even more in Julian's favor than it was last turn cycle. So we'll see what Adam can do to try to make a comeback here.
Yep, and Nekruff coming back out. I mean, hey, surely that's not another Monsoon. Surely, right? There's no way.
We'll see. I'm assuming going for the Galaxy, because Galaxy's what threatens the Nekruff more than the Sorlet with current information.
Yep, and looks like we are going to be taking the damage from the Nekruff burn effect, as well as losing the Galaxy there. Sorlet stays on the board. We have 1 set for Adam. I don't know if we're looking at an Argo here, but another Galaxy coming out. This poor puppy can't get a break.
Just whale after whale. And yeah, that is... I forgot that Organized Play this season had a Stellar Sorlet, so that's why I didn't recognize that artwork. Tsunami coming down, though. That way, everything's protected. It's great heads-up play.
With the Nekruff having its stats swapped, obviously the 5 defense there is able to guard against everything on the board here. However, with 2 set from Julian, I'm like, are we going to see this Monsoon play again? Because I really liked that. I thought that was really cool to see.
It really was. Is that yet another Nekruff? This time a water pup playing around the Tsunami. Makes sense. Haven't seen that one yet. And we
Poison Tipped Arrow coming out. And we're just sacrificing the Galaxy here. Putting up a wall with this Sorlet. However, the other Galaxy, or the other Nekruff, is still perfectly capable of hitting over.
That to me telegraphs that it is indeed a Tsunami. So, which wouldn't work anyway, I think.
Interesting. We did see an Ambrosia activation there. I believe that was paid for off of the Spirit on the Hephaestus, possibly. And we are healing back up here. And there we go. There's a switch to attack for the Halloween Nekruff.
Yeah, definitely. So a very close game. Now the board is flipped back into Adam's here, but a Gorgon's Gaze.
Okay. There had to be some kind of answer there. This is going to be expensive, though, because we have Gorgons. Now we have to pay out for the Poison-Tipped Arrow to pop the puppy. And going back over to Julian.
That makes so much more sense now why it was pulled off the Galaxy. Pretty much that's the best way to efficiently use Spirits. The Galaxy is going down anyway and knew something couldn't attack into Sorlet. So that looks like a Peliquarius going to grab another Galaxy. Yep.
Yeah, there it
Another
is.
galaxy.
We just cannot catch a break from these galaxies. I feel like we've seen 27 this game alone.
At the minimum, which is kind of concerning considering decks are only 40 and
Yeah,
27's
Judge.
not too far off.
Can we get a galaxy check here? Oh my goodness, Cryoblast!
I haven't seen that in so long.
It's been 20 years since I seen a Cryoblast. That's gotta be a side deck warrior, knowing you have these Necruff, knowing you have other cards in this fire artifacts list that are vulnerable to it, and then that full art Ambrosia coming out as well.
No, that's a very, very interesting tech here. One, because Volcaries, it also hits, but also, if we're having a lot of galaxies face off, Cryoblast is actually a really neat way to let your galaxy beat an opponent's galaxy.
True. That Cryoblast is an interesting tech card, and it has been. We talked about this a couple of premieres ago. It's like, why did it fall off? Where did it go? Why did people stop playing it? Removal is such a big thing in this game, and it's a one-cost removal card for so many Elestrals that are currently being played.
Might just be wanting to try out the new stuff and something needed to go, so guess it's the Cryoblast.
We're going to be swinging for 2 into Adam, who just takes that damage. We're going to be drawing for turn here and figuring out how to deal with this current board state.
It's been such a crazy back and forth here. Just swinging back who has one or two Elestrals on board, who has that most spirits, and Eddie.
Okay, we did see from the foretell on that torch that Eddie existed.
Yep.
And here he is getting rid of that Sorlet, which that makes sense. Peliquarius has kind of done what it needs to do here. But then, yes.
Galaxy.
The Galaxy.
Galaxy Gaming, that's number 28. We really should get a judge in here.
Yep. Then Eddie just goes down. We have a back row set from Julian, and Adam just needing to continue to try and answer these threats, but getting lower in spirits as every turn passes.
Yeah, notably, this is the first time I think we've had a caster maintain 2 Elestrals on board to an opponent's none this entire clash at even spirits. So Julian really seeming like he's starting to pull ahead and trying to close out this game, because this game shouldn't last for many more turns unless they just all both start ripping Ambrosias and surprise heal Elestrals.
I just want to see a Penterror hit the board. That's my dream here. So if we end up going into a game 3, that's my formal request. We didn't get to see the Cryo Scorch. Let me see the other big dragon, please.
I wonder if there's a world where Julian sided that out because it's just too expensive with what the deck is trying to do, and clearly Adam has a plan to out it.
Well, and here comes Champ Volcaries. And I don't know that we're going to see the effect, so you might have been right about Hephaestus being a one of in the list, which is very interesting because, now so many of the core things that this deck wants to do are completely turned off.
Do have a shield, though. Just bouncing that back to hand. We haven't seen a lot of times these fire artifact decks being less centralized on the fire artifact stuff and being more of just a package in the deck, so I can definitely see just running the 3 Volcaries, 1 Hephaestus, you do your fire artifact stuff, and once you do it, you're happy, you're good to go there, and then from there, you're just doing a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, we did see the Reforge played. We know that there's a possibility that there could be Argo here in the list, so there are definitely other ways to go about using these artifacts, but it does feel bad when you lose your central, if I have these 2 cards, then I can do the thing I want to do for free.
For sure. And this is the 3rd turn in a row Julian has maintained 2 Elestrals on board to Adam's none. So it really looks like Julian just clinching it here at the very end to make sure this game goes to game 3, which honestly there's no better way to have a top cut than all these games going to game 3. It's super exciting, so I would not oppose to seeing this matchup for another round.
You and me both, and it looks like those Earth Spirits are being expended here. We're either giving up on Scythe of Demeter or we're giving up on Earthquake ever showing up. Either way, there they go.
Well, at this point, do you bet on the one of Earthquake, which, you would still lose anyway, because
okay, more galaxies have just appeared. What's happening? Did you see that? 17 more galaxies just came flying from the sky.
And I'm pretty sure Galaxy's like a big Elestral, so that's concerning. But Resting on Your Laurels coming down to clear one of them into the eddy. Definitely not using that effect.
Just gonna be content to let that galaxy stay in attack position, and it's gonna go down. Finally, Adam is able to clear this board, and if Julian has, say, another galaxy, an Ask Rabbit to put into defense. I mean, there's not much. I mean, I guess answers for Adam here could be Ambrosia, pay off of the eddy, be able to get back Fire Puppy, burn, but even then that doesn't quite get over Ask Rabbit, so it's not a perfect solution.
We're at a stalemate here, just that because that looks like a misenchanted Ask Rabbit because Julian did not check top 3 by the looks of it, and just kind of drawing cards, setting and passing. I mean, Adam just has to pass until they can get an Ambrosia. Julian just needs to keep drawing until just something can out the
there it is.
There it is.
The Ambrosia. Okay, we see fire. Okay.
Committing.
I mean, Necruff with Torch of Hestia, if we have a Reforge.
What an upset. Julian had that.
We got Eruption for game. I'm sorry I said it last time. Oh my gosh. And that is game 2 to Adam. And that is the semifinals. That means that Adam is going to be moving on to finals, but Julian has secured that Worlds invite. So incredibly well played. Good game to Julian. Congrats on Worlds. And Adam, congrats on finals. Eruption for game. Eruption for game.
I wasn't prepared for that. It's like, okay, yeah, you find your Ambrosia and you siphon off the eddy. You get to kind of play some Elestrals. Maybe there's like a Kinleo play to win you the game if you found your one of Kinleo, but again...
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, get Torch of Hestia, maybe we can do that with Kinleo. No, Eruption. Actually, there's just a single card answer to this.
Easy solution. I mean, I thought it was Julian's to win, but yet again, Eruption proven time and time again.
Okay. Well, incredibly good game and an explosive end to our semifinal match. Oh my goodness. I wanted to see a big dragon hit the board. I need an update on if we're getting bears in final.
I still haven't seen my champion Chrysler either. Sad.
Wait, that's true. We've seen so many champion Soilets. Wait a minute.
No Chrysler. Instead, we just got Mr. Steelio match Eruption.
Mr. Steelio match is incredible. I am stealing that. I will be using that forever. Thank you.
I'm not trademarking it, so go for it.
Okay. Well, incredible game. Again, that entire time I was like, woo, we're going to a game 3. I think we literally said that out loud. We said, wow, it's great when we get to see both casters be able to shine, which, you know what?
Jinxed it.
Both casters did shine. However, one flew too close to the volcano and got by that eruption.
Oh, they flew too close to the volcano just shot up and was like, surprise.
I mean,
boom.
Based on how my heart reacted to the eruption showing up, yeah, it was a surprise. Oh yeah. My goodness.
I have to let my heart calm down. Like, oh, that was a jump scare. But congratulations to both casters. Adam, of course, having a shot at finals to get that world invite. And Julian, of course, already has that world invite, but still had such a phenomenal run in this tournament. Top 4 is still amazing. Frankly, amazing.
And that is a caster that we will be seeing at Worlds. I mean, Julian is a caster who has already won a Premier and is a huge, huge threat, an incredible caster. So very well played. Adam earning their way to the top. Oh my goodness. And no matter what this finals is going to be, I hope that the other caster knows to be very, very afraid.
Yes, it seems like Adam's just been on a warpath saying, I'm just going to make top cut. I'm going to win this whole thing. And I really can understand why. I mean, the prizing, the qualifier points for Worlds. All that's just such like really encouraging things to just put in the time, the effort, and strive for that top place finish.
I really did love the play that we saw from Julian with the Monsoon of Eurus, being able to then re-enchant a water to the galaxy, get that effect off again, because we had just been talking about that. It's like there was a choice at the time between, do we crash the rabbit or do we crash the galaxy? Which re-enchant do we value more? And of course, Julian knowing, hey, I've got this Monsoon set, which is just a one card combo, because you pay off of the galaxy for one of them, and then you're able to re-enchant the water there, get the effect off again, and that's all she wrote, which was really cool to see.
I love Monsoon plays. I've been having fun with Monsoon myself, and I'm hoping we can get more cards kind of showing up that Monsoon, that suppressed portion of Monsoon, which was not the relevant part there. I want to see it be relevant, because I think that's also super interesting, that can have that dual utility, but as of right now, it just hasn't really come up too much.
I mean, hey, I'm sure that in that game too, I mean, obviously it ended up fine, but Adam was probably looking for something, anything to have that suppress effect to be able to take care of that Hydrake. But goodness gracious, what a semifinals. I can only hope, just know that if Bears goes to finals, I will be sitting here watching, losing my absolute mind. But for that, I am not going to be on the mic here. I hope that you're ready to be joined once again by Caleb here in a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. I know you'll also be planning your trip to go out and sit down with Silver to have a talk about the fact every time Bears is going to end up, or at least a majority of the time, Bears is ending up on stream, you're not here.
Hey, I got the ultimate bear brawl mirror match, Bean Soldier versus Shuret in the top 8. So, you know what? I feel like it's got to be forgiven. I don't know if I can look past the Volclips incident. The Volclipsident, people are calling it.
Volclipsident.
Yeah, many people are saying that. Many people are saying it out loud, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Not just you. Definitely not just you.
No, I also, we can't go to a break right now, because this can't be the second time in Top Cut that I've made an absolutely stupid pun to the point where everyone is like, that's it, cut her mic, get her off of here. She can't say anything ever again.
Quick, go to break.
Okay, so on that, everybody, I am gonna go take a break and have a talking to about my puns. But Caleb is gonna be joining you with Eagle for what is bound to be, with these eruptions, an explosive finals. Can't wait to be back.
After a long day of clashes, 7 rounds of Swiss and 2 top cut matches, we are here ready for the finals. I'm Caleb, joined by Eagle, and we've got what is undoubtedly going to be a very exciting match coming to you all.
Some might even say this is going to be a very fiery finals as Adam competes for a place at the World Tournament, but up against a very, very strong foe in Bean Soldier. Just has probably one of, if not the best records of any Elestrals player out there. It's truly both famous and infamous at the same time.
Yeah, Bean Soldier is someone that you don't really want to sit down across from at a table, basically at any point in time during a tournament. And for it to be in finals is that's scary. But Adam, luck has been on his side. Ambrosia Eruption for game in top 4. You know, if he can bring that kind of energy versus Bean Soldier, who is on a pretty expensive deck in the form of the Den Turbo Frost beatdown strategy, you know, Adam might just be able to take it down here. And if Bean Soldier wins here, they could be the first person to have won 2 invites through premieres. That's crazy.
that is crazy, because that might just secure, hey, I'm getting a compensated trip to the World's Tournament just with all those qualifying points. That'd be absolutely crazy. But also I wanted to shout out our other top 4 casters who fortunately didn't quite make it, but still had an amazing run today to make it top 4, that being Julian and Trishula.
Yeah, this has been a crazy day, and people are locking invites today. People are on their way to Worlds. They're solidifying slots for getting their trips compensated. This has been a big day for a lot of people to really ensure that they are making a name for themselves within this game. And here's our current standings leading into this tournament, I believe. And something that will be updated after this is that Julian, after this, is qualified. Bean Soldier will probably continue to be the most winningest player with the largest amount of qualifying points.
Triple qualified?
Triple qualified. Bo, I believe, was in top 32, so they'll bump up. Trish will probably end up at second or third place. I can't remember exactly how many top 4 gets. But that'll put him at I believe at third place here. And this competition for top 5 is heated. These players really want to make sure that they are they're making their way to Worlds, and they're paying as little money as possible on Elestral's dime.
Oh yeah, for sure. I do not blame that at all for just keep on pushing just to get that, because travel, it ain't cheap. So if you can get some help with that, hey, I totally understand. And it really does give some awesome incentive to these players to keep playing, to keep up the competition, to keep people striving to be better and better, and ultimately just will ideally give us even better and better games as Elestrals keeps growing and expanding.
Yeah, something that when Bean Soldier won the first event, I don't believe that the qualifying point race had been announced quite yet. So when we found out that was the case, he was like, well, I was planning on just bringing more fun decks to premieres and just like hanging out and playing. But now I'm incentivized to like actually really try at these. So I'm going to try my best to keep, making it to finals, keep winning. And this is his 3rd Firestorm Premier Finals. He won his first one for the first Firestorm Premier. I believe he made second at the one after that, or the one two times after that. And here he is now at the what will I believe be the second to last Premier of Firestorm format, and he's in another finals.
This man's just built different. I don't think there's any other way to put it.
He really is. God is on his side. The Divines are on his side, because even just on stream, we've seen a couple of things just go exactly his way to get him here. And so now, Adam has a lot on his side. Will Bean also have an equal amount of divine favor pushing him into winning this set, or will Adam be able to take down a tournament that I don't believe I've seen Adam, known as Eevee, in a top cut in a very long time. Yeah, actually, Silver Beanie just confirmed. Adam, I believe it was with Fire back in June 2024, had a top cut in Frostfall format. Pretty sure they were on Fire, if I'm remembering correctly. And yeah, they were running Fire aggro. So it's a little bit of history lesson there. It's been just over a year since Adam's last top cut, making it to top 8, but not making it on a top 4. And they're here trying to win. This is the furthest they've ever made. I bet the nerves are running high playing, especially against someone like Bean Soldier, but you can't let that stop you.
No, not at all. Just got to keep pushing ahead. The goal is in sight, and best of luck to both casters. They've got a lot to win here, but thankfully, since we're still pretty early in the Worlds race, not terribly too much to lose at this stage, so just a great finish regardless for both players. I think at the end of the day, once everything calms down, it should feel good to know that I made it to the top table, and that's incredible, like unfathomable for, I'm sure, a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. So no matter what, both of these players are walking away with a lot. Adam making it to finals for the first time and making it back into top cut for the first time in over a year. Bean Soldier potentially solidifying even more of their legacy as if it wasn't already rock solid, as just one of the greatest people to ever do it in the game of Elestrals. I'm very much excited to see how this goes down. Fire versus Bears. That's kind of just how this format has been. I heard you all talked about wind versus fire, but I think that really what the top tables have ended up looking like a lot of the time is Bears versus Fire Artifact. And we'll see if Bears is finally able to take it home. The Frost plus Mama Bear has been doing a lot of work, and we're ready to go ahead and get into our first game of finals. Let's go ahead and let's throw it over to Bean Soldier, I believe will be starting us off.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Just Bean Soldier versus Adam. Final game, Bears versus Fire Artifacts. Best of luck to both casters, and let's see how we get this started.
Here comes the turn 1 Astro Rabbit. Boom. I look.
Just that good.
All I'm saying.
Just that good.
Yeah, I can intuit it.
Sculpted hands. I mean, we've said this time and time again today. Astro Rabbit, one of the best plays. It's been historically the best turn 1 play. Strong start, but we'll see what Adam has in store for us for their first turn as well.
Yeah, it really is a solid start to Bean Soldier's first game of finals, and Adam just gonna mirror that. It's a classic. I like your play so much, I'll do it myself.
Rabbit Gaming. Gotta see a race here. Who will win?
Picking card, gonna go ahead and sculpt that hand.
And notably, only one set from Bean Soldier as well. We'll see how many sets from Adam. Doesn't necessarily tell us too much here because they even be just kind of trickling these out. And as we've seen time and time again, there really isn't too much rune removal in either of these decks other than maybe just going for the Majursa combo. But usually when you're going for that, you're doing more than just popping runes. You're just pushing to win the game. And we got an Eddie coming out here to contest that rabbit.
Yeah, that is very solid. It means that Adam has to basically have Shield here or Tsunami to contest this swinging. And it looks like they're just going to let it go. I guess Argo would also do it, but it doesn't feel too good to do an Argo this early. Especially when we're likely going to try and cast a Volcaries here. Smoltuga might go search that Volcaries.
Yeah, about to see there, just kind of getting some setup. Notably, since it's an Eddie, don't have to worry about, at least not knowing right now, having to worry about the stats being swapped again, but a potential Galaxy from Bean Soldier could easily flip that on its head.
Searching out the Volcaries, Champion of Hephaestus.
Yeah, a lot of pressure put on that card to potentially start crawling back on this board, and since we know Bean is on Bears, there's always the looming threat of just all of a sudden, surprise, Majursa, bye-bye board. Now have to deal with a ton of pressure on your Spirit deck.
Oh, really, I wonder if we're casting Lessel here, or yeah, we're going for Narpoon. Wondering if maybe just Reenchant Rabbit would be the move, but we're just going to continue to go even wider. and just know that Adam is going to have a very hard time contesting this board because it's so wide. And there's Cryoling.
Got some pressure there as well. And that pressure, just something to hit over, potentially hit over the Smoltuga, probably feels good from that really, I shouldn't say probably, it does feel really good from this wide board position, because now Adam just needs a response or else it's going to start pressuring, needs to start being able to chip away at that board to really start doing something. And, you know, usually I would feel better if I was the Bears player facing a wider board because of the ability to pop multiple stuff, but Fire Artifacts?
Well, Fire Artifacts, here is Champion of Estus full carries. Bean Soldier making sure that Adam is in fact declaring the effect. And here comes Gorgon's Gaze, 2 Frost into the Underworld, setting up for the Cryoling effect. And that's just a pass from Adam. Bean Soldier's got like 5 cards in hand or something at this point. Maybe more. Hand Sculpt off of Astrabbit. Ascend into Cryover?
Ooh.
Maybe. I like that a lot if that's what we're doing here. Ursicle. So we're doing this because we want to make sure that we can go ahead and cast out Majursa. I like this play a lot.
Yeah, gotta leave up that Elestral slot. Just getting the Hibernation. Probably telegraphing that Ursa's Den is in hand. Going to be able to go for a Majursa and pop 2 cards. And with this wide board, Bean Soldier has the potential to do a ton of damage on this turn here.
One of my favorite parts about Hibernation is it requires you to control a Bear or an Ursa card. So actually, we can go ahead and Hiber off of this Ursicle if we choose to. I guess we're not going to. Maybe Josh isn't seeing it or decides not to. But it is an option here to go ahead and you can pay off of it and still resolve this effect. And it would let him spend a little less spirits here, especially since this Ursicle is in defense position. Looks like
I could see maybe if it was an attack position to deal more damage, but even then, if you're that tempo swing and crush swing from the Majursa might be so much that you don't necessarily need all the damage up front. You'll just get there over time anyway.
That is fair. And if this back row is real interaction, like Gorgon's Gaze, that would be bad. You can see Adam off on the side, kind of grooving here. I think that it's really smart to kind of not worry too much about this board state, because this is a scary thing. And so either they know that Gorgon's is back there, or it's like, well, this game might be over already, but that's A-okay with me.
Yeah, a shield. Or no, a shield gets popped.
Big.
I was about to say, would have been wise to Gorgon's the Ursicle, but I guess if you had a way to deal with the Majursa, it's better just to let Bean commit the resources, but...
And the second Hibernation comes out. It's all right, my bad. He's better than me. He knows what he's doing. Getting back 2 spirits.
That draw feels good.
Card.
Yeah, and now just can swing in for a ton of damage. Just as this deck likes to do.
Yeah, so the Gorgonzing Ursicle can be rough because if they already have the cards in hand, that can be a really big punish. But Gorgonzing Majursa means that they have to commit all the resources. It's 7 spirits committed. And so if you have a way to out Majursa, it's always better to just Gorgons the Majursa as opposed to something else. But Eddie, okay.
All right, what is Eddie being used on? Because that's the big question is, what does Adam have to out the Majursa?
It's likely nothing. We're going to swap the Narpoon, so it is the highest sum stat we can deal with. There's the Earthquake. All right.
There we go.
All right, that's big.
Wonder if Adam had that in hand. That's why he was doing that little dance, just being like, yeah, glitchy commit. It is what it is. I mean, I've got the Earthquake, so I'm not out of it. But now, of course, we know that Bean does have the Cryoling, so we got some follow-up pressure about to come out next turn.
Swinging over Rabbit makes a lot of sense here. Cryoling likely, I would imagine.
Yeah, just keep up that pressure. I mean, Majursa set the pace. Keep it up with the Cryoverns.
And the reality is that Bean Soldier can bleed Adam for a lot this turn, because if like you Gorgons the Cryovern Ascension or anything like that, you still get to crash Narpoon swing one with Ursicle. And that set card not getting flipped up because you don't really care, but another Ursicle coming down instead. It's very interesting.
Curious to see what ends up getting searched. Will it be in like another Hibernation, another Ursa Den, just set up for another Majursa?
It's probably the third Hibernation here, just to go ahead and get more card draw, get more spirit healing, because Bean is just up so much on board that taking this time to go ahead and kind of recoup some spirits, get some card advantage, I think makes sense, because this Narpoon, it either hits over Eddie or it eats the back row, and that second set back row, I think, from Bean Soldier is probably going to be enough to interact with whatever Adam decides to do here.
Yeah, just pretty much say, all right, I'm pretty sure I can out-pressure you over the long game. Let's just make sure that I can definitely do that. Makes a lot of sense.
The rabbit, I believe, here. Yep.
Let's see what... Well, we won't see for a bit until what Adam gets off the rabbit, but definitely looking for more ways to get back on board. 2 bears sitting here just ready to poke for some damage, and we'll see if we see a Cryovern. That Cryoling come out, Bean Soldier's handed the Cryovern next turn. Can't definitely pressure the Ast Rabbit, but that back row is still intact.
This is, I think, exactly what Bean Soldier wants here. Not punish at all for setting up the Ursicle Search Hibernation, and another Narpoon coming out means that we just get another Cryoling. This is huge for setup.
I'm pretty much just guarantees that for 2 turns straight, Adam's going to have to deal Cryovern. And that Earthquake's already out here, out of his deck, so he's going to have to come up with some more ways to deal with the 7 attackers.
Yeah, and if Adam doesn't put up pressure this next turn, Cryovern just goes big mode. And I bet that those 2 back row, if there is any pressure applied from Adam, will likely be live and preventing Adam from actually connecting.
Really feels like Bean Soldier's just kind of been in control this entire game. Everything, even if it hasn't worked out for just winning the game, it's just all to set up that he will eventually win the game.
Yeah, there's an inevitability to how Josh plays, and you can really see it with how patiently he's playing this. He's really making sure that everything's getting set up. Eddie comes out here, likely going to swap the Narpoon, and it's like if that's a Gorgon's Gaze set back there, if it's a Shield of Achilles set back there, anything like that, PTA potentially. We did not actually put a Spirit under the Eddie. That's important. It looks like we will swing it over Narpoon.
Let's get that out of the way. But let's see, is that going to be like a shield? Being looking like really debating if wanting to flip that up here.
There's a possibility that you don't really care that much, but yeah, Gorgon's Gaze, I think, makes a lot of sense. Because you get to go Cryoling, you put Narpoon to attack, so it can just crash if you want to. Cryoling and a Cryovern threatens so much here, and if Adam's back row is not real, you just steal the game on the spot.
It's only 1 back row, so it can only answer 1 of these attacks, especially since the Narpoon is water enchanted, so that will, if it's Tsunami, it'll be guaranteed to go through, but we see a PTA.
Okay. So PTA on the Cryoling, and I believe there might be a judge question here, where Cryoling is met condition to ascend on cast. PTA is used. Does the trigger leave limbo because it no longer meets the condition to ascend? It is likely right at 6. So if it goes down to 4, does that trigger still happen?
Yeah. That'll make a big difference here on what's about to happen. I want to read Cryoling again to see if I can figure it out.
It still will ascend, and that might be a game-losing play for Adam. Here comes out a fire-enchanted Cryovern, which is very funny. Bean Soldier definitely heard about the eruption for a game in Julian's match, and is saying, you are not going to eruption me here. If you're doing it, it's doing 1 spirit of damage. We're not letting that fly here in finals. And
no games here.
This is about to be a really big turn out of Bean Soldier. They've got a set card. They want to. They can go Cryovern over Rabbit, and then Narpoon Crash with the Eddie, and then swing for 2 with the Ursicle, putting Adam down to just 5 spirits.
That's a huge swing here, and also especially since that PTA was revealed to be the back row can also confidently throw on that Fire Spirit to play around Eruption. Don't need to worry at all about Tsunami.
Yeah, you could proactively enchant it with water later if it mattered. It looks like Josh will be going for what I just said. Cryovern over Ash Rabbit. Harpoon's going to crash. Set a back row here. And this is looking like it might be the close of this game here. I don't know what Adam could possibly go for here that will save them at this point. 2 spirits out of Spirit deck.
Yeah, as was said earlier, it really has felt like Josh has been in control of this entire game. Just kept a very, very wide board. Galaxy does contest the Cryovern, but also we know there's another Cryovern just sitting and waiting to put on even more pressure.
Yeah, and if there's anything like a Shield of Achilles here, it is game on the spot. There's Ambro, though. That is big.
Yeah, I think that puts it out of shield range if this Galaxy can connect. But also, Josh, I believe, still has the Hibernation if he can't win the game next turn to still keep out of Eruption range.
And there is Tsunami. That is really big. So Cryovern, because it is not water enchanted, goes to defense as a 7 defense. And now this is actually huge.
It was only benefit from enchanting with that Fire Spirit. No downside whatsoever.
Yeah. Gotta think through all the options here, because this is a very tight game state. We're gonna go for an Ambrosia of our own.
That'll help. That helps a lot.
Yeah, that is really big here. Getting a water out. Probably gonna count up the number of frosts as well in Underworld, because Cryoling might not be able to send here once more.
Yeah, if you pull too many frost out. So just water, thunder back. Wonder if just hold off the Cryoling or just throw it out. Just throw it out there. Put on more, as much pressure as possible.
Exactly. No reason to not just rip it here. Cryoling, trigger to ascend. Put a water under it this time. And now this is threatening 5 spirits of damage on board, which would put Adam down to just 1 spirit. It looks like they're already considering what their 1 to keep might be.
What can you effectively do against 2 Cryovern, 2 Ursicle with 1 spirit?
Not a lot, and it's been tough for Adam to really even find footing in this game from the start, it feels like.
Bean really showing what a master he is at just controlling the board state and just crafting the game to the exact outcome where he wins.
And asking his opponent how many spirits in spirit deck. And we're going to go for, I think that's Hibernation off of the Ursicle to go ahead and heal 2 spirits back.
Okay. Just trying to keep up on spirits since can't win it next turn.
Draw a card as well. I like this game plan. And now Cryovern. Go Blast. Swing for 4 damage here. Put Adam down to 2.
And while it may seem like playing down Adam to 1 spirit would have been better than 2, if you've watched enough Celestial gameplay, typically this doesn't change too much. Like, Adam would probably need an Ambrosia to even begin to have a chance to crawl back into this game.
Yeah, Ambrosia Double Eruption does it, but nothing else. And it looks like Adam will scoop it up there. And that is our game 1 of finals. A very grindy back and forth here. And ultimately, Bean Soldier coming out on top. Adam not able to come back from such a wide board state that just put up so much pressure for Bean Soldier.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what Adam can do in siding to try to give himself a better chance at being able to overcome the pressure that is Bears plus the Cryovern, because while I think it seemed a lot like it was a lot closer, grindier of a game, just really seeing how that game played out, I think it was all in Bean's control. So I think definitely on the mental, Adam's going to have to just make sure not to let it get to him that happened, and just try to find a way in game 2 to get a win, force it to a game 3.
Yeah, I think the big thing is even stuff like the PTA misstep would have just resulted in Adam being even lower in spirits earlier, and that Cryovern number 2 would have come out just immediately swinging into basically no resistance.
Yeah, I don't know if that ultimately did matter, but also a good showing of just some important rulings to know that PTA, because of the timing compared to Cryling's effect in that situation, would not work because the effect was already on the chain to ascend, and thus it does not need to be at 7 attack when it actually does resolve.
Yeah, that is definitely important to know, and it really shows that there's some strange things about like conditions being met on activation and resolution, but something like Cryling to ascend just needs to meet on activation to get through. It doesn't matter if it's not at that attack stat later on down the chain. It just needs to meet that trigger to resolve to go on chain in the first place. Yeah,
and then just put on a ton of pressure. So well played by Josh that first round. I'm really excited to see, and well, I'm excited to see if we can spot any more plays to clearly play around Eruption, because that was game 1. I think likely the Eruptions are in Adam's side deck, so that wasn't necessarily a concern that game. But at the same time, better be safe than sorry, especially when you've got control of the game.
Yeah, no reason to not go ahead and just make sure that you're playing careful, playing methodical. I think that's one thing that Bean Soldier is known for, potentially to a little bit of his detriment with the judges. He's very methodical. He's going to take as much time as he can get to think things through and make sure he's making the correct play, as the most correct play possible. And sometimes, you can't think too long, and so it's important to keep pace of play up. But he is going to take that time. He's going to make sure that he's checking spirits, making the correct plays. Not going to go and cast a Cryling without the correct number of spirits in Underworld. Not going to make any little missteps that could ultimately cost him a game unnecessarily. So just when you see him pick up the spirit deck, when you see him slowly going through things, it's because he's making sure that everything is exactly how he wants it to be. He knows exactly what the game state looks like in his mind's eye, and he's going to just expertly pilot through all those different little nuances that we have here in the game of Elestral.
Yes, and I think the most fascinating thing about these high-level matches is just it really comes down to these micro decisions being made and the differences those make, because we've seen both Bean Soldier and Adam make them throughout this entire tournament every time they've come up on camera, and it's so fascinating to see how just those slight optimizations really give one caster an edge over the other.
And it looks like we are already in here. Our casters are ready. Adam is going to be starting us off here with an Astrab in defense position. Look at the top 3. Sculpt that hand. We've seen this before. You love it. You know it. It is the Astrab in defense position. If Adam is playing PTA in the side, this would be an excellent time to go ahead and grab it off of a rabbit.
For sure. You mentioned earlier if you had a nickel for every time you saw Ambrosia into an Eruption for game. Now imagine if you had a nickel for every time you saw Astrabit opened.
Oh, I would be rich. If I had a time for every time I saw Astrabit in the opener on stream specifically, I would be rich. I would have so much money because people got counters sometimes they got for tournaments just to see how many end up on stream. But Bean Soldier has the perfect response. If I had a nickel for every time Astrabit went to attack position because of an Eddy, I'd have made a lot of money in Daybreak format. And it looks like that Eddy is going through.
I would really be curious to see how many games in Stream Clash did not open Astrabit. That'd be interesting to see.
Yeah,
Volcari's here though.
Volcari's is a very good turn too for Fire Artifact, and Gorgons is the perfect response. Is this game 1 again? Like, is this just? Are we gonna see Ursicle into Ursadun? Like what?
I feel like I'm having deja vu. I feel like I've seen this is at least the second time I've seen Volcari's meet Gorgon's Gaze, or second match Gorgon's has met Adam's Volcari's, but we see a Galaxy come out here to pressure that Volcari's.
And that is brutal, because that means that was an Argo set. It's not doing anything into this Galaxy. It's a really solid play here from Bean Soldier, making sure that Adam is just never getting Volcari's value, but Lavalith is massive.
Into a shield? Yeah, that's shield. So that's going to swing the game back in Adam's favor. Have to attack over that Galaxy. Not going to let that stick and pressure the Lavalith.
That is a really solid turn from Adam here, going to swing the game, I think, in their favor. Expend to draw from Bean Soldier is so tough.
Makes me wonder what that hand is. Is it just trying to dig for that Majorsa combo to be able to hit big? Switch that 8 defense makes sense, runs over it anyway. Now can at least avoid taking extra spirited damage and force Adam to play out another Lestral to attack over it instead.
But they're taking an extra damage anyway because of the neck ruff. Oh.
Completely different situation in this game right now. Bean Soldier now on the back foot, but we know how explosive bears can be. Definitely don't count Bean out here.
Yeah, I think the issue is that explosiveness comes at a very high spirit cost, and so this is bound to be a very tough game to try and stabilize in, but Cryoling is a really good start to stabilization.
Oh, absolutely, and that's probably the safer way to go about it, especially if you're trying to play around eruptions, just having the more efficient options to make sure you don't just auto-lose after your big push.
We have exactly 5 in Underworld for the Cryoling, which will ascend with a water. Like this play here. Smart to just go for the Cryoling. Even if you've got something like Den Combo, it might make sense to just play it slow here. Play your beaters. You're a lot lower on spirits here. Den Combo is expensive.
I mean, there's definitely a world where you want to try to get your opponent to a lower... Cryoblast. Nice.
I assume that Bean Soldier said Cryoblast before playing it, but Adam, it looked like they grab it just at the frost hitting the board. Like, yep, it's got to be Cryoblast. There's a frost in the rune row. It's got to be Cryoblast. But a shield bouncing the Cryoburn back to hand that's scary. That is really scary here for Bean Soldier.
Yeah, at 8 spirits as well. I was saying there might be a run where just try to use that Cryoburn to get Adam down to low enough spirits where Den Combo does just close out game. But at 8 spirits, unless Bean Soldier can find some healing cards, I don't know if that's going to be a likely plan for him to win this game. But a Kinleo coming down just to keep up that pressure.
And this is 3 damage to face. Just ripping the Lavalith so early is brutal for Bean Soldier here.
And that's the thing. Do you play around the 1-of? I don't typically play around the 1-of personally.
Yeah. But no one plays around the 1-of. There's nothing Bean could have done there, I think, to play around it either. It's something that you accept when you play the game of Elestrals. There are just cards that'll hit the board, and it's like, yeah, there's nothing I could have done about that. There's no way I could have played around it. But single-handedly, I think this Lavalith has won Adam this game, unless Bean can really claw back in with a very good series of plays. And like, Ursicle get Hibernation might be a start.
I think here you just had to play the sustain game and try to find like another Cryoling or a way to build up into Cryover to pressure that Lavalith. But even then, 2 back rows, so that's a Den. Ooh.
We've got to have like 2 Hibernation in hand then. It's got to be something like, we've got double Hibernation. We're going to Hibernation up to 6 and then go down to 1 to play out Majorsa.
Might just be a desperation play. Last ditch effort to find a winning path, but an Ambrosia also really helps.
Yeah, that also will do it. Ambro plus Hibernation gets us there. Brings us up to 6 spirits.
Yeah, notably grabbing back Frost, Water, so definitely setting up for something big. Oh.
Second Ambrosia. I mean, when you're not doing anything, you gotta have something you're bricking on. This will put us back up to 8.
Question is, we know there's the Den. Is there Hibernation? And how many Hibernation?
There's gotta be a Hibernation in there.
Looked like what? Water, Frost, Water?
Yeah.
We'll see what Bean Soldier ends up going for. Bring back those Water to make sure that there is a way to play around Tsunami to not just lose to that. Makes sense especially if you're trying to set up another Cryover in line. But we see the Den played.
There's Den. Gotta be Pandora's Box. Gotta be Gorgon's Gaze from Adam here. Otherwise, this is going to be a really big swing turn.
And notably misenchanted Den there, but of course with Hibernation can easily get some more spirits on there. Not an issue.
Yeah, it's actually optimal to misenchant it because it plays around Monsoon of Eurus, which was a really big side deck option until people realized that you can just misenchant it. Fine.
Makes sense. And I got the 4 spirits on there. to bring out the Majursa, going for it. Den notably does not need to specifically expend Fire and Frost to get it out. So we see that Majursa being played, being able to pop 2 cards. I feel like you just go for those 2 back row and then attack over the lob, or you would have to attack over Kinleo first.
Yeah, you'd have to hit over Kinleo, but I really like just popping the 2 back row, hit over Kinleo. It's kind of like, it's got to be that, because if this Kinleo survives, it's over for you, I think. Oh, there's the Gorgon's Gaze coming out to prevent. And this is now a scoop, I believe, from Bean Soldier, that Kinleo, the Lavalith, the 2 1-ofs on board, just making sure that Bean Soldier is not able to get back into this game.
Whew, and we're going to a game 3. That's how I like my finals. All down to one final game. Oh, Bears versus Fire Artifacts. That Lavalith was crazy that last game.
Yeah, it was a very, very strong play that I think single-handedly won Adam the game, and it was less of a play and more of just like, my opponent played 2 Elestrals, I've won the game.
Notably, really showing the power of 2 limited cards, Kinleo and Lavalith. Limited for a reason, because had both of them, and that is really that combination that secured the game at the very end there.
Yeah, there's a reason that they're limited. They're very strong, and imagine if we had more of these. Do you remember when Lavalith was unlimited? I don't want to remember.
And I doubt Bean Soldier does either. I'm sure hoping that Adam does not find that Lavalith again that early and instead can just have a game kind of like that game one, just in control the entire time through and just can win on his own terms.
Yeah, having a game that's so early determined by one card is just really tough. It's something that happens in card games no matter what. But it being a one-of that you just happen to top deck or maybe get off an Astrab, it definitely can feel bad. So Bean Soldier just needs to kind of reset the mental, know that, like, yeah, you know what, that was just not in my control in the first place. They just had exactly what they needed every single turn, basically, that game. And Bean Soldier didn't see what he needed to see. There wasn't like a tsunami. There wasn't a Gorgon's Gaze. None of that was able to hit the board. The shield that was set got popped by a Lavalith. It's like, yep. Yeah. You know, sometimes you set the 1 card and the 1 card is shield. It never resolves. You reset your mental. You go into this game and you say, all right, we got this one. We'll close this one out. It'll be all right.
Shake it off. Yeah. 1 more game. It's not lost yet.
Exactly.
Objective, win, lock in.
Yeah, just lock the freak in and you're good. You'll be all right. You'll get through it. Bean Soldier's deck just didn't seem to really do what it wanted to do there. And Adam just had back row to interact consistently, had the Gorgon's Gaze when it mattered. It had been set there for a while, had the interaction, the shield for the Cryovern. Just every single time that Bean Soldier finally tried to turn the corner, like, here's the back row, here's the back row, here's the back row. So now it's on to Bean Soldier. Does he have the back row now? Will he be the one that's able to see those pieces in the right order? Or is Adam going to have a repeat of game 2? See the Kinleo, see the Lavalith, shield, Gorgons. Our players are finishing up siding, and we'll, as soon as we can, hop into game number 3 here.
Really does show that Elestrals, especially now that Hurricane has been limited, really feels like that back row is huge. Like, games really are determined by that combination of back row and your engine. What are you trying to do with your Elestrals, and how do you see them in what order compared to your opponent?
I imagine Bean Soldier will be going first here. It looks like we are ready to hop into our game 3, our last game of finals. Let's go ahead and see who's able to take home the Premier Championship.
I'm so excited. Down to where I'm going to be edge of my seat this entire game. And yeah, I definitely expect Bean to want to go first. Just maybe set up that Astrab, or maybe we'll mix it up and see an Urskul played first. But first we see a mulligan by Adam.
Ooh, if you're Bean Soldier, you're very happy to see this. These games have been really tight. So starting up 2 spirits automatically feels really, really good, because that's the kind of margin that you need here in finals. And Adam, on the flip side, probably saw that opener, was like, oh my god, I can't keep this. This is 5 runes. Like, this, I just will lose the game if I keep this. And so now Adam's in an awkward spot where this next hand is like mid. You kind of got to keep it because you're already mulligan, but you're not going to feel great about it being mid.
Yeah, and just hope it's not Hephaestus, all your artifacts, and like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just something else random that isn't very useful. Ambrosia. Ambrosia really, yeah, no.
Opening Ambrosia does not ever feel particularly good. It's something you want to see late game usually. And here comes Ass Rabbit. Bean Soldier starting off with the classic.
All 3 games. First
all
thing,
3
Rabbit.
games. Adam might also be able to start all 3 games here with a Rabbit.
That or maybe an Eddy or a Galaxy. That's been the common trend. It's either respond with the answer to the Rabbit or your own Rabbit.
Yeah, and Bean Soldier likely searching off the top here for either a back row if the hand is back row light, or an Elestral if the hand is Elestral light. And it looks like 2 set back row. Bean Soldier saying, all right, I've needed multiple pieces of interaction to deal with you, and Adam has their own Ass Rabbit, no PTA from Bean Soldier. That's really big for Adam.
Yep, Rabbit versus Rabbit yet again. Crazy to think how often we've been seeing this, but still, just as we keep saying, the best start. And I'm curious to see how many back row Adam will set. Just how deep in the trenches will this war be?
Yeah, this will be a game, I imagine, of inches. Are we setting multiple, or is it just the one? It looks like it's just the one.
All right, let's see how Beans responds. Can get some more searching going, and
Nice
that
Galaxy.
is... Okay, challenge the
Champion
Rabbit.
Galaxy. That's really big. Unless this set is a Gorgon's Gaze, which is not at this point. The chain is resolved. This Ass Rabbit is going to the underworld. Not meant for this world. There it goes. Swing for 1.
And Bean Soldier grabbed and controlled the board. Last time we saw this, Bean Prince had controlled the board the entire game. So let's see how Adam can come back. Hope we will find a way this time. Volcari's coming down. Will it be met with the Gorgons again?
It has all 3 games so far. And once again, asking, are you activating the effect? And once again, Gorgon's Gaze. It's a little bit of a... I don't know if at the corner of my eye looked like Adam did a little, dang it. Like, slammed the table almost. Because
Volcari's has not been resolving this tournament.
Yeah, you gotta feel bad for Adam, because literally every time they've cast Volcari's, there's been a Gorgons here. And so to not have a resolve, re-enchant Galaxy is so big. Ooh. And here comes Gorgon's Gaze. Okay.
Just really trying to keep something on board. Because that's the thing, it especially feels bad to have your Volcari's Gorgon's Gaze when you're behind 2 Elestrals. Like, you need to fight back. Yeah. And that Gorgon's Gaze doesn't just say, you're cut off your Hephaestus. You also can't attack to at least try to do something.
I think the reason for... Oh, no way, no. A Lavalith again!
And the re-enchant
that is ridiculous.
Allowed that to happen. But this time, Bean has 2 back row to contest it. So hopefully this time, even if a shield gets sniped, there's still something else just waiting there to be flipped.
Tsunami off of the Galaxy is really big here. That is exactly what Bean needs to see. The issue is that Lavalith can't be dealt with by the Galaxy as is. And notably, the target off of Lavalith was the Tsunami that was chained. That feels really bad for Adam now.
Yeah, because now it's in Bean's hands to deal with it. And, you know, even if the Lavalith can't necessarily be dealt with right away, it's definitely not at all the same situation that we saw last game where Lavalith can run away with it. Bean's still very much in control of this game, and even if needing to take an extra turn here, can still do stuff. It looks like the re-enchant is happening. Curious to see if that's just to get rid of the Volcari's or if the Lavalith will have some way to be taken down.
It's almost definitely just outing this Volcari's and swinging for a damage in the process. You put this Galaxy at the Volcari's. If Adam wants to protect it, it gets shielded, and then you get to play it out next turn. This also is really solid in terms of just dealing damage and starting to poke through. But Bean Soldier has 3 sets. This is scary for Adam. A Gorgon's Gaze does it. A Shield of Achilles sets up so much.
Is that
a
the Kinleo
is really big. That's crazy. Both games, Astrabbit into Volcari's and the Lavalith into Kinleo. And here's Poison Tunic coming out for this Kinleo to Nexus with.
Yeah, this is huge. Gorgon's Gaze is probably the best bet to shut this down. But even if Bean Soldier doesn't have that, but has other back row, can stave off some damage, but your board's still being dismantled.
And there's the Gorgon's Gaze onto the Kinleo. Paying off the Galaxy is big. And if there's a shield for this Lavalith, I think that will be game here. That will just be such a big swing for Bean Soldier.
Yeah, I'll probably feel great, like, oh, thank goodness I had that Gorgon's Gaze. That was exactly what I needed there. But yeah, shielding the lava is probably best case scenario, but pulling an eruption.
Wow, okay. Very interesting here. It looks like Bean Soldier getting rid of a fire, potentially. Looking at the underworld, good to check. Cryoling will be important here.
Makes sense to pull off of the lava lift. Likely those 2 spirits to burn 3 is more valuable than keeping them on the lava lift, especially if you want to use the lava lift to pressure the galaxy here.
Yeah, definitely is something that makes a lot of sense. I wonder if Bean Soldier just lets this go through. No sets. If you have a Gorgon's Gaze here to stop the attack, I think you might rip it. Because you can just re-enchant Galaxy and swing.
Just deal with it, yeah. Just keep guys on board to make sure you can deal with Adam's War. And notably, Adam, no set cards.
Yeah, that's the big thing here. If there's a second Galaxy in Bean Soldier's hand, there's a Cryoling in hand, this is so much for him. Second Galaxy, I think, does it all.
Yeah, answers both. I mean, this is literally Bean Soldier's moment to just take control of this game leading into the final few turns, because unless we see some serious Ambrosias, this game probably won't last more than a few more turns.
Ursical also does it. It would put Adam down to 2 spirits, I believe.
Right,
Ursical,
and just do the double
Bear.
Nostrils.
There's Narpoon.
Okay, that handles the Kinleo. That's like the bare minimum of what you need to do to make sure Adam's board stays in check.
Getting out Cryoling makes a lot of sense. Means that if Adam doesn't draw back row next turn, this Lavalith is going bye-bye.
Yeah, and yeah, another set.
Another set is crazy.
That back row really 180 from last game. You really need that back row, period.
Yeah. I'm imagining that one of these sets is probably a Tsunami, which would be really, really big. And here's an Ambrosia from Adam.
Good time to have that, though. Still need a lot more to push through these cards. Spirits alone, not enough to do it.
Puts us up to 9 spirits. We're very close in spirit totals here. The big thing is that Bean Soldier just has so much back row. I think it also has cards in hand. Here's an Eddie. That means this board can get cleared here, which is really big. And also, Tsunami would be killer for Bean Soldier. Eddie swings at the rabbit. Tsunami means Lavalith can't attack over. That would be really, really big here. But it looks like Eddie will hit over the rabbit, and Lavalith hits over the Narpoon.
Will it get shielded here? I don't know if you really want to bounce back the Lavalith hand versus, you got the Cryover and against no back row to just deal with the Lavalith, period.
Absolutely. Yeah, you definitely just say Cryover and deals with this. I'm not worried. One thing I will note, Josh is notorious for bleeding back row. Oh, okay. So we are going to go for Shield of Achilles here. Okay, so this puts us down to 5. I wonder if the game plan... No, I'm trying to think of what... Maybe we have Bear combo here. No, there's Cryoling. This pushes 2 damage this turn. We have more back row. No way. Are we setting up for Cryo Scorch for game?
Please.
There's no way.
Please.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Okay.
Yeah.
So we get out Cryover in here. I'm gonna have a panic attack if this is Cryo Scorch for game.
Please. I paused there to laugh because I saw K's face.
Yeah, K in our
Best expression.
It's just freaking out. I think we're rereading what Cryovern says. This is where we just set our hand? Or... Okay,
Yeah.
This is where we swing over with the Cryovern. We swing for 1 with Narpoon and say, look, if you've got... You want to go for the... You want to go for Lavalith? That's cool. But I'm going to take you out here. Okay, Earthquake is out of the question now.
Oh, and that should put Adam down to, I believe, 6 spirits?
Yeah, he was at 8, took 2 here, down to 6. Lavalith would put us at 4. We can swing over for 1 damage. That isn't enough.
No.
Bean Soldier honestly in a very tough spot here, I think. Despite having board control, because if Adam has a Shield of Achilles, that's a lot. Lavalith is pretty big here.
Another eruption also disrupts any plans to have more spirits. The
Gorgon's Gaze. Okay.
So pulling off an Harpoon. This does notably put Bean in eruption range. Does Adam have a second eruption though?
The big thing is if that last card, if that last Spirit in Spirit deck is a fire, we can just Cryovern for game.
I don't.
Festus.
Doesn't look like Adam has the eruption. I probably would just drop that right away.
Yeah, that would be immediate if there was an eruption in hand. What are we getting here? Are we going
Torture Liar?
Poison Tunic?
Oh, that's another.
Oh, we're trying to make sure that we don't get hit over. I don't think Adam is aware that Cryoscorch is an option here. Like, tell me that that face down spirit is a fire, and Adam does not have any back row. That's a pass. Are we going to see Cryoscorch for game winning finals? Cryovern effect! No way! Discards the hand. Ascends with fire!
Yes!
Bean Soldier is going to win with Cryoscorch for game, burning 5 from the Spirit deck, destroying all runes. There's no way.
Does Bean Soldier still have a Spirit in Spirit deck? Because Cryoscorch does need to have at least one.
There is one Spirit in Spirit deck, and that's game.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing! Bean
Soldier is your premier winner. There was an eruption in hand.
Wait,
what?
Why didn't Adam
was that
play
in hand, or was that top deck? Why did Adam not play that?
Or was that pulled from Underworld? I couldn't see if he pulled it
Maybe
from
it was Underworld. I don't know, but that was Cryoscorch for game. If you told me that that was happening today, I would have told you no way. No. There's no way.
We're dumbfounded.
I'm going to lose my voice.
Kay's just dumbfounded in the background here. I think she had the best expression out of all of us.
I need my emotional support sluggle. That was crazy. Oh my god. What?
I'm lost for words. Like, you normally try to point out what the craziest combos are happen. I mean, we just saw it. There's nothing else to say. If you didn't already see that, rewind the stream and watch it again.
Yeah, check it back one more time. You gotta be kidding me. There's no way.
Oh
wow. What an incredible end. Cryoscorch for game. I did not. Yeah, Kay is currently like laughing uncontrollably. Just like, no way. That's
oh my
insane.
god. I know we were commenting on the eruption for game in the top 4 match, and that one was a bit more anticlimactic, but the Cryoscorch burn, that's just style points. That's style points.
That's crazy.
Oh
wow.
my gosh.
Wow.
Absolutely amazing.
Blown away. I'm absolutely blown away. And so oh my god.
I think we need to do more breathing exercises after that.
Yeah, do we everyone at home, close your eyes. We're gonna do a little bit of box breathing. So we're gonna inhale, hold, exhale, hold. We'll do one more. Inhale, hold, exhale. There you go. All right. I feel calmer after that. I hope you at home feel as well, because I had a massive adrenaline kick after that one. That was ridiculous.
Man, I'm forgetting how tired I am. I'm like, all right, I now need to go play that deck to play my own Cryoscorch for game.
Please, everyone, go terrorize the Clash ladder. Cryoscorch for
yes.
game. That's crazy. I cannot believe that Bean Soldier was able to take it home, especially because I believe there are 4 people in Top Cut playing either identical or almost identical deck lists from Bean Soldier's testing group. And so the fact that he was able to take it home while representing the fallen soldiers that, have been in Top Cut but were unable to make it to finals. What a story. What an incredible day. I don't think, I've never left a premiere commentating feeling like I'm losing my voice. I feel like I'm losing my voice. My throat hurts.
You're doing a lot of
shouting
today.
Crazy.
Oh, but so worth it. I can't think of a finals that has had more style points than what Bean just did.
No, I don't think that you can do it better than that. How does it get more style points than Cryo Scorch for game? I've seen Cryo Scorch for game in Top Cut before. It happened in, I believe, top 8. No, it was one of the last rounds of Swiss. Sorry, it wasn't Top Cut. It was on stream. I've seen Cryo Scorch for game on stream. It was the second to last round of Swiss in the January Cards HQ Atlanta semi-premier tournament. And it was actually Julian Whaley who lost to a good friend of mine, Davis, who Cryo Scorch for gamed him. And it was because Davis sent me this list. It was a Frost 5s list that I believe Jess had just done really well with at a premiere. He's like, all right, I'm going to take this game seriously. I'm going to play in this premiere that's upcoming in Atlanta, where we live. He's like, I'm going to play this, but I want to put Cryo Scorch. And I'm like, please, you can side it. Don't put it in the main. He sided it and won game 3 versus Julian, and that secured him a Top Cut slot. And we lost our minds. It was ridiculous. Absolutely insane. And so to see it happen again on a feature and see it win a finals, insane. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I'm still lost for words. All I have to say is that I hope I see a short within the next few days of just that moment. Just Cryo Scorch for game. Put it out everywhere. It's just so hype. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, it's hype. See, this is why we need a full hypercut of the entire event, because that wasn't the only thing that made me scream to lose my voice. There's been even more stuff today that has just been absolutely insane. Look, if the Elestrals team doesn't make it, I'll make it, because I want to see it, honestly. This has just been such an incredible day. Crazy plays, just ridiculous stuff going on all day. This is an event to go back and watch the VOD for if you missed any of it. This is an event to go back and watch the VOD for if you were here the entire time.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm going to have to go back and watch that. 100%.
Yeah. The entire day is worth rewatching. Every single match was just incredible. This is easily, I think, the best day of Elestrals that we've ever seen on a premiere stream. Just quality of players, the quality of gameplay, the decks, just insane. Just absolutely insane.
Yeah, I think I'm going to just, after I get off here, just be like, hey, to my wife, hey, you got to see this. And she doesn't know Elestrals. She's going to be like, okay, what is this? You guys are just shouting. And I'm going to be like, yeah, that's the exciting part.
That's the point. Yeah, the exciting part is the shout. See, after this, I'm going to go lay down on my couch and hope that I don't fall asleep while I try and relax and rest my voice. And then I'm going right to bed.
Yeah, I hear you there. I'm going to need...
Early on in the day, I pulled up the cough drops because I was like, if the day keeps going the way it's been going, I'm going to need these. And
lo and behold,
I've gone through a handful.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Just find some way to calm down afterwards. And I'm sure our Top Cup participants are going to be doing the exact same thing. If we're feeling this way, just imagine how they're feeling right now.
Yeah. But it sounds like we have our interviewer, Kay Cray, ready to speak with our champion, Bean Soldier. Kay, let's hear from our new champion.
I'm here with not only Cryo Scorch, but also Majursa. But more important than all of those things, I am joined once more by Bean Soldier. Josh, we cannot keep meeting like this.
Yes, we can.
That's true. You're just going to keep getting away with it. And you know what? I'm going to allow it because you just made dreams come true today. How are you feeling right now?
I'll be honest, wasn't expecting to win with Cryo Scorch, but
You weren't?
We take it. We take those. Not like Cryoscorch was carrying me all day today. No one was expecting it. It was awesome.
Absolutely incredible. This has been an evolution of the Bears deck that I know that I did not expect. What kind of dubious cooking went into this? How did you land on Helios's Bury It ride?
So this list is almost identical to the one that Justin either got top 4 or top 8 with a couple premieres ago. And the only changes are literally taking out all the Nog stuff, like the Nectars and the Nectars, and putting in good cards like Eddies and Galaxy Champs and like more back row. That's all it is. It's like Cryovern, like Frost aggro with like a bear package. That's all it is. It's awesome.
It's beautiful, and you know what? I have been waiting to say this, and I know you have been waiting to say this. Bear's best deck.
Bear's best deck.
Bear's
I've been
best
saying it, folks.
deck.
I've been saying it.
And you made it come true. You are our newest champion, Bears' newest champion. Let's go, Cryoscorch. This is a win of all time. And they can't keep letting you get away with it. And yet, here we are.
And yet.
Okay, now I have to know. Obviously, like you said, you sort of stood on the shoulders of giants here with Justin T's list. But how did you prepare for this? Obviously, you've talked with BlueStacks. You've been an absolute menace through this entire format. People cannot keep letting you get away with it, yet here we are. What made you decide this is the tournament that Bears finally has her moment and becomes the champion?
Looking at the last premiere, there wasn't like any bear representation, so I was kind of hoping that it kind of fell off of people's radars as a really strong deck, especially after the ban list. So I thought that this was like a really good option. Like Frost 5s or like Frost aggro on its own was doing really well at the past premiere too. So why not just add some of the most busted cards in the game on top of that, just to increase the ceiling even higher?
I know that you had to have heard whispers of the fact that Adam was on Eruption and was absolutely eruptioning people for game. Obviously, you play Fire natively in your list. Did you have to adjust going into this finals knowing that that was always a threat?
I'll be honest, I had no idea.
You didn't?
I had no clue. So yeah, I had no idea that they were on Eruption stuff until it happened in, what was it, game 2? So I'm like, oh yeah, we should probably play around that now.
Okay. So you're just built different. And I think that like, this is a question that I have to ask. How do you feel? Obviously, as an Elestriad winner, you have your Divine coming out. It is a Bear Divine. How do you think that it fits into this Bears list, any Bears list? Is it a game changer? The Bean Soldier Divine?
Look, I can't spoil a whole lot, but it fits in every bear deck. It is unbelievable. I cannot wait to reveal what this card does.
I cannot wait. We've been getting sort of the sneak peeks, the previews. We've gotten little hints and everything at art, and now you've done it. You've become the bear champion. It's perfect. You've really set yourself up for just an incredible storyline here.
No, I can't wait.
Okay, and with that, you've done so much in this format. I don't know if you're allowed to leak what you're cooking next, but are there any other archetypes, any other decks that you're looking at cooking in the future, bringing to future tournaments, anything on the horizon for you?
I'll be honest, I have no idea what I'm bringing next.
Fair enough.
Maybe I'll bring Carry-Off again. Carry-Off is so much fun. Yeah, shout out to all the Carry-Off enjoyers. I know some of you have brought the deck to the premiere, and some of you did like really well with it. Like, I'll probably bring Carry-Off soon.
Okay, all right. Hey, listen, to those of you listening at home, be on the lookout, because the crimes that this man, as I point to a bear and a dragon, can commit with a Hermes list. Oh my goodness. On that, I know it has been an incredibly long day, but is there anyone that you would like to thank or shout out before I let you go rest?
Oh, yeah. I have 4 people in particular to shout out. I know I already said Justin, but 4 more people. Shout outs to Trish, Swole, and and well, I guess not 4 people because that would be including me. And not sure it for also piloting the bear list to top 8. We all topped it together with bears on the identical same deck. So shout out to them for humoring the list and also going crazy with Cryoscorch. Also, shout outs to Go Cryoscorch. Go Cryoscorches.
No
Shout outs to season 2. And then and as always the Cabal. So but yeah, thank you to all those folks for helping the list come a reality.
And listen, I know you're like, hey, well, I guess that was including me, so not me. If you're not going to do it, I'll do it. Thank you, Bean Soldier. Everyone say it with me. Thank you, Bean Soldier, champion of bears, the leader of Cryoscorch. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I cannot wait to see what you do next. And with that, thank you so much for talking with me today, and we will go ahead and send it back over to my co-commentators to say goodnight.
Thank you, Kay.
Wow, what inspiring words from a wonderful man there.
Always nice hearing the interviews. That fact, just hearing them reflect. Real funny to hear. Just coincidentally, the plays look like playing around Eruption, but that was not the case whatsoever.
That is really funny. It is really, really funny.
Must have just been intuition, I guess.
He's just that good. He can read the cards in his opponent's hand, like through the backs.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to Bean Soldier yet again on another Premier finish. Getting what? I think in terms of qualifying points, this is like triple qualified.
Yeah, I think that he has like over 500, 750. He was at 500, I think, previously, and now he's at like 750, I think. So it's he's probably triple qualified at this point, and he's probably locked for getting the compensated travel at this point. I think it'd be very hard. It'll be hard pressed to get that kind of qualifying points to catch up to him. So he's probably gonna be sitting at first for quite some time, and he's not gonna stop playing. We'll still see him in Top Cuts. We'll probably still see him in finals in the future, going into the end of this World season, which is there's still so much time in the season. So we'll probably see him a lot here anyway. He'll probably end like over a K.
Oh yeah, that's crazy to think. And that carry-off shout-out, I mean, Top Cut carry-off, next Premier, I'm for it.
That would be crazy.
I would love to see it. We both did the same gesture too.
Yeah, it'd be incredible to see. Looking forward to the next Premier. And with that is, I believe, all that we have for you today for this stream. Thank you so much for watching. Wait, hold on. I think I'm hearing something from my producer. We had some sort of poll, I think, online, and we have some results, I think, from that. And we have something going on. Okay, I think that we've got some sort of like video, maybe something that we got to end off the stream here with. Do we have that? Is that ready? We go ahead and what's it called? What? Hold on. No, there's no way. Do we have a new card or something? We have Ice Age? Is that a real card? Introducing Ice Age? What? Huh? And there you have it. That's Ice Age.
That's crazy after the Cryoscorch win. Especially after the Cryoscorch win, just Frost for days.
Go Cryoscorch, Frost on top, baby. Ice Age. This card's crazy. This is very exciting.
I'm super excited to see what happens come live stream when this card gets released.
Yeah, can't wait for it. But with that is actually all that we have for today. So thank you everyone for watching. Thank you so much to Eagle here for joining me on cast. Thank you so much to Kay for joining as well and doing the interview. Thanks to our producer, Silver Beanie, for having this whole thing go together. Thanks to you at home for watching. We appreciate you greatly sticking with us for a long day of incredible Elestrals gaming. We hope to see you in the next one in September. And with that, have a good night, good evening, good day, whatever time it is for you, and we'll see you in the next one.
Yes,
Bye.
and of course, thank you, Jacob, and Jacob Caleb, and have a great one.
Yeah, shout out to Jacob, honestly. Shout out to Jacob.
Good night, good day,
Good
everyone.
night, everyone. Bye-bye.